Chapter 1 Rebirth. A Change of Father. In the 38th year of the Yuanyu era, amidst the swirling incense of the palace stood a diminutive figure. The child appeared emaciated, with cracked lips, disheveled hair, and clad in tattered garments that starkly contrasted with the opulence surrounding them. Beside the child, a palace maid held lavish yet ill-fitting attire with trembling hands, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "I beseech you, young master, permit me to assist you in changing your clothes." Song Shihuan turned her gaze toward the maid, her dark eyes sending a chill through the air. "Leave." Her voice, hoarse yet resolute, belied her tender age of merely 10 years, causing the maid's legs to buckle as she hurriedly fled the room. Song Shihuan gazed into the bronze mirror before her. Her limbs were intact, her hands and feet unscathed, and her eyes uninjured. She had indeed been reborn. As memories of her former life flooded back, a violent tremor coursed through her entire being. She was the forsaken daughter of a prince, with 3 legitimate brothers and a twin sister. Today marked the day of her return. It was also the 10th birthday of both her and her twin sister, Song Shihuan. Unlike her, Song Shihuan had been the cherished jewel of the Eastern Palace since birth, resembling a celestial being, captivating all with her melodious voice. Today, the Crown Prince had specially requested Emperor Yuanyu to summon the officials to celebrate Song Xian's birthday. Her mere presence disrupted the entire celebration. Half an hour prior, a jade bowl used for blood recognition had been shattered by the Crown Princess, who fiercely protected Song Shihuan in her embrace, while Emperor Yuanyu, witnessing the scene spiral out of control, had ordered her to the side hall for a change of clothes. Yet, after enduring years of hunger and cold, her frail form rendered Song Xian's garments a comical mismatch. In her previous life, she had allowed the maid to dress her in Song Xian's clothing, only to have the crown princess frantically tear it away, warning her that she could never usurp anything belonging to Song Shihuan. How foolish she had been to believe that their blood relation would grant her any warmth, as even the coldest stone could eventually be warmed. Thus, she had implored them to take her back to the Eastern Palace, weeping until blood was shed. Her error was monumental. In the Eastern Palace, despite her best efforts to curry favor with her blood relatives, she was ultimately tortured to death, her body left in disarray. A solitary tear fell silently by divine grace. She had been granted a second chance at life. In this new existence, she vowed never to repeat her past mistakes. Within the main hall, her arrival silenced the assembly. "Why do you not change your clothes? The dignity of the royal family cannot be soiled by your actions." The crown prince's brow furrowed tightly, his countenance dark with displeasure. "How could the Eastern Palace bear such a stain?" "The garments are far too large, I cannot wear them," she replied. "How dare you touch Xian's attire?" the crown princess exclaimed, her expression frenzied. "Had I borne only Shihuan, I would not have suffered complications that left me frail for years. You are nothing but a harbinger of disaster." The officials present turned their gazes towards Song Shihuan, their expressions a mixture of scrutiny, disdain, and pity. Yet, she seemed oblivious, her eyes resembling a stagnant pool. "Father, I am not devoid of compassion. It is merely that this child's fate seems to be in opposition to the Eastern Palace. She must not be brought within its walls," the crown prince implored, echoing the crown prince's sentiments, kneeling before Emperor Yuanyu. The others in the Eastern Palace followed suit, kneeling in unison. The eldest son beside the crown prince cast a sinister glance, firmly grasping Song Xian's hand. "Your Majesty, although their blood has mingled, she has been lost to the world for 10 years. It remains uncertain whether she has adopted any vices that it would be far more prudent to keep her at the Royal Jew Temple." The Royal Jew Temple was a place designated for members of the royal family who had erred. In that moment, even the air grew heavy with tension. Emperor Yuanyu could not help but glance at Song Shihuan, who stood there, small and cat-like, her expression devoid of emotion. Since entering the hall, she had spoken but a single sentence. Could she be a simpleton? "Why do you not speak up for yourself?" Only then did the attendees realize that despite the crown prince and crown princess' earlier attitudes, the individual before them exhibited no reactiono tears or breakdown, almost as if the disdain was not directed at her. Song Shihuan smirked inwardly. Little did they know her profound aversion towards the Eastern Palace, a sentiment that far surpassed their own. "I do not wish to move into the Eastern Palace." Her words fell like a boulder upon the surface of still water. sending ripples of surprise throughout the room. Emperor Yuanyu paused, entirely unprepared for such a declaration from Song Shihuan. The crown prince and crown princess faces turned ashen. How was this any different from a slap to the face of the Eastern Palace? Song Shihuan lifted her gaze to Emperor Yuanyu. A gentleman does not take away what others cherish, nor does he impose undue burdens. I do not wish to bring misfortune upon the Eastern Palace. Have you received an education? Emperor Yuanyu could not help but sit up straighter. Song Shihuan had not merely received an education. In her past life, she had composed countless essays on behalf of her three legitimate brothers and had written numerous articles for Song Zine, perhaps the crown prince and crown princess would not dare to count them all. Having been reborn, she was privy to Emperor Yuanyu's past, a knowledge aided by her connection to the Eastern Palace. In her previous life, the crown prince had regarded her writings with a complex gaze, unflinchingly issuing orders to prevent Emperor Yuanyu from discovering that she had studied and read while lost to the world. Today, it seemed the Eastern Palace would not be as favorable as in her previous existence. Indeed, I have studied. When there was no food to eat, I would climb the walls of the private school to eavesdrop on the teacher's lessons, so engrossed that I would forget my hunger. At these words, Emperor Yuanyu's gaze towards Song Shihuan shifted dramatically. Likewise, a few elderly ministers, aware of Emperor Yuanyu's past, straightened their postures. The Eastern Palace was likely to lose something precious this time. But 62 years of age, Emperor Yuanyu, a self-made emperor from humble beginnings, had once toiled to learn to read and write during times of famine. Having endured hardship himself, he was particularly lenient with his offspring. Several princes had been granted titles and fiefs at an early age. The way the Eastern Palace treated Song Shihuan today stirred dissatisfaction within him. Good child, you have suffered outside for these 10 years. Emperor Yuanyu beckoned to Song Shihuan, his voice softening. Come here to your grandfather. Your Majesty, during these years, I have wandered outside, unable to enjoy your company, and I am truly remorseful. Song Shihuan knelt, her expression earnest. I beseech you, forgive me my unfilial transgressions. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuanyu personally rose to assist Song Shihuan, completely disregarding the kneeling members of the Eastern Palace. I understand the royal family owes you a debt. The emperor felt an increasing sense of discomfort in his heart. The crown prince and crown princess had spoken harshly to this child, yet she bore no trace of animosity, clearly a pure and virtuous soul. This child resembles him, truly worthy of being his descendant. The scales of the Yuanyu emperor's heart slowly tipped as he grasped Song Shihuan's hand, saying, What do you desire? Your great-grandfather grants you one wish. Kneeling before him, Song Shihuan could no longer maintain her composure. How could a wild girl possibly be worthy of being her sister? If this were to entangle her with the Eastern Palace, she would certainly devise countless ways to torment the wild girl. Under the gaze of all present, Song Shihuan once again knelt and bowed her head to the Yuanyu emperor. She had no desire to enter the Eastern Palace, nor did she wish to reside in the Royal Enlightenment Temple. With a voice neither hurried nor slow, yet remarkably resolute, she declared, I beseech my great-grandfather to grant me a change of father. Chapter 2. A query before the palace. What? Change of father. Before Emperor Yuan, you could fully comprehend the situation. The crown prince erupted in fury. Father. This child shows utter disregard for her elders. If she remains in the palace, she will undoubtedly become a future calamity. What she just uttered, if it were to spread, would surely render our royal family the subject of ridicule across the realm. The crown princess, still kneeling, shot a fierce glare at Song Shihuan. Father, during my 10 months of pregnancy, I nearly lost my life during childbirth. Recalling the past, Emperor Yuanyu could not suppress a sigh. He was present that fateful day. The crown princess faced a harrowing labor, the child refusing to emerge. Outside the East Palace, the three legitimate grandsons wept, while the crown prince sat despondently on the ground. As palace maids carried basin after basin of blood away, the crown princess, after enduring such peril, brought forth twin daughters, but emerged from the ordeal frail and unable to bear any more children. While still in confinement, she was abducted by brigands, and for 6 long years she wept daily, languishing in sickness. Now, she was asked to acknowledge another as her father. She would rather perish against a pillar than endure such humiliation. Song Shihuan supported the crown princess, her eyes glistening with tears, and without uttering a word, evoked deep sympathy. Sister, your previous words have truly wounded Mother's heart. In that moment, Song Shihuan felt herself to be a villain deserving of the harshest punishment in the eyes of all present. Your Highness, the Crown Princess. The formal address from Song Shihuan made the Crown Princess's heart flutter, compelling her to avert her gaze. If I were to petition my grandfather to allow me into the East Palace, would you support me? Observing the Crown Princess's silence, an unsettling chill enveloped Song Shihuan, instilling a sense of dread within her. In her past life, her greatest desire had been the affection of the Crown Princess. Despite being a piece of flesh born from her, and having mourned for her when she was taken, why did she ultimately allow Song Shihuan to torment and destroy her? She could not fathom it. Perhaps the Crown Princess was unwilling. A fruit forcibly plucked is never sweet, hence she would not approach the East Palace. Song Shihuan's gaze drifted into emptiness, yet she pondered, was she destined for the royal Jew temple? Her probing question left the Crown Princess momentarily speechless. Your Highness, today marks my first encounter with you. Lacking memory from birth, Song Shihuan was uncertain if her mother had ever cherished her. Yet, such matters held little significance now. I wear these tattered garments because I lack the means to acquire proper attire. My gaunt frame is a result of never having had enough to eat. Yet, despite all this, I have never harbored resentment nor strayed into wrongdoing. I have diligently pursued education. As Song Shihuan spoke, the color drained slowly from the Crown Princess's face. Am I to be confined to the royal Jew temple simply because I share your and the Crown Prince's blood? You question your superior. Such actions may invite punishment. The Crown Princess's words came out weakly. Why? She wondered, could she not perceive any signs of anguish or struggle in this child? It seemed as if it was not she who refused to acknowledge this child, but rather the child who recoiled from recognizing her as a mother. Your Highness, I did not compel you to accept me as your daughter. I beseech my revered grandfather to allow me the opportunity to exchange fathers. This is the sole recourse I can fathom. What transgression have I committed to evoke such disdain from you? The atmosphere grew hushed. As Song Shihuan approached the Crown Princess with deliberate steps, a glint of crimson flashing in her eyes. Today, she would confront her mother in the court. She yearned to voice the questions that remained unasked in her previous life, to compel everyone to acknowledge that the disdain from the Eastern Palace was not her fault. She was innocent. The Crown Princess grasped Song Shihuan's hand tightly, her gaze betraying a flicker of struggle. "Oh, do not bully my mother. Mother, I am frightened." Song Shihuan's cries resonated, prompting the Crown Princess to envelop her in a protective embrace. When she turned her gaze back to Song Shihuan, it was filled with utter contempt. Your fault lies in your unfortunate fate. Your destiny is at odds with the Eastern Palace, and there is no bond of mother and daughter between us. Upon hearing such a response, Song Shihuan felt an unexpected calm wash over her. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of her lips as she knelt once more before Emperor Yuanyu. Grandfather, what the Crown Princess has stated is incorrect, and I shall not accept it. I have never resigned myself to fate. Had I done so, I would have perished countless times by now. Crown Princess, I refuse to acknowledge this error. Crown Princess, your words are indeed misguided. Emperor Yuanyu regarded the Crown Princess and Song Shihuan. I understand the trials of childbirth, but what fault lies with the child? After having endured 10 years of hardship after being abducted, it is you who owe this child a debt. His words pierced through the air, causing sorrow to swell within him. His gaze lingered momentarily on Song Shihuan before quickly shifting away. Father, the Crown Princess may have spoken rashly, yet this child is indeed detrimental to. Noticing that Emperor Yuanyu stood firmly on Song Shihuan's side, the Crown Prince's voice faltered in urgency. Crown Prince, do you not comprehend my intent? The Emperor's voice bore an unmistakable authority, silencing the Crown Prince immediately. With hair and beard as white as snow, the Emperor exuded an innate majesty that left all in attendance quaking in their boots. Father, you are aware that this child has committed no wrong, yet you subject her to harsh words out of personal bias. She is bound to you by blood, an unbreakable connection. Emperor Yuanyu was truly incensed. I ask you, if you would deny her a place in the Eastern Palace. Do you intend to force her into the royal awakening monastery? Do not forget, this child is also my bloodline. The emperor's fury commanded the attention of all, compelling them to kneel. Father, please temper your wrath. I acknowledge my misstep. I shall immediately instruct that a courtyard be prepared for her in the eastern palace. The crown prince began to perspire, realizing he had overstepped the emperor's boundaries. As her schemes bore fruit, Song Shihuan felt a surge of elation. Emperor Yuanyu, now advanced in years, feared nothing more than the prospect of familial discord among the princes. Given that the crown prince, as the heir apparent, could be so ruthless towards his own flesh and blood, how could the emperor not be incensed? I cannot entrust this child to you any longer. With that, Emperor Yuanyu took hold of Song Shihuan's hand and proceeded towards a series of seats. This is my fourth son, the Prince of Qi, who currently has a legitimate daughter in his household. This is my third son, the Prince of Chu, who boasts a legitimate son and daughter. And this is my eldest son, the Prince of Qin, who is yet to take a wife. Emperor Yuanyu gently patted Song Shihuan's hand and declared, by my royal decree, I grant you your wish. You may choose one, and I shall personally oversee your adoption. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan turned her gaze to the figure clad in purple robes, whose sharp brows and bright eyes were overshadowed by the stench of alcohol, exuding the unmistakable air of a debauched scion. Grandfather, I choose him, the illustrious rake, Prince Song Yu of Qin. Chapter 3. Choosing a profligate as a father, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, he was soon choked by a mouthful of wine, causing his handsome face to flush a deep crimson. The Emperor Yuanyu's piercing gaze seemed to slice through Song Yu, and with so many ministers present, he felt as though he might lose all dignity. Had he known this would transpire, he would have simply overlooked this scoundrel during his introduction. Are you suggesting that you wish to acknowledge the Prince of Qin as your father? The crown prince appeared to be losing his composure. He would rather send Song Shihuan to the eastern palace than witness her refer to Song Yu as father. Song Shihuan, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly. Indeed, the choice she made in this life was to recognize Prince Qin, Song Yu, the legitimate eldest son of Emperor Yuanyu and Empress Su. Less than 2 years after Empress Su gave birth to Song Yu, she perished in a tumult during an assassination attempt, sacrificing herself to shield Emperor Yuanyu. The Su family proposed that Empress Su's younger sister marry the emperor, and the following year, the young couple welcomed the crown prince, Songling. Raised under the care of the young Empress Su, who was now a mother herself, there was little reason for her to consider Song Yu's welfare. Gradually, the reputation of Song Yu as a profligate became widely known. The world spoke of Prince Qin as one who disregarded his elders, exhibiting erratic behavior, devoid of learning or skill. Yet, Song Shihuan knew the truth. In a past life, she had been cast into the lake within the imperial garden, under the orders of the palace attendants who were commanded by Song Shihuan not to rescue her. As her spirit hovered above, she witnessed her lifeless body floating on the water's surface. It was Song Yu who had plunged into the depths to retrieve her. Tragically, he was executed the very next day on charges of treason by the newly enthroned Songling. Thus, she and Song Yu were in essence two grasshoppers in the same boat. Upon observing Song Shihuan's reaction, the crown prince's eyes turned a fiery red, his gaze seemingly capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts upon her. Indeed, this wretched child had come to thwart him. As he regained his composure, Song Yu adjusted his garments, arching an eyebrow. Brother, seeing as I have no children of my own, and you're rather disinclined towards this one, why not entrust the child to me? It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Witnessing the crown prince's escalating fury, Song Yu's smile grew ever more radiant. After all, it was only fitting for an elder brother to assist his younger sibling. You. The crown prince's eyes blazed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Song Yu reveled in the moment, having lost count of how long it had been since he had evoked such ire from the crown prince. As for the child, it was merely a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks to the table. The Prince of Qin's residence could certainly afford it. The crown prince and Song Yu remained locked in a battle of wills, neither willing to concede. Emperor Yuanyu seemed accustomed to their rivalry, gently placing a hand on Song Shihuan's shoulder. Child, do you truly wish to choose the Prince of Qin? He was genuinely concerned that Song Yu might lead her astray. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Song Shihuan raised her gaze to scrutinize Song Yu once more. It was said that Song Yu bore a striking resemblance to the late empress. With a noble nose and lips like coral, his smile illuminating his eyes. Yet, tainted by the aura of a libertine, he appeared as a wayward son. Emperor Yuan Yu had 4 sons in total, and although he had designated a crown prince, the fierce competition amongst the princes was far from over. Only Song Yu, despite being the most legitimate heir by status, seemed entirely detached from the throne in the eyes of the world. Contemplating this, Song Shihuan's gaze dimmed slightly. Given Song Yu's character, it is likely that he has been schemed against by the Empress Dowager and the Eastern Palace numerous times to arrive at this juncture. Now, regardless of whom she chooses, their fates will be intertwined. Song Yu is undoubtedly the most favorable option. Grandfather, the granddaughter is certain. Thus, Song Shihuan was bestowed the title of Princess of Fuan, her name inscribed after Song Yu's, becoming the legitimate eldest daughter of the Prince of Qin's residence. With the dust settled, the crown prince and Song Yu were summoned by Emperor Yuan Yu, leaving only a scant few individuals within the hall. Song Shihuan, are you aware of the Prince of Qin's reputation? He is perpetually entangled with flowers and flirtations, engaging in frivolities. No noble family in the capital is willing to marry their daughter into the Prince of Qin's household. The crown prince's eldest son, Song Yinzheng, spoke in a deep voice. Your cleverness has merely led you to the precipice of despair. Do not trouble yourself, your highness. Compared to the royal Jew temple, I find myself thoroughly content at present. A smirk of derision played on Song Shihuan's lips. Though Song Yinzheng appeared dignified and gentlemanly, he was, in truth, profound and ruthless. She had first-hand experience of his cunning in her past life. Seeing that Song Shihuan was unyielding to admonishment, Song Yinzheng's expression darkened. You are vastly inferior to Xian. Brother, you cannot indiscriminately compare me to others. Song Shiyan chimed in sweetly. Immediately, Song Yinzheng's demeanor softened, as he gently reassured. It was my error. No one can compare with our Xian. The crown princess gazed fixedly at Song Shihuan, seeking a glimmer of suppressed sorrow within her. Yet, it proved futile. Xian has slept beside me since birth. Whenever the crown prince returns to the Eastern Palace, he rushes to see her. The treasures collected by her 3 brothers fill 2 courtyards. Even the crown princess herself could not articulate why she felt compelled to utter such words to provoke Song Shihuan. She was fervently eager to witness Song Shihuan's reaction. By the age of 3, Xian could recognize characters, and by 5, she recited poetry with ease, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Whenever the noble women of the capital spoke of Xian, they did so with unanimous praise. The crown princess is truly adept in raising her daughter. Without a flicker of emotion, Song Shihuan remarked on the crown princess's commendation, then continued slowly, however, did you not just say that after my abduction, you wept daily, languishing in illness? She had no desire to bear this unjust blame. It seems it is not due to my presence, but perhaps the burdens of instructing your daughter have proven too taxing. The crown princess's expression twisted in an instant. Her grip on Song Shiyan's hand tightening painfully, causing Shiyan to endure discomfort, which only intensified her animosity towards Song Shihuan. She found herself utterly loathing this sudden, audacious wild girl. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted, it seemed the Prince of Qin would need to discipline her thoroughly. The crown princess articulated each word with precision, though she harbored no fondness for the child. Why then did her heart ache? Observing Song Shihuan's indifference felt as if something was draining from her very being. Who is speaking of his prince? Boomed Song Yu's boisterous voice, swiftly pulling Song Shihuan behind him, with the crown prince following closely, his expression equally grim. The offspring of this royal lineage, undoubtedly, holds the utmost esteem in the realm. They have all the necessities of life, food and clothing, along with formidable support, rendering them impervious to the whims of others. Thus, there is no need for admonishment. Dear brother, do you not agree? What ist? If this little one were to be subjected to bullying by the Eastern Palace right after being registered under his name, how could the illustrious Prince of Qin maintain his dignity? Yet, behind Song Yu, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Song Shihuan's eyes, In the face of the Eastern Palace's relentless competition, this father is indeed worthy of admiration. Chapter 4. What to do when your daughter is too clingy in the courtyard of the Qin Wangfu. Song Shihuan was engrossed in her martial arts practice. Her punches fierce and powerful, creating a striking contrast with her petite frame. Though slender, she was far from weak. Observing her, Song Yu stood transfixed, his mouth slightly agape, unable to suppress a few steps backward. In an instant, her fist flew towards him, halting just inches from the tip of his nose. Song Yu felt his breath quicken, unable to swallow his unease. Surely, he had not offended this little one. Song Shihuan cast a deep glance at Song Yu, calmly retracting her fist. Father, did I hurt you? Having been at the Qin Wangfu for 5 days, she had gathered a fair understanding of its circumstances. The idle courtyards were cluttered with wine barrels. Weeds overran the study, and the renowned opera troupe of the capital visited every 10 days or so to perform. The estate was filled with maids and servants. Yet none seemed to know who their true master was. The vast Qin Wangfu resembled a sieve, where the esteemed prince had only a wet nurse and an old steward familiar with his affairs. She had perused the household accounts, finding the surface clear, but the actual deficits were alarming. Her father truly lived up to the title of a wastrel. No, Song Yu stammered, touching his nose. Awan, I am preparing to leave the estate. Is there anything you wish to eat? I shall bring it back for you. As he spoke, he began to move towards the exit, eager to vanish from Song Shihuan's sight. Wait a moment, Song Shihuan replied leisurely, causing Song Yu to halt, unable to resist shooting a glare at the old steward. He had intended to leave the estate as he had done for the past 4 days. But this old servant had insisted he come to see her, claiming the little one was in a woeful state, waiting all day in the courtyard for a glimpse of him. And what had resulted? She nearly sent him flying with a punch. Is father going to engage in cockfighting? Or perhaps cricket fighting? Or take wine to the Luyan pavilion for a drink? Song Shihuan inquired, taking a handkerchief from the wet nurse, wiping her sweat as she asked. Song Yu felt as if his tail had been stepped on. The wet nurse had betrayed him. The wet nurse and steward exchanged glances, ignoring the daggers in Song Yu's eyes. Although the princess had just arrived at the estate, they could see she was resourceful and deeply intertwined with the prince as fortunes. If she could coax the prince to focus, it would be a boon for them. Thus, they had laid bare the state of the estate and its accounts to her, leaving nothing concealed, including the whereabouts of the prince. Song Yu's face flushed, yet he found himself at a loss for words in rebuttal. Observing this, Song Shihuan slowly lowered her head. When she raised it again, her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Father, is cricket fighting truly more important than a Huan? Song Yu panicked. He had misjudged the old servant. The little one indeed missed him dearly. How could that be? A Huan is infinitely more important than cricket fighting. Straightening his back, he placed a hand over his heart. I speak only the truth. Tears streamed down the little face of Song Shihuan, who clutched a handkerchief, appearing utterly pitiful. I couldn't believe that just yesterday, when I wished to see the crickets raised by my father, the matron stopped me, claiming there was a decree forbidding anyone from touching them. How outrageous it was that such an order had indeed been issued. Song Yu, flustered, hurriedly wiped away Song Shihuan's tears, and, as the droplets threatened to cascade into a continuous stream, he steeled his heart and commanded, "Bring forth all the crickets and expel them from the royal residence." Ah Huan, please stop crying. Crickets mean nothing to me. As he uttered these words, Song Yu forced a smile, though his heart was bleeding, for those crickets were his confidants, companions in conversation and solace. Then Song Shihuan sniffled, lamenting not only for the crickets, but also for the fighting cocks and the wine. The words the king calls for punishment echoed ominously in Song Yu's mind, causing his heart to tremble. He knew that just days prior, it was precisely these matters that had kept his father from visiting him. Song Shihuan tugged at Song Yu's sleeve, rubbing her runny nose and tears on it. Doesn't the crown prince and the crown princess dislike me? Does my father also not like me? I'm just a child no one loves. Indeed, a Huan had never known a father's affection or a mother's love, enduring 10 years of hardship outside, and now, arriving at the Qin Wangfu, he hadn't even come to see her, leaving her solely in the care of the matron. It was truly unjust. For the first time, Song Yu began to feel that his pursuit of amusement outside had hindered his responsibilities. In the past, he would have believed that seeking pleasure was the essence of life. Have all my roosters killed. Let them be stewed for the princess's lunch. Song Yu gritted his teeth, deciding it was for the princess's health. As for the wine, it was too conspicuous in the royal residence. It must be removed at once. The matron and the steward stood by, utterly bewildered, unsure of the day or the hour. Song Yu, bending down, coaxed the little one before him. Do not cry. Do not cry. If you keep this up, your eyes will swell. After a while, Song Shihuan, still sobbing, finally expressed her weariness. The matron carefully helped her remove her shoes and socks, treating her with utmost gentleness as if she were a treasured ancestor. Song Yu sat at the bedside, watching as Song Shihuan's breathing gradually steadied, tucking her blanket in before leaving the room. Matron, I noticed Huan's eyes were still red. I wonder if she will be in pain upon waking. Song Yu was filled with concern, knowing that raising a daughter required meticulous care. A girl was as fragile as water, especially since our princess was of noble birth. The matron felt a surge of joy within her, though her demeanor remained composed. The late empress must be blessing them, for her lord was finally steering towards the right path. It was known that even the emperor had scolded him countless times, which had yielded no result, and instead he had only acquired more roosters. Today, after the princess's tears, he himself had taken the initiative to prepare the meal. Truly, the princess was remarkable. My Huan is delightful in every way, but she is too clingy to me. Song Yu sighed, realizing that after just 4 days of absence, she had cried so heartily. A daughter's attachment could indeed be a source of worry. What would he do in the future? He certainly cannot take Huan with him wherever he goes. Incheon Tower, Lian Pavilion, Wenjifang. These places he frequents. Sigh. Song Yu shook his head. These are wretched locales, and Huan must not be exposed to such environments. She is his only daughter, and he cannot allow her to be led astray by such establishments. Outside, Song Yu's expression fluctuated between sorrow and sternness, a captivating display. Inside, Song Shihuan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear and bright, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. The events of today would undoubtedly soon reach all corners through various informants. One wonders if the East Palace and the Empress Dowager can remain composed. A smile danced at the corners of Song Shihuan's lips. She feared neither open conflict nor covert schemes. Today was merely the first step. Chapter 5. The Family Feast Turmoil. Song Shihuan anticipated that the news would stir unrest among certain individuals. However, she did not foresee that their patience would last no longer than the time it takes to stew a few chickens. At the dining table, Song Shihuan sat in quiet contemplation. Song Yu, with a heavy heart, gazed at the steaming stew of chicken, secretly resolving to indulge in it to soothe his inner turmoil. Just then, the old steward entered, wearing a worried expression. Your Highness, Eunuch Chun from Her Majesty, the Empress wishes to invite you and the princess to dine in the palace immediately. With this single statement, the tension in Song Yu's mind dissipated entirely. Regardless of who arrived, he was determined to enjoy this chicken. He placed a piece of chicken on Song Shihuan's plate, urging Huan, eat up. Father will also partake. The father and daughter exchanged morsels, casting the steward's message aside. The chicken was tender and succulent, a delicacy indeed. As Song Yu savored each bite, he nodded in satisfaction, realizing that ultimately it had found its purpose within them. Through the window, Song Shihuan noticed Chen Qi standing in the courtyard, the favored chief eunuch of the Empress. Chen Qi wore a smile that revealed no hint of error, a testament to why he had gained the Empress's trust. Father, what is my royal grandmother like? Is she as kind and amiable as my royal grandfather? Song Shihuan inquired softly, prompting the matron beside her to quietly close the door and windows. Completely mistaken, Song Yu replied, gently tapping Song Shihuan's forehead. Your royal grandfather and kindness are not synonymous. I cannot count how many times he has struck me, and with considerable force as well. As for your royal grandmother. At this moment, Song Yu set down his chopsticks, his eyes clouded with a veil of nostalgia. You are her beloved granddaughter. She should surely take a liking to you. Song Shihuan felt a tremor in her heart, sensing that Song Yu had endured profound suffering. The matron sighed softly, recalling that after a certain incident, she had believed the prince would never have heirs again. Now, it was indeed a stroke of luck to have the princess. After the meal, Song Yu and Song Shihuan parted ways, each taking separate carriages to the palace. Inside the carriage, Song Shihuan maintained a cool demeanor, leaning against the backrest with her eyes closed, a stark contrast to her demeanor before Song Yu. The matron had long grown accustomed to this. The princess was naturally reserved, revealing only a hint of childlike innocence to the prince, which evoked deeper sympathy. The streets were sparse with passers-by, and soon the carriage halted before the palace gates. "Ahuan, we have arrived," Song Yu announced. The matron lifted the curtain, and Song Yu swiftly lifted Song Shihuan down. Chen Qi's eyes darkened at the sight. Realizing that the empress had miscalculated for the first time, the prince not only harbored no disdain for the Fuan princess, but instead cherished her immensely. At Jingren Palace, before they could enter, they were met with the furious voice of Emperor Yuanyu. "Inviting him to dine in the palace? Must I beg him for such an honor? Leaving a whole table of people waiting for so long? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. You must have pressing matters that delayed him," a gentle voice interjected, only serving to intensify the emperor's fury. What pressing matters could he possibly have? This scoundrel, constantly gallivanting outside, will inevitably tarnish the royal reputation. Song Yu rubbed his ears. He had grown weary of hearing such remarks. Song Shihuan narrowed her eyes and fiercely pinched the flesh at the top of her thigh. Ouch, that stung. The pain surged, and tears instantly welled in her eyes, far more effective than earlier that morning. The arrival of Prince Qin was heralded by a loud crash. A teacup shattered before Song Yu and Song Shihuan. Instinctively, Song Yu shielded Song Shihuan in his embrace. Before Emperor Yuanyu could voice his grievances, the child in Song Yu's arms burst into tears. "Father Emperor, if you are upset, direct your ire at me. What purpose does frightening a child serve?" Song Yu, too, felt a surge of anger, glaring at Emperor Yuanyu. It was evident that the emperor had grown accustomed to venting his frustrations on Song Yu, momentarily forgetting about Song Shihuan. Upon seeing her cry so sorrowfully, Emperor Yuanyu's expression shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort. He held a fondness for this granddaughter he had only just reclaimed. "Ahuan, your grandfather merely slipped. Do not be afraid." The empress at the side tightened her grip on her handkerchief. When had the emperor ever shown such tenderness towards his other grandchildren? She had been unwell during the birthday banquet and had not witnessed the emperor's favoritism firsthand. It appeared that he truly held his child dear. This affection ought to belong to her own Liner, yet it had inexplicably shifted to Song Yu. This simply cannot stand. Your father has been eagerly awaiting you." The empress slowly rose. "Today, I merely wish to see the child." "Ahuan, come to your grandmother." Yet, Song Shihuan remained rooted to the spot, and the empress did not express annoyance at her reluctance. "Good child, I have heard about the events of the past few days and have given them a stern reprimand." As she spoke, she gestured towards the crown prince and crown princess. "You are their own blood. How could they not cherish you?" "Mother, that assertion is incorrect." Song Yu scoffed. "This child belongs to me. She has no ties to the Eastern Palace." This truly cuts deep. The empress's eyes glistened, as if on the verge of tears. Was it to be a complete severance of their bond? There had never been any bond to begin with. Noticing Song Yu's rebellious demeanor, Emperor Yuanyu's wrath surged anew. "Impudent! So many have been waiting for you to dine. You still dare to act so defiantly?" Just as Song Yu braced himself to argue back, Song Shihuan, with tear-streaked cheeks, interjected, "It is not as you think, grandfather. It was I who was in the wrong. Father prepared the estate's rooster to cheer me up, and we were simply having it together. Grandfather, when that gentleman arrived, the rooster was already stewed. I wished to eat it, so we arrived late." Emperor Yuanyu was taken aback. Surely, he was not growing old and hard of hearing? The roosters from the prince's residence could be stewed? "Ahuan, tell your grandfather what you ate." It was the rooster that father often takes out of the estate, all stewed into soup. Song Shihuan let out a sobbing hiccup, casting aside the cricket, along with the wine, which did not please her. The father king had also vacated the residence. Upon regaining his composure, Emperor Yinyo's expression shifted from tempestuous to serene in an instant. Were the roosters finished? Alas, neither Shihuan nor the father king could eat any longer. Song Shihuan patted her swollen belly, attesting to the truth of her words. Bring forth the unfinished chicken from the Qin Wang residence and warm it up. I too wish to partake. Those wretched roosters had troubled his sleep for 3 nights. The stepmother, witnessing this, could only muster a forced smile, nearly cracking a silver tooth in the process. Chapter 6. Song Yu faces punishment on Huan. Is it acceptable for you to sit beside the Empress Dowager? The unfinished stewed chicken was once again placed upon the dining table. Emperor Yuan Yu no longer pursued the matter of Song Yu and Song Shihuan's tardiness. The few individuals from the Eastern Palace exchanged glances filled with resentment. They had waited in vain for so long. She is timid. She may sit beside this prince, Song Yu calmly instructed, allowing Song Shihuan to take her seat next to him. You all should eat quickly. We are already full. His words nearly brought Song Shiyan, who was famished, to tears. When had she ever endured such humiliation while in the palace? Noticing Song Yu's blatant disregard for her, the Empress Dowager's expression softened. Your Majesty, it seems that you are, now, with a Huan, is beginning to exhibit some paternal qualities. Though Emperor Yuan Yu remained silent, focused on his stewed chicken, the upward tilt of his mustache revealed his good spirits. This rascal has finally made some progress. However, the Empress Dowager's tone shifted. If only back then Yu could have married and born children early, he would not have squandered so much time. The atmosphere abruptly quieted, and the expressions of both Emperor Yuan Yu and Song Yu darkened simultaneously, as if ink could drip from their faces. At times, I failed to comprehend why some individuals commit wrongdoings without the slightest hint of remorse. Song Yu remarked with palpable sarcasm, daring to bring up those unsavory matters. Scoundrel! Emperor Yuan Yu slammed the table, glaring at Song Yu. You dare to point your finger at your mother and speak thus? Do you not see me as your father? Am I mistaken? It is clear she plotted against me. Song Yu rose to his feet, but before he could finish his statement, a resounding slap struck his face. Song Yu felt a buzzing in his ears, and a slight dizziness enveloped him. Your Majesty, do not strike Yu. The Empress Dowager shielded Song Yu, appearing every bit the protective mother. It was I who spoke out of turn. I shall never mention it again. Yet her words only worsened the situation. There is no need for the Empress to speak on his behalf. Mighty Qi has always governed with filial piety. I never expected to raise a rebellious and unfilial child. Song Yu pushed the Empress Dowager aside, intent on directly confronting Emperor Yuan Yu. Yet, with just a slight exertion, the Empress Dowager collapsed to the ground, fortunately caught by the Crown Princess. Instantly, several furious gazes were directed at Song Yu. Stunned, Song Yu then scoffed. You are absolutely correct. I, Song Yu, am indeed a rebellious and unfilial wretch. In the courtyard, Song Yu was confined to a bench, 2 eunuchs wielding long, thick boards struck him repeatedly. Song Yu endured in silence, not uttering a single word. Song Shihuan stood nearby, her eyes filled with the sight of the swinging boards. Are you petrified? Song Yinzheng approached Song Shihuan. I told you, you would regret choosing the Qin Wang that day. Why argue with her? It is best if she is left in shock. Song Shiyan wore a hint of malice on her face, unperturbed by the presence of her grandmother's loyal subjects within Jingren Palace. She had assumed the guise of a fool, and the Prince of Qin was, by nature, a simpleton. Together, they formed a fitting pair of father and daughter. Song Shihuan, the father you personally selected, is now enduring punishment, while our esteemed grandfather remains inside, attending to our grandmother, alongside my father and mother. Song Shiyan chuckled, relishing the disparity between them. A flicker of venom danced in Song Shiyan's eyes as she discerned her grandmother's intention to win over the wild girl before her. Why should that be so? I am a favored granddaughter. Disparity? Song Shihuan murmured softly, recognizing the severity with which the eunuch wielded the rod. If this continued, it was entirely possible that Song Yu would suffer a broken leg. Yet, even a tiger does not consume its young. Emperor Yuan Yu would never resort to such extreme measures. In an instant, Song Shihuan lunged at Song Yu with remarkable swiftness, leaving the 2 guards no time to react. as the rod came crashing down upon her. With a single blow, she fell unconscious. "Ah Huan, ah Huan!" When Song Yu regained his senses, he roared in fury, struggling to rise and embrace Song Shihuan. The commotion in the courtyard drew the attention of Emperor Yuanyu. "What has happened to Huan?" With a spurt of blood, Song Yu's lips turned crimson, his expression growing increasingly pallid. "Ah Huan took a blow from me," summoned the imperial physician. As Emperor Yuanyu gazed upon the unconscious Song Shihuan, his fingers trembled. "Convey my command to summon Physician Mei." Physician Mei Jiling, a trusted confidant of Emperor Yuanyu, arrived swiftly. After checking Song Shihuan's pulse, he could not help but exclaim, "How could she have sustained such severe injuries?" Emperor Yuanyu's eyes narrowed. "Your Majesty, these two are eunuchs from your palace." He turned to the Empress, aware that while he had ordered the punishment, the executor should have known the appropriate severity. Yet, Ah Huan had only received one strike before losing consciousness. Moreover, that fool, Mei Jiling, mentioned internal injuries nearly. "Your Majesty," the Empress stammered, "I had no knowledge that you and Ah Huan would be so grievously harmed." Panic coursed through her. How could she have committed such an obvious blunder? But upon seeing the prince's pallid countenance, her lips turned white with dread. "Foolishness! If the Empress cannot manage her own palace, I shall take it upon myself." Emperor Yuanyu's tone remained even, yet the Empress felt an escalating dread. This was the first time he had publicly chastised her in front of so many. "Your Majesty, I swear by my sister's spirit that Yu is my only blood. I cherish him even more than Linger." The Empress spoke earnestly. "If you do not believe me, I can swear upon my sister's spirit. Seize the two executing eunuchs and punish them to death." Emperor Yuanyu disregarded the Empress, coldly ordering the execution of the two eunuchs before departing, commanding that Song Yu and Song Shihuan be carried away. Inside the chamber, the Empress, furious, hurled her prayer beads at the prince. "To play clever tricks in front of your father, you truly possess audacity beyond measure. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I believe that no matter how severe the punishment, with Song Yu's temperament, he would merely endure it. Had it not been for Song Shihuan, by the time the emperor learned the true severity of the punishment, it would have been too late." The crown prince lamented that a brilliant strategy had been utterly ruined by that wretched child. Just a little more, and he could have ensured that Song Yu would never rise again. Why does that accursed child not vanish from this world? Do you not perceive how much your father cherishes her? She is but a child, raised within the Eastern Palace. The Empress Dowager, filled with frustration, now finds herself having delivered a child to Song Yu for nothing. Furthermore, I once plotted against Song Yu regarding his clandestine meetings with Xiner. Should your father learn of this, not only would my position as Empress be jeopardized, but your status as Crown Prince would also be in peril. As the Empress Dowager closed her eyes, the image of Song Yu gripping Xiner's throat, forcing her to ingest abortifacients while she bore 2 months of pregnancy, vividly appeared before her. A shiver involuntarily ran down her spine, and the Crown Prince's face turned pale. Chapter 7. The Rift Between Father and Son in the Hall of Purple Majesty. Mei Jiling sighed softly upon hearing the inquiry. "How is the child?" "The princess has already regained consciousness. Why does your Majesty not personally visit her in the side chamber?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuanyu's face flushed with indignation. "You old fool. Der you ist with Mistress from Europa." Mei Jiling composed himself and replied, "Your Majesty, the princess is naturally smaller and frilier than ordinary children. That punishment landed squarely on her back. I suggest we let her recuperate in the Hall of Purple Majesty for at least a month. The journey to the Prince of Qin's residence is likely to be too taxing for her delicate constitution. That can be arranged. Let Ah Huan stay here," Emperor Yuanyu conceded. Filled with regret, Mei Jiling, "The medicinal herbs in the palace can be administered to Ah Huan. I entrust her care to you." "I shall obey," Mei Jiling said before taking his leave, leaving the hall in a profound silence. Emperor Yuanyu gazed toward the side chamber, a heaviness settling in his heart. "Wu Qi, do you think Ah Huan believes me to be heartless? I truly never anticipated that those two eunuchs would be so brutal. How detestable." The chief eunuch, Wu Qi, paused momentarily, lowering his already bent posture even further. "Your Majesty, the princess is of your bloodline. She certainly holds you in esteem. When the Prince of Qin asked me to summon a physician for Huan, I was overwhelmed with anxiety. Emperor Yuan Yu murmured, stroking the rough jade pendant at his waist, which he regarded as a cherished treasure. When her mother was alive, she was fiercely protective. If she were to learn that I had struck her son and granddaughter, she would surely cast me out. A shadow of sorrow darkened Emperor Yunyo's eyes as he resolved, let us go see them. In the side chamber, Huan. Does it hurt? If so, I can read to you to divert your attention, the Prince of Song offered. Song Shihuan lay on the bed, observing Song Yu flit about like a headless fly, his incessant chatter since she opened her eyes. He tucked her blankets and arranged her hair, entirely disregarding the bloodied state of his own back. Song Shihuan blinked her eyes and reassured him, Father, I am fine. What do you mean by fine? Song Yu's expression suddenly turned grave. Do you not realize that had that punishment been a tad harsher, you might never stand again? As a grown man, I can endure a few strikes. You are but a child. What need have you to shield me? The redness in Song Yu's eyes betrayed his distress as he grasped Song Shihuan's hand. Sensing his tremor, she opened her mouth to speak, but her gaze caught a shadow outside the room. Emperor Yuan Yu stood beyond the threshold. Song Shihuan lowered her gaze. I saw those two wielding the punishment sticks with great force. It frightened me. You shall grow accustomed to it, as long as your royal grandmother is present. I have faced countless beatings. Song Yu replied nonchalantly, who knows, perhaps one day I might be beaten to death. Upon hearing this, a flicker of amusement danced in Song Shihuan's eyes. Her father was indeed rather philosophical. But father, you did not push grandmother with force, did you? Song Shihuan asked, her voice imbued with certainty. Why not explain to grandfather? That way, you would not have to endure such punishment. It is futile for me to explain myself. I would rather face the consequences swiftly and retreat to the palace to enjoy some music. The injury on Song Yu's back made him uneasy, and he couldn't help but let out a pained gasp. No, that won't do. Song Shihuan tightened her little face, her expression earnest. I'm 10 years old now. I can hear with my ears and see with my eyes. I trust every word spoken by father, so regardless of his circumstances, he must provide me with an explanation. Despite her youth, her wisdom was profound. Song Yu, seemingly indifferent to his reputation, conjured 2 storybooks for Song Shihuan. However, when he met her aggrieved gaze, he faltered. If you were to push grandmother, you would be the villain, and I do not wish for father to be a villain. Upon hearing this, Song Yu hastily clarified, without a hint of hesitation, indeed, I did not push your grandmother with any force. I merely wished to prevent her from standing between me and your grandfather. Song Shihuan pouted. Then does that mean your accusation against grandmother is false? Not at all. I was indeed schemed against back then. Song Yu swore, wishing to the heavens that he could not be perceived as a villain in her eyes. I knew it. Father is the best father in the world, Song Shihuan proclaimed, her face finally breaking into a smile. Outside, Emperor Yuan Yu nearly lost his footing, his chest heaving with tumultuous emotions. Upon noticing, Wu Qi quickly supported him, about to call for the royal physician, but was halted by a mere glance from the emperor. Within the room, Song Shihuan buried her head in the pillow, concealing her smirk. Yet, that was not enough. She intended to deliver a grand gift to the Empress Dowager as well. Isn't grandmother your mother? Why does she treat you this way? Song Shihuan feigned confusion. Song Yu scoffed. She is certainly not my mother. Song Shihuan sniffled, continuing to stoke the flames. No wonder. If she were truly your mother, she would surely be paying for you, just as I am willing to shield you. Dare you bring up the matter of shielding again? What transpired between Song Yu and Song Shihuan became muffled to Emperor Yuan Yu's ears. All he knew was that an overwhelming fury demanded an outlet. As darkness encroached upon his vision, the weight of their words rendered him hesitant to ponder further. If she truly cared, how could she bear to watch her own child face punishment? And those 2 eunuchs, would they dare to inflict such harsh treatment upon a prince without their master's directive? A chill coursed through Emperor Yuan Yu's body. 15 minutes later, having regained his composure, he rummaged through the documents on the table until he found a memorial from days prior accusing the crown prince. Wu Qi, summon the crown prince to see me. Your son pays his respects to father. As soon as the words left his mouth, the emperor tossed the memorial at the crown prince's feet, commanding. Take a look at the misdeeds you have committed. The crown prince, already feeling guilty, turned pale under the emperor's scolding. As he opened the memorial, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Father, please discern. I harbor no intentions of forming cliques or seeking personal gain. The crown prince knelt upon the ground, explaining that the reason for the banquet he hosted was due to the charming words of Song Shihuan, who remarked on the splendid blooming of the peonies, wishing to invite others to behold their beauty, merely because of a child's whimsical utterance. Had he gone through such great lengths to invite dozens of court officials and their families to his suburban villa to admire the flowers? Emperor Yuanyu scoffed aloud, questioning what he thought of his own authority. The crown prince, at a loss for words, found himself unable to articulate an explanation. Indeed, he had merely sought to strengthen ties with the officials through Song Shihuan's playful remark. Yet in the past, his father had often turned a blind eye to such matters and had never held him accountable. Why, then, did he suddenly choose to unleash his wrath today? Before he could ponder this, he was seized and forcefully pinned to a stool. Punish him severely, Emperor Yuanyu commanded, expressing his disdain for Song Shihuan in the process. The blows landed upon the crown prince's flesh, eliciting cries of pain, for he had never endured such corporeal suffering. Meanwhile, Emperor Yinyo's gaze drifted towards the entrance of the hall, curious to see the reaction of the empress in response to the crown prince's punishment. Chapter 8. The deep affection of the emperor, the crown prince endured fewer than 20 strokes of the rod before the empress rushed in, anxious to intervene. Chen Shi stepped forward to obstruct the eunuch administering the punishment. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Such actions are not permissible. Upon witnessing this, the expression of Emperor Yuanyu darkened, rendering the empress unable to meet his gaze. Why should I not chastise my own son? He retorted. Your Majesty, the crown prince is the heir to the throne. Should he be harmed, it would shake the very foundation of our nation. The empress, noticing the crown prince's pallid face, momentarily disregarded the emperor's ominous demeanor. Shake the foundation of the nation? Emperor Yuanyu murmured, his attention drifting as he observed the empress shielding the crown prince. In a side hall, Song Yu peered eagerly through the windows, his delight causing him to forget his own injuries. Why has it stopped? Only 17 strikes? No, I must go outside to see. Song Ling, indeed, displayed a lack of fortitude. Howling before the rod even struck him. Truly pathetic. While secretly deriding the crown prince, Song Yu prepared to step outside to witness the spectacle. Father, wait. Song Yu's foot hovered in the air as he turned to Song Shihuan. Yuan, do you wish to join me? You cannot move yet, but fear not. I shall relay every detail to you. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan's lips twitched. She had no desire to partake in this chaotic affair. At this very moment, Emperor Yuanyu was growing suspicious of the empress and the Eastern Palace. If Song Yu were to rush out, the empress might unjustly accuse them, rendering their punishment futile. Thus, Song Shihuan, on the verge of tears, implored, Father, you are not keeping your word. What? Song Yu stiffened, the pain from his injury causing him to grimace. What did I ever say? You promised to stay by my side without fail before entering the palace. Song Shihuan accused, yet now you would leave me alone in this room. Song Yu's mind struggled to comprehend, as he had no recollection of making such a promise. After a few moments of contemplation, he managed to muster a rather humble smile. Then I shall remain by the window. Is that acceptable? Song Shihuan was left speechless. Father, I assure you, I harbor no intentions of factionalism. The crown prince, gritting his teeth against the pain, spoke weakly. Upon hearing the phrase factionalism, the empress's heart quivered, and she fell to her knees. Now in her 50s and accustomed to the emperor's favor, she was often revered within the palace, yet now found herself in such a destitute state. Your Majesty, I would stake my life on it. Linger would never engage in such actions. You certainly protect him well, Emperor Yuanyu observed, his face betraying no emotion. Continue the punishment. Give him 10 more strokes, and let this matter rest. These 10 strokes were a manifestation of Emperor Yuanyu's dissatisfaction with the empress. Should there be a next time, I shall impose severe penalties without mercy. With that, the emperor raised his gaze to the azure sky, ignoring the pleas behind him, and slowly entered the hall. He languidly retrieved a painting from a box. The woman depicted wore coarse linen garments, her features strikingly similar to those of Song Yu. A bamboo basket slung over her arm. "Funner, do you think I've erred?" The voice of Emperor Yuan Yu was faint, drowned out by the cries of the crown prince and the wails of the Empress Dowager outside. Once the punishment was administered, the Empress Dowager's command for the imperial physician rang out, starkly contrasting with her previous reaction when Song Yu was punished. Reluctantly, Emperor Yuan Yu came to a realization. Today, I have discovered that her treatment of our son is not as benevolent as I had always assumed. I must investigate the events of the past more thoroughly. Standing nearby, Wu Qi could not help but lower his gaze. The world mocked Prince Qin for his frivolity and incompetence, yet he understood that, from the very beginning, only the son born of the empress was the emperor's Achilles heel. In this grand palace of Qi, status derived from motherhood was paramount. "My lord, I have cautioned you repeatedly. Your injuries require rest. Yet you refuse to heed my words, and now you must endure the consequences," Mei Jilin stated expressionlessly. The sound of Song Yu's anguished cries echoed like that of a slaughtered pig. Startled, Emperor Yuan Yu paused in the main hall, where he was reviewing memorials, a drop of ink staining the document before him. "Great, I've wasted half a day on this," he groaned. "Mei, are you doing this on purpose?" Sweat beaded on Song Yu's forehead as he lamented. That was Song Ling being punished. How could I not check on him? I merely leaned out of the window for a brief moment. Just a moment? Mei Jilin raised an eyebrow. Song Ling received only 27 strikes. How long could that possibly take? I endured 28. Song Yu's expression darkened further. He was convinced that his father had intentionally struck Song Ling one last time, simply because he disapproved of him. Outside, as Emperor Yuan Yu approached the entrance, his countenance darkened. What nonsense is this? That is the crown prince, the heir to the throne. Mei Jilin interjected helplessly. And what of the crown prince? Even your father was once scolded by your mother. A heavy cough interrupted, and Song Shihuan spoke up. "Ahuan, are you unwell?" Song Yu completely missed the hint. "Ahuan, you cannot fathom how obedient father was to mother back then. Do not be deceived by his current bravado." Song Yu, a familiar voice, cut through the air. In disbelief, Song Yu turned, his expression frozen. "Father, when your mother departed, you were but 2 years old, and yet you seem to recall so much," Emperor Yuan Yu remarked, nearly laughing in exasperation. "It is all thanks to Mei Jilin." Song Yu blurted without hesitation, throwing Mei under the bus. I must attend to the princess and prepare some medicine, so I shall take my leave." Mei Jilin stammered, his goat-like beard quivering as he hastily departed, leaving Emperor Yuan Yu and Song Yu in a silent standoff. "How is your injury?" "Do not worry. I shall not perish," Song Yu replied dismissively, turning his back to the emperor. "I was inquiring about how long it will take for the wound on your back to scab, and when you will be able to walk normally." The emperor's patience was wearing thin. "What? You wish to hasten my return to the prince's residence so soon? I am still unaccustomed to this Zicheng hall." Song Yu propped himself up. "I could gather my belongings and leave this moment, so as not to be an eyesore to you." "Get out," the emperor commanded. The Emperor Yuan Yu, in a fit of rage, returned to the main hall and paced around the portrait 3 times. "Funner, did you see that? Sometimes it is not that I, as a father, neglect my duties. Even if you were to intervene, this insolent wretch would still drive one to the brink of despair." He rarely felt a desire to mend their fractured relationship. Yet what was the outcome? A futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Song Shihuan, utterly disenchanted, observed Song Yu, who was engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the emperor's earlier fury, thus missing the rare glimpse of remorse from his father. However, a flicker of realization crossed Song Shihuan's eyes. It appeared that her father was indeed favored by the heavens. Chapter 9. Want to snatch his daughter? Jingren Palace. Mother. That child is now officially registered under the name of the Prince of Qin. The crown princess twisted her handkerchief, her expression a tumult of emotions. Foolishness. The Empress Dowager took a sip of tea. "Do you truly believe that Linger was punished for forming cliques?" The crown princess's eyes widened in disbelief as realization dawned upon her. If it were indeed a matter of forming factions, could a mere punishment suffice? Upon hearing the dowager's words, Song Yinjing's expression shifted. His grandfather must be harboring resentment, venting his anger on the duke and Song Shihuan, correct? Jealousy was plainly etched upon Song Shihuan's face, prompting a deep sigh from the dowager. Her granddaughter was admirable in every aspect, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she failed to capture the emperor's attention. Not only Shiyan, but even Yinzheng received no different treatment than the other grandchildren. Only Song Shihuan stood apart. She was a child who had endured hardship. The dowager gently patted the crown princess's hand, reminding her that the emperor too had risen from humble beginnings, and thus felt a particular fondness for her. Sometimes, a mere hint of compassion could yield vastly different outcomes. The daughter-in-law understood. The crown princess recalled the scene of Song Shihuan leaping forth to shield Song Yu from punishment, pursing her lips. But the Prince of Qin treats her exceedingly well. She may not wish to return. She is flesh of your flesh. If you utter kind words and treat her with tenderness, can she truly bear a grudge against you? The dowager smiled faintly. You need only extend her half the kindness you show to Shiyan. The crown princess acquiesced to this matter and departed Jingren Palace with her 2 children. The dowager leaned wearily against the bedside. Your Highness, I noticed that as soon as the crown princess and the young princes left, they began to coax Princess Fuyun. Qin Shi remarked while lighting incense for the dowager. How they soothe Shiyan is of no concern to me. The dowager closed her eyes to rest, then added, but Song Shihuan must be reinstated under Linger's name. Zheng Qi, I must ask you, how's that child compared to Shiyan? Qin Shi hesitated for a moment, uncertain of how to respond. In just a few days, Song Yu had transformed completely, discarding all his frivolities. Regardless of whether the child was clever or foolish, he could not remain in the Prince of Qin's residence any longer. Ziqing Hall, side chamber. Huan, do you truly dislike reading storybooks? Song Yu gazed incredulously at Song Shihuan, who was engrossed in a history book, astonished that someone could lack an affinity for tales. It is indeed rare. Grandfather said that reading history cultivates wisdom. I could not find such books while outside. Song Shihuan read on, her eyes unwavering, though she occasionally paused to inquire, Father, what does this passage mean? Song Yu's smile froze in place. Since childhood, he had little interest in the study room. How could he possibly know the answer? Books are regrettably few when one seeks knowledge. Cough, cough, cough. Song Yu scratched his head. I fear I might misinterpret it for you. Therefore, I shall specifically invite a tutor for you. Just as Song Yu and Song Shihuan exchanged incredulous glances, a voice interjected, Sister, if there is anything you do not understand, simply ask Mother. Upon encountering Song Shiyan, Song Yu and Song Shihuan momentarily froze. Their mother had once been renowned in the capital as a gifted scholar, so there was no need for her elder sister to seek a tutor. With a smile that did not reach her eyes, Song Shiyan approached and took Song Shihuan's hand, subtly pushing Song Yu aside. The crown princess appeared somewhat reserved, inquiring about her well-being. His Highness specifically instructed me to bring you a piece of millennial-old ginseng for your health. Noticing that Song Shihuan was engrossed in a history book, the crown princess felt a wave of tenderness. At that age, she too had a keen interest in historical texts. It was normal to find the intricate narratives perplexing. The crown princess examined Song Shihuan closely, realizing that while she bore little resemblance to either herself or the crown prince, as her child, there were still some similarities. Now, with the emperor's affection, she added, if you wish, you may move to the Eastern Palace. I shall explain anything you find perplexing. Song Shihuan smiled gently, gesturing towards the now petrified Song Yu. My father can explain it to me as well. Father, wouldn't you agree? Song Yu snapped back to reality, casting a disapproving glare at the crown princess, suspecting her intentions to usurp his daughter. Ridiculous. Of course, he retorted defiantly, casting a quick glance at the page of the history book. Huan, I shall fetch you a warm cup of milk. He then endured his pain and made his way toward the main hall. Wu Qi, hurry up, I need to see father. Inside the hall, the Emperor Yuan Yu was still laboriously reviewing memorials when he was unexpectedly collided with by Song Yu. Father, I have an urgent question. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the Emperor's mouth twitched. Are you out of your mind? You complained of headaches since childhood whenever you read, and now you come to me about history? The Emperor reached out to check Song Yu's forehead. In a fluster, Song Yu exclaimed, Father, if I delay any longer, my daughter will be taken away. Who dares? Song Yu swore it was the first time he had heard such delightful words from the old man's mouth. He then relayed the emperor's exact words to Song Shihuan, who nodded repeatedly. So that is what he meant. Father is truly remarkable. Song Yu beamed with pride, casting a sidelong glance at the crown princess. Certainly, I am knowledgeable in both celestial and terrestrial matters. Huan, there is no need for us to consult outsiders. Just as the emperor reached the threshold of the door, he halted, unable to bear the sight. His granddaughter seemed to have an unusual perception, capable of discerning the folly of that rascal. Those words had, after all, originated from him. Huan is now my daughter. Should any questions arise, I shall address them myself, sparing my sister-in-law any concern. Hearing Song Yu's unyielding refusal, the crown princess's smile faltered. Very well, Huan. My sister and I shall return tomorrow. With that, she hurriedly departed. Song Shihuan blinked and resumed her engrossed perusal of the history book. A subtle smile gracing her lips in a moment Song Yu did not witness. At that moment, Song Yu remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly dug himself an enormous pit. Half an hour later, Song Shihuan once again pointed to another passage in the historical texts. Inquiring, Father, what does this place signify? Song Yu nearly spat out the tea he was sipping, and in a state of urgency, sought the assistance of Emperor Yuan Yu once more. After several attempts, Song Yu appeared disoriented, his eyes devoid of focus. Meanwhile, Song Shihuan, indicating his distended belly, lamented, Father, I truly cannot consume any more milk. I've already had 3 cups. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Song Yu approached Emperor Yuan Yu yet again, only to find the emperor not even raising his head, seemingly uninterested in addressing his confusion. However, Song Yu made a startling request. Find me a scholar well-versed in historical texts. The red brush in Emperor Yuan Yu's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Chapter 10. The prodigal's transformation begins with studying. Minister Shin Mingwen pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor and to His Highness, Prince Qin. Within the main hall, Emperor Yuan Yu has arranged a soft couch behind a screen for Song Yu, who reclines upon it, holding a historical tome identical to the one Song Shihuan possesses. Minister Shun, before dawn tomorrow, you must elucidate the contents of these pages for me. Song Yu gestured to several pages, estimating that, in accordance with Huan's reading pace, these would be the very pages he would cover by the morrow. Once you are prepared, do commence swiftly. My time is exceedingly constrained. He emphasized the phrase exceedingly constrained. He had overheard the crown princess mention that she would be returning tomorrow, which indicated her unyielding intentions. Naturally, Shin Mingwen was well aware of Song Yu's notorious reputation as a libertine, and he began his discourse with trepidation, bracing himself for dismissal at any moment. To his surprise, however, Song Yu listened intently throughout, even posing questions when he encountered areas of confusion. Emperor Yuan Yu's expression shifted from astonishment to numbness as he turned to Wu Qi and remarked, the affairs of Prince Qin must not be divulged under any circumstances. Is it possible that this scoundrel has genuinely changed his ways due to Huan? I must pay respects to our ancestors' tablets. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Eastern Palace was palpably awkward. The crown prince lay on his bed, in a fit of rage, shattering a set of teacups. The serving maid knelt in supplication, while the other palace attendants quaked in fear, too intimidated to act. Your Highness, the crown princess signaled for everyone to withdraw and then gently patted Song Shihuan beside her. Shihuan, go and converse with your father. Upon seeing Song Shihuan, the crown prince's demeanor softened. So, has she agreed to return to the Eastern Palace? Though reluctant, the crown prince understood the multitude of advantages that would accompany Song Shihuan's return. Song Shihuan began to sob. Father, it seems my sister dislikes us. She has been ignoring mother, and we have been driven out by our uncle. What? How dare Song Yu? The crown prince, upon hearing this, felt compelled to rise and seek an audience with his father to rectify the injustice. Your Highness, do not reopen old wounds. The crown princess interjected hastily. This child is likely harboring resentment due to recent events. We have created a rift. I shall attempt to mend things tomorrow. You two should directly convey your intentions to her tomorrow and let her make her own choice. The crown prince's tone was rigid. There was no reason for a dignified crown prince to plead with a mere country girl, and his disdain for Song Shihuan deepened further. Very well. The crown princess's gaze momentarily lingered on Song Shihuan, who had managed to elicit laughter from the crown prince with just a few words, causing her own flicker of compassion for Song Shihuan to gradually fade. Alas, as the crown princess stepped out, Song Yinzheng followed closely behind. Mother, while her return to the Eastern Palace certainly bears benefits, Shiyan has endured so much in her name these past few days, and now she is still forcing herself to please father. My heart aches for her. Indeed, Shiyan had suffered. The crown princess cast a sympathetic glance towards the interior of the room. As your father suggested, we shall clarify matters tomorrow. If she remains unwilling to return to the Eastern Palace, we shall let the matter rest. Song Yinjing exhaled in relief. He had witnessed Shiyan weeping alone behind the artificial hill the previous night, and it had shattered his heart. She is merely a wild girl. Even if her imperial grandfather dotes on her a little more than usual, how could she possibly compare to me, the legitimate eldest son of the Eastern Palace? The following morning, Song Shihuan looked at the dark circles under Song Yu's eyes, finding it both amusing and touching. She took the initiative to speak up for him. Father, you haven't stayed up all night reading that storybook, have you? I just acquired 2 captivating volumes, and I became utterly engrossed, Song Yu stammered. Ahuan, why aren't you reading the history books today? Hurry up. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Under Song Yu's expectant gaze, Song Shihuan opened the history book from the previous day. For the duration that followed, Song Yu gazed at her eagerly, wishing she would ask him about every single line. In the parts that Song Shihuan found perplexing, Song Yu explained with remarkable fluency. Listening to Song Shihuan's praises, Song Yu felt a delightful dizziness overtaking him, and his palms began to sweat. So this is what it feels like to be well-versed in knowledge. Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled like 2 crescent moons. Father is simply incredible. Ahuan must work even harder to learn from him. Song Yu, flushed with praise, felt his earlobes warming. Just then, a maid entered. My lord, my lady, the crown princess has arrived. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression instantly soured. Ahuan, I shall drive her away. You continue your reading. As he spoke, he started rolling up his sleeves, determined not to let anyone take his daughter before him. Father, please let her in, Song Shihuan replied, closing the history book and discreetly pointing towards the main hall. Silly father, the imperial grandfather is still watching quietly. The crown princess arrived today empty-handed, her demeanor noticeably colder than the previous day. Your Highness, I have no areas of confusion today, Song Shihuan said blandly, unwilling to engage in further conversation. If given another chance to choose, would you like to return to the Eastern Palace? The crown princess gazed into Song Shihuan's eyes. If you wish to return, I assure you that your needs will be taken care of, just as they are for Shiyan. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's eyes reddened with anger. Sister-in-law at that time, you wish to send Ahuan to the Imperial Buddhist Temple, and now you wish to bring her back to the Eastern Palace? How is it that a single beating has awakened your senses? Elder brother, Ahuan is my child, born after 10 months of carrying her. This statement left Song Yu momentarily speechless, unable to resist glancing at Song Shihuan. He could disregard many of the crown princess's words, but this particular remark left him without rebuttal. I do not wish to go to the Eastern Palace. Song Shihuan's words were like a refreshing spring, instantly revitalizing Song Yu's spirit. Have you thought this through? The crown princess began to feel a surge of pain, unable to refrain from speaking again. I, Song Shihuan, am the legitimate daughter of the Qin Wang mansion. The Qin Wang is my father. Song Shihuan tilted her head slightly. On that day, you and the crown prince detested me. Now you wish for me to go to the Eastern Palace. Is it possible that I possess something of great value? After the crown princess's thoughts were exposed, she left the Zikan Hall in a fit of rage. Song Yu's lips stretched into a grin, as he happily served tea and water to Song Shihuan. Ahuan, come and drink some water. After obediently finishing her drink, Song Shihuan tossed a startling remark at Song Yu. Ahuan's father is stronger than Song Shiyan's father, isn't he? Noticing Song Yu's silence, Song Shihuan pouted. Whatever Song Shiyan's father can do, my father can do too. And what Song Shiyan's father cannot do, my father can. Song Yu's heart raced. He wasn't quite adept at those things. Chapter 11. A Aspiring for greatness, why does father remain silent? Observing Song Yu's face, which was mottled with shades of green and purple, Song Shihuan gently prodded the back of his hand, causing the matron beside them to stifle a laugh. Huan. Song Yu struggled to swallow. Let us not compare ourselves to Song Shihuan. In my eyes, she pales in comparison to even a fragment of your finger. However, it was Song Shihuan who insisted on the comparison. A shadow fell across Song Shihuan's expression. It was that day when their father faced punishment. A moment where Song Shihuan had pointed out the disparity between them. Yet, the next moment, Song Shihuan's spirits lifted once more, for their father had also faced repercussions, proving that he was indeed formidable. Witnessing Song Shihuan's swift change in demeanor was like flipping through a book for Song Yu, who tried multiple times to voice his thoughts, but could not bring himself to concede that he was inferior to Song Ling. Acknowledging Song Ling's superiority, perhaps in another lifetime. Of course, I am certainly more capable than the crown prince, Song Yu asserted, albeit with a lack of conviction, his gaze darting nervously. He could not surpass their father's prowess in drinking, nor in the art of cricket fighting, and even his taste in music fell short. Song Shihuan, with a knowing expression akin to a playful kitten, continued sipping her water, her eyes narrowing into cheerful crescents. Embarrassed in front of her, Song Yu, flushed with frustration, sought out Emperor Yuanyu. What is it now? Your presence annoys me, the emperor snapped, glaring at Song Yu, who immediately bristled under the scrutiny. Can you not manage the individuals in the Eastern Palace? They constantly hover around Huan. Those legs belong to them. I cannot control their movements, the emperor replied stoically. Besides, did not Huan choose you again? Father, you were eavesdropping on our conversation, Song Yu accused. I never expected you to be such a person. What of it? I also heard you boast about being superior to the crown prince. A rare smirk appeared on the emperor's lips, relishing the moment of his son's embarrassment. Look at you, over 30 years old and still lacking composure, he continued, twisting the knife in Song Yu's heart. Today you may have deceived me, but should Huan wish to compare you with the crown prince in the future, you will find yourself utterly speechless. How crude! Song Yu's fingers trembled in anger at the emperor's blatant disrespect. A dignified sovereign should not be so vulgar. Some may never understand this feeling. Having never had a daughter of their own, Song Yu retorted. If Huan desires the moon from the heavens, I would retrieve it for her. The emperor's face darkened at that remark, for he felt the sting of having no daughter in his life. Wu Qi, observing the contentious exchange between father and son, discreetly stepped back to diminish his presence. Enough. The crown princess is, after all, Huan's mother. Am I to prevent a mother from seeing her daughter? The emperor remarked with irritation. I never anticipated that you and Huan would share such a father-daughter bond. His son, seemingly carefree, was unexpectedly willing to fret over a little girl. Huan had grown up without maternal protection, and Song Ling's indifference only compounded her plight. How am I any different? Song Yu grinned broadly, prompting a momentary pause from the emperor, who was at a loss for words. As for my boastful claims, you need not concern yourself. Having spoken, Song Yu strode away. In the following days, Emperor Yuanyu would visit the side hall daily, while Song Yu maintained his usual jovial demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Each night, he dutifully attended classes from Shan Mingwen, and during the day, he would elucidate historical texts for Song Shihuan. Having completed half of the history books, the gaze of Song Shihuan toward Song Yu grew increasingly fervent. When he expounded upon the texts, he cited various ancient references, all of which he had only recently heard from his teacher, yet he remembered them flawlessly in her presence. In the realm of scholarship, he was undeniably gifted. It seemed that she, indeed, could aspire to see her father excel. Huan, do you comprehend? In just half a month, the lingering scent of wine had entirely vanished from Song Yu's countenance. Song Shihuan nodded. Father's explanations are exceptionally clear. I understand them effortlessly. Huan is truly intelligent, Song Yu remarked with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. Just as he was about to speak further, he was interrupted by Wu Qi's voice. Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence in the main hall. What business could it be that requires my attendance? Song Yu furrowed his brow. His father's summons rarely signified good news. This, the servant is unaware. It must be something urgent. Wu Qi glanced at Song Shihuan, carefully continuing. The Empress and the Crown Princess are also present, along with Madame Chong. The Crown Princess is the legitimate daughter of the Chong family, and the current Madame Chong is the sister-in-law of the Crown Princess. What could she possibly want? I shall go and see. Wu Qi assisted Song Yu as they departed. But Song Shihuan's expression suddenly turned cold at the mention of the Chong family, widely acknowledged as benevolent figures in the capital. Within the main hall, sounds of Song Yu's wrath could be heard intermittently, accompanied by the shattering of teacups. The old lady anxiously paced back and forth. Your Grace, it seems the situation over there is rather dire. Nurse, help me up. In the main hall, the Empress observed Song Yu, who resembled a ferocious beast. In feigned concern, I naturally believe in Ah Huan. Yet with rumors rampant, we must devise a plan to protect her reputation. Ah Huan is certainly not the kind of child they describe, Song Yu declared resolutely, wishing he could personally deal with those who spread such slander. Elder brother, we all believe in Ah Huan, the Crown Princess said, taking a deep breath. However, rumors suggest that she bullies the weak and even steals food from others. With her absence from the royal residence, outsiders will naturally speculate that the royal family has punished her. Without evidence, her reputation could be irreparably damaged. What evidence does my daughter require? Song Yu's eyes darkened with intensity. Who dares to speak falsehoods? I shall administer severe punishment to them. Your Highness, if we could find someone familiar with a Huan or a scholar to testify, this matter could surely be resolved, Madame Chong gently interjected. Upon hearing these rumors today, I immediately sought to enter the palace. We are also paying for that child, Ah Huan. Indeed, you are, if you proceed with such severe measures. What will become of your own reputation? The Empress admonished. I believe Madame Chang's suggestion is quite prudent. This is indeed a desperate strategy. Having failed to win over Song Shihuan, she is left with no choice but to eliminate this threat. Now that Song Yu and Song Shihuan are residing in the Zicken Hall, spending their days in the Emperor's company, she is so anxious that she can scarcely eat, prompting her to devise such a plan. I care not for reputation. After all, his standing cannot sink any lower. Enough. Since this concerns Ah Huan, let's first summon her for inquiry. Emperor Yuanyu surveyed the room, his voice low. Wu Qi. Before he could continue, a young eunuch entered to report, Your Majesty. Princess Fuan requests an audience. A smile graced Emperor Yunyu's lips. Indeed, she has been waiting outside. Chapter 12. The rumor of her being a bad child. How is Ah Huan's health recovering? As she spoke, she glanced at Lady Chong, introducing her as Princess Fuan. Upon hearing this, Lady Chong immediately rose, her eyes glistening with tears. Good child, you have suffered for so many years. Returning to grandmother, my health has improved significantly, and I am grateful to Lady Chong for her concern. The address of Lady Chong clearly delineated the boundaries between her and the Chong family. Lady Chang's smile faltered. Indeed, the words of the Empress were correct. This child was resolutely determined to distance herself from the Eastern Palace. The Chong family had enjoyed a long-standing lineage of nobility, their prosperity enduring across several dynasties. How peculiar it was that they were now looked down upon. Ah Huan, there's a matter I wish to inquire about. Emperor Yuanyu recounted the rumors to Song Shihuan, then stroked his beard. What is your perspective on this? Song Shihuan did not respond to Emperor Yuanyu, but instead turned to Song Yu, offering him a broad smile. So, it was father speaking on my behalf. No wonder his voice nearly lifted the roof off. It was never an issue. Why are you not resting properly in bed? Song Yu cast a glance at Wu Qi, instructing him to bring a soft couch for the princess. Indeed, father treats me the best. As Song Yu began to regain his composure, the fierce demeanor he once displayed gradually faded. The Empress and the Crown Princess exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding apparent. Song Yu's temper had always been easily ignited, and they had taken advantage of this to cause him considerable distress. Yet now, before Song Shihuan, he was effortlessly swayed. Cough, cough. Emperor Yuanyu, unable to bear the situation any longer, made a sound to reclaim his presence as the emperor. Grandfather, there is one matter I do not comprehend. Song Shihuan tilted her head. I've been unjustly accused by evildoers. Why is it not they who must present evidence, rather than me having to prove my innocence? My father is correct. Those wicked individuals should be apprehended first. If they can provide evidence, I shall accept my punishment. If not, they should be the ones to face consequences. Song Shihuan cast a glance at Lady Chong, a shadow flickering in her eyes. In her previous life, she had once believed Lady Chong to be the kindest person in the world. Yet, when she was tormented by Song Shihuan and choked by Song Yinzheng, she had reached out to Lady Chong for help, only to be met with laughter. Indeed, the dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each differing, one destined for the heavens, another to be trampled in the mud. The one in the mud should possess self-awareness. It was then she realized how truly ugly Lady Chang's heart was. Huan's words held merit. Emperor Yuanyu nodded repeatedly. When others accused his granddaughter, he naturally had to first question them on what basis they made such accusations, rather than allowing his granddaughter to bear the burden of proving her innocence. Just now, while I was outside, I heard Lady Chong say she could seek someone familiar with me, or even a scholar, to testify. Song Shihuan's gaze darkened, causing Lady Chong to feel a pang of unease. This child seemed somewhat sinister. Indeed, Lady Chang's smile appeared strained. I, too, worry for the princess, hoping to quell the rumors swiftly. However, I have no acquaintances to rely upon. Song Shihuan sniffed. As for the master, I have only secretly listened to his teachings. He does not even know what I look like. Not only did Lady Chang's expression crack, but also that of the Empress Dowager. What does that make the witness they painstakingly found? Huan, how can one live without acquaintances? But do not lie. The crown princess's gaze held a hint of disapproval. Could it be that all these years you have lived alone, without relying on anyone? My grandmother raised me until I was 7 before passing away. Then her children or her neighbors must surely be familiar with the princess. Lady Chong immediately spoke up, asserting that as long as they could be found, the princess's innocence could be proven. Why is Lady Chong so insistent on having me prove my innocence? Song Shihuan suddenly challenged her, startling even Emperor Yuanyu, who raised an eyebrow. The princess. Lady Chong was equally speechless. You seem to care for my well-being, yet you are continuously forcing me to prove myself. Song Shihuan chuckled lightly. If those so-called acquaintances also slander me, would I not be unable to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River? Do you truly wish to help me or to harm me? Princess, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Lady Chong fell to her knees with a thud, her face turning pale. Huan, you may not yet know, but Lady Chong is renowned in the capital for her benevolence. You must have misunderstood her. Emperor Yuanyu realized this and urged Lady Chong to rise, questioning how she could wish you harm. Grandfather, it is I who spoke thoughtlessly. Song Shihuan's gaze towards Lady Chong became innocent again. Since Lady Chong is a good person, why not have her capture those who have slandered me and interrogate them thoroughly, thus restoring my innocence? Lady Chong, would you be willing? Emperor Yuanyu was quite pleased with Lady Chang's frequent charitable acts and felt no suspicion. I am willing. Lady Chang's heart sank to the depths. She had received the Empress's order to specifically find those who were close to the princess, having bribed them early on, waiting to pour a bucket of filth onto the princess's head. Even the rumors were orchestrated by the Chong family. Now, she was being asked to find the source of the rumors. Grandfather, I cannot bear to see Lady Chong overworked. Song Shihuan smirked slightly. But my father is gravely injured. Could you send someone to assist Lady Chong? Lady Chang's complexion had turned almost ghostly, and she appeared to be on the brink of collapse. If the princess were not only 10 years old, she would truly suspect that the princess was aware of their schemes and was deliberately seeking revenge. Wu Qi, send 2 people to help Lady Chong with her search. Emperor Yuanyu readily agreed, declaring that my granddaughter cannot be slandered by just anyone. With a single statement, he made clear his protective stance. Seeing that the matter had taken its course, the Empress Dowager took a deep breath. Your Majesty, I feel it would be better for Huan to return to the palace first. At least she can inform everyone that the royal family has not punished her. We must at least escort her out of the Zicken Hall. That cannot be done. Song Yu abruptly interjected. Elder Mei has stated that Huan should not be jostled. If anything were to happen, who would compensate me for a daughter? Who can compensate me with a granddaughter? Emperor Yuanyu waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to the trivial gossip outside. The Empress, witnessing this, exerted all her strength to maintain her grace and composure. But upon returning to Ning Palace, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, so infuriated that it caused her to bleed. Inside Ning Palace, chaos reigned. Though Song Shihuan was unaware of it, she merely gazed at the soft couch that had been moved in, wrinkling her nose in confusion. How could there be a trace of her father's scent on this couch? Upon hearing her words, Song Yu stiffened. Ahuan, how could there possibly be my scent on anything from the Chen Hall? Is this truly a human nose? How astute it is. Chapter 13. The Peril of Song Yinjing Mother. Are you well? On the sickbed, the Empress Dowager's complexion was pale, and her gaze towards the crown princess was filled with disappointment. You couldn't even coax the child back. What can I say about you? The Empress Dowager gasped for breath, and upon noticing her distress, the crown princess bit her lip. Mother, I did attempt to soothe him. However, that child's heart is entirely with the Qin Wangfu. The crown princess felt a twinge of discomfort herself. Today, it was the Chong family that stirred trouble. Yet the Empress Dowager turned her ire towards her. You witnessed the Emperor's attitude towards me today. How will the Chong family account to the Emperor henceforth? The Empress Dowager was exceedingly vexed. If you had managed to bring him back, why we've been forced into such a predicament? Grandmother, some individuals are simply beyond nurturing. Song Yinjung spoke slowly, regarding the Eastern Palace as a formidable threat. Even if she returned to the Eastern Palace, her intentions would not be genuine. Thus, it is better to delineate friend from foe from the outset. As for accountability, that was a simple matter. A glint of malice flickered in Song Yinjung's eyes. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Song Yinjung deeply. This year, she had turned 18, reaching the age where it was customary to enter court and seek positions. Continuing, Song Yinjung, as the eldest grandson, held considerable weight in the Empress Dowager's eyes. Should the slanderers take their own lives out of guilt, it would naturally provide the necessary explanation. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager waved her hand. Let be so, but remember to tidy up the aftermath. With a few words, the fates of several individuals were sealed. Xian, stay here and accompany grandmother. Song Yinjung patted Song Shihuan's shoulder. Grandmother adores you. Her mood brightens upon seeing you. The Empress Dowager chuckled, adding, indeed, the sight of my flower-like granddaughter brings me joy. With laughter once again filling the room, Song Yinjung departed contentedly. Xian, being so pure and kind-hearted, naturally deserved to be cherished by all. 3 days later. What? The teacup in Song Shihuan's hand clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Princess, when the guards located those who spread the rumors, they had already succumbed to poison. Upon investigation, it was discovered they had taken their own lives. Wu Qi paused. Madame Chong was shocked by the news and has developed a high fever. Shocked? Song Yu grimaced. It is my Huan who ought to be shocked. The Chong family has a grandson, yet they are still so easily unsettled. How pretentious. The emperor suggests that perhaps the Qin Wangfu should prepare gifts for the Chong residents. Just as Song Yu was about to speak, Song Shihuan interjected. Thank you for the reminder, eunuch. Father, Madame Chong was frightened in her efforts to prove my innocence. We should prepare gifts for the Chong family. The old maid taught me a few days ago that one must understand etiquette. Only then did Song Yu acquiesce, instructing the servants to make arrangements. Song Shihuan's palms were slick with cold sweat. She had never anticipated such a tragic outcome. That night, she was plagued by nightmares. In her dream, she desperately ran forward, yet a group of malevolent spirits relentlessly pursued her. Just as she was drenched in sweat, the old maid shook her awake. Princess, have you been plagued by nightmares? The old maid has lit calming incense. Surely, you are frightened by the events of the day. Fear not, for I shall remain by your bedside. Song Shihuan fixed her gaze upon the bed curtains. Mama, I am fine. She believed that by cornering the Chong family, she would at least make her grandfather aware that the rumors originated from them. Little did she anticipate that those who spread the slander would meet their demise. A clever ploy indeed, which led her grandfather to believe that the Chong family genuinely cared for her, thus enhancing their reputation in his eyes. She had underestimated the situation. Song Shihuan pondered over the events for half the night, nearly boring a hole through the bed curtains with her stare. The following morning, a palace servant arrived with news that Song Yinjung had come. Upon entering, Song Yinjung spotted Song Shihuan, Her eyes darkened from lack of sleep, and a smirk crept upon his lips. "Ah Huan, you seem to have had a restless night." Song Shihuan felt as if she were frozen in place. That gaze was all too familiar. It was the look Song Yinjing wore when he successfully toyed with someone. In an instant, she realized that it was not the Chong family who had committed the murder, but rather the very person before her, Song Yinjing. "What brings the royal grandson to my humble abode?" Song Shihuan smiled broadly, feigning nonchalance. "Mama, please prepare some tea for His Highness." "I have come today specifically to bring you something," Song Yinjing replied. A young eunuch behind him opened a box containing some paintings and poetry crafted by Qian. "I thought you might be feeling bored, so take a look and see if there's anything you wish to learn." After speaking, Song Yinjing eagerly watched for any flicker of dismay on Song Shihuan's face. The moment he heard about her breaking a teacup the previous day, he could hardly contain himself and had rushed to Zikin Palace early in the morning. He relished witnessing the panic and helplessness of his prey. "Please accept this. And thank you, Your Highness." Song Shihuan's smile grew even more radiant, leaving Song Yinjing to depart, begrudgingly suppressing his frustration. With him gone, Song Shihuan fell into deep contemplation, pondering how best to repay Song Yinjing's gesture. Approximately 15 minutes after Song Yinjing's departure, Song Yu entered the room, exclaiming, "I heard that Song Yinjing just visited. Ah Huan, did that fellow bully you?" After 3 seconds of silence with no response from Song Shihuan, Song Yu observed closely. The young girl held a history book, her gaze vacant, clearly not absorbing the contents. "Ayuan?" Finally, Song Shihuan snapped back to reality and replied glumly, "Father, am I truly inadequate?" "Impossible." In that moment, both Emperor Yuanyu and Song Yu stood before her. "Ah Huan, you are not lacking in my eyes at all. But I cannot paint or compose poetry," she sulked. "I understand that His Highness means well, yet seeing those works makes me feel deeply saddened." "What troubles you?" Emperor Yuanyu inquired, turning to the trembling old maid, who recounted the events with trepidation. Song Yu was furious, exclaiming that Song Yinjing had acted intentionally. "Father, the royal grandson had good intentions. It is merely that I do not possess the talent that Qian has." "What sort of talent is this?" Emperor Yuanyu gazed at his nearly tearful granddaughter and suddenly had an idea. "Wu Qi, summon the crown princess and Qian. Let Qian share her experiences from these past few years of diligent self-improvement." When the crown princess and Song Shiyan understood what had transpired, Song Shiyan was nearly driven to tears by anger. "Father, Qian has always possessed considerable talent. I distinctly recall you and the crown prince often mentioning how Qian rises before dawn each day to practice. Is that not the very essence of the early bird catching the worm?" Emperor Yuanyu frowned, expressing his disagreement. At this moment, Song Shiyan's eyes genuinely turned red. Chapter 14. What constitutes true talent? As time swiftly passed, Song Shihuan had spent an entire month recuperating in the Zikin Hall. In the main hall, Shun Mingwen knelt before Emperor Yuanyu, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Your Majesty, I believe that His Highness, the Prince of Qin, possesses an exceptional aptitude for learning. Whatever I have imparted, he comprehends the essence after but a single recitation." Upon hearing the word talent, Emperor Yuanyu nearly retched from his recently consumed meal. It was no wonder, for in recent times he had encountered the term talent more frequently than in all his previous years combined. Upon his departure from court, the crown prince buzzed around him like a persistent fly, extolling the remarkable gifts of Qian, proclaiming her to be a future jewel of the Qi. At Kunning Palace, the empress subtly echoed the sentiment, asserting that Qian was the epitome of gifted young ladies in the capital. Even during visits with his grandchildren, he was met with earnest testimonials from Yinzhong, fervently advocating for Qian's capabilities. Emperor Yuanyu found himself perplexed. Could it truly be that one's talent was determined solely by the words of others? "Wu Qi, present the items for Shun Qin to examine," he commanded. Wu Qi promptly handed over a piece of rice paper to Shun Mingwen, who scrutinized it for a moment before cautiously responding, "Your Majesty, it appears to be poetry composed by a young lady, characterized by its juvenile prose, merely evoking a smile." Instantly, Emperor Yuanyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was more like it. As a man well over 60, He had begun to doubt his own judgment. To him, Qian was simply a diligent and hard-working child. What was wrong with hard work? He cherished not only those endowed with talent, but equally those who toiled diligently. Finally encountering someone who shared his perspective, he felt a sense of comfort and squinted his eyes, inquiring, "Whom did you just say possessed talent?" "Your Majesty, it is His Highness, the Prince of Qin." "Who?" Emperor Yuanyo's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait a moment. Wasn't that scoundrel he had conferred the title of Prince of Qin? He had only 4 sons. Surely, he could not confuse them. The Prince of Qin, Shun Mingwen declared, his voice resonant, causing Emperor Yuanyo's heart to tremble. In the East Palace, within an opulent courtyard, the attending palace maids were utterly silent, fearing to breathe. Inside, the sound of scuffling echoed relentlessly. "Spare me, my lady, spare me." Song Shihuan viciously pinched the soft flesh of a maid's waist, her face contorted with a malice unbefitting her age. "Why does my grandfather claim that this princess is a dull bird that flies early? Ah Chun, do you think I am foolish?" The maid, addressed as Ah Chun, trembled. "My lady is the most intelligent woman in all of the Qi." "Nonsense." A slap landed on Ah Chun's face as Song Shihuan gritted her teeth. "If my grandfather does not deem you wise, how dare you oppose his words?" When Song Yinjing entered, he was met with this distressing scene. To defy the emperor's will, take her away and deal with her. His tone was calm, yet when he turned to look at Song Shihuan, his expression softened with affection. "Shihuan, this time it is Big Brother's fault." Ah Chun's cries for help grew fainter, while the palace attendants felt a sense of impending doom. Outside, they spoke of the noble Lady Shihuan as if she were a celestial being. Yet only those who served her knew the true terror she wielded in private. Every year, several palace attendants mysteriously vanish from the estate. "My dear brother, that wild girl must be reveling in her triumph, no doubt mocking me." Song Shihuan flung herself into Song Yinjing's embrace, utterly heartbroken. "Do not weep, dear sister. I shall avenge you," he reassured, gently patting her back, his expression dark and foreboding. "How dare she retaliate against us? We have underestimated her. I intend for her to become the laughingstock in everyone's eyes, much like Song Yu, a universally acknowledged fool." Song Shihuan looked up at Song Yinjing, her eyes glistening with tears. "Brother, you will indeed help me, won't you?" "Of course, my dear. Throughout our lives, have I ever denied you anything?" Song Yinjing continued to console her, reminding her that she would return to the Prince of Qin's residence the following day. A place far less accommodating than the Zicken Hall, where opportunities to act against her would abound. At this, Song Shihuan's tears turned to laughter. "I knew it. You are the best brother." He affectionately ruffled her hair, reminiscing about the time when their mother was pregnant with her, when they sought the fortune-teller master Fu Yuan to cast her destiny. The master proclaimed that this child would ensure the flourishing of the Eastern Palace lineage. "Brother, I've heard this countless times," she giggled. "I, Song Shihuan, was born into wealth and will undoubtedly become the most esteemed princess of the Qi, while Song Shihuan will remain beneath my feet. No matter how many times you hear it, I shall always remind you," Song Yinjing said, his gaze softening. The master had mentioned their past debts to the child in their mother's womb, and that it took centuries to find a chance for atonement. "You are the fortune of the Eastern Palace. If we do not treat you well, whom shall we favor?" Song Shihuan pinched the hem of Song Yinjing's garment, lamenting, "If only the master were still alive, I would visit him in person." "Regrettably, he passed away the day after casting your fortune," she muttered, expressing her sorrow. Meanwhile, in the Zicken Hall, Song Yu and Song Shihuan had finished packing, awaiting their departure the next day. Suddenly, Emperor Yuanyu approached, scrutinizing Song Yu for an extended period. What is it?" Song Yu stammered, mentally reviewing his recent actions, finding nothing amiss. He straightened, believing that a clear conscience dispels all shadows. "Nothing is amiss." The emperor's tone shifted abruptly to one of warmth, sending shivers down Song Yu's spine. He instinctively recoiled, sensing something was awry. "Is there something on my face?" he asked, unable to resist touching his cheek. The emperor maintained his jovial demeanor, turning to Song Shihuan. "Ah Huan, how is your reading of the records of history progressing?" "Grandfather, I have nearly finished this volume," she replied, sensing the emperor's unusual behavior. Her intuition stirring with suspicion. The emperor nodded approvingly. I shall pose a few questions from the text. If you answer them correctly, I will grant you a wish. How's that sound? Really? Song Shihuan feigned surprise. Grandfather, please feel free to test me. She answered a series of questions effortlessly, and the emperor's eyes brightened with each correct response. It seemed that talent was not limited to that reckless one. His darling granddaughter also possessed remarkable gifts. Shun Mingwen divulged everything he knew about this nonsense. Thus he comprehended that much of what Huan had just answered was indeed her own insight. With an extraordinary memory and the ability to draw connections, this exemplifies true talent. A remarkable gift, Emperor Yuanyu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with genuine delight. Huan, once you finish this historical text and wish to explore further readings, do not hesitate to inform your grandfather. There is no need for grandfather to worry. The Wang residence has its own study, and I find the books therein quite sufficient. Song Shihuan replied with a cheerful smile. If there is anything I do not understand, my father will elucidate it for me. At that moment, Song Yu felt a sudden alarm ringing in his heart. Chapter 15. The Guide to Foster Parenting. The Art of Indirection. Song Yu smiled awkwardly, diverting the conversation from studies. Huan, your royal grandfather has just granted you a wish. You ought to express your gratitude. Determined, Song Yu resolved to find a tutor for Huan upon their return home. After more than half a month of reading, he was utterly exhausted. Thank you, royal grandfather. Song Shihuan beamed like a little fox, her eyes sparkling mischievously. May I make my request now? Do not hesitate. Speak freely. I desire 2 personal maidservants, one skilled in martial arts and the other proficient in medicine. Naturally, Song Shihuan would not let this rare opportunity slip away. The thought of returning to the suffocating Wangfu had already caused her to eat less. Coincidentally, her royal grandfather had appeared just in time to alleviate her pressing dilemma. Why do you require one skilled in martial arts and another knowledgeable in medicine? The Emperor Yuanyu chuckled. The martial artist can teach me combat skills, and the physician can ensure I grow healthy and robust. Upon hearing Song Shihuan's words, the emperor burst into hearty laughter. I grant your wish. The following day, Song Yu and Song Shihuan departed the palace, laden with bundles. They entered with empty hands, but left with nearly half of the Zakinian's contents, including 2 maidservants. Inside the carriage, Song Shihuan glanced at her father, who was nearly leaning out of the window. Father, physician, Mei says your injury has not fully healed. It has been a month. I am perfectly fine now. Song Yu waved dismissively. Tentatively, he inquired, Huan, how about I find you a tutor in a few days? You can study with him for a few hours daily and practice martial arts. That sounds wonderful. Song Shihuan's enthusiastic reply took him aback. However, when you're studying and training, I cannot accompany you. Song Yu persisted, wanting to clarify this first. I understand. Song Shihuan blinked innocently. Could you find a top scholar to be my tutor? Something felt amiss. He had intended for Huan to obediently attend her tutor's lessons, freeing himself from the burden of perusing those unappealing books in secret. Yet, now that Huan had agreed, an inexplicable discomfort settled in his heart. How peculiar. A top scholar as a tutor. Would he explain things clearly? A trace of amusement flickered in Song Shihuan's eyes. There would be plenty of time ahead. At the Qin Wangfu, Song Shihuan regarded her 2 maidservants with great satisfaction. One shall be called Chun, the other Baoxia. Does that please you? The Emperor Yuanyu had bestowed upon her 2 exceptional individuals. Thank you, princess, for the names. Chun was skilled in medicine, while Baoxiao excelled in martial arts. The rules in this Wangfu were few, yet one stood paramount. Both of you must remember that my side must harbor no disloyalty. At this moment, Song Shihuan's demeanor was calm and composed, in stark contrast to her previous playful demeanor. Both Chun and Baoxia shivered simultaneously. The young mistress was no ordinary girl. From this day forth, the princess would be the sole master to her maidservants, just as the steward led Chun and Baoxia to familiarize themselves with the Wangfu. A matron entered the room with a somber expression. What troubles you? Has father gone out again? The old nurse nodded, just as the princess had anticipated. The prince had hurriedly left the residence, likely to indulge in some music. The king goes where he pleases. thanks to the means employed by the stepmother. Song Yu had developed a nature inclined towards frivolity from the very beginning. To alter such a disposition is not a task accomplished overnight. Old nurse, Song Shihuan remarked with a smile, my father has treated me well enough. I cannot continually demand more from him. It is also wise to employ a strategy of feigned restraint. The princess was indeed correct. It was the old servant who had misjudged the situation. Once the old nurse comprehended this, she felt reassured and proceeded to apply medicine to Song Shihuan. She had witnessed the prince beginning to change and hoped for him to transform into a ruler lauded by all. But how could that be so? The old nurse felt comforted, yet she knew that Song Shihuan must now be vigilant in observing the happenings within the residence. A flicker of dark light passed through her eyes, and Song Shihuan distinctly felt the pain in her back. She had caused Song Shihuan to suffer such disgrace. How could the Eastern Palace possibly let her off the hook, now that she resided in the prince's manor? It would be all too easy for the Eastern Palace to act against her. She had to tread carefully. Song Yu did not return to the royal manor until evening. Upon arriving at the entrance, an unusual sense of unease washed over him. Had the princess been crying? The steward, looking perplexed, replied, Your Highness, the princess retired early. Retired early? Song Yu faltered. Did she not mention me before going to bed? She did. The steward continued under Song Yu's expectant gaze. The princess asked me to remind the prince to find her a tutor promptly. Understood. Song Yu muttered, What is happening? Why hasn't Huan been clinging to me? The following day, Song Yu deliberately strolled through Song Shihuan's courtyard before departing for the palace. Father, Song Shihuan sweetly called out to him, instantly uplifting Song Yu's spirits. Has a tutor been found for Huan yet? In an instant, his exhilaration plummeted. Not yet. I plan to venture out for a while and will return late. Song Yu stated while observing Song Shihuan's reaction, recalling how she had previously cried and begged him not to leave. Take care of your back injury, father, she advised. As Song Yu walked along, his frustration grew to the point where he scarcely heard a word from Shun Qingping beside him. Your Highness, have you lost your spirit? Shun Qingping asked, patting Song Yu. You haven't even seen Miss Mei yet, and already your soul seems to be taken away. Get lost, Song Yu retorted, kicking Shun Qingping, finding him irritating at every turn. Look at you. Your father, Shun Mingwen, is a trusted aide in the eyes of the old man. Yet you, the unworthy offspring, refuse to even pick up a book. Shun Qingping was left speechless. Wait, has the prince been possessed by something? He questioned. Aren't you the same? And yet you dare criticize me. I have no desire to argue with you. Song Yu snapped, already irritable. Upon arriving at Yingchun Tower, the sight of a throng of flirtatious maidens only heightened his agitation. If the prince has any troubles, please share them with us. We shall offer our counsel. Mayor swayed her delicate waist, her voice seemingly capable of coaxing water from stone. What suggestions do you have? Song Yu cast a glance at the flanking Shun Qingping, rolling his eyes dramatically. Do not underestimate me, Your Highness. Sometimes a woman's meticulous heart can conceive of more comprehensive plans. A woman, you say? Song Yu's expression shifted slightly as he cleared his throat. Allow me to pose a question. If you had a daughter who was once quite clingy, yet suddenly became distant, what could be the reason? No sooner had he spoken than a heavy thud echoed as Shun Qingping lost his balance and tumbled to the floor. Chapter 16. Poison Mayor and the other young ladies were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the daughter of His Highness, the Qin Wang, was none other than the illustrious Princess Fuan, who had recently been the subject of much gossip? Song Yu produced a golden ingot from his bosom, proclaiming that whoever could uncover the truth would be rewarded with it. Upon seeing the gleaming treasure, the young ladies could hardly contain their excitement. Even those who had been engrossed in conversation with Shun Qingping discreetly inched closer to Song Yu. Was it possible that the prince had angered the princess? Perhaps she simply wished to maintain a semblance of independence from him. Surely the young lady desired companionship. I believe the princess feigned attachment while secretly feeling distressed. Amid over 20 conjectures, Song Yu astutely pinpointed this particular one. I find your assertion most credible. This golden ingot is yours, he declared. Rising to leave, he was promptly halted by Shun Qingping, who urged him to stay, as mayor, was to perform a dance on the lake shortly. I must return to the palace. Song Yu insisted. Please do not depart. Shun Qingping implored, following closely behind. If I return now, my father will surely catch me. It would be wiser to wait an hour before heading back. Song Yu paused and turned to regard Shun Qingping. Why do you look at me so? You seem oddly peculiar today. A hint of sorrow crossed Shun Qingping's face. In days past, he and the prince had shared a deep camaraderie. Yet today it felt as if the prince wished to abandon him. Speaking of your father, I do indeed have a matter that requires your assistance. 15 minutes later, Shun Qingping stood in disarray, clutching a volume of historical records. Third Master, allow me to hold the book for you, a nearby servant offered, well aware that Shun Qingping loathed such tomes and cautiously attempting to extract the book from his grasp. Did you hear what the prince just said? Shun Qingping exclaimed, his voice cracking with disbelief. He wants me to consult my father, and then return to the palace to elucidate this wretched book? Perhaps you should reconsider, Third Master. The prince's offer is exceedingly generous. Shun Qingping cast a glance at the contents of his purse. Come, let us return to seek my father's counsel. The gleaming gold was worth half a year's salary to him. Meanwhile, within the royal residence, Princess, the medicine has been prepared. The matron announced as she presented the concoction. Dr. May advises that you should begin to sit up in a few days. Indeed, lying in bed all day has left my back aching, Song Shihuan replied, her voice laced with languidness. Chun gently massaged her spine, the fragrant incense slowly wafting through the room. Chun, assist me in sitting up. Chun complied, taking the medicine bowl from the matron's hands. Yet in the next moment, her brow furrowed with concern. What troubles you? Song Shihuan asked, sensing a shift. Is there an issue with the medicine? Princess, the scent of the incense in this room is overpowering. I shall take the medicine outside to assess, Chun suggested, but was halted by Song Shihuan's grasp. Matron, extinguish the incense and open the windows for ventilation. In the depths of Song Shihuan's eyes, a shade of ink emerged. As if the walls themselves had ears to listen within the confines of this room. It appeared that some individuals were becoming increasingly restless. She had only returned to the residence for a mere 2 days. Half an hour later, Chun confirmed that the medicine was indeed problematic. Your Highness, this concoction is not as it should be. It contains an additional ingredient that induces intoxication and can cause hallucinations. Hallucinations? Song Shihuan's voice turned icy. Those who ingested this potion would become disoriented, their actions and words resembling those of madmen. There had been instances of individuals mistakenly consuming this drug and publicly disrobing. Chun's revelation sent chills down the spines of those present, for the Qi had deemed this potion morally corrupt and thus classified it as a forbidden substance. Do they wish to turn this princess into a lunatic? A bloodthirsty smirk curled at the corners of Song Shihuan's lips. Upon returning home, Song Yu felt an inexplicable oddness in the atmosphere of the residence. Yet, gazing at Song Shihuan as she sipped her medicine, he could not discern anything amiss. Fortunately, I caught you just in time. Look, I brought you some preserved fruits from Nanjia. Song Yu handed the wrapped delicacies to Song Shihuan, who savored the sweetness after finishing her potion. With the preserved fruit in her mouth, much of the coldness enveloping Song Shihuan dissipated. Didn't T father say he would return late? Unable to put your well-being at ease, I hurried back. Song Yu had long convinced himself that the little one must have been secretly distressed in his absence. Thus his gaze towards Song Shihuan grew increasingly tender. From now on, I shall spend 1 day out and 2 days at home to accompany you, Ahuan. How does that sound? That sounds wonderful. Due to the poisoning incident, Song Shihuan's spirits were somewhat dampened. Song Yu took it upon himself to alleviate her sorrow, exerting every effort to bring a smile to her face. Only after eliciting a laugh from her did he finally depart the courtyard. As she watched his retreating figure, Song Shihuan found herself lost in thought. When she chose Song Yu that day, she had not anticipated he would treat her with such kindness. Though she was reborn with a heart full of resentment, her very blood felt icy. Yet now, she began to sense a warm current flowing through her heart. Your Highness, should we inform the prince about this matter, allowing him to seek the truth from the emperor? Bao Xia, with her straightforward nature, spoke before Chun could intervene, letting the words reach Song Shihuan's ears. Absolutely not. Song Shihuan lowered her gaze. Bao Xiao's suggestion was indeed a sound one, simple yet effective. Her father had a volatile temperament, and without the truth revealed, he would undoubtedly cause a commotion, ultimately to his detriment. Song Shihuan was unwilling to take that risk. It was precisely this impulsiveness that had led her father to face punishment in Kunning Palace. She was not the cold-hearted person akin to those in the Eastern Palace. Song Yu treated her with sincerity, and she would repay that kindness 1,000-fold. What does the princess intend to do? Yingxuan's eyes flickered with concern. Currently, we are weak. If we wish to investigate, we may inadvertently alert the enemy. Who said we were going to investigate? Song Shihuan's words left Yingxuan and Bao Xiao bewildered. I do not intend to pursue this matter thoroughly. Your Highness. Bao Xiao's urgency was palpable. Song Shihuan's fingers curled slightly. Despite spending a month in the Zikan Hall, her face had scarcely gained any flesh. Her slight frame making Bao Xiao feel as though she could lift her with a single hand. She understood all too well that thorough investigations would yield no results. The Chong family was the prime example of this. The number of spies within the residence was beyond counting. Yet there was no sense in guarding against thieves day in and day out. With a mocking expression, Song Shihuan mused that it would be better to overturn the current chessboard and take on the role of the player herself. In this new game, she would eliminate all the treacherous elements lurking within the residence. Only by clearing away all spies and transforming the Wang residence into an impenetrable fortress could she find a moment's peace. Chapter 17. First, drive her mad. A few days later, with the assistance of her nursemaid, Song Shihuan was able to take her first tentative steps outside. Nurse, I wish to see how the flowers in the estate are blooming. Taking a deep breath, Song Shihuan reflected on her past life, when she had been confined indoors, rarely glimpsing the light of day. Now, the spring sun shone brightly outside, with gentle breezes brushing against her cheeks, filling her with a sense of vibrant vitality. Thank the heavens. Your Highness, please take it slow. The flowers by the lake in the back courtyard are in full bloom. Let this old servant guide you to see them. The thought of the impending events made the nursemaid's palms sweat. Behind them, Yingxuan and Bao Xiao followed closely, disregarding the various scrutinizing glances from the shadows. In the center of the lake, the water shimmered like scattered diamonds. Yet, Song Shihuan took a step back, her smile gradually fading. Your Highness, what troubles you? Bao Xiao supported Song Shihuan from behind, her voice laced with concern. I am fine. Song Shihuan forced a smile, bending down to touch the lake water. As the cool liquid grazed her fingertips, she murmured, it is not cold. The sun is warm today, casting a gentle glow on the lake's surface. The nursemaid produced a handkerchief to dry Song Shihuan's fingertips, explaining, that is why your Highness does not feel the chill. But in her previous life, when she was pushed into the lake, the water had been chilling to the bone, rendering her senseless. Song Shihuan was convinced that it was the Eastern Palace that had poisoned her, after tormenting her to the brink of death in her past life. They now sought to administer such vile poison once more. The thought of sharing blood with them made her feel sullied. Steadying her nerves, Song Shihuan gently squeezed the back of her nursemaid's hand. In the next moment, she collapsed onto the ground. This was followed by the nursemaid's exclamations of shock and the panicked screams of Yingxuan and Bao Xiao. Chaos erupted in the Wang residence. Song Yu rode back to the estate at breakneck speed, discarding the pastries in his hand as he rushed towards Song Shihuan's courtyard. Ayuan. Upon seeing the nursemaid standing outside with reddened eyes, Song Yu's expression twisted with anguish. What has happened to Ahuan? I shall go to the palace and summon Meijeline. Your Highness, please wait. The nursemaid, struggling to maintain composure, interjected. Yingxuan has checked on the young lady. She says it was merely fatigue from today's activities and that there is nothing serious. Is that truly so? Despite her reassurances, Song Yu remained uneasy. Prepare my horse. I must go to the palace. That is absolutely out of the question. The nursemaid, seemingly harboring unspoken concerns, knelt before him. Your Highness, if you go to summon the imperial physician, the young lady's reputation. Song Yu could not comprehend the nursemaid's words, his impatience mounting as she clutched his legs, nearly causing him to explode with frustration. If the young lady is truly unharmed, I do not believe it. Your Highness may enter and see for yourself. Release me. As soon as she let go, Song Yu hurried into the room. Once the door closed, it shielded him from the prying eyes outside. Ayun. He strode directly to the bedside, but upon meeting a familiar gaze, his mouth slowly fell open. You. Did not they say something happened to Huan? Shoo. At that moment, Song Shihuan exhibited no signs of weakness. Her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with astonishing clarity. What is this? Huan, are you well? Father, I am quite well. Song Shihuan blinked and asked, would you care to join me in a little performance? A performance? Song Yu's mind began to falter. However, seeing that she was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. There are far too many servants in this palace. I do not favor such a crowd. Song Shihuan pouted, adding, moreover, their hearts are malevolent. I wish to find a way to send them all away. Upon hearing her words, Song Yu momentarily stood still. I could simply command them to leave. He playfully tapped her on the head. Is that truly necessary? If I were to give such an order, would it not appear that our Qin Wangfu is unreasonable? With a serious expression, Song Shihuan responded, that would not do at all. Is it that you despise these servants so much? Your Highness, when you are away from the palace, it is exceedingly difficult for the maidservants to add any flowers to the princess's courtyard, and the princess's meals are rather meager. Ingchun spoke slowly, her demeanor respectful. At times, both I and Baoxiao have even been bullied. Such things exist. Song Yu's expression darkened. How does a Huan wish to proceed? Father, we shall do it like this, after a moment's hesitation. Song Yu inquired, is this truly feasible? Just place your trust in me in a tea house. Shen Qingping gazed mournfully at the cup before him. Your Highness, this tea house is not a suitable venue for us. Perhaps we should consider the tavern across the way instead. I intend to clear out the people in the residence. Song Yu's words caused Shen Qingping's pupils to quiver slightly. Your Highness, you have finally come to this realization. I would wager my head that every time we go out, it is undoubtedly your people who are leaking information. My companions know their backgrounds all too well. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. Each time, I end up receiving my father's punishment because of them. It would be a favor to them if they were to be cleared out. Indeed. Song Yu took a sip of tea, nearly spitting it out. Ugh. It is truly bitter. The tavern is far better. However, what prompted this change in your mind? Shen Qingping, having nearly exhausted his own breath on this matter, was astonished that the Qin Wang was finally moved to act. A Huan dislikes so many people. Song Yu rose expressionlessly. Let us depart. This is not where we ought to linger. A quarter of an hour later, the two found themselves seated in a private room of the tavern. Is it solely because the princess dislikes them? Shen Qingping was somewhat reluctant to accept this, having been close friends with the prince since childhood. Feeling overshadowed by a sudden newcomer, does a Huan's discomfort not hold significance? Song Yu shot him a glance. However, a Huan does not wish for me to clear them out, claiming it would tarnish our reputation. Thus, I must accommodate her for the time being, spending my days outside. Your Highness actually cares about reputation? Shen Qingping exclaimed, as if hearing a fantastical tale. I do not, but a Huan does. After a cup of fine wine, a hint of a smile graced Song Yu's face, amused by a Huan's concern for his reputation. A Huan stated, to bring about its demise, one must first drive it to madness. Indeed, your mind is now entirely consumed by Princess Fuan. Shen Qingping chuckled softly. Your Highness, when shall I have the opportunity to meet the princess? You shall have your chance once you have completed your reading of the historical texts, came the reply. The mention of history cast an awkward pall over the atmosphere in the private chamber. The two individuals, equally disinclined towards literature, exchanged knowing glances and raised their cups in unison, clinking them together. Chapter 18. Visitors to the Wangfu for several consecutive days. Song Yu arrived early at Song Shihuan's courtyard. Yet each time he attempted to enter, he was thwarted by the matron. Frustration boiled within him, leading to outbursts of anger. But the matron consistently stammered that Song Shihuan was fine. After a few such encounters, Song Yu grew disinclined to visit her courtyard. Inside, Song Shihuan savored the pastries that Song Yu had discreetly given to the matron. The horsehoof cake melted in her mouth, delightfully sweet. To her surprise, her father's acting skills were quite remarkable. capable of performing as if in a play. Hearing her words, Bao Xia could not suppress a chuckle, quickly covering her mouth to stifle any noise. In recent days, the servants of the manor had become increasingly neglectful of their courtyard. Chun presented Song Shihuan with a clean handkerchief, noting that yesterday's lunch had been served cold. Indeed, Bao Xia huffed indignantly, recounting an incident from the previous day when an inattentive servant had attempted to bump into her, only to be sent flying by her swift kick. Well done, Song Shihuan praised, raising her thumb. In light of the current circumstances, was this not precisely what they desired? The people of the manor presumed that Song Yu had lost patience with her, beginning to apply their usual tactics of flattery and condescension. Previously, the Wangfu had only the prince as its master, and with him often absent, several had begun to elevate themselves as if they were in charge. The matron, recalling these events, felt a deep-seated resentment. She had voiced her concerns to the prince countless times, but he remained indifferent. Should the princess wish to rid herself of these troublesome servants, she would have her full support. Let them indulge in their self-importance for a few days. The higher they elevate themselves, the more devastating their fall would be. Having dried her hands, Song Shihuan raised her brows slightly. By feigning illness, her father would not cause a stir out of worry for her. The greatest variable was thus quelled, allowing her to remain untroubled. However, Chun could not help but interject. Princess, will guests truly arrive at our Wangfu soon? While others believed her father had lost patience. Those who had poisoned her would assume that she was too fearful to meet him. Song Shihuan's gaze drifted towards the medicinal bowl, having painstakingly procured the forbidden poison. How could they resist the urge to witness their own handiwork? She awaited news from the Eastern Palace. Bao Xia, make sure to frequent the gate of the manor in the coming days. After several more days, Song Yu had begun to spend nights away from home, even taking to sleeping in Yingshun Tower. It was during this time that an unexpected visitor arrived at Zicheng Hall. Has the Empress's health improved? Emperor Yuan Yu inquired with a measured tone. It had been over 10 days since Song Yu and Song Shihuan had vacated Zicheng Hall, and not a single greeting had been exchanged, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He had even decided against informing anyone of matters regarding the Qin Wangfu, preferring ignorance. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am feeling much better, the Empress replied, stepping forward to prepare ink for the Emperor, her movements deft and practiced. Observing this, the Emperor's heart softened. After all, they had been married for many years. He had investigated the events of the past, but found no evidence implicating the Empress. Perhaps it was merely a grievous misunderstanding. Upon reflection, Emperor Yinyo's tone softened somewhat as he remarked, "It is good to step out and bask in the sun. We have grown old now. The Emperor is not old. He is destined for eternal longevity," replied the Emperor's consort with a light laugh, accompanying Emperor Yuan Yu as he reviewed the memorials. Feeling spirited, Emperor Yuan Yu decided to take the Emperor's consort for a stroll in the Imperial Garden. Your Majesty, yesterday the Crown Princess visited Kuining Palace, expressing a desire to take Xian to the Qin Wang residence. To the Qin Wang residence? Emperor Yuan Yu furrowed his brow. After all, they were sisters born of the same mother, and she could not help but keep her thoughts on her sibling. The Emperor's consort's gaze was gentle as she suggested, "I thought it best to invite my elder sister-in-law as well. She has been thinking of the child too." Upon mentioning the matriarch of the Su family, who was both the Emperor's consort's sister-in-law and a close relative, Emperor Yuan Yu fell silent for a moment. If that is the case, then let it be so. Ah Huan bore the blood of the Su family as well. Yet if Ah Huan were truly the daughter of that scoundrel, how wonderful it would be. With a deep sigh, Emperor Yuan Yu lamented his longing for Feng to have grandchildren of her own. 2 carriages departed from the palace, while simultaneously, another carriage rolled out of the Su residence. At that moment, Bao Xia was loitering at the entrance of the Wang residence. "Look at our Bao Xia. Her neck is almost stretching 3 miles out," a servant woman mocked. "She must be eagerly awaiting the return of the prince. One would think she is waiting for a lover." "Be silent." Bao Xia raised her fist, and the servant woman's bravado diminished somewhat. "Lady Bao Xia, the prince does not wish to visit the princess's courtyard. What benefit is there in waiting here every day? Why not join us in some merriment?" A young servant suggested maliciously, eliciting laughter from the others present. Bao Xia endured in silence. continuing to gaze intently at the street corner. Seeing her lack of amusement, the crowd dispersed to indulge in their own revelries. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Bao Xia's eyes suddenly brightened. There was a carriage. The crown princess arrived, accompanied by Song Yinzheng and Song Shihuan, with the matriarch of the Su family bringing along her daughter-in-law. As soon as they alighted from their carriage, Bao Xia knelt towards the crown princess, exclaiming, "I beseech you, your highness, please save my lady." As she cried out and bowed her head repeatedly, she quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. The servants of the Wang residence bully the lordship. My lady. My lady has been so oppressed that she cannot even eat her hot meal. I implore you, your highness, to take charge. Bao Xia kept in mind Song Shihuan's instructions, persistently pleading for the crown princess's intervention. The smile on the crown princess's face slowly faltered, while Song Yinzheng behind her abruptly lost his breath. Today, he had specifically sought the Empress Dowager and the eldest aunt to expose Song Shihuan's deranged state after being poisoned, not to provide support for her. At that moment, the matriarch of the Su family trembled as she raised her cane. What has transpired? Who dares to bully my granddaughter? Inside the Wang residence, the servants had no time to clean up. Those playing pai gao, eating roast chicken, and even those engaged in unspeakable acts were caught red-handed. Where is the lady? Song Yinzheng could not help but inquire. The lady is unwell. Then that is good. Before Song Yinzheng and Song Shihuan could relish their moment of joy, the old matron and Ingchun arrived, supporting the pallid Song Shihuan. Your Highness, I beseech you to advocate for me. In an instant, Song Yinzheng felt a surge of indignation rise within him. How could the seemingly lucid Song Shihuan appear so unscathed by poison? What has transpired, dear child? You have become so emaciated, your complexion as pale as parchment. The old matron Su lamented. Only then did Song Shihuan turn to the elder. And who might you be? I am your maternal grandaunt, she replied. Maternal grandaunt. All the servants in this mansion have tormented me, Song Shihuan exclaimed, collapsing into the embrace of old matron Su, desperately suppressing the upward curve of her lips. It seems they even summoned old matron Su to their aid. The Eastern Palace has truly brought misfortune upon itself. Chapter 19. A request to the Crown Princess. Utter nonsense. Old Lady Su embraced Song Shihuan, expressing her indignation at the bullying of her young granddaughter in the absence of the prince. Song Shihuan wiped away her tears and lamented that had it not been for the timely arrival of the elder, she would have likely suffered greatly at the hands of these servants. Song Shihuan fixed her gaze on Song Shihuan, her heart seething with venomous resentment. Those servants claimed you were ill, yet, dear sister, I see no sign of ailment in you. Song Shihuan stepped closer, grasping Song Shihuan's hand, questioning if she was feigning illness to deceive them. The emperor had always detested liars. Her elder brother had informed her of Song Shihuan's poisoning, leading her to believe that Song Shihuan was now deranged and ashamed to face anyone. Thus she was eager to expose her disgrace. Yet now, her efforts were in vain. How could I possibly feign illness? Song Shihuan replied, her heart heavy with sorrow. Was this truly how her sister perceived her? If that were not the case, why had she avoided even her uncle for so long? Shihuan. The moment Song Shihuan's words fell, Song Yinzheng interjected anxiously, and in that instant, Song Shihuan realized she had crossed a line. She had spoken words that should not have been uttered. Shihuan, how do you know so much about the affairs of this manor? A languid voice interrupted, and Song Yu appeared at the perfect moment, feigning ignorance. What has transpired here? Your Highness, I dare say a word or two against you. You roam freely outside, while leaving the princess in the manor, where these unscrupulous servants have bullied her terribly. Old Lady Su expressed disapproval, lamenting that had she and the crown princess not encountered this situation today, the princess would have endured even greater grievances. Those wretched servants dare to mistreat Ahuan. In a fit of anger, Song Yu kicked the kneeling servants, but then turned his attention back to Song Shihuan. Earlier, you mentioned that Ahuan has been avoiding me. Pray tell, did you perchance spy on happenings within my household? Old Lady Su's expression shifted suddenly. Having mingled in circles of power for so long, she quickly grasped the underlying implications. I merely mentioned it casually, Song Shihuan stammered. twisting her handkerchief in distress. It seems my sister is also misled, preferring to believe those unscrupulous servants rather than trusting me, thought Song Shihuan, her heart aching. Song Shiyan's expression twisted in anger, unable to restrain herself from shouting at Song Shihuan, "You clearly intend to." Before she could finish, Song Yinzheng covered her mouth. "Uncle Aunt, Shiyan is somewhat unhinged. Please do not take offense." "Very well. Let us then seek the crown princess's judgment," old Lady Su said, casting a glance at Song Yinzheng and Song Shiyan before addressing the crown princess. Song Shihuan's gaze sharpened. This aunt of hers was indeed astute, opting not to let Song Yu intervene, but rather appealing to the crown princess for a resolution, thereby completely distancing herself from her father and the prince. The crown princess took a moment to compose herself. Upon witnessing Song Shihuan being bullied by the servants, she felt an immense anger welling within her. For Song Shihuan was her own child, and to be mistreated by mere servants was intolerable. However, the reactions of Song Yinzheng and Song Shiyan had aroused her suspicions. "Let us administer 20 lashes to these individuals and then sell them off." The crown princess paused. "My dear uncle, in a few days, I shall have the inner court send some clever servants." "There's no need for that," Song Shihuan sniffled. "In this royal residence, it is only my father and I. We do not require so many servants. I am not accustomed to being attended by a multitude." "That simply cannot be allowed." The crown princess intended to place more spies within the royal residence. "Let us heed Huan's wishes. This child has endured hardships outside and is likely to feel uneasy with too many people around." Old Madam Su held Song Shihuan tightly. "I shall discuss this matter with His Majesty." Upon seeing this, the crown princess had no choice but to relent. As Song Shiyan was pulled away from the royal residence by Song Yinzheng, she cast a meaningful glance back at the crown princess. "Your Highness, though the 10 fingers may vary in length, the severance of one brings excruciating pain." The crown princess instinctively averted her gaze from old Madam Su's pointed words. Inside the carriage returning to the palace, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. "Are you concealing something from me, dear mother?" The crown princess spoke softly. "Shiyan, why were you so agitated today?" "Mother, you worry too much," Song Yinjing smiled. "Shiyan is simply a child." Her claim that Song Shihuan feigned illness was merely a reminder that our grandfather does not favor those who lie. Yet, the crown princess fixed her gaze upon Song Shiyan. "Shiyan, is what your elder brother said true?" "Mother, I admit that I do not like her, and thus I seek to find fault with her." Song Shiyan's eyes reddened. "I am simply afraid she will take away your love." "I love you so much, mother." The half-truths somewhat assuaged the crown princess's concerns, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as it is not as I feared after all, Shiyan is such a kind-hearted child. Although she may be a bit willful, how could she commit the misdeeds I imagined?" "Very well, it is my fault. You shall always be my one and only precious pearl." Seeing this, Song Shiyan transformed her tears into laughter, nestling into the crown princess's embrace. In the East Palace, "Elder brother, does mother suspect me?" Song Shiyan's eyes clouded with anxiety. Mother still harbors feelings for Song Shihuan. If she were to learn the truth, she would certainly cast me aside. "Do not speak such foolishness. The poison was procured by me and administered by my orders. It has nothing to do with you." Song Yinjing looked at Song Shiyan with tenderness. "How could mother ever abandon you?" At his words, Song Shiyan lowered her head. If her mother were to discover their actions against Song Shihuan, would she still hold her close? She dared not take the risk. "Elder brother, do you think anyone will discover it was us?" "Do not worry. I have taken care of the loose ends." Song Yinjing made a snapping gesture. "However, now that the eyes within the royal residence have been cleared out, it will be more challenging to act in the future. Moreover, there is my great aunt. Today," the gaze she directed at me filled me with trepidation. Song Shiyan's voice quivered with the semblance of tears. She was truly exasperated by Song Shihuan today. As I pondered during the return journey, I wondered how she managed to evade our scheme. Song Yinjing narrowed his eyes slightly, advising caution in these recent days. "Let us refrain from recklessness. I will first ascertain the circumstances." "Very well. We shall heed your counsel, elder brother." Observing the obedient Song Shiyan, Song Yinjing's heart softened considerably. "Rest assured, dear sister, My brother will eventually rid you of her. Once Song Shihuan is no longer, the sole blemish upon the Eastern Palace will be eradicated. Chapter 20. The confused uncle. The sudden expulsion of so many battered and bloodied servants from the Wang Fu sent shockwaves through the elite circles of the capital. In the courtyard, Song Shihuan reclined comfortably, her small feet propped up, now able to sit up with the support of a soft pillow. "Father, have those messages spread?" she inquired. "Why take action? There will undoubtedly be no issues." Song Yu peeled a grape for Song Shihuan. As rumors circulated that the princess of the Qin Wang Fu had been bullied by the unruly servants. Satisfied, Song Shihuan nodded. Punishing those unruly servants brought her great relief. "Ahuan, I've been contemplating these past few days." The reason Song Shihuan made those remarks is likely because those unruly servants in our household have their spies. Song Yu mused. Song Shihuan paused in her chewing, bewildered. "But, father, how could you only just realize this?" "Indeed, you are correct," Song Shihuan affirmed, adopting a strategy of encouragement. "How shameless," Song Yu declared with indignation. "Do not fear, Ahuan. I shall seek justice for you." "How do you intend to do that?" Song Shihuan asked, feigning curiosity. "Leave it to me," Song Yu replied, tossing the grape to Bao Xiao. "Make sure to peel it well for the princess. I shall be back shortly." He strode out of the courtyard, leaving Bao Xiao bewildered, clutching the grape. "Princess, where is the Wanya going?" Where else could he be headed but to the palace to lodge a complaint? And he may very well return empty-handed, Song Shihuan mused, well aware of Song Yu's intentions. In the Zicheng Hall, Song Yu animatedly recounted his tale, spitting words with such fervor that some landed on Wu Qi's face, leaving him in a state of frozen laughter. "Who would come to his rescue? Enough already. It's just a few exchanges. Must you be so tiresome?" The Emperor Yuan Yu interjected, exasperated. Song Shihuan, a mere 10-year-old child, dares to infiltrate the Qin Wang Fu with spies? Truly, one can know a face, but not the heart. Song Yu remarked disdainfully, glancing towards the Eastern Palace. Perhaps there is someone guiding her from behind. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "Now that those unruly servants have been punished, your household is cleansed. Let this matter rest for now. Should there be a next time, I shall enforce strict penalties." "Why should this be overlooked?" Song Yu protested, displeased. "What evidence do you have?" The Emperor replied, a shadow of complexity passing through his eyes. "Many of those unruly servants were beaten to death. You did not intervene to investigate beforehand. So what purpose does it serve to come to me now?" This fool truly had a simplistic mind. Song Yu, momentarily taken aback by the Emperor's words, considered before reluctantly stating, "I have a witness. My aunt is the witness." "Oh, Madam Su." "Wu Qi, go summon my aunt," the Emperor commanded, observing that he had not voiced any objections. Wu Qi hurried off towards the Su residence. The Emperor sighed inwardly, knowing full well that what this fool had said was not entirely untrue. Song Shihuan, and not just her, but the Eastern Palace as well. Their actions were undeniably excessive. Summoning old Madame Su would provide him with a pretext to reign in the Eastern Palace's schemes against the Qin Wang Fu. Half an hour later, what awaited in the Zicheng Hall was not the esteemed matriarch of the Su family, but rather the corpulent Su Jinrua, the eldest son of the Su clan. "Cousin, what brings you here? Where is aunt?" Song Yu inquired, his expression darkening at the sight of Su Jinrua, whose waist resembled that of a barrel and whose eyes were squinted into mere slits. "Your Majesty, my mother has been afflicted with a high fever since returning home from the Wang residence, and she is currently unable to rise." "I beg your pardon," Su Jinrua responded, his flesh quivering with every syllable. "Very well. Did aunt mention the events that transpired at the Wang residence a few days ago?" Song Yu pressed. "She did not." Su Jinrua replied, bowing slightly. "How could that be possible?" Song Yu retorted, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Let me ask you, did Song Shihuan not publicly cast doubt upon Ahuan's illness and seem fully aware of my movements within the Wang residence?" Su Jinrua bent again. "My mother did not speak of such matters." "Enough." The Emperor Yuan Yu, understanding the implications, waved his hand dismissively. "I am weary. You may all leave. Without evidence, we shall let this matter rest. The Su family is no longer what it once was." Fuming, Song Yu stormed out, casting a glare at Su Jinrua. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Jinrua approached the matriarch and recounted the happenings in the Zikan Hall in detail. Fool! The matriarch gasped in exasperation. If the emperor has sent someone to our door, he must have believed the words of the Prince of Qin. Be cautious with your lies before the emperor. They may cost you dearly. Mother, I merely stated that I had not heard you mention it. I did not assert that these events had not occurred, Su Jinrua countered, a calculating glint in his small eyes. Had you not shielded that child on that day, we would not be in this predicament. What do you mean? The matriarch retorted, her anger simmering. The Prince of Qin calls you aunt, and so does the crown prince. The distinction between these two is considerable. Su Jinrua, with conviction, asserted, the esteemed Princess Fuyun is a future princess, while the grandson of the emperor is destined to be the crown prince. To offend them for the sake of a mere country girl is truly a loss. The current standing of the Su family is the result of your aunt's sacrifices. The matriarch replied, I understand, but the elder aunt is no longer with us. Now, it is the younger aunt residing in the Kuan-Ning Palace, Su Jinrua sighed. The future of the Su family cannot rely on the frivolous Prince of Qin. The matriarch closed her eyes, unwilling to engage further. I know you're upset, mother, but reality dictates that the Su family must choose a side. Thus, I have chosen the crown prince, Su Jinrua declared before leaving the courtyard. Behind him, the matriarch let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of guilt towards the late empress. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Song Shihuan took the time to soothe the irate Song Yu. Huan, you cannot fathom how despicable Su Jinrua is, Song Yu exclaimed, nostrils flaring. He has always been a sycophant to Song Ling. Uncle has a fondness for the Eastern Palace, and we do not obstruct him. I initially believed the Su family to be a tree upon which we could temporarily lean, yet I was mistaken. The head of the family, Su Jinrua, is also a pawn of the Eastern Palace. What a pity. Father, in a few days, you should visit the matchmaker to select a few young servants, Song Yu suggested. Song Shihuan chuckled softly, suggesting that when you leave the residence, you should have them follow closely behind to ensure your protection. Indeed, Song Yu nodded in agreement. Otherwise, if he stepped out without a servant in tow, it would lack grandeur and invite mockery from that scoundrel, Shen Qingping. What sort of individuals should he select? Song Yu began to ponder. In my opinion, he should choose those who are both clever and pleasing to the eye, with robust physiques as well. Song Shihuan glanced at Ying Chun, proposing that she accompany you, as she could discern who possesses a strong constitution. Song Yu soon grasped her intent, replying, Huan, a sturdy physique is indeed essential. I can comprehend the need for cleverness, but as for good looks, the male characters in those stories are all handsome, and I, too, wish to behold them. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression darkened instantly. Someone, burn all the storybooks in the manor. Chapter 21. The emperor's favor begins to unfold the following day. Song Shihuan detected a faint scent of something charred. Mama, has it been a leak somewhere? She inquired, wrinkling her nose, only to see Mama grinning from ear to ear. My lady, it is but Steward Liu burning the scripts. Heaven knows, the collection of scripts in their royal residence had amassed to the height of a small mountain. All burned? Song Shihuan expressed her surprise, thinking her father had merely spoken in jest. After all, her father cherished those scripts as much as he did his previous amusements with crickets and fighting cocks. Indeed, not a single one remains. Mama nodded, adding that the troupe would no longer frequent the estate. Previously, whenever the troupe entered, the prince would randomly select a script for them to perform. Should the performance be satisfactory, they would be rewarded. But a poor performance would result in a beating and expulsion from the palace. Now, without any scripts, how could they perform? This was truly a momentous occasion. How delightful! Song Shihuan strolled slowly through the courtyard, pondering whether her father and Ying Chun had found a suitable servant. As laughter and chatter filled the air among the few people in the courtyard, a visitor from the palace arrived. Master Wu, what brings you here personally? Seeing the smiling face of Wu Qi, Song Shihuan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Had her father gotten himself into trouble again? I am here by the emperor's command to present some gifts to the princess, Wu Qi replied, clapping his hands, prompting a line of young eunuchs to enter the courtyard, carrying various items. The emperor said the princess has endured some grievances and has graciously opened the private treasury for you to select from. Do you find anything to your liking? There were a rosewood pear blossom screen, a night pearl the size of a goose egg, and rare conch shells tribute from the vassal states. Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Surely, her grandfather had sent every useful item from the treasury to the prince's residence. Master Wu, please convey my gratitude to the emperor. I adore all of these. With a beaming smile, she removed the red string from her wrist. Master Wu, this is my token of appreciation. Wu Qi gazed at the somewhat worn red string, clearly a cherished item she had worn daily. Oh no, my lady, this simply cannot be accepted. This was personally woven by your grandmother. I have worn it since childhood, as it is said to ensure my safety. At the mention of her grandmother, Song Shihuan's expression softened. Now that I have my grandfather watching over me, let this red string serve as my humble gift. She shyly pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat bashful. Please do not think poorly of me, Master Wu. Aside from this red string, I possess nothing else to offer in return to the emperor. Even the typically cold-hearted Wu Qi could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Good heavens! Having served the emperor for so many years, this is the first time I have seen someone receiving a gift while thinking of presenting a return gift to the emperor. He vowed to convey the princess's sentiments to the emperor, imagining how touched he would be by her kindness. Thank you, Master Wu. Baoxia, please demonstrate that shoulder kneading technique for Master Wu. Song Shihuan exclaimed with the exuberance of a child showing off a prized possession. Master Wu, Baoxia's technique is truly delightful. The princess, the servant, does not need before Wu Qi could finish his words. Baoxia rushed over and began to massage his shoulders vigorously. To be frank, after the massage, Wu Qi felt rejuvenated and invigorated, his blood circulation flowing freely. This was far more gratifying than the occasional silver coins bestowed upon him by the nobility. Wu Qi resolved that henceforth, whenever there were rewards from the Prince of Qin's residence, he would personally deliver them. With a cheerful heart, Wu Qi departed, the red string carefully wrapped in a handkerchief. Well done, Baoxia, Song Shihuan praised. Baoxia flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Princess, the emperor is backing you. He has remarked that you have suffered grievances, so who would dare to speak ill of you? Indeed, my grandfather is supporting me. Song Shihuan said with her eyes squinting in a smile, likely also a warning to the Eastern Palace. Whether the Eastern Palace could grasp this message, however, was another matter entirely in the Zicheng Hall. Emperor Yuanyu gazed at the red string before him, tears welling in his eyes. When I was young, our village had a similar tradition. The elders would weave a red string for newborns to wear on their wrists, ensuring their safety as they grew. Times have changed, and I have not seen such a red string in decades. The one I wore back then has long since been lost on some battlefield. The emperor tied the red string to his treasured jade pendant, declaring, I will wear this for Ah Huan. In the future, I shall ensure her safety. Wu Qi could not help but squint his eyes. It seemed that in due time, the Princess Fuan would likely be the foremost among the royal grandchildren. Your Majesty, when I visited the princess residence, I detected the scent of something charred. Upon further inquiry, I discovered that it was due to a remark from the princess, prompting the prince to order all the manuscripts in the residence to be burned. Wu Qi, ever perceptive, understood that those who serve the emperor must possess a keen and discerning heart. A smile appeared on Emperor Yuanyu's face upon hearing this. It seems my wayward son has longed for a delicate daughter. How delightful! Wu Qi, convey my decree. Let Meiji Lin visit the Prince of Qin's residence every 3 days to check Ah Huan's pulse. The emperor smirked. I wish to see a plump and healthy granddaughter. The head of the Imperial Medical Institute personally made his way out of the palace to attend to the princess. Such affection from the emperor was unprecedented. Also, add a few guard to the Prince of Qin's residence. My granddaughter is not to be bullied by just anyone. This servant obeys. Wu Qi bowed, his eyes shining even brighter. Once the emperor's decree was issued, the Eastern Palace shattered countless teacups, while the other 2 princes could no longer remain still, and the harem immediately became lively. The concubines began flocking to Kuan-Ning Palace. Meanwhile, oblivious to all this commotion, Song Shihuan scrutinized the 4 young servants chosen by Song Yu, her lips twitching more with each passing moment. Ing Chun, is this truly what you selected alongside father? Regardless of their appearance, These individuals were simply unappealing. Ying Chun was at a loss for words, returning to the princess. The prince said that such looks are necessary to serve the master diligently. She had also strived earnestly, yet the prince remained resolute in his preference for these particular individuals, leaving her with no alternative. Her father's tastes were indeed rather unique. Song Shihuan covered her eyes with her hand, for it sufficed that those in attendance of her father were merely required to please him. How utterly unattractive! To discover for such unsightly attendants is truly a feat. To take them out would surely invite more ridicule than leaving them behind, wouldn't it? Chapter 22. Huan's appearance, strikingly resembling the empress as the days passed. Under the meticulous care of Mei Jilin and Ying Chun, Song Shihuan was finally able to walk normally, and her face began to fill out. One day, a visitor arrived at the royal residence. "Father, is this the tutor you arranged for me?" Song Shihuan inquired, gazing at the handsome man before her, whose unruly charm suggested he was not the typical scholar. Song Yu momentarily stiffened. "Yes, he is Shun Qingping." "Mr. Shun, are you a top scholar?" Song Shihuan asked candidly. Shun Qingping exchanged a wink with Song Yu, replying, "No, the prince did not mention anything about being a top scholar before my arrival." Huan, although he is not a top scholar, his father is. Song Yu chuckled. His father is the esteemed Shin Taifu. Then Mr. Shun must be quite remarkable, Song Shihuan deduced, chuckling inwardly at their relationship. "I happen to have many questions. I hope you can enlighten me." "Very well," Shun Qingping replied, his smile resembling a grimace. For the next 2 hours, Shun Qingping swore he experienced the most exasperating time since he could remember. "Mr. Tutor, what does this term mean?" As Shun Qingping was about to relay the explanation he had heard from his father, he was abruptly kicked from beneath the table. His complexion turned pale. I'm not entirely sure about this one either." "Huan, I can explain this. Let me elucidate," Song Yu interjected, watching Shun Qingping with a look that was almost pitiable, as he divulged everything he wished to convey. After several similar exchanges, Song Shihuan's gaze towards Shun Qingping began to shift. "Father, I believe I no longer require the tutor," she said, barely suppressing her laughter. "You can clarify everything for me." "We still need the tutor," Song Yu insisted, lifting his chin. "Whatever the tutor cannot explain, I shall clarify for you." It was a jest. If Shun Qingping were not summoned to the palace, who would relay Shun Laotu's teachings to him? "Then I shall trouble Mr. Shun in the future," Song Shihuan smiled at Shun Qingping. Embarrassment flushed Shun Qingping's ears as he shot a mischievous glance at Song Yu. He would only concede to the prince this time. Next time, he intended to compete for answers. Otherwise, he would be deemed a simpleton in the princess's eyes. At that moment, Song Yu remained blissfully unaware of his friend's betrayal, eagerly anticipating more praises from Song Shihuan. Meanwhile, Ying Chun and Bao Xia could not help but stifle their giggles at the unfolding scene. Days later, behind an ornately decorated screen, warm steam wafted through the air. Ying Chun diligently rubbed Song Shihuan's body, while Bao Xia continuously added milk to the bathing tub. Petals floated atop the water, enhancing the rosy hue of Song Shihuan's cheeks. "The princess finally has some meat on her bones," Ying Chun exclaimed with delight. "She must eat more to grow taller." With her eyes closed and an air of languor about her, Song Shihuan replied, "If I eat any more, I shall become a ball." "Not at all," Bao Xia murmured. "Given time, our princess will undoubtedly become the most beautiful woman in Qi." Her words held truth. Previously, Song Shihuan had been emaciated, her skin scorched to a deep shade. Now, residing in the royal residence, she indulged in daily baths of milk, consumed herbal remedies for her health, and was nourished by meticulously prepared meals. As her body began to regain its fullness, she transformed almost daily. Her facial features gradually became more defined. "Princess, the RU skirt you ordered has arrived. Please come and take a look," the voice of the matron called from outside. "Very well, we shall pause our bathing for now." With the support of Ying Chun and Bao Xia, Song Shihuan slowly stepped out of the bath. Once her body was cleansed, Ying Chun gently applied fragrant balm to her skin. After this entire process, Song Shihuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. "Matron, please come in." Upon hearing this, the matron entered with the RU skirt, but upon seeing Song Shihuan's appearance, She appeared as if struck by lightning. "Matron?" Song Shihuan called out again. "Ah!" The matron regained her senses, yet tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes, impossible to wipe away. "Matron, what has happened?" Ying Chun and Bao Xia exchanged worried glances, their smiles fading. "Princess, may I examine you more closely?" The matron scrutinized Song Shihuan's brows and eyes. In recent days, she had felt an increasing sense of familiarity with the princess, yet could not pinpoint its origin. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. "Princess, your features bear a striking resemblance to the late empress, more so than even the prince." Song Shihuan was taken aback by the matron's words. How could she possibly resemble the empress? "Indeed, it is striking." The matron wept openly. "Previously, the princess was so thin, merely a skeleton, that I could not discern it. Your willow-like brows, almond-shaped eyes, and even your lips, they are all alike. Matron, but I am not the biological child of my father." A tumult of emotions surged within Song Shihuan. In her past life, no one had ever mentioned her resemblance to the late empress. The empress was the younger sister of Yuan Ho, and the princess bore the blood of the Su family. The matron suddenly turned and knelt, bowing her head 3 times. "Your Highness, it is your spirit that has manifested." Seeing the matron's fervor, Song Shihuan found herself swayed. "Matron, how many still remember the late empress's appearance?" "The emperor, the empress, physician Mei, and Lady Su," the matron replied, wiping her tears. "The empress passed away when the prince was not yet 2 years old. Thus, the prince does not recall her visage." Fishishime. A tremor ran through Song Shihuan. No wonder in recent days, Mei Jilin had been visiting more frequently to take her pulse, often gazing at her with an intensity that felt deliberate. Now makes sense. Song Shihuan gazed into the bronze mirror, her hand brushing over her brows and eyes. In her previous life, her face had been marred and her eyes gouged out. Could it have been because someone recognized her resemblance to the late empress? Suddenly, Song Shihuan felt an urge to laugh uproariously at the absurdities of fate. In this world, such twists of destiny were truly remarkable. She bore no resemblance to the crown prince or the crown princess, yet she was strikingly akin to the deceased empress. In this lifetime, she has chosen her father as the king, and according to the family tree, she is the legitimate granddaughter of the Empress Yuan. Despite her father's indulgent nature, being the offspring of the Empress Yuan, he enjoys considerable favor from the throne. As for her, who bears a striking resemblance to the empress, Song Shihuan felt a surge of fervor coursing through her veins. The stepmother, the crown prince, the crown princess, Song Yinzheng, Song Shiyan, and the 2 legitimate sons of the Eastern Palace who have yet to return to the capital. In this life, she must seize every advantage of time, place, and people, having already gained the upper hand over them from the outset. Nanny, let us feign ignorance regarding this matter. Song Shihuan's gaze was astonishingly dark. Since Mei Jilin had perceived the situation as well, she would undoubtedly report it to the Emperor Grandfather. She needed to observe the Emperor Grandfather's reaction first. Chapter 21. The concubines of the Su family in the ensuing days, aside from a particular concern for Song Shihuan's well-being. Mei Jilin exhibited no other peculiarities. Song Shihuan, with a heart as clear as crystal, feigned complete ignorance of the matter. Those around her attended to her every need with meticulous care. Ying Chun would prudently prepare the menu in advance, while Bao Xia diligently taught her simple techniques each day based on her physical condition. Remarkably, Song Shihuan was recuperating at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, in Kuining Palace, the Empress remarked, "What does it mean that Dr. Mei visits the Prince of Qin's residence daily?" The words came from Hui Fei, who had a son, Prince Chu Songfeng. Upon hearing Hui Fei's comment, Mei Fei's expression darkened. Like Prince Chu, her son, Prince Qi, also had a daughter, and even the Eastern Palace had a noble lady, Princess Fuyan. Yet, the emperor seemed to cherish a wild girl above all else. The Empress Dowager harbored profound dissatisfaction with the Emperor Yuan Yu's decree. Yet she maintained a gentle smile. "You are all seasoned members of the palace. Surely you understand the emperor's temperament. Who among you would dare speak a word against him? Your Majesty, we have come to seek your assistance." Mei Fei dabbed the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. lamenting that Xiao had wept several times at the residence of Prince Qi, claiming that her grandfather did not favor her. The child was still so young and had never faced such grievances. Indeed, our Shilin is also suffering, the Empress Dowager sighed theatrically. I have not failed to advise the Emperor. However, he is wholeheartedly devoted to that child, and I nearly provoked his ire. How outrageous! Hui Fei, known for her straightforward temperament, exclaimed, I have spent decades in the palace and have never witnessed such behavior from the Emperor. Surely it is that child's cunning that has captivated him. Not long ago, the crown princess had taken Xian to the Prince of Qin's residence and had seemingly aided in punishing a treacherous servant. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Prince of Qin had even entered the palace to commend the Eastern Palace. The Empress Dowager's expression grew somber. The Emperor's generous gifts flowed like water to the Prince of Qin's residence. Yet all he bestowed upon Xian was a book on female propriety. How excessive! Such an ungrateful child. Mei Fei could not help but voice her thoughts. Indeed, I am at a loss. You must each devise your own strategies, replied the Empress Dowager. After Hui Fei and Mei Fei departed, she turned her gaze to the silent Su Shi, the legitimate wife of Su Jinru. Had it not been for the Su family last time, the decree of punishment might have befallen the Eastern Palace. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, intending to reward her niece-in-law with a fine gift. This thank you, Your Majesty. Su Shi was taken aback when summoned to the palace. She had feared reproach due to her mother's situation, yet unexpectedly received a reward. Now, the only support I have between the Empress and the Eastern Palace is the Su family, the Empress Dowager remarked, eliciting joy from Su Shi. Indeed, my husband's choice was wise. After a pleasant conversation, Su Shi left Kunning Palace in high spirits, while the Empress Dowager's countenance darkened. Your Majesty, do not be angry. It will harm your health. Upon hearing these words, the Empress Dowager let out a cold laugh. The Emperor's willingness to issue a decree to Lady Xian indicates that he holds the Eastern Palace in little regard. Whatever Song Yu says, the Emperor believes without question. Qin Shi, prior to Song Shihuan's appearance, the Emperor did not behave this way. The implication from the Empress Dowager is clear. Eliminate Princess Fuan. After Yin Zheng's previous failure, I learned that the Emperor had granted that girl 2 maidservants, one of whom is knowledgeable in medicine. A malicious glint crossed the Empress Dowager's face. If we were to wait for that girl to mature, it would only result in significant trouble. As for that servant, no need. Let us first observe the loyalty of the Su family. I have already hinted at such a degree. The Su family should have understood. After all, with a life-saving grace from my sister, the Emperor will not treat the Su family harshly. The Eastern Palace. Xian, there is news from grandmother. During this time, Song Shihuan has noticeably lost weight, particularly following the Emperor's silent issuance of the decree, which has been a tremendous blow to her. Has grandmother decided to take action? Song Shihuan asked eagerly. When can we ensure Song Shihuan's demise? Xian, grandmother has instructed us not to act rashly, but to allow the Su family to take the lead. Song Yinzheng comfortingly patted Song Shihuan, reminding her that we were previously too hasty in our actions. Brother, mother had already ceased to suspect me, but since grandfather granted the decree, mother has not visited me for several days. Song Shihuan's voice trembled with emotion. The mere thought of this matter brings me distress. I can only imagine how Song Shiling and Song Xiao are mocking me behind my back. Fear not. Song Yinzheng forced a smile. I have just spoken with my cousin's wife. She mentioned that the Su family would soon show Song Shihuan some consequences to avenge you. After a while, grandmother will suggest that the wild girl be admitted to the girls' academy, at which point you will be able to make her appear like an ugly duckling. Seeing a hint of a smile on Song Shihuan's face, Song Yinzheng felt somewhat relieved. How could grandfather continue to favor a wild girl who possesses no skills? Brother is right. Beneath the calm surface lies a tumultuous tide. Almost everyone's gaze was fixated on the Qin Wang Fu. Today, I can finally venture outside. I have yet to properly observe the city. Song Shihuan, for once, exhibited a childlike eagerness, her movements as she boarded the carriage reflecting her excitement. Bai Xia closely followed her into the carriage, with the nanny trailing alongside. Princess, the prince has stated that you may purchase whatever you desire today. Even if it is a shop, feel free to buy it. Song Shihuan gazed out of the carriage window at the scenes along the street, a lazy smile gracing her features. After about half an hour of travel, the carriage suddenly halted, and Song Shihuan furrowed her brow. Princess, it is the favored concubine of the Su family's eldest son. Upon hearing the nanny's words, Song Shihuan's thoughts whirled. Since she is my cousin's favored concubine, we shall yield. Although the nanny appeared displeased, she instructed the driver to move the carriage aside. To their surprise, a figure from the opposite carriage abruptly threw back the curtain and charged out, demanding to know who dared to clash with the Su family, ordering them to come forth and apologize to the esteemed lady. As Song Shihuan was about to speak after rolling down the car window, a long whip sliced through the air, heading straight for her face. Your Highness, be careful. Bao Xia swiftly positioned herself in front of Song Shihuan, intercepting the whip meant for her. At this moment, a chill began to envelop Song Shihuan. Bao Xia, bring her before me, she commanded. Lin Jiao, realizing she had failed to strike her true target, attempted to lash out again, only to be subdued by Bao Xia in the next instant. Impudent! Do you have any idea who the Su family is? Lin Jiao glared menacingly at Bao Xia. In response, Bao Xia flashed a broad smile. The Su family? I was unaware that they had such a master as you. You, Lin Jiao struggled fiercely. You dare to strike my lady and still attempt to escape? Chapter 22, Budying à Yuan? Is this how I meet my end? In a nearby tavern, Song Yu and Shun Qingping were indulging in their cups, their spirits lifted by the wine. Shun Qingping, in a moment of distraction, stole a glance out the window, and in that fleeting instant, the effects of the alcohol dissipated entirely. My lord, is that our princess? Ayuan? Song Yu approached the window, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and indeed, it was Ahuan. Alas, the princess is being bullied. Shun Qingping hastily patted Song Yu. Your Highness, that is merely a favored concubine of your cousin from the Su family, who is accustomed to flaunting her power. Dare to bully Ahuan? Do they think I am dead? Song Yu rolled up his sleeves and dashed outside. The throng of onlookers had swelled. Lin Jiao, restrained by Bai Xia, was forced to kneel before Song Shihuan. Which family's princess are you? I am the favored concubine of Lord Su, the Minister of Rights. Lin Jiao boasted with a haughty tilt of her chin, reveling in her arrogance. Curse your ancestors. This is the princess of my house. Song Yu bellowed, appearing suddenly before Lin Jiao, delivering swift slaps to her tender face. He was no gentleman and had no qualms about striking a woman. Within half a stick of incense, Lin Jiao's visage swelled grotesquely. You, my lord will not spare you. Lin Jiao's lips were swollen and bruised, rendering her speech slurred. Your lord? Summon Su Jinru to face me. The crowd gasped at the audacity of his words. In the Grand Qi dynasty, who was unaware of the emperor's esteem for the Su family, not only did they have a consort who had served the emperor well, but they also produced a future empress. Yet here, Prince Qin showed them no respect whatsoever. Before Su Jinru could arrive, the Jingzhao Yin, panting and breathless, rushed in. Jingzhao Yin Zhao Qi, pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Qin. Just in time. This individual has committed violence in the streets against a royal princess. Arrest her and take her to the prison. Song Yu declared, his stomach turning at Lin Jiao's current state. My lord, she is Lord Su's beloved concubine. Just a concubine, a mere plaything. Song Yu's words struck Lin Jiao like a dagger. With all her might, she screamed at him. I am not a plaything. The Lord favors me most. Unable to articulate clearly, he commanded, someone silence her to prevent her from spewing nonsense. Just as Jingzhao Yin found himself in a predicament, the leader of the Jinyui, Shen Xiao, arrived with a contingent, causing the curious onlookers to retreat several steps. The Jinyui were known to invoke tears in children with their mere presence. My lord, I am here on the emperor's orders to take Lin Jiao. Wait, where does my father intend to take her? Song Yu, anxious that Shun Xiao might release Lin Jiao, inquired. To the prison. Satisfied, Song Yu quickly stepped aside to let Shun Xiao pass. Father, the voice of Song Shihuan rang out, prompting Song Yu to lift the curtain of the carriage. Ahuan, are you unharmed? I am fine. Song Shihuan glanced at the whip marks on Bao Xia's hand and said, Father, if my uncle arrives shortly, please please take him before our grandfather to seek justice. That woman intends to mar my appearance. Who dares to bully her? They are courting death. By the time Su Jinru arrived, the chance would have passed. The crowd had already dispersed, and Song Shihuan was escorted back to the manor, where only Song Yu lounged about like a lord. Your Highness, where is Jiaoer? Su Jinru's anxious demeanor seemed genuine. Are you inquiring about Jiaoer's whereabouts? Song Yu cast a sidelong glance at Su Jinru. I fear she may already be in the imperial prison. Ah. Su Jinru clutched his head and let out a pained howl. Your Highness, I implore you to spare Jiaoer. She has been spoiled by me. Her heart is not wicked, and she did not intend to disrespect the princess. Spare her? Song Yu found it laughable, pulling Su Jinru by the ear all the way to the Zikan Hall. In the Zikan Hall, after hearing the full account of the incident, Emperor Yuanyu seized the paperweight from the table and hurled it towards Su Jinru. The object struck Su Jinru on the forehead, causing it to bleed. Yet he dared not plead for mercy. That wretched Lin, execute her. Your Majesty, no, please. Su Jinru panicked, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, the blood staining the floor. I shall certainly impose stricter discipline upon her. She shall not step outside the Su residence again. Father. That vile woman aimed her whip directly at Ahuan's face. Had Baoxian not intervened, Ahuan's beauty would have been ruined. With this statement from Song Yu, Emperor Yuanyo's fury surged. Su Jinru, have I been too lenient with the Su family? The emperor's inscrutable gaze halted Su Jinru's actions of bowing, and in that moment, he acutely sensed the emperor's dissatisfaction with the Su family. Your Majesty, I am deeply favored by your grace. I dare not. Funner may protect your family once or twice, but she will not continue to shield you indefinitely. The emperor rose slowly and approached Su Jinru, a demeanor that even made Song Yu's heart quiver. Why does father rage so? I command you to personally go to the imperial prison and execute that wretched woman. If by the time the moon rises she still draws breath, I shall strip you of your office and expel the Su family from the capital. Su Jinru crawled out of the Zikan Hall, his legs trembling. Song Yu glanced at Emperor Yuanyu. Father, why are you so angered today? Has Ahuan been harmed? A complex glint flickered in the emperor's eyes. Ever since he learned that news, he had not dared to see the child. I have checked. She is unscathed. Song Yu's eyes darted. However, this was Ahuan's first excursion outside, and encountering such an incident must have frightened her. The emperor shot a glance at Song Yu. Go to my private treasury and select some items for Ahuan. With this benefit granted, Song Yu hurried away, thus failing to witness the emperor's fearsome expression as he commanded, Wu Qi, investigate whether today's events were coincidental or contrived. Is it merely a coincidence that Ahuan encountered Lin Jiaoer on her first outing from the palace? Within the confines of the imperial prison, Su Jinru raised the paddle, striking Lin Jiaojiao time and again. My lord, please save me. Lin Jiaojiao's voice grew fainter, and in her final moments, she reached out, yearning to grasp Su Jinru's hand, her breath barely a whisper. It was Madame who mentioned that the sweet shop on South Street, which you adore, has opened. I long to personally procure some delicacies for you. With those last words, Lin Jiaojiao drew her final breath. Su Jinru, casting aside the paddle, wept inconsolably over her lifeless form, his eyes ablaze with grief. Chapter 23, A Fatal Blow. In the presence of the Empress Dowager's spirit, the young lady remarked, This minor injury is nothing to me. As Yingshun tended to Baoxia's wounds, her grip tightened upon hearing Baoxia's words, prompting a sharp cry of pain from her, sister. Be gentle. Song Shihuan's expression was taut. She did not perceive today's events as mere coincidence. Outside, the voice of Song Yu could be heard, prompting Song Shihuan to steady her nerves. Father, what news? Your grandfather was exceedingly enraged, commanding Su Jinru to personally carry out the execution of that wretched woman. Song Yu gritted his teeth. How dare they bully you? I consider it fortunate for them. He relayed the entire incident that transpired in the Zikan Hall to Song Shihuan. I had no idea that my cousin was such a sentimental fool, Song Shihuan remarked with heavy sarcasm. With his rotund figure, romantic? At that moment, Song Yu held no fondness for Su Jinru, for Lin Jiaoer was notorious for her bullying, a behavior he had inadvertently encouraged. Father, I am concerned. Song Shihuan clutched the hem of Song Yu's garment. I fear my cousin may place the blame for this incident upon us. How could that be? Song Yu shook his head. Huan, you are the victim, and with your grandfather backing you, who could possibly hold you accountable? Song Shihuan's gaze sharpened. It is different now. Over the years, the Su family has grown increasingly powerful, bolstered by the protection of the Empress and the current Empress. Hence, the magistrate dared not directly deal with Lin Jiaer. Now, because of her, Lin Jiaer faces execution at the hands of Su Jinru. This fury from Su Jinru will surely be redirected towards me. For those who conspire behind the scenes, this transaction is of no loss at all. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Song Shihuan softly spoke. Father, could you send a message to my cousin for me? At the Su residence, every servant felt the weight of dread. Within a mere half-day, Su Jinru had ordered the execution of 3 young servants. My lord, regardless of your sorrow, you must not neglect your meals. Su Shi wept with tear-filled eyes. It is my fault. Aunt Lin instructed me to inform her immediately upon hearing any news of the pastry shop. If I had not consented, Aunt Lin would not. My lady, I bear you no ill will. You need not worry about me. I shall remain here for a while. Su Jinru gazed around the room, filled with remnants of Lin Jiaer, overwhelmed by sorrow once more. What do you mean by that? Su Shi burst into the room. You are my husband. How could I not care for you? Today, the prince showed no regard for the Su family, and in the future, we need not consider our past affections. You are right. Su Jinru's eyes blazed with intense hatred. If it were not for the Prince of Qin insisting on entering the palace to lodge a complaint, Jiaer would not have met such a tragic end. Seeing this, Su Shi felt a sense of relief. As long as her husband did not suspect her involvement, all will be well. Upon returning to the courtyard, a smile finally graced Su Shi's face. My lady, what a clever scheme you devised. Not only have you rid us of that wretched Lin, but you also managed to handle the affairs assigned to you by the palace. We spread a trusted dead. The only shortcoming is that her beauty remains intact. Su reclined against the back of the chair, exuding a languid demeanor, and requested a warm pot of wine be brought to him. Only through the flourishing of the Su family could her sons and daughters prosper. When Su Jinru received the invitation from Song Shihuan, his countenance turned a shade of iron. Lord Su, our princess requests your presence at the royal residence in 3 days' time. Su Jinru clenched the invitation tightly, distorting it in his grip. Very well, I shall certainly attend. The Qin royal residence was indeed brazen. Despite having the upper hand in this matter, they still sought to trample upon him. Su Jinru's animosity towards the Qin royal residence peaked. He longed for the moment when the crown prince would ascend the throne and order the execution of the Qin household. Yet, fate did not favor Su Jinru's desires. 3 days later, upon arriving at the gates of the royal residence, Su Jinru beheld a carriage that had been waiting in readiness. Lord Su, our princess has been awaiting you for quite some time. The scars on Baoxia's arms stung Su Jinru's eyes, conjuring memories of his tragically deceased beloved. Pray, where does the princess intend to take me? Su Jinru's voice was laden with indifference. You shall soon find out, dear cousin. The wheels of the carriage turned slowly, eventually halting in a secluded area. It was the imperial mausoleum. Su Jinru's mind faltered. What purpose did the princess have in bringing him here? I wish to pay my respects to our imperial grandmother alongside you. A faint smile graced Song Shihuan's lips. This imperial grandmother was not the one of Kunning Palace. Su Jinru hesitated momentarily before following in her footsteps. The guards at the mausoleum, upon seeing Song Shihuan, willingly made way for the two. As they walked, Su Jinru inexplicably felt a chill sweep through his sleeves. Surely, dear cousin, you visit our imperial grandmother often? Song Shihuan's inquiry caused Su Jinru's expression to stiffen. He had lost count of how many years had passed since he last paid homage to his dearly departed grandaunt. Before the tomb, Song Shihuan earnestly bowed thrice. Imperial grandmother, today your granddaughter comes to see you with my cousin. The echo of her voice resonated sharply in Su Jinru's mind. Cousin, on that day, if not for Baoxia's intervention, I would have been disfigured by Lin Yinyang's whip, which was aimed at my face. Song Shihuan turned her gaze upon Su Jinru. Though I have been cast adrift for a decade, I am still a royal princess. Lin Yinyang publicly struck the royal family. What fate could she possibly face? Should our imperial grandfather investigate the Su family's grave disrespect? What would be our family's fate? A cascade of thoughts jolted Su Jinru back to lucidity. I invited you here today to clarify matters before our imperial grandmother, Song Shihuan, asserted with conviction. Do you not find this peculiar, dear cousin? What is peculiar? He replied. I am frail, and that day was my first outing from the residence. It was mere coincidence that I encountered Lin Yinyang. Had this been any other setting, the wrathful Su Jinru might not have absorbed her words. Yet, before the mausoleum of the Empress Dowager, he felt an unsettling uncertainty. My father and I have little support. The Su family is of great significance to us. Song Shihuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Is it possible that someone is deliberately plotting against both the Qin royal residence and the Su family? Your Highness, I shall certainly investigate this matter upon my return. Su Jinru, drenched in cold sweat, realized the truth in your words. The coincidence was indeed too striking. Such a grave offense. It could warrant the extermination of 9 clans. Could it be that someone is scheming against the Su family from the shadows? After Su Jinru hurriedly departed, Song Shihuan knelt once more before the tomb. Grandmother, I am an unfilial granddaughter. I must rely on your lingering power to accomplish my aims. At present, neither my father nor I have truly established ourselves into Qi. Thus the wrath of the Su family must not be directed towards the Prince of Qin. Before the grand tomb, a diminutive figure knelt. The sky gradually darkened, and raindrops began to fall. Song Shihuan slowly rose, saying, Grandmother, rest assured, I shall preserve the glory and wealth of the Prince of Qin for centuries to come. Those who have bullied us shall pay a heavy price. Until next time, I shall return to visit you. Chapter 24. How did I come here to seek a divorce? At the entrance of the royal mausoleum, Song Yu held an umbrella, waiting for Song Shihuan to emerge. Upon seeing him, Song Shihuan hurriedly ran a few steps and threw herself into Song Yu's embrace, exclaiming, I miss my great-grandmother. So I asked my cousin to come and pay respects. You little rascal. Song Yu affectionately pinched Song Shihuan's delicate nose, assuring her, This prince is not afraid of the Su family. I know, my father fears neither heaven nor earth. Song Yu glanced back at the mausoleum before departing with Song Shihuan. The atmosphere in the carriage was somewhat subdued. Father, do you secretly go to pay respects to great-grandmother every time? Song Shihuan softly inquired, having noticed the signs of frequent offerings at the mausoleum. Nonsense. Song Yu's sharp tongue was the hardest part of him. There's a spirit tablet in the estate. Paying respects, there is sufficient. Oh, Song Shihuan elongated her response, prompting Song Yu to maintain his composure as he continued. If you wish to come next time, this prince can accompany you. Then thank you, father. Song Shihuan smiled, her lips curving. Through the carriage window, she observed the bustling shops lining the street. Father, do we not have many shops as well? At the mention of this, Song Yu's invisible tail perked up with pride. Of course, when I establish my residence. Your grandfather bestowed upon me your grandmother's dowry shops and estates. Naturally, the old man added some himself. Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled at his words. Then we must have a great deal of silver. Seeing Song Yu nod proudly, she rolled her eyes internally. Not quite, she thought, having perused the accounts and found numerous deficits. Father, please hire a tutor for me to learn accounting, so I can see how much silver the princely residence truly possesses. Song Shihuan smiled mischievously. And if there are shops for cosmetics or ready-made garments, I could choose freely. Whatever you say, Huan. Song Yu readily agreed, believing that the wealth of the Qin Wangfu was sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. Eager to show off his assets before his daughter, Song Yu arranged for an accountant to come the following day. Father, don't leave. Song Shihuan called out to him as he prepared to depart. Huan, what is it? Song Yu flashed a broad smile, reminding himself that today was an odd-numbered day, and he had already informed others of his outing. Father should learn with Huan. Otherwise, I fear I will not understand. Faced with Song Shihuan's pitiful expression, Song Yu found himself utterly defenseless. He instantly disregarded Shun Qingping, who was waiting outside. Satisfied, Song Shihuan nodded. The considerable deficits in the princely residence should be calculated by her father for a more profound impact. Moreover, A man destined for greatness must be adept at accounting. Otherwise, he could end up being cheated and cluelessly handing out money to others. The sound of the abacus clicking echoed in the Qin Wangfu, while Su Jinru's investigation was also gaining clarity. Are you saying that just days before the incident, the lady entered the palace twice? Su Jinru absent-mindedly twirled the jade ring on her thumb, her gaze clouded with inscrutability. Yes, one visit to the Kunning Palace and another to the Eastern Palace. What stirrings have transpired in the main courtyard these past few days? A vague suspicion began to brew within Su Jinru. The maids in the ladies' courtyard were all in high spirits. So it was this venomous woman. Su Jinru abruptly rose, forcefully striking the table, her demeanor fierce as she strode toward the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, Su Shi was indulging in her warm wine when the sudden arrival of Su Jinru startled her into forgetting her customary greetings. Su Jinru violently smashed the cup from Su Shi's hands on the ground. You intentionally schemed to bring about the death of my dear child. My lord, I did not. In the next moment, Su Jinru seized Su Shi by the neck. I can confront you because I possess evidence. If you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall immediately draft a divorce decree. Releasing her grip, Su Shi collapsed to the floor. It was the Empress and the Crown Prince who instructed me to teach that wild girl a lesson, to avenge the noble Lady Fuyun. Is that worth the life of my child? Su Jinru laughed bitterly in her rage. I had no idea that my closest companion was such a vile woman. Targeting a royal princess is no trivial matter. Su Shi, now somewhat deranged, retorted, who else could be sacrificed, if not Lin Jiao? Gazing at Su Shi, who showed no signs of remorse, Su Jinru spoke slowly. Bring me ink and paper. I intend to write a divorce decree. Nonsense. The voice of the old matriarch Su rang out. Su Shi rushed to her, as if she were a savior. Mother, I have children to consider. I implore you to think of their future. With a heavy sigh, the old matriarch replied, this is truly a calamity. Mother, I cannot bear to share a bed with such a poisonous woman. What are your children? Your son must enter the court, and your daughter must marry into a prominent family? The old matriarch prodded Su Jinru with her cane. You must now consider the emperor's dissatisfaction with the Su family. Mother. Su Jinru shivered at the thought. During this period, do not cultivate close ties with Kunning Palace or the Eastern Palace. The old matriarch's murky eyes sparkled with clarity. Even if our Su family does nothing, our wealth and honor will not diminish by even a fraction. What we fear is not the foolishness of some, but their incessant meddling. But the Eastern Palace. Did you think of the Su family's feelings when your wife sought vengeance for Lady Fuyun? Su Jinru's eyes darkened with pain. Why is it that, in the end, it is my dear child who must suffer? Lady, recently Lord Su has taken leave, claiming illness. Ingchuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. The Su family has shut its doors to visitors, and even the servants sent from the Eastern Palace have been denied entry. Song Shihuan nodded upon hearing this. It seems my uncle's wrath will not be directed toward us. A fortunate turn of events indeed. At the moment when Song Shihuan flipped through the pages of the book, a heart-wrenching roar pierced the air, causing the book in her hand to fall to the ground with a thud. This account must have been miscalculated. Song Yu, trembling, pointed at the ledger and shouted at the accountant. Do you even know how to do the math? Your Highness, the result is indeed as stated, the accountant replied. Unwilling to accept this, Song Yu personally recalculated, only to approach Song Shihuan later with a face ashen as ashes. Huan, please calculate it again. When the results remained consistent after several attempts, Song Yu's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Damn those treacherous servants. How could they embezzle so much of my money? Chapter 25. The money has disappeared, and the prince's spirits have diminished. Is father still unwilling to dine? Outside, Song Shihuan observed the untouched meal in Lu Shi's hands, unable to suppress a slight raise of her brows. Among the motley crew that Song Yu had gathered, Lu Shi was relatively presentable. As for Yi Shi, Er Shi, San Shi, Song Shihuan preferred not to dwell on them. Returning to the princess, the prince claims he is not hungry. How could he not be, having missed 2 meals? Song Shihuan knocked on the door. Father, it's Huan. Please open the door so I may check on you. I am tired and wish to rest, came a muffled voice from within. Noting this, Song Shihuan gestured for Lu Shi to set the tray outside. Then you must promise to eat. After a few moments, Song Yu opened the door a crack, swiftly snatching away the food without casting a glance at Song Shihuan. Noticing the flush of his ears, she understood. Her father had spoken of the wealth in the royal treasury, yet had all been embezzled by others. He was embarrassed. Thinking of this, Song Shihuan deliberately raised her voice. Then please rest well, father. Once you've had some sleep, we shall discuss how to reclaim our silver. That money rightfully belongs to our royal household and cannot be taken away by anyone. Inside, Song Yu savagely bit into a chicken leg, seemingly unleashing his frustration upon it. Reclaim the money? That was far from sufficient. Having lost face before a Huan, he would remember these individuals and seek retribution. The following day, Song Yu appeared before Song Shihuan, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Father, come, take a look. Song Shihuan beckoned him closer. I had Shi and the others investigate, and I also consulted the scholar to calculate the expected profit from these shops. As Song Yu examined the figures, his eyes widened in disbelief. By the heavens, all this silver should rightfully belong to the Qin Wang Fu. Father, when we pursue debts, we must adhere to certain protocols. How do you intend to proceed? Song Shihuan asked, her eyes twinkling. Who does not covet wealth? The mere thought of such riches soon to flow into their coffers made her giddy enough to enjoy an extra bowl of rice. How to pursue? I will personally visit each establishment and demand what is owed. If they cannot produce the funds, I shall deal with them on the spot. Song Yu ground his teeth. His fists clenched tightly. Father, why not invite Master Shun to accompany us in this endeavor? Song Shihuan interjected sweetly. He has a keen acumen for financial matters. Having him with us will be like adding wings to a tiger. That money-obsessed man? Please trust me, father. I implore you. Song Shihuan shook his father's arm, prompting Lu Shi to hurriedly summon Shun Qingping to the palace. An hour later, I cannot engage in such a venture. Shun Qingping stepped back, disinclined to undertake a task that would offend others without any reward. A mere 10% of the reclaimed silver for my trouble? Song Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Qingping replied, However, I can indeed assist with this matter. They had received an abundance of information, and a gentle nudge to their minds was not unwelcome. Thus, the trio commenced their strategizing for debt collection. Shun Qingping, astute as ever, swiftly established the order of their approach. They would first visit the Hongzij, a shop frequented by numerous noble ladies, which promised a substantial profit and a chance to spread word of their endeavors, instilling a sense of trepidation among those who owed them. Shun Qingping's analysis was remarkably insightful. Song Yu cast a blank glance at Shun Qingping, remarking, Why had I not noticed your cleverness before? Once the funds are secured, everything becomes negotiable. He playfully nudged Shun Qingping, who took it in stride, gazing at Song Shihuan as if he were a deity of fortune. What do you think, Your Highness? I find it absolutely splendid, Song Shihuan replied with a smile, acknowledging Shun Qingping's intelligence. After all, how could the son of Shun Zhuangyuan be anything less than astute? At the Hongzij, a throng of customers emerged, laden with packages. Inside a carriage, Bao Xia could not contain her excitement, exclaiming how much silver could be earned in a single day. From now on, all of this will belong to the Wang Fu. Shun Qingping jested, as they awaited the opportune moment for their plan to unfold swiftly. Meanwhile, Song Shihuan, veiled and gazing through the carriage window, suddenly shifted her gaze. To her astonishment, she spotted Song Yinzheng and Song Shiyan approaching the Hongzij. On the other side, Song Yinzheng, dressed as a dapper nobleman, coaxed the seemingly ethereal Song Shiyan. Today, after finally bringing you out of the palace, do try to enjoy yourself. Elder brother, I truly lack the spirit for it, Song Shiyan replied despondently. Ever since Song Shihuan's return, she felt a cloud of misfortune hovering above her, devising schemes to outmaneuver Song Shihuan. Yet each time she found herself thwarted. Could it be that this wild girl was simply endowed with extraordinary luck? If one attempt fails, there will always be another. We have ample opportunities ahead. If you continue to sulk, it will not suit your beauty, Song Yinzheng chuckled. Ahead lies the Hongzij. Choose whatever you desire. I have instructed the shopkeeper to reserve some exquisite items exclusively for you, unseen by others. At the mention of cosmetics, Song Shiyan managed a faint smile. In the carriage, Song Shihuan observed her brother and Song Shian entering the Hongzij, feeling as though fortune itself was on her side. The shopkeeper is a servant of the Chong family. Shen Qingping remarked cheerfully, without a hint of surprise on his face. You already knew, Master Shen? Song Shihuan asked, her gaze flickering. I only learned of an hour ago, Shen Qingping replied, looking toward the shop. Your Highness, the time has come. Upon hearing this, Song Yu could hardly wait. He descended from the carriage swiftly, and Song Shihuan reached out to stop him but was too late. Inside the shop, Song Shian had already selected 2 boxes of cosmetics. While the shopkeeper beamed beside her, saying, Your Highness, it is an honor to have you here. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Observing the butler's deeply respectful demeanor, Song Shian felt a slight alleviation of her pent-up frustration. Indeed, she was the most esteemed princess of the Qi. With a gentle nod, she was about to depart with Song Yanzheng when she suddenly spotted Song Yu blocking the entrance. Shian, have you forgotten something? He inquired. Why is uncle here? A flicker of impatience crossed Song Shian's eyes. I merely accompany my elder brother for a leisurely stroll. Leisurely stroll is acceptable. But who taught you to take items without settling the payment? Song Yu directed his gaze toward the butler behind him, who, realizing Song Yu's status, began to tremble. This is the Chong family's establishment. Uncle, it seems you have no connection here, do you? Chapter 26. Public humiliation of the Eastern Palace. Is this the shop of the Chong family? Song Yu, filled with rage, laughed mockingly as he seized the shopkeeper by the nape of his neck, addressing Song Shiyan. Whose establishment is this? Your Highness, spare me. Please, Your Highness. The shopkeeper pleaded incessantly, yet he refused to divulge the truth, making Song Yu appear as if he were intentionally causing a scene. Noticing the peculiar glances from the onlookers directed at Song Yu, Song Shihuan slowly descended from the carriage, feigning confusion. Father, didn't you say you were bringing me to see the palace's shop? This remark left everyone momentarily stunned. Is this the shop of the Qin Wangfu? Shen Qingping quickly followed suit. Ladies and gentlemen, this Hongji pavilion was part of the late empress's dowry, granted to the prince upon his ascendance to the throne. For many years, he has not set foot here. At this point, Shen Qingping feigned a sorrowful sigh. Had it not been for the desire to purchase some cosmetics for Princess Fuan, we would not have come here today. The expressions of Song Yanzheng and Song Shian immediately soured, particularly that of Song Yanzheng, who was well aware of the shop's origins. To his astonishment, upon their arrival, the establishment had seemingly been claimed by another. Shen Qingping pretended to ponder for a moment before pointing at the shopkeeper once more. The shopkeeper appears to be associated with the Chong family. Oh, the crowd suddenly understood. It turned out that the Chong family had unlawfully appropriated the Qin Wangfu's shop. And today, coincidentally, the prince sought to purchase goods for Princess Fuan, leading to this revelation. Sister, how could you speak to father in such a manner? He is, after all, your elder. Song Shihuan sobbed a few times. It is also my fault. Had I not insisted on buying cosmetics today, you and Brother Yanzheng could have smoothly taken what you needed from the shop. What do you mean? Our Eastern Palace does not lack such trifling silver. The sarcastic tone of Song Shihuan nearly drove Song Shiyan to the brink of fury. Father, I told you, my sister certainly did not intend to occupy our shop without paying. It must be the fault of a reckless servant. Song Shihuan pouted. For someone as kind-hearted as Madame Chong would never condone such behavior from her subordinates. Shihuan is right. I shall certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. Song Yanzheng wished to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. However, Song Yu was not inclined to relent. I can ascertain the truth right now. With a stern expression, he commanded, Liushi, return to the estate and examine the accounts. See how the Hongji pavilion has fared over the years. Sanshi summoned the Jingzhaoyin. Father, it would be best to invite Madame Chong as well. Song Shihuan quietly stoked the flames. Upon hearing this, the crowd froze in their tracks. This was turning into a grand spectacle. Song Yanzheng, noticing the situation, signaled discreetly to his trusted aide, who promptly exited the scene. Song Shihuan, observing this, felt a cold smile creep across her face. Shihuan, with so many witnesses present, perhaps we should return to the palace to resolve this matter. Song Yanzheng spoke with a composed demeanor, believing that escalating the situation would not benefit anyone. Father, What does Brother Yinjing mean? Song Shihuan tilted her head, feigning ignorance. I seem to have not understood. Seeing Song Shihuan's act of playing deaf and mute, Song Yinjing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Clear the area, everyone, commanded Song Yinjing, compelled by the circumstances to issue a direct order. What is His Highness doing? Shun Qingping interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of the commoners. The Red-Lit Pavilion was frequented by countless patrons daily, necessitating not only accountability to the Qin Wangfu, but also to the people. They must be informed of where their money had gone. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness? The weight of public opinion bore heavily upon Song Yinjing, darkening his countenance as if ink might flow from it. Song Shihuan approached Song Shihuan, turning her back to the doorway, her expression fierce. Song Shihuan, today's events were orchestrated by you. Sister, you jest. I too desire cosmetics, Song Shihuan replied, meeting Song Shihuan's gaze without hesitation. It was merely an unforeseen incident. Have our uncle and that wastrel from the Shun family leave this place, or when you enter the girls' academy, I will ensure you learn the true meaning of desperation. Song Shihuan warned, feigning a shiver. Instantly, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, portraying a victimized demeanor. Observing this, Song Yu cast aside the shopkeeper and stepped protectively in front of Song Shihuan. Song Shihuan, it appears you have not thoroughly studied the female edicts bestowed upon you by our father, as you dare to bully your siblings in my presence. Song Shihuan was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that her carefully concealed knowledge of the edicts would be so bluntly revealed before so many. Her reputation hung precariously in the balance. As the murmurs from outside began to swell, she was consumed by a mix of shame and fury, her teeth chattering in anger. She vowed to ensure Song Shihuan's demise, and in the most horrific manner possible. I no longer desire these items. Brother, let us depart, she declared, grasping Song Yinjing's arm. Song Shihuan, observing the scene, gave a barely perceptible nod. With Song Yinjing and Song Shihuan's departure, the Chong family was left without support. When Madame Chong and the Jingzhaoyin arrived, they learned the entirety of the situation only to realize that the one capable of defending the Chong family, Song Yinjing, had already left. In a fit of distress, Madame Chong fainted. Madame Chong seems to be in poor health. She fainted once before, Song Shihuan remarked. We should find an opportunity for physician made to check her pulse. On the ground, feigning unconsciousness, Madame Chong stiffened at the mention, while Song Shihuan pretended not to notice. With several influential figures departed, the atmosphere became more manageable. Under duress, the shopkeeper confessed to the occupation of the premises. The news brought back by Lu Shi, who had gone to inspect the accounts, plunged the shopkeeper into despair, revealing that over the years, the Qin Wangfu had not received a single profit from the Red-Lit Pavilion. Clearing his throat, the Jingzhaoyin demanded the shop be returned to the Qin Wangfu, and that the Chong family compensate the long-lost profits. Clapping her hands, Song Shihuan innocently chirped, Father, does this mean I can come here for cosmetics any time in the future? Indeed, Song Yu responded, relishing the opportunity to regain face before his daughter, and resumed his display of pride. Father, do we possess only this one shop? In front of the crowd, Song Yu affectionately ruffled Song Shihuan's hair, assuring him that our family owns more than just this establishment. Upon our return, I shall have Lu Shi compile a list for your perusal. How splendid! Tomorrow, I shall visit a different shop each day. The innocent voice reached the ears of some in the crowd like the arrival of a devil. The King of Qin is about to commence a thorough investigation into the shops. We must hasten back to report this to our master. Chapter 27. The silent consent of Emperor Yuanyu at the Qinhuang Manor, my lord. I have discovered that the county princess is exceptionally intelligent. Shun Qingping pursued Song Yu, expressing his desire to take the princess as his disciple. What about you? Song Yu retorted with disdain. What could you possibly teach a Huan? Arithmetic, Shun Qingping replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Rather than hiring an accountant, I could instruct the princess myself. Besides arithmetic, I could also teach her the art of wine tasting and the delicate melodies of playing the guqin. He had just revisited the events surrounding the financial dealings at Hongji Pavilion and realized that every word spoken by the princess significantly influenced the outcome. Now merely 10 years of age, Her future held boundless potential. Shen Qingping could hardly contain his joy, having grown up alongside the prince. He knew that with the prosperity of the Qin Wang manor, his fortunes would also rise. Clearing his throat, Shen Qingping declared, "I am already the princess's tutor. From now on, I shall not relay my elders' teachings to you, my lord. I will speak directly to the princess." He aspired to be her true mentor. Song Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise, then anger, followed by a swift kick aimed at Shen Qingping. "You wish to compete with me, for a Huan?" he warned, eyeing Shen Qingping warily. "Rest assured, I shall find someone else to instruct me. Whoever can teach a Huan, let them prove their worth." A sense of urgency gripped Song Yu. It seemed he had to acquire more than just scholarly knowledge. If Shen Qingping could play the guqin, and he could not, he would be outshone. That evening, the study of the Shen family and the study at Qin Wang Manor both glimmered with candlelight. Two self-proclaimed idlers, the sons of nobility, began to strive diligently, determined to outdo one another. Upon hearing this news, Song Shihuan in the courtyard could not contain her laughter. After such a lengthy period, her father had finally finished reading 2 historical texts. Pondering for a moment, she resolved to delve into the spring and autumn annals next. The language is rather obscure. The prince will undoubtedly need to exert considerable effort, she mused. Ingchun chuckled softly as she handed the neatly organized accounts of Hongji Pavilion to Song Shihuan. After perusing them, Song Shihuan nodded and instructed Lu Shi to deliver the account books to the Chong residence, ensuring it would make quite a stir. Everyone must know of their delivery. Yes, Baoxia could not help but laugh aloud. So much silver. "Princess, I can hardly contain my glee at the thought of today's reaction from the Eastern Palace." Song Shihuan echoed her sentiment without reservation. "I, too, am delighted." In the Eastern Palace, Madame Chong was visibly distraught, tears streaming down her face. After reviewing the accounts, the crown princess felt a chill run through her. "Sister-in-law, this situation has escalated significantly, and with so much silver involved, it must be repaid to the Qin Wang manor." Madame Chong stiffened at her words. The money had long been spent, and she had no means to conjure such wealth. "Your Highness, the Chong family has engaged in numerous charitable acts over the years, expending countless silver. We cannot fill such a vast deficit." "What? All spent?" The crown princess sprang to her feet, and upon seeing Madame Chang's flickering gaze, her heart plummeted. "Could it be that besides Hongji Pavilion, you have also claimed other establishments?" Chong, momentarily at a loss for words, soon gathered her thoughts and spoke slowly. "The Chong family has taken over these shops primarily for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Imperial Grandson. Over the years, the funds they have used while managing affairs outside have largely been derived from the profits of these establishments." Upon hearing Madame Chang's words, the Crown Princess felt a tremor in her heart. "Do both His Highness and Yin Zheng know about this?" Madame Chong nodded. "Not only that, but the acquisition of these shops was also at the behest of the Crown Prince. Your Highness, the Chong family is in dire straits. You cannot stand idly by." Madame Chong, in her urgency, felt her lips blistering from anxiety. "Could you possibly intercede for the Chong family and request a reduction of those funds by half?" "Half?" The Crown Princess reacted as if she were hearing an absurd tale. "Your Highness, if you do not lend your assistance when the Chong family fails to produce the funds, and the Emperor and Prince Qin begin their investigations, the situation will become dire." Understanding the implication behind Madame Chang's words, the Crown Princess's expression turned cold. "I shall plead with Mother." As she exited the East Palace, she felt a sense of disorientation. Had all that wealth truly been exhausted? She remained utterly unaware of the circumstances. At Kuan Ning Palace, upon arriving at the entrance, the Crown Princess was halted. "Your Highness, the Emperor is inside. Please return." The twitching of her right eyelid intensified as she absent-mindedly acknowledged the guard. Was her father's visit to her mother related to this matter? Inside, the Empress Dowager was personally preparing tea for Emperor Yuanyu. "Your Majesty, this tea is brewed with morning dew, fragrant and delightful." The Emperor took a sip, his expression indifferent. "Have you heard about today's events?" he casually inquired. "What matter does Your Majesty refer to?" The Empress Dowager wore her signature smile. "Today, Yu took Ahuan to Hongji Pavilion to select cosmetics and fortuitously encountered Yin Zheng and Shiyan. Yu claimed that Shiyan had not made any payment, while Shiyan asserted that this was a shop belonging to the Chong family. The emperor took another sip of tea, continuing, "It turns out this was originally Funner's dowry shop. For some unknown reason, it has ended up in the Chong family's hands. Such a thing exists." The Empress Dowager feigned surprise. "Indeed, I am also astonished. Over the past few years, none of the profits from Hongji Pavilion have reached Prince Qin's residence. They have all gone to the Chong family." The emperor cast a deep glance at the Empress Dowager. "The Jingzhaoyin has ordered the Chong family to return the profits from these years. I find this reasonable. Yes, it should be returned." The smile on the Empress Dowager's face faltered. She was aware that at least half of those profits had been used for the Crown Prince and Yinzheng. Seeing her response, the emperor smiled with satisfaction. "I suspect you and the others will be reclaiming all the shops this time. This is for the best, lest Ahuan find herself without a dowry in the future." The Empress Dowager now comprehended everything. The emperor was preemptively signaling his support for Prince Qin's reclamation of the shops. Her heart felt as though it were being squeezed, making it difficult to breathe. The emperor speaks true. The Empress Yuan departed with a smile, leaving the Empress Dowager in a state of bewilderment. By the time the Crown Princess arrived again, the Empress Dowager was already reclining in bed. "Mother, what should we do now? What should we do? We must gather funds for the Chong family and ensure that the money is delivered to the Prince of Qin without fail." The Empress Dowager's heart was bleeding. At her age, having to mend the financial gaps for her descendants was truly absurd. "Mother, did you also know that His Highness and Yin Zheng have been profiting from the shop?" Faced with the Crown Princess's inquiry, the Empress Dowager paused slightly. "I only learned of it just now from you. Is that so?" The Crown Princess lowered her head. Chapter 28. Wealth Approaches. The Eastern Palace. Yin Zheng, how much do you truly know about the affairs of Hongji Pavilion? The Crown Princess gazed at Song Zheng, suddenly finding it difficult to recognize her eldest son. "Mother, I do not possess the complete understanding of the situation," Song Zheng replied softly, his demeanor gentle. "Both the Crown Prince and I have been inevitably engaged in the intricacies of the political arena, and our meager salaries are insufficient. My aunt has offered assistance, hence." The Crown Princess's gaze became unfocused, clearly unable to absorb Song Zheng's explanations. "Mother, while Hongji Pavilion has indeed generated considerable profits, a significant portion has been allocated by my aunt for charitable deeds." Song Zheng slightly bent his body, stating that if it displeases you, I shall forego my aunt's financial support in the future. I would never wish to cause you distress. The Crown Princess's breath caught sharply. Should His Highness ascend the throne in the future, Yinzheng would undoubtedly be the legitimate heir apparent. It is no wonder that the Chong family is willing to part with their wealth to support both His Highness and Yinzheng. This time, we shall assist the Chong family in rectifying their deficits together. The Crown Princess forced a smile, recognizing that she must not allow this matter to jeopardize the relationship between the Chong family and the Eastern Palace. If that were to occur, she would be a sinner in the eyes of the Chong family. "Mother, I am intrinsically linked with the Chong family. As I flourish, they shall naturally ascend alongside me." With Song Zheng's words, the Crown Princess gradually regained her composure. "Should similar matters arise, they ought to be disclosed to you in advance." Yes, this time it was my fault." Song Zheng, relieved after pacifying the Crown Princess, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. This time, the Qin Wangfu had gained the upper hand, particularly that Song Shihuan, whose silver-tongued nature was fundamentally corrupt. It was undoubtedly wise to exclude her from the Eastern Palace. What occurred? The Crown Princess was unaware of the specifics at that time, only knowing that the sum of money the Chong family needed to repay was immense. After Song Zheng recounted how Song Yu and Song Shihuan had bullied Song Shiyan, the Crown Princess's expression grew complex. She had always regarded Shiyan as her pride and joy, yet recently. First, she was told by the emperor that she lacked talent, and then she was bestowed with the admonition for women. Now, she dared not boast of Shiyan's excellence in front of her two sisters-in-law. How could they treat Shiyan in such a manner? After all, she had raised her with her own hands. The Crown Princess's heart softened. "Indeed, you have scarcely visited Shiyan recently, and she's been deeply saddened," Song Yin-jung implored. You are well aware of Shiyin's disposition, are you not? I shall go see Shiyin at once. The crown princess sighed and departed from Song Yin-jung's courtyard. Song Yin-jung, tall and slender, with his hands clasped behind his back. Do not worry, your highness. The empress still holds you and the princess in her heart. Since childhood, the empress has been the cherished jewel of the Chong family, spoiled by her maternal grandfather, her nature remaining innocent. Throughout her life, she has placed great importance on reputation. Thus, it is often best to keep certain matters from her knowledge. Song Yin-jung's expression darkened. As long as the empress visited Shiyin's courtyard, Shiyin would surely manage to placate her. However, the thought of having to return the silver he had received sent a shiver down Song Yin-jung's spine. The Qin Wangfu. Such an immense sum, my lady. I have never encountered such a wealth of gold in my entire life. Bao Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and even the usually composed Ing Chun could not resist stealing a few glances. This is merely the profit of the Hongzhi. Song Yu's smile stretched almost to his ears. With so many shops under our estate, it is likely that the entirety of the house could not contain all the gold. Even Song Shihuan felt a bead of sweat form in the palm of her hand. Is our father truly this affluent? Ayuan, you have no idea how the Chong family looked just now, as if I had feasted upon their very flesh. Song Yu pouted, making it seem as if I were the villain in this tale, not merely feasting upon the Chong family's resources. We might also be consuming the wealth of the Empress Dowager and the Eastern Palace. Song Shihuan's expression shifted slightly. Father, the Chong family uses our funds for charitable deeds. Is that what we deem virtuous? We, who employ our own wealth for benevolence, are the true benefactors. She yearned to gradually dismantle Madame Chang's lofty reputation, revealing the family's true, unsightly face to all. Huan suggested that since we possess ample funds, it would be wise for father to visit the palace and inform grandfather that we are willing to donate the annual profits of the Hongzhi to aid disaster victims. Song Shihuan's gaze was sincere. Had she encountered such benevolence in her own past, she would not have known hunger. Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt a pang in his heart. Huan's goodness is undeniable. I shall go to the palace at once. Song Shihuan nodded, her eyes fixed on the mountain of gold before her. Her intention to alleviate the plight of the victims was genuine. Yet her desire to gain favor in the eyes of grandfather was equally true. She also harbored hopes of reclaiming the profits from the other shops under his protection. Reflecting on her complex motives, Song Shihuan could not help but smile. So what? A gentleman's worth is measured by actions, not intentions. She and her father are undoubtedly virtuous individuals. In the Zakindian, Song Yu was portrayed by Song Shihuan as if he were a celestial being before the Bodhisattva in the heavens. Father, you do not comprehend. Huan simply wishes to assist those afflicted, having endured much hardship due to the lack of such aid in her own life. Song Yu even wiped his eyes with his sleeve, marveling at the towering mountain of gold. Huan had declared without hesitation her intent to donate the annual profits of the Hongzhi to the victims. Truly, she is my granddaughter. The Emperor Yuan Yu was deeply moved. Countless individuals across the realm possess vast wealth. Yet who among them can match the innocence of a child, so generously promising to donate their annual profits? Father Emperor, please set a time and arrange for someone to transport the gold from my estate. Observing Song Yu's demeanor, the Emperor Yuan Yu could not help but chuckle. It is rare for you to exhibit such generosity. If it means that children like Huan can have a meal to fill their bellies, I would not hesitate to donate half of my wealth. The conviction in Song Yu's words left the emperor momentarily speechless. For the first time, the emperor scrutinized Song Yu with the discerning gaze reserved for a prince, and he was astonished to discover that among his 4 sons, only the eldest before him possessed a heart inclined towards generosity and benevolence. A ruler must always hold the well-being of the people close to heart. Wu Qi, convey my imperial decree. All who have unlawfully occupied the properties of the Qin Wangfu must return all profits within 3 days and restore the premises to the Qin Wang. The Emperor Yuan Yu gazed gently, considering that you may not be able to spare many hands from your household to attend to the shop. Therefore, I shall allocate some personnel to assist you for the time being. Thank you, Father Emperor. As Song Yu stepped out, he was still somewhat bewildered. Why has Father Emperor been so benevolent to him lately? Could it be that he was harboring a greater scheme, perhaps intending to chastise him once more? Chapter 29. To attend the Girls' Academy? With the imperial decree from Emperor Yuanyu, those who had encroached upon the Qianwang mansion dutifully returned the gold and silver. The East Palace. The Chu Prince's mansion. The Qi Prince's mansion. Song Shihuan's gaze dripped with sarcasm as she observed. This is truly the hand and foot of her father's brothers. They would trample upon her father's head to feast upon his flesh and blood. Such audacity! The old matron indignantly voiced her discontent, lamenting how the prince had always been generous to these individuals, never harboring enmity towards them. Yet they had the audacity to exploit the princely residence. Times have changed. Sunlight cascaded upon Song Shihuan's hair, imparting an almost sacred beauty. With such a wealth of silver, how should it be spent? Her words shattered the somewhat somber atmosphere, prompting Baoxia to stifle a laugh. Your Highness, if Master Shun were to hear such a remark, he might leap 3 feet high. The Shun family was indeed a noble lineage. Yet Lord Shun was reluctant to grant much in terms of salary to Master Shun. The mere thought of Shun Qingping brought a smile to Song Shihuan's face. The reclaimed silver would surely suffice for Master Shun to indulge in wine and music. Perhaps due to the brilliance of the sun, Song Shihuan decided to have a reclining chair set up by the lakeside, lazily stretching out and emptying her mind. Curiously, within just a month, she had grown unafraid of the lake's waters. Recalling events from her past life now felt distant. With the spies cleared from the Qianwang mansion and a newfound abundance of silver, she could finally sleep peacefully. Half an hour later, Sanchi approached stealthily. Your Highness, Eunuch Shun has arrived with a matron currently awaiting you at the gate. Zhengqi. Song Shihuan slowly opened her eyes and instructed them to wait in the front hall. Just as she had settled for a moment, trouble from Kunning Palace resurfaced. What a nuisance. Unaware of Eunuch Qin's arrival, she felt remiss in not greeting him properly. Seeing Song Shihuan dressed in a vibrant red skirt, Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback. It had only been a short while, yet the Fuan princess appeared transformed, exuding hints of beauty. Your Highness, I come bearing the command of Her Majesty the Empress to deliver a teaching matron to you. Qin Shi swiftly adjusted his demeanor. As May draws to a close, the Girls' Academy will soon recruit a new batch of students. Her Majesty wishes for you to attend the academy as well. The Girls' Academy? Song Shihuan's interest was piqued. Was this not the very place that Song Shiyan had recently spoken of, where one could neither live nor die? The Girls' Academy was specifically established into Qi for the education of young women. The academy is structured into 3 classes, A, B, and C. As a newcomer, you would begin in Class C. To advance to Class B, one must pass a cross-class examination, and the same applies for Class A. Each October, there's a grand competition for the top students, exclusively for those in Class A. Thank you, Eunuch, for enlightening me, Song Shihuan chuckled lightly. Yet she remained curious about the matron's connection to the academy. The academy comprises the most exceptional young women from noble families. The Empress has considered that you have not yet received formal instruction in court etiquette, hence the appointment of a teaching matron to help you with your studies. Then I must extend my gratitude to my grandmaternal grandmother. As Song Shihuan gazed at the intimidating matron before her, her smile grew even more radiant. Did they think that sending a matron could control her? In the courtyard, Diomama shouted hoarsely, clutching a handkerchief in her hand. Your Highness, the manner in which women walk in the palace, the degree to which their headpieces sway, and even the expressions on their faces, all adhere to established rules. Which class is Miss Xian in? Song Shihuan's inquiry was entirely unrelated to Diomama's words. Princess Fuyun is the most spirited and the youngest student in Class A. Your Highness, allow me to demonstrate for you, and you may follow along. Diomama attempted to redirect the conversation. And what about Miss Xiling and Miss Xiao? Yingtong and Baoxia, witnessing Song Shihuan's mischievousness, turned away to stifle their laughter. After several demonstrations, Diomama could no longer restrain herself, her old face stern. Your Highness, the Empress has sent me to instruct you in proper etiquette. Indeed, then do continue your demonstration for this princess, Song Shihuan said, biting into a peeled apple. her carefree demeanor reminiscent of Song Yu by at least 5 parts. Tong, how many times has Dio Mama walked back and forth? 3 times, Your Highness. Only 3 times? How could I possibly learn? Please ask Dio Mama to make several more rounds. Reclining on a chaise, Song Shihuan gleefully propped her small feet up, observing her relaxed posture. Dio Mama felt a mix of indignation and helplessness, ultimately complying with Song Shihuan's instructions. 20 times, 30 times. Eventually, Dio Mama collapsed from exhaustion. Song Shihuan rose, dusting off her sleeves. All right, I have learned to walk today. Tomorrow, let Dio Mama teach me to stand and sit properly. And Baoxia, please prepare some meat dishes for Dio Mama tonight, so she has the strength to teach me tomorrow. That evening, when Song Yu returned and heard of the events, he burst into laughter. Huan, this obstinate matron deserves such treatment. If there is anything you need me to handle, do not hesitate to summon me. Song Shihuan set her book aside. Father, could you help me inquire about the Girls' Academy? The Girls' Academy? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, I am about to enter the Girls' Academy. I wish to join Class A and strive for the top position to bring glory to Father. However, her small face creased with worry. But my foundation is weak, and I fear the teacher may not favor me. Therefore, I would like to catch up on my studies at home, which may trouble you and Master Shun. Not a trouble at all. Song Yu immediately replied. There is no need to trouble Shun Qingping. I shall teach you myself. Tomorrow, I will inquire about the curriculum at the Girls' Academy. At that moment, Shun Qingping, still buried in books at the Shun residence, sneezed loudly. Who is secretly cursing me? The next day, Bao Xiao woke Dio Mama early, and in the courtyard, Song Shihuan had already completed a set of martial exercises, waiting for Dio Mama for quite some time. Dio Mama, let's begin. Having spent many years in the palace, Dio Mama was no stranger to such indignities, having only faced such humiliation during her initial years in service. For several consecutive days, the cunning matron could no longer endure her circumstances and devised a pretext to depart from the Qin Wangfu. In the Kuan-Ning Palace, tears streamed down her aged face as she knelt before the Empress Dowager. Your Highness, the noble Lady Fuan is headstrong and persistently makes things difficult for this old servant, refusing to learn the lessons I impart. The Empress Dowager merely curled her lips in a faint smile, remarking, perhaps it is for the best that she does not learn. In a few days, I shall host a gathering for the esteemed ladies of the capital to admire the blossoms within the palace. Then, we shall see how that wild girl embarrasses herself. A glimmer of dark intrigue flickered in the Empress Dowager's eyes, for at that moment, she wished to observe whether the emperor would still shield that wild girl. Chapter 30. The Flower Banquet? The Banquet of Hegemony. Song Yu hurriedly arrived at Song Shihuan's courtyard, grabbing a teacup from the table and downing its contents in one gulp, while Shun Qingping followed closely behind. Your Highness, why are you running away upon seeing me? Shun Qingping thought it absurd. He had done nothing to offend the prince, yet here he was, fleeing at the sight of him. Seeing that he had not shaken off Shun Qingping, Song Yu sighed in exasperation. Fine, I shall tutor Huan alongside this fellow. Huan, I have ascertained the details, Song Yu panted. The curriculum in the Girls' Academy comprised compulsory and elective courses. The former included the 4 books and 5 classics, while the latter required choosing 2 from the disciplines of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It truly is complicated, Song Yu could not help but remark. Song Shihuan's expression darkened. I have only read half of the spring and autumn annals among the 4 books and 5 classics, and I have not dabbled in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. I would be among the lowest tier of students. Impossible. Shun Qingping was the first to interject. Even his own father remarked that his reading speed had increased significantly, questioning whether he was merely skimming the surface. The truth was, the princess possessed an extraordinary memory and learned with remarkable speed. She is undoubtedly gifted. Indeed, Song Yu and Shun Qingping exchanged a knowing glance, determined to strive for the sake of the child. In a moment, their conflict turned into camaraderie. With more than half a month remaining until the end of the month, the prince declared, for this duration, I and Shun, Master Shun, shall oversee your studies. Feel free to ask us anything you do not understand. He paused, contemplating. As for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he truly knew nothing about those. He regretted having driven away all the tutors who had initially instructed him. I can play the guqin. Shun Qingping's expression shifted. Your Highness, however, my reputation in this regard is not commendable, provided Master Shun is willing to teach me. I shall follow your lead, Song Shihuan responded earnestly. As for the others, I shall choose calligraphy. Song Yu suddenly spoke, and upon realizing both pairs of eyes were now on him, he muttered softly, the old man has a fondness for calligraphy. Song Shihuan was overjoyed. Her father possessed an astute and discerning mind. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I have never studied music, chess, calligraphy, or painting since childhood. Yet I was punished the most severely by the calligraphy tutor when he reported me. Song Yu crossed his arms, feigning nonchalance. Very well. Then I shall trouble father to find me a calligraphy tutor. From that moment on, Song Shihuan became thoroughly occupied. However, this busyness was not solely due to the multitude of arranged courses. For instance, Shun Qingping, Huan has already practiced the guqin for 2 hours. It is time to practice calligraphy. Song Yu bellowed. You secretly extend Huan's guqin practice time every day. It's merely the duration of an incense stick. Shun Qingping lamented as he reluctantly watched Song Shihuan depart. Little did he know how rare it was to have a student with such an extraordinary ability to memorize scores. He wished for the princess to devote all her energy to practicing the guqin. Given time, her proficiency would undoubtedly surpass his own. Master Shun, please come again tomorrow. Bao Xia cast a helpless glance at Shun Qingping. Shun Qingping departed with a heart full of resentment, resolutely deciding to extend the princess's piano practice by an additional half-hour on the morrow. Amidst this flurry of activity, Song Shihuan received an invitation from the palace for a flower viewing banquet. After reading it, Song Yu cast the invitation aside, expressing his disinterest. For our most precious commodity at present is time. What purpose does it serve to join that assembly for flower appreciation? However, it is an invitation from the Empress Dowager, and we must not decline. Song Shihuan scrutinized the invitation for a moment before speaking again. Father, should we not consider adding some guards to our household? What does the flower banquet have to do with guards? Song Yu queried, perplexed. Father, perhaps you could discuss with grandfather the possibility of providing us with some guards. Song Shihuan suggested, her heart fluttering with unease, as she had been plagued by nightmares in recent nights. Nightmares? Then I shall summon Mei Zhiling as well, he offered. But before Song Yu could leave the estate, Wu Qi from the palace arrived. Your Highness, Miss, I come on the Emperor's orders to deliver some guards to your residence. Wu Qi's countenance beamed with joy. The Emperor mentioned that the treasury of your estate has increased, and thus more guards are needed for protection. Song Yu nodded appreciatively. We are grateful to my father. It was indeed a stroke of luck that the Emperor's thoughts aligned with Huan's. Turning to Song Shihuan, he was met with her radiant smile. Yet, a nagging sense of unease lingered in his mind. That evening, Song Shihuan gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror. Realizing that at the flower banquet, the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly recognize her resemblance to Empress Yuan. She feared that the Empress Dowager, in her fury, might send someone to harm her, hence her desire for guards. Little did she expect that her grandfather had already considered this thoroughly. Miss, which skirt will you wear to the flower banquet? The matron inquired softly. Song Shihuan turned to see a vibrant red garment, exclaiming, I favor red. Red, with its fiery passion, radiates like the sun. The following morning, Song Shihuan was awakened by the matron and seated before the bronze mirror, allowing Yingchun to work on her appearance. After a full hour, her makeup was finally complete. Clad in a resplendent red dress, with a red mole adorning her forehead, her willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, and lips that required no embellishment, she appeared stunning. Thanks to her daily milk baths and fragrant ointments, her skin was fair and smooth, resembling that of a freshly shelled egg. The princess, adorned in glory, would surely astonish everyone today. The matron smiled with satisfaction, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. The spirit of Empress Yuan, looking down from the heavens, would undoubtedly be pleased to see such a princess. In the imperial garden, upon the arrival of the crown princess with Song Shihuan, the ladies of the Chu and Qi royal houses were already present, while other noble women and young ladies began to gather in small groups to admire the blossoms. Sister-in-law, Shihuan, The Chu princess and Qi princess approached with smiles, commenting, "The flowers in the imperial garden are truly magnificent today. No wonder the empress mother invited us to enjoy them." The crown princess smiled graciously, glancing at Song Shihuan. "Shihuan, why don't you take Xiling and Xiao to play?" As the three sisters-in-law sat together, it was inevitable that they would discuss Song Shihuan. My siblings and I had only the chance to meet with Shihuan on that one occasion, and since then, we have been unable to find another opportunity. The princess consort of Chu cast her gaze around, wondering why the person had yet to arrive. Perhaps they were simply late. The crown princess maintained a composed demeanor. Alas, the absence of a princess consort in the residence, coupled with my uncle's rough nature, is a cause for concern. The princess consort of Qi spoke in a hushed tone, as tardiness in such gatherings invites speculation. Another quarter of an hour passed before the Empress Dowager finally made her entrance. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Long live the Empress. Everyone, please rise. Today, I hope that all of you find joy in the flower viewing and return home satisfied." The Empress Dowager surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is that child, Ahuan?" Just as the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, a clear voice rang out, "Grandmother, I am late." The figure of Song Shihuan appeared, and the atmosphere in the room fell silent. Chapter 31. "Soaked to the skin, are you Song Shihuan?" Song Shihuan exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. The last time she had seen Song Shihuan at Hongji Pavilion, she had been veiled, and thus Song Shihuan had not witnessed her true appearance. In Song Shihuan's eyes, Song Shihuan remained the same unrefined girl of lesser status. Yet today, how had she transformed into this exquisite figure? Jealousy surged within Song Shihuan, while the crown princess beside her remained momentarily dazed, and the noble women present gazed upon Song Shihuan with astonishment. "Shihuan, you are truly unrecognizable compared to the birthday banquet," the princess of Chu remarked slowly, her smile appearing somewhat strained. Among the several princesses, she had initially thought her daughter Xiling could be paired with this girl, but who would have imagined? Song Shihuan lifted the corners of her mouth, gracefully bowing to the Empress Dowager, her every movement exuding the poise of a noble lady, her etiquette impeccably measured. "Granddaughter comes to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances on the way, thus arriving late. I beg your forgiveness." As Song Shihuan gazed at the Empress Dowager, she discerned a profound panic in her eyes. "Your Majesty?" Noticing the Empress Dowager's lack of response, Song Shihuan called out once more, "In no matter, your presence is enough." The Empress Dowager stammered, her rare display of fluster drawing glances from even the crown princess. Throughout the entirety of the flower appreciation banquet, Song Shihuan quietly sat beside the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager seemed somewhat lost in thought, entirely forgetting her premeditated plan to have Mama Diao reprimand Song Shihuan. "Sister, why do you remain seated there? Come join us in admiring the flowers." Song Shihuan smiled, though malice was evident in her eyes. Rising gracefully, Song Shihuan's skirts swayed with her movement, the golden threads embroidered upon them accentuating her noble aura. "I am Xiling, the princess of the Chu prince's residence, and with my sister here, I rank third in line. I am Xiao, the princess of the Qi prince's residence, ranking fourth." Song Xiling and Song Xiao stood behind Song Shihuan, facing Song Shihuan. "Greetings, I am Song Shihuan. Elder sister, could you share with us tales of life outside the palace?" Song Xiling blinked innocently. "What do you eat outside and what do you play with?" The commotion naturally attracted the attention of those present, all ears eagerly awaiting Song Shihuan's response. "With insufficient food and clothing, who has the heart for leisure?" Song Shihuan replied unflinchingly, "You, my third sister, were born in luxury, and thus cannot comprehend the lives of common folk." Fuming at Song Shihuan's retort, Song Xiling clenched her handkerchief tightly. "My third sister is merely curious. Why must you take it to such extremes?" Song Shihuan interjected, her demeanor embodying grace and magnanimity. Song Shihuan fixed her gaze upon Song Shihuan. "If I were to inquire of my sister, what cosmetics were you adorned with, and what jewelry did you wear previously?" "You." Song Shihuan's complexion turned ashen, realizing that this wild girl had the audacity to ridicule the matters of Hongji Pavilion before so many. Look, since I did not reprimand my sister, she naturally embodies magnanimity. Song Shihuan swiftly adjusted her expression and spoke again. Sister, let us go to the lakeside to admire the flowers. The blooms there are truly exquisite. Certainly, Song Shihuan agreed with remarkable enthusiasm. At the lakeside of the Imperial Garden, Song Shihuan couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the lake, noting that it surpassed that of the Qin Wangfu, even hosting koi fish within its waters. Perhaps she should persuade her father to keep some at the estate as well. Just as Song Shihuan's thoughts swirled with contemplation, Song Shihuan exchanged a knowing glance with Song Shiling and Song Xiao. Song Shihuan then positioned herself beside Song Shihuan, shielding the actions of Song Shiling and Song Xiao. Sister, are you pleased with the scenery here? The thought of Song Shihuan soon becoming drenched brought an exuberant smile to Song Shihuan's face. Why should Song Shihuan be allowed to look so beautiful in such an opulent skirt? She ought to fall into the lake and get muddied indeed. The scenery is splendid, Song Shihuan replied, a slight smirk gracing her lips. But, dear sister, I sense that this place lacks a certain liveliness. 1, 2, 3. Under the mutual cover provided by Song Shihuan and Song Xiao, Song Shiling reached out her hand. Yet in the next moment, as if foreseeing the impending chaos, Song Shihuan stepped to the left, causing Song Shiling to plunge towards the lake's surface. In her panic, Song Shiling inadvertently grabbed hold of Song Shihuan, resulting in both sisters tumbling into the water. The two struggled desperately, their carefully styled hair coming undone and their makeup smudged. Song Shihuan stifled her laughter, maintaining an expression of feigned terror. Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Immediately, a water-savvy eunuch leapt into the lake, and the scene descended into pandemonium. Now, this was indeed lively. After a short while, Song Shihuan and Song Shiling emerged, wrapped in cloaks and trembling. What on earth has transpired? The crown princess's chest heaved with anger. Shihuan, why did you and Shiling fall into the water? Surveying the scene, Song Shihuan's gaze landed upon the grinning Song Shihuan, her eyes reddening. Mother, I do not know why Shiling suddenly pulled me into the water. Song Shihuan's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, so it has turned into a dog-eat-dog situation. With her head bowed, Song Shiling resembled a shivering little rabbit. Shiling, why did you push Shihuan into the water? The crown princess's tone was stern. Sister-in-law, look at the daughter you have raised. The princess of Chu, taken aback, reluctantly spoke on behalf of Song Shiling. Aware of the injustices her daughter had suffered throughout her life, surely you must know how much blame Shiling has borne for Shihuan over the years. In tears, Song Shiling fled from the Imperial Garden, prompting the princess of Chu to take her leave as well. The others, losing interest in the flower viewing, gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Song Shihuan felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Grandmother, you seem a bit unwell. Allow me to assist you back to Confronting Palace. Song Shihuan expressed concern that would earn her commendations for filial piety from anyone who witnessed it. I am quite well, the empress replied, casting a penetrating gaze at Song Shihuan. Today, seeing your appearance reminds me of an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Song Shihuan touched her face. Grandmother, could it be that I am so fortunate? Indeed, you are a fortunate child. With each word spoken by the Empress Dowager, an unmistakable intent to kill surged within her. The resemblance between her and her legitimate sister was so striking that she feared she would never enjoy a peaceful night's sleep unless the threat was eliminated. Simultaneously, the Empress Dowager was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. It was particularly unsettling that the child had not returned to the Eastern Palace, but had instead gone to the Prince of Qin's residence. Curiously, the Prince of Qin was none other than her sister's offspring. Could it be that her sister's spirit had manifested? A shiver ran down the Empress Dowager's spine as she cast another glance at Song Shihuan. Ah Huan, assist me in returning, she commanded. After all these years, she had persevered. A mere girl could not possibly pose a significant threat. She would demonstrate how to deal with Song Shihuan. Chapter 32. The Malice of the Empress Dowager in the Confronting Palace. During today's flower appreciation banquet, both Shi Yin and Shi Ling behaved inappropriately. The Empress Dowager spoke slowly, and the crown princess turned pale at her words. However, Ah Huan truly surprised me. It is evident that she has devoted considerable thought to etiquette in private. She is indeed a good child. You flatter me, your majesty. Song Shihuan replied with a gentle smile. I must extend my gratitude to Song Shihuan for that. In her past life, she had been confined to the Eastern Palace, where she was relentlessly taught the rules of propriety by the so-called instructress. A single misstep would result in a harsh reprimand, often leaving her hands bruised. Thus, those rituals and customs were deeply etched in her mind. Huan, why not stay in Kunning Palace with me for a few days? The Empress Dowager's demeanor was amiable. I have taken a genuine liking to you upon our meeting today. Coincidentally, you are about to enter the Women's Academy. How about I personally instruct you? Within her Kunning Palace, the Empress Dowager possessed countless subtle means to eliminate Song Shihuan without raising suspicion. Your Majesty, do my sisters, Shi Yin and Shi Ling, have the same privilege? Upon hearing Song Shihuan's words, the crown princess appeared visibly shaken. Mother, this is rather unreasonable. What is unreasonable about my desire for my granddaughter to accompany me? The Empress Dowager's face displayed a hint of impatience as she realized her scheme had been thwarted by the crown princess, who was supposed to be on her side. Of course, I'm willing to remain by your side, your Majesty. Song Shihuan feigned reluctance. However, given that my sisters have made a fool of themselves in front of everyone today, I fear my presence in Kunning Palace would only sadden them further. That is of no consequence. Shi Yin and Shi Ling are both magnanimous children. The Empress Dowager, relieved by Song Shihuan's initial agreement, was suddenly interrupted by the crown princess's stern voice. If a prince's daughter wishes to reside in the palace, she must obtain the emperor's consent. I was unaware of such a regulation, Song Shihuan said, feigning an intention to leave. Your Majesty, I shall seek an audience with the emperor to request his approval. Wait. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. She could not allow Song Shihuan to present herself to the emperor in such a manner. Her intention to keep Song Shihuan in the palace was to eliminate her before the emperor saw her again. If this matter were to reach the emperor, both Shi Yin and Shi Ling would undoubtedly face severe reprimands. Feigning concern, the Empress Dowager said, In that case, I shall not keep you in Kunning Palace. What a pity. Song Shihuan's countenance dimmed. If her granddaughter lacked such fortune, then she would take her leave. The moment she stepped out of Kunning Palace, she could no longer suppress the lift of her brow. Today had begun with high hopes and ended in triumph. Behind her, the Empress Dowager hurled a teacup at the crown princess's feet. Have you lost your mind today? Can you not see that I wish to keep Song Shihuan in Kunning Palace? The Empress Dowager, exasperated, shouted at the crown princess. The crown princess felt equally aggrieved. Shi Yin is a child you have watched grow up. Today, she was merely implicated by Shi Ling and embarrassed. If you bring Song Shihuan directly to Kunning Palace, how will others perceive Shi Yin? Shi Yin, can you not think of anything else? The Empress Dowager, filled with frustration, pointed at the crown princess's head. The crown princess, incensed, thought to herself, if word spreads that Shi Yin is not favored by Mother Empress, what face would she have left? Kneel before me. The crown princess stared in shock at the Empress Dowager, after years of marriage to the crown prince. This was the first time she had been ordered to kneel in front of servants. As her knees met the icy ground, she felt a chilling sensation throughout her entire being. Today, I shall inform you that you must swiftly eliminate Song Shihuan. Otherwise, everything you currently possess will be nothing more than a fleeting dream. Eliminate? The crown princess's eyelids twitched. She is also my child. How could I possibly kill her? She bears a striking resemblance to the late Empress Yuan. If she does not perish, it will be your other children who pay the price, the Empress Dowager retorted, flicking her sleeve. You shall remain kneeling here. Rise only when you have come to understand. Upon returning to the Qin Wangfu, Song Shihuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. My lady, did anything untoward occur? Ingchun asked with concern. Fear not. Aside from Song Shiyin and Song Shiling being drenched like drowned rats, there is nothing of great significance. Song Shihuan waved her hand dismissively. This face, alas, is both a blessing and a curse. The guard dispatched by the emperor were all exceptionally skilled, surpassing her capabilities by several folds. Do not fret, my lady, Bao Xiao murmured. Song Shihuan nodded in agreement. though the Empress Dowager did not wish to grant her an audience with her grandfather, unbeknownst to her. Mei Jieling had already reported the matter to the emperor. Truly, the heavens do not favor Kuan Palace. By the way, what of Father and Master Shun? You have just entered the palace, and both the prince and Master Shun have gone to investigate the circumstances of your arrival. They have yet to return, and it is likely they have not made any progress, Ing Chun replied. The carriage ride was quite bumpy. It nearly threw you off, causing you to arrive late. Who oversees the horses at the residence? Song Shihuan inquired. It is Zhang Bo, the matron explained. Zhang Bo has been with us for over a decade, diligent and reserved. He was specifically retained by the prince during the last round of staff adjustments. Are there any others who remain? Song Shihuan's gaze narrowed. None, came the reply. Song Shihuan acknowledged with a hum. It seemed there was still a loose end. Is there any particular bond between father and Zhang Bo? She did not believe that an ordinary servant could warrant such special consideration from her father. Zhang Bo once drove the carriage during a perilous journey. When the horse suddenly grew restless, had it not been for Zhang Bo's protective instincts, the prince might have fallen off the cliff, the matron recounted with a sigh. Zhang Bo injured his foot, thus he can only tend to the horses now. The steward did not mention Zhang Bo during the introduction of the household. He is rather obscure, and people often forget him. Had he not inquired today, I too might have overlooked him. Such an inconspicuous individual, yet the prince still remembers him. No wonder there has been no progress after such an extensive investigation. It seems the prince would not even consider Zhang Bo as a suspect, having bypassed him entirely in his inquiries. The ones embroiled in the situation are often blinded, while those observing remain clear-sighted. Song Shihuan's eyes flickered slightly. It was a pity that Zhang Bo had likely disappointed the king's heartfelt gratitude. Ing Chun, find an opportunity to remind Master Shun that there is still a Zhang Bo in charge of the horses of the residence. Song Shihuan's expression turned slightly cold. Shun Qingping was a perceptive individual, and a mere suggestion would suffice. Sighing, she watched Ing Chun's departing figure and closed her eyes. If given the choice, she would rather be someone other than Zhang Bo. Chapter 33. Betrayal of Song Yu in the Eastern Palace Mother. Do you harbor resentment towards me as well? Song Shiyan's eyes were downcast, recalling how Shi Ling had thrown herself onto her during the flower banquet, leaving her no time to evade. Had it not been for her embarrassing moment, the Empress Dowager would not have directed her ire towards her mother. The crown princess, with medicinal ointment applied to her knees, had swollen eyes that betrayed her distress. Xian, this matter does not concern you, she replied, her voice tinged with a quiver. Clearly the news of her punishment by the empress had spread throughout the palace. Song Yinzheng offered her a handkerchief. Mother, the Empress Dowager is not one to hold grudges. There must be another reason. At this mention, the crown princess's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yinzheng, could you check if your father has returned? If he has, please summon him. I have pressing matters to discuss. Kneeling on the cold ground, she gradually comprehended many things, such as the necessity of eliminating Song Shihuan. An hour later, the crown prince finally returned to the Eastern Palace, his face marked by evident fatigue. Li Xian, Yinjing mentioned you have something to convey? The crown prince gulped down an entire cup of tea in one breath, perplexed by his father's recent behavior, who seemed to constantly find fault with him. He claimed that as the crown prince, he lacked concern for the common people, showing no compassion for the suffering of the refugees. It was truly absurd. Throughout history, have there not always been refugees? The emperor's duty was to maintain stability and ensure the prosperity and peace of the majority. Your Highness, the crown princess took a deep breath. Mother said that Song Shihuan resembles the Empress Dowager far too closely, even more so than your uncle. With a crash, the cup in the crown prince's hand fell to the ground. How could this be? She is our daughter. How could she resemble? His expression shifted dramatically. Does father know? The crown princess shook her head, and the crown prince felt a slight relief wash over him. Song Shihuan must be dealt with swiftly. At the crown prince's unhesitating declaration, the crown princess gasped. Indeed, everyone would choose to eliminate that child. Mother mentioned that not long ago, father sent guards to the Qin Wang residence to oversee the treasures. Thus we must tread carefully. The crown princess failed to notice the intense delight in Song Shiyan's eyes. Should father discover this, it would pose a significant problem. Mother's foresight is commendable. The crown prince entirely forgot the matter of the crown princess's punishment, calling upon Song Shihuan to join him in the study to strategize. Inside the room, the crown princess bore a despondent expression. Do not worry, father and brother will certainly devise a plan. Song Shihuan gazed sympathetically at the crown princess's knees. Does it hurt, mother? Let me blow on it. Song Shihuan's tender concern alleviated the discomfort within the crown princess's heart. She reached out to gently ruffle Song Shihuan's hair. My dear Shihuan, you are the best. As for that child, for the greater good of the Eastern Palace, she would have to be sacrificed. In the Qin residence, Song Shihuan observed her father, Song Yu, who seemed lost in thought. She understood well. Father, if you are unwell, I can postpone my studies until tomorrow. Song Yu's complexion had turned pale as he recalled Shun Qingping's words, tossing and turning throughout the night. Zhongbo. Huan, did anyone bully you in the palace yesterday? Song Yu forced a smile, as I was preoccupied with investigating the startled horse incident. I neglected to inquire about your well-being. Song Shihuan pondered carefully and replied, No one has mistreated me. But I remain perplexed as to why Song Shihuan and Song Shiling fell into the lake. In the past, upon hearing such news, Song Yu would have scolded them for their misfortune. However, today he exhibited little reaction. Sensing this, Song Shihuan sighed internally and slowly spoke, Father, do we not have a Zhongbo in our household? She needed to prompt her father. How does Huan know? Upon hearing Zhongbo's name, Song Yu's expression stiffened. I inquired with the nanny yesterday regarding who was in charge of the horses, and she mentioned it was Zhongbo. Song Shihuan feigned ignorance. I initially believed that everyone in the household had been cleared out, yet the nanny informed me that Zhongbo was specifically retained by you, father. Indeed, he has rendered me a favor. Song Yu nodded absently. Since Zhongbo oversees the horses, should we not consult him first? Song Shihuan murmured softly. Perhaps Zhongbo knows something. It cannot be him. He is of pure heart and an honest man. Hearing this, Song Shihuan chuckled. If father trusts Zhongbo, then a Huan shall trust him as well. That night, Shun Qingping scaled the wall to stand before Song Yu. What manner of attire is this? Song Yu scrutinized Shun Qingping, clad entirely in black and adorned with a black mask. Irritation inexplicably welled within him. He was already in a foul mood. I merely wished to evade prying eyes. Nearby, Song Shihuan, practicing her calligraphy, twitched her lips. Had Shinfuzi disguised himself more effectively, it was likely the guards would not have allowed him entry. Clearly, he had been recognized from the outset. What is the matter, Your Highness? Do you recall where Zhongbo claimed to be from? Shun Qingping inquired mysteriously. Zhong County. Song Yu contemplated for a moment before responding. Yes, but today I dispatched someone to Zhong County for inquiries, and there is no record of a person named Zhongbo. Shun Qingping, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves. Having deceived the prince for so many years with ill intent. A drop of dark ink fell onto the rice paper. In that moment, as the truth was about to be unveiled, Song Shihuan found herself unable to meet Song Yu's gaze. A virtuous person betrayed. How could the heavens allow this? I understand now. Song Yu's demeanor grew calm, though his eyes were rimmed with bloodshot veins. Shun Qingping departed with numerous admonitions, and within the room, Song Shihuan opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Huan, it is late. You should retire for the night and practice again tomorrow. Song Yu gently patted Song Shihuan's shoulder, his tone warm. Very well, then father should also rest early. Song Shihuan almost fled the courtyard, and outside, the crescent moon hung high in the night sky, inexplicably evoking a sense of chill. In Chun, I deliberately exposed Zhongbo to father's scrutiny so quickly. Your Highness, the sooner a thorn is removed from the flesh, the quicker the wound will heal. Ing Chun gently comforted Song Shihuan, for even if the princess remained silent, the prince's inquiries would inevitably lead him to Zhongbo. Yes, I understand. A cool breeze swept through, causing Song Shihuan to wrap herself more snugly in the light veil draped around her. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Song Yu sat in quiet contemplation for an entire hour. Just as he rose to stretch his stiff limbs, the frantic voice of Erxi broke the stillness. Your Highness, something dreadful has occurred. Zhongbo has ingested poison, and he is on the brink of death. What? Song Yu's mind went blank at once. Zhongbo? Poison? Erxie's face was filled with urgency. Your Highness, you must go and see him at once. Regaining his composure, Song Yu strode purposefully out of the courtyard, heading towards the horse corral. Chapter 34. Loyal Servant or Cunning Slave. Awakening Song Yu in the horse pen, a small room had been specially constructed by Song Yu for Zhang Bo. Yet, at this moment, Song Yu stood outside the door, hesitating to enter. Your Highness, has the prince arrived? Zhang Bo's intermittent voice echoed within, while the steward wept profusely, gripping Zhang Bo's hand tightly. Old comrade, Erxie has gone to summon the prince. Zhang Bo nodded in response, his labored breaths audible even to Song Yu outside. Taking a deep breath, Song Yu stepped inside. Your Highness. Zhang Bo's complexion had turned a shade of bluish purple, his tone weak and breathless. Why did you poison yourself? It was you who tampered with a Huan's carriage for the palace banquet, wasn't it? Song Yu's voice erupted in a mixture of frustration and fury. I once regarded you as my savior, yet you repay kindness with betrayal? I am a sinner. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Bo's mouth, indicating his time was running short. It was I who meddled with the princess's carriage. I intentionally frightened the horses, hoping to delay her arrival, so she would be punished. Zhang Bo forced a bitter smile. You treacherous slave. Song Yu, enraged, slammed his fist onto a nearby table. Why betray me? Your Highness, you lack vision and skill. To put it bluntly, you will not have a good end. Zhang Bo gazed intently into Song Yu's eyes. When a crown prince ascends, you will not be able to protect the princess, nor the royal residence. Thus, I cannot recognize you as my master. The others in the room held their breath, especially the steward, whose teeth chattered in fear. Zhang Bo, how dare you be so bold? Clenching his fists, Song Yu seemed on the verge of striking Zhang Bo. Even if you anger me, I must speak, Zhang Bo continued, swallowing blood. You spend your days indulging in wine and revelry. Your reputation as a debauchee is well known, with a mere scandal tarnishing the imperial family. The entire Qin Wang residence would be doomed. Impossible. Song Yu's eyes widened with fury, like a cornered beast. The more exceptional the princess, the less you can protect her. Sooner or later, she will suffer. What is wrong with me doing a few deeds and receiving some benefits? Having spoken so much, Zhang Bo was now gasping for breath. Is this how you perceive me, Your Highness? Song Yu felt a haze enveloping his vision, Zhang Bo's words piercing through him like shards of ice, chilling him to the bone. You, a prince, hold no official position in court, nor do you have any allies. Zhang Bo even laughed. Solitary figure, Your Highness. You have wasted over 30 years of your life. So, the gratitude from that year was merely a deception? Yes, I am but a pawn. Zhang Bo cast one last glance at Song Yu. My mission has failed. I must take my own life to atone. With that, Zhang Bo breathed his last. Song Yu turned away, his voice cold and distant. Bury him in the mass grave. At nearly the same moment, a letter was delivered into Song Shihuan's hands. Zhang Bo could actually read. Song Shihuan paused. The handwriting on the letter was neat and precise. Upon glancing at it, she abruptly stood up. After a long incense stick's worth of time, she finally set the letter down, her eyes swirling with ink. Your Highness, Zhang Bo has passed away, and before his demise, he confessed to having manipulated the situation. Bao Xian noticed the change in Song Shihuan's expression and softened her voice. How is my father? The prince merely ordered his body to be taken to the mass grave, and then he left the residence alone. Song Shihuan gazed at the letter in her hand, placing it above a candle to let it burn away. It was for the best, as this matter was now settled. In the letter, Zhang Bo acknowledged that he was but a pawn placed in the Qin Wang Fu by the Empress Dowager. Yet he had not committed any wrongdoing against the Qin Wang Fu throughout the years. He stated that now all the other pieces in the Qin Wang Fu had been eliminated, leaving only him, and the Empress Dowager could only send him to relay messages and serve the East Palace. Left with no choice, he had to expose himself in the least harmful way, using his life to awaken the prince. Song Shihuan's heart trembled slightly. With his death, the truth and falsehoods could no longer be verified, and all grievances were dissipated. Your Highness, what troubles you? Bao Xia inquired with concern. It is nothing. I merely recalled that the horse had gone wild, yet never threw me off, Song Shihuan replied, forcing a smile. I suppose I was simply lucky. What? Bao Xiao did not quite catch her words. It is nothing. I'm just tired and wish to rest. In the tavern, my lord. You drove me out of the palace just moments ago, and now you summon me? Shun Qingping, still drowsy, was roused from his sleep, clutching his quilt. Gulme, drink with me, Song Yu commanded, ordering the waiter to bring 2 large jars of wine. Today, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated. With that, Song Yu began to drink directly from the jar, and suddenly, Shun Qingping was wide awake, attempting to stop him. My lord, you cannot drink like that. It could lead to trouble. Do not hinder me. I wish to drink this way today. It feels exhilarating, Song Yu declared, downing several gulps of wine, his eyes beginning to glaze over. Shun Qingping, witnessing this, was too frightened to drink much himself. Tell me, am I particularly inept? Song Yu, reeking of alcohol, lamented about how he spent his days drinking and engaging in cricket fights, neglecting all serious matters. Is drinking and fighting crickets not considered serious? Shun Qingping asked, perplexed. Song Yu scoffed, his finger aimlessly gesturing through the air. My reputation as a wastrel is known far and wide. Thus, I cannot protect Dahuan. As he spoke, Shun Qingping detected an unusual tone. The always arrogant Qin Wang seemed uncharacteristically self-deprecating today. My lord, you are intoxicated. I'm not drunk. Suddenly, Song Yu set down the wine jar and grasped Shun Qingping's hand. I know you are wise. Tell me, will I meet a tragic end? Shun Qingping felt his entire body stiffen. On a future day, upon ascending the throne, Song Ling could effortlessly take the lives of both this prince and Dahuan. Could he not? Shun Qingping wished to protest that this was not the case, yet found himself at a loss for words. A dandy does not necessarily equate to a fool. The prince seemed markedly different tonight than he had been before. Song Yu shook his head and inquired, pray tell, what should I do? Should I enter the court as an official or dedicate myself to diligent study? What must I undertake for both myself and Dahuan to ultimately find peace? In the past, he had been content to revel in the present, indifferent to the uncertainties of life and death that tomorrow might bring. Yet now, he could not allow Dahuan to share the same fate of unfulfilled destiny. Shun Qingping struggled to swallow. Does the prince wish to appoint me as a strategist? Strategist? Song Yu chuckled, finding the term rather novel. Indeed, strategist. I, Song Yu, hereby appoint Shun Qingping as my strategist. Chapter 35. Is the king more diligent than her? Song Yu returned to the royal residence only at dawn the next day, indulging in a deep slumber throughout the day. Song Shihuan had specifically instructed the household not to disturb him. In the courtyard, having not communicated with her grandfather in recent times, Song Shihuan held a book, her eyes twinkling with joy. Since the princess had moved from the Zikan Hall, she had not seen the emperor again. The matron softly remarked that being outside the palace made it somewhat troublesome to pay her respects. If that is the case, I shall write a letter to my grandfather, Song Shihuan thought, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in her eyes. Coincidentally, I have practiced my calligraphy for several days now. Though the results are not particularly remarkable, it is bound to bring a smile to my grandfather. Resolute in her decision, she picked up her brush and began to compose a letter to Emperor Yuanyu, instructing Liu Shi to personally deliver it to Eunuch Wu. Meanwhile, within the Zikan Hall, Emperor Yuanyu had glanced outside multiple times amidst reviewing memorials. I hear that rascal did not return last night. He scoffed. In such a state, how can he possibly guide my granddaughter properly? Your Majesty, the Prince of Qin merely had drinks with young Master Shun last night. No other conduct was involved. Wu Qi hastily interjected in defense of Song Yu. Do not always speak on behalf of that rascal, the emperor retorted, deeply displeased. If he truly regarded me as his father, how could he neglect to bring Dahuan to see me for such a long time? Wu Qi was rendered speechless. It dawned on him that the emperor was yearning for his granddaughter. Had it not been for your insistence that there were still many memorials to review, I would have gone to the imperial garden during the last flower banquet, the emperor said, delivering a sharp kick to Wu Qi, who felt utterly despondent. This is unjust. It was the emperor who was pacing back and forth in the hall, unable to make a decision, which compelled me to dare to speak. Wu Qi chuckled bitterly and, seizing the opportunity, discreetly exited the grand hall. Upon emerging, he caught sight of his young apprentice signaling to him. Master, A servant from the Prince of Qin requests an audience. A servant from the Prince of Qin? Wu Qi's eyes brightened. Quickly bring him in. 15 minutes later, Wu Qi felt invigorated as he entered the hall with a bowl of pear soup. Did I not mention that I do not wish to drink pear soup? The emperor frowned. Your Majesty, aside from the pear soup, I have also brought a remedy for your troubles, Wu Qi exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. Seeing this, the emperor scoffed lightly. What is it that you old rascal truly seek? Princess Fuan has written to you, Wu Qi replied, handing over the letter with a restrained smile. Upon reading it, the emperor burst into hearty laughter. No wonder Huan has not come to the palace. It turns out she is determined to attend the girls' school and is diligently studying every day. The princess, indeed, possesses the grace of the emperor in his youth. Wu Qi flattered, striking a chord with the emperor. Indeed, look at Huan's calligraphy. Given time, she will surely flourish, the emperor mused, examining the letter with keen interest, reluctant to set it down. He had many grandchildren, yet how many would take the time to write to him inquiring about his well-being? Huan is truly dutiful. Wu Qi, go and fetch some of the lingji from my private treasury for Huan. Do not tire the child. I shall do so at once. Wu Qi felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Princess Fuan was the royal remedy for the emperor's troubles. That evening, Song Yuru sat at the dining table as if nothing had transpired, consuming his meal heartily. Just as Song Shihuan had only eaten halfway, Song Yu hastily departed from the table, leaving the bewildered Song Shihuan behind. Where's father gone? She inquired. To the study, Your Highness, came the reply. Oh. Song Shihuan's small face fell into a daze, and she could not help but hasten her eating. She too needed to rush to the study. This continued for several days. Eventually, Song Shihuan could no longer contain herself and forcibly closed Song Yu's book. Father, did you not say you disliked reading these books? Who claims that I do not enjoy it? If I did not, how could I possibly explain the contents to you? Song Yu attempted to deceive her as if she were an ordinary 10-year-old. The assertion of disliking books was merely a facade. In truth, he cherished reading above all else. Song Shihuan's head buzzed with confusion. Then why do the books in the study lie covered in cobwebs? Is this what you call a love for reading? Ayuan, within books like golden houses. I have learned, dear father, Song Shihuan replied, leaving the study in a daze, while the nearby matron stood in astonishment, her mouth agape. Your Highness, shall we summon the imperial physician to examine the prince? I worry he may have lost his wits. Not necessary. Song Shihuan sighed with relief, believing her father had finally awakened to reality. Yet, she felt a sense of urgency, as he seemed even more diligent than herself. This was indeed a positive development. Unbeknownst to the world, the once hedonistic Prince of Qin had begun to seclude himself in earnest study. Shen Qingping moved stacks of books annotated by Shun Mingwen to the prince's residence, as Shun Mingwen's frail constitution could scarcely endure the strain. Attending court each day left him utterly drained. In the Zicheng Hall, Emperor Yuan Yu mused, Shun Aiqing, what troubles you of late? Was it possible that Shun Qing had taken to reveling in the company of beautiful maidens? Your Majesty, that unfilial son of mine forces me to annotate the 4 books and 5 classics daily, which he then carries off to the Prince of Qin. I have not enjoyed a single restful night's sleep. The emperor's expression shifted dramatically, realizing his misunderstanding of Shun Qing's intentions. With this thought, his demeanor softened. Huan was soon to enter the girls' academy, and her spirited nature compelled her to bolster her studies beforehand. Shun Mingwen felt a weight lift from his chest. Your Majesty, it is my honor to assist the princess. Delighted, Emperor Yuan Yu hummed a cheerful tune, believing that with Shun Qing's annotations, Huan would surely achieve twice the results with half the effort. By a twist of fate, Song Yu's transformation remained unbeknownst to others. As days passed, only 3 remained until Song Shihuan's entrance into the academy. Your Highness, there is a banquet at Donghu tonight, where golden jade shall meet. Having secluded yourself for so many days, it is time to meet the world again, Shun Qingping remarked, wary of arousing suspicion. Song Yu's motion of flipping through the pages came to an abrupt halt, as he decided to heed the counsel of his strategist. Having uttered this, he began to summon Lu Shi to assist him with his attire. Observing this, Shun Qingping could not suppress a chuckle. After being cooped up in the estate for several days, it was high time for the prince to venture out and enjoy some fresh air. The old man often remarked that studying required a balance of tension and relaxation. The banquet of golden and jade encounters, in simple terms, was an assembly of talented scholars and beautiful maidens seated across from each other on either side of the East Lake, indulging in wine and appreciating the picturesque scenery. Adding to the lively atmosphere, renowned courtesans would perform on the arched bridges flanking the lake. Upon arriving at East Lake, Song Yu immediately spotted the king of Chu and the king of Qi amidst the throng, and a sense of misfortune crept into his mind. Chapter 36. The Banquet of Golden and Jade Encounters. Song Yu strikes as the crisp autumn breeze mingled with the dewy air. The entire Donghu Lake buzzed with excitement. The elder brother, along with the kings of Chu and Qin, spotted Song Yu and strode towards him. It had been quite some time since they last met, and this reunion felt serendipitous indeed. Yes, how fortuitous, Song Yu replied, his expression devoid of warmth. He had little regard for such notions of fate. Shun Qingping's smile faltered. Had he known he would encounter these two esteemed figures, he would have refrained from bringing the prince along. Among the emperor's sons, aside from the king of Qin, the hearts of the other three were shrouded in darkness, deep, impenetrable darkness. Particularly troubling was the presence of Sun Hu, a meddlesome relative of the Chu Wangfei. The five of them gathered around a table, drawing the attention of everyone present. I have come today merely to partake in the revelry. No need for formality. Let us enjoy ourselves, the king of Chu declared, treating the gathering as his own domain. The king of Qi, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in indeed. Whoever emerges as the victor in today's poetic contest shall receive a treasured calligraphy from me. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. The scholars were eager to showcase their talents while the ladies gazed longingly across the lake. As a melodious flute resonated through the air, Mayer gracefully appeared upon the arch bridge, dancing in harmony with the music. Adorned with a veil, each of her movements exuded unparalleled elegance. In this enchanting atmosphere, the assembly engaged in a spirited exchange of poetry, with the losers downing their cups of fine wine. The revelry was indeed lively. The king of Chu glanced at Song Yu, having heard that he was a favored guest of the enchanting Mayer, a privilege that many would covet yet could not attain. Those without silver cannot afford such beauty, Song Yu remarked with a chuckle, dismissing the notion that one could desire beauty without means. The somewhat crude remarks of the kings of Chu and Qi left them momentarily speechless. Raising his wine cup, the king of Qi toasted to Song Yu, indeed. My elder brother is quite the dashing figure, unlike myself and our third brother, who must spend ages explaining to our wives why we are out tonight. The king of Chu echoed his sentiments. Their words, laced with sarcasm, subtly mocked Song Yu's bachelorhood. Ah, indeed, I can drink whenever I please and seek beauty at my leisure. It is truly delightful, Song Yu replied. A cough interrupted Shun Qingping. His face turning crimson from the wine, he choked on. When the prince put his mind to it, he was remarkably satisfying to engage with. At the Wangfu, Princess, the palace has sent the academic robe for the girls' school, the matron announced, holding the robe in her hands. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan's interest was piqued. Matron, let's unveil it. I'm curious about the attire of the girls' school. The robe, a serene shade of light gray, exuded an air of solemnity. The king has decreed that students are not allowed to wear elaborate hairstyles or carry jingling ornaments within the school. In her 2 lifetimes, Song Shihuan had never attended a girls' school. For this esteemed institution yearned for by many women of the Qi, she felt a genuine intrigue. Why not try it on? Bao Xia teased. This way, we can plan what kind of hairstyle to prepare for you for the spring festival. Upon hearing the words, Song Shihuan's eyes crinkled into a smile, prompting Yingchun to swiftly take hold of the academic robe, eager to assist Song Shihuan in donning it. I have pastry on my hands. Yingchun, please widen the sleeves to avoid staining the robe. Song Shihuan chuckled. I assure you I won't dirty it, Yingchun replied, cautiously inserting her hand into the sleeve to stretch it open. Yet, halfway through, her expression shifted abruptly, tears welling in her eyes. Yingchun, what is the matter? Realizing something was amiss, Song Shihuan's smile faded. Your Highness, there is a hidden needle within. Yingchuan's voice trembled. Baoxia, quickly help the princess away from this robe. Matron, summon the physician. The color drained from Song Shihuan's face. Your Highness, the needle is concealed near the half-sleeve, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. The physician extracted the needle from Yingchuan's hand, which was now stained with droplets of blood. Miss Yingchun cannot write or touch water for the next fortnight. What vile scheme! Bao Xiao exclaimed, seething with indignation. Song Shihuan fell silent, realizing that had it not been for the pastry on her hands, Yingchun would not have had to assist her in such a manner. The needle was meant for her, knowing the princess was about to enter the women's academy. To target her hands was indeed an insidious plot. If it succeeded, the princess would be unable to write for half a month. The matron cast the robe onto the table in disgust. This robe was sent from Kuining Palace. Song Shihuan remarked gravely, but with so many involved, it has turned into a tangled mess. It is impossible to account for it. Your Highness, I am fine. Yingchun forced a smile. Yingchun, we cannot let this matter rest. Above Donghu Lake, the ambience began to blur for the onlookers. The exquisite wine intoxicated them, while the musicians elevated the atmosphere to a pinnacle. At that moment, the Chu prince exchanged a glance with Sun Hu, who understood the unspoken cue. My lord, I have heard that Princess Fuan is learning the lute from young Master Qin. Under the influence of alcohol, the Chu prince draped an arm over Song Yu's shoulder. Song Yu's senses sharpened slightly as he turned to Shun Xingping beside him. Shun Xingping, startled, wondered how Sun Hu had found out. Ah, Sun Hu was merely speculating. Seeing how tense my brother is, it must be true, the Chu prince said with a sly grin. The other day, Sun Hu claimed to have seen young Master Shun carrying a lute to the Qin Wang residence. You are meddling too much, Song Yu retorted, his expression darkening. Brother, I must say, young Master Shun's lute skills are exceptional. With such a master, Shihuan will undoubtedly produce melodies worthy of matching Mayor's dance, the Chu prince said, his eyes glinting with mockery. Unlike us, who cherish Ling, that lute instructor is exceedingly strict, insisting that the music must be refined and not commonplace. Indeed, after all, young Master Qin specializes in playing for renowned courtesans. Qi Wang chimed in with a hearty laugh. Now, Shihuan inherits this legacy. What a fortunate event. The Chu prince and Qi Wang exchanged jests, with Sun Hu chiming in, while Song Yu clenched his fists, a chill radiating from him. Behind him, Lu Shi was sweating profusely, anxious that such disgrace upon the princess could not go unnoticed by the prince. A few moments later, Song Yu let out a light laugh, clearly annoyed. Upon hearing this, Shun Xingping felt a tremor in his heart. This was a sure sign of the prince's extreme anger. Indeed, the next moment, Song Yu abruptly rose from his chair, his fist raised, and struck both Prince Chu and Prince Qi. Caught off guard by his audacity in such a public setting, both princes received 2 punches from Song Yu. As they regained their composure, the 3 princes immediately engaged in a fierce scuffle. The onlookers, witnessing the chaos, hurriedly dispersed, fearing for their own safety. Even Sun Hu slipped away hastily. With gritted teeth, Lu Shi set off swiftly towards the royal residence. Chapter 37. Trapped in a predicament. Gunning Belas. What? You mean the princes have engaged in a brawl? Upon hearing Chun Chi's words, the Empress Dowager's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice. This is splendid news indeed. Your Highness, it is absolutely true. Our people witnessed it firsthand. Chun Chi replied with a smile. It is likely that the Emperor is already aware of the situation. To fight in front of so many commoners is truly disgraceful for the royal family. The Empress Dowager chuckled wickedly. Since it was Song Yu who initiated the conflict, the Emperor will have no choice but to refrain from favoring him this time. You speak wisely. Chun Chi, discreetly send someone to inform Inspector Gong and ensure that he brings this matter to light during tomorrow's court assembly. The Empress Dowager was in high spirits. She would also pay a visit to the East Palace to relay this news to the Crown Prince. Recently, the Qin Wangfu has been inexplicably fortunate, with the Emperor even dispatching guards to protect it. This would serve as a reminder to the Emperor of Song Yu's true nature. Occupying the title of the eldest son feels akin to a thorn in her heart. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Inside the chamber, A palace made meticulously massaged the Empress Dowager's temples as she exhaled deeply. This time, there was no way Song Yu could evade punishment. She needed to devise a plan to pin this incident firmly upon him. To speak more gravely, this could lead to discord among brothers, something the emperor detests above all else. The news reached the East Palace, where the crown prince could scarcely contain his delight, laughing heartily several times. The third and fourth brothers have truly accomplished something this time. A glint of madness flickered in the crown prince's eyes. Given that Song Yu struck first, he could be made to face a dismal fate. Father, reason is one thing. It would do well for you to demonstrate brotherly affection in front of grandfather, perhaps by expressing sorrow on behalf of the third and fourth uncles. Song Yinzheng's lips curled into a slight smile. This would surely intensify grandfather's wrath. You speak rightly. Song Yu is unmindful of brotherhood, yet I am different. The crown prince felt invigorated, wishing the long night would pass swiftly so that he could awaken to the court assembly of the morrow. The three princes were escorted into the imperial palace by the imperial guards, never even laying eyes on Emperor Yuanyu, and were unceremoniously thrown into the inner prison, bound hand and foot. Unlike the edict prison, the inner prison was designated for royal offenders. The chilling dampness of the cell made the three men shiver, each nursing varying degrees of injury. The Princess of Chu and the Princess of Qi have arrived. Hearing the guard's announcement, the princes of Chu and Qi immediately rose to their feet, gazing through the bars at their approaching wives. My lord, are your injuries severe? The Princess of Chu's eyes brimmed with tears as she brought forth some medicinal ointment and food, and a bowl of hangover soup. The Princess of Qi, equally disheveled, clutched the Qi prince's hand tightly, reassuring him that all was well at home. Both women harbored resentment toward Song Yu, and thus ignored him entirely. In that moment, only Song Yu sat alone in the corner, appearing desolate and forsaken. The circumstances within the inner prison eventually reached the ears of Emperor Yuanyu. The Yuanyu emperor, initially seething with rage, found himself experiencing a tumult of emotions upon hearing those words. It was indeed he who had spoiled that scoundrel. Spitting with indignation, the emperor could hardly believe that his own brother would resort to such brutality. It was no wonder he remained a solitary figure. However, it was also true that the Princess of Chu and the Princess of Qi had acted excessively, failing to consider that the Prince of Qin had but a single child. Your Majesty, this, Wu Qi hesitantly ventured. The Prince of Qin is not unreasonable. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to personally inquire of the three princes. Otherwise, the Prince of Qin will be left all alone in his confinement, and the princess will surely be distressed upon learning of this. Summon those three worthless scoundrels. And the crown prince as well. The Yuanyu emperor commanded, striking the table in frustration. His heart ached for Huan, and certainly not for that scoundrel. Half an hour later, the emperor beheld his three sons bruised and battered before him, and the embers of his anger reignited with ferocity. I cannot believe that you, brothers, would dare to inflict such harm upon one another. In the presence of witnesses, he felt utterly humiliated. With a swift kick, he demanded, "Who will speak first?" What transpired? The Prince of Chu, weeping, clung to the emperor's leg, exclaiming, "Father, it hurts terribly." Eldest brother suddenly began to strike, and everyone present can attest to it. Indeed, chimed in the Prince of Qi, when our elder brother is intoxicated, he becomes reckless and even dares to assault both me and the third brother. It is utterly outrageous. At that moment, the crown prince arrived, witnessing the scene unfold. With righteous indignation, he admonished, "Eldest brother, this is unacceptable. We are all brothers. We must communicate civilly and not resort to violence." What nonsense about brotherhood! Though it was indeed Song Yu who had initiated the confrontation, it was he who bore the brunt of the injuries. Song Yu, cunningly, targeted the faces of the princes of Chu and Qi, while they largely struck him in concealed areas, rendering his injuries seemingly less severe. "You scoundrel!" The Yuanyu emperor delivered another kick, inadvertently striking Song Yu's wounded chest, causing him to collapse in agony. "Do not feign innocence before me. Why did you resort to violence?" The emperor's finger trembled as he pointed at Song Yu. "They are your brothers, not your enemies." "Eldest brother is truly foolish," the crown prince added, fanning the flames of discontent. "This disgrace brings shame upon the royal family. A grave offense indeed." In that instant, the haunting words of Zhang Bo, uttered before his demise, reverberated in Song Yu's mind. When the crown prince ascends the throne, you will be unable to protect the princess. A mere accusation of dishonoring the royal family could lead to the downfall of the entire Qin prince's residence. Clutching his heart, a wave of pain coursed through Song Yu's body. Zhang Bo was correct. I demand an answer. Why do you remain silent? The Yuanyu emperor's voice thundered once more. Song Yu, I wish to hear from your own lips why you struck your brothers. The emperor was truly enraged, envisioning the mountain of memorials that would pile up during the court session the following day. Despite his intentions, it seemed impossible to shield this scoundrel this time. It was I who struck first. Song Yu knelt, straightening his back. However, it was because they had first spoken ill of Ah Huan that he resorted to violence. You spoke ill of Ah Huan? The Emperor Yuanyo's furious gaze was directed at King Chu and King Qi. Your Majesty, how could we utter such words? They protested. Shen Qingping can vouch for us. Song Yu swallowed, the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Shen Qingping, being a close confidant of his elder brother, would naturally speak in his favor. How could that be deemed credible evidence? King Chu accused, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. Song Yu's breath caught in his throat, and the Emperor Yuanyo's expression gradually became inscrutable. At that moment, a young eunuch stumbled into the great hall, exclaiming, Your Majesty. Minister Sun of the Ministry of Revenue seeks an audience, claiming that Princess Fuan has struck young Master Sunday. The Emperor Yuanyu was momentarily taken aback. Who struck whom? Chapter 38. Song Shihuan's majestic defense of her father, Your Majesty. You must take a stand for my son. Sun Yu implored, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his aged face. Emperor Yuanyu turned his gaze towards the group behind Sun Yu. Was that Sun Hu? It appeared so, though Sun Hu's teeth had been knocked out, and his speech was marred by a slight lisp. The sight made the emperor wince in sympathy. As his eyes wandered, the emperor beheld his beloved granddaughter, whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Funner, just as Mei Zhiling had described, more similar than that ruffian. In that moment, Song Shihuan's delicate face bore a chill, her hands clenched into fists, the backs of which were marred with bloodstains. The emperor's heart fluttered with concern. Yuan, have you injured your hand? Immediately, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, especially Sun Yu's. His son had been beaten, yet the emperor's worry was for the Princess Fuan's injuries. Song Shihuan glanced down. Your Majesty, this is Sun Hu's blood. Oh, as long as it is not yours. The emperor replied, but you have not sustained any other injuries, have you? His gaze remained fixed on Song Shihuan throughout. The young girl, undeterred, boldly requested her grandfather to summon physician Mei to examine her father. Without a moment's hesitation, Emperor Yuanyu commanded, Wu Qi, fetch Mei Zhiling. Seeing this, Song Shihuan's face tightened as she approached Song Yu. The instant their eyes met, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She yearned to touch his face, but hesitated, fearing to aggravate his wounds. Father, does it hurt? It does not, Song Yu replied, forcing a smile. Song Shihuan wiped her tears with her sleeve. You are deceiving me. Heaven knew how frightened she had been after she had recounted the events at the royal estate. To strike a brother in public would invite accusations of unfilial behavior, especially within the palace. Shihuan, how could you strike someone without cause? The crown prince's voice rang out, laden with reproach. Do not bring the vulgar customs from outside the palace into our domain. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan straightened her posture. Your Highness, even the magistrate must seek evidence before rendering judgment. Why do you accuse me of striking without justification? I did strike, but it was not without cause. With that, Song Shihuan boldly crossed past Sun Yu and approached Sun Hu. He recoiled, did not come any closer. Your Majesty, the princess's actions are utterly excessive, Sun Yu protested. She barged into my estate and assaulted Sun Hu, leaving him in this state. Ignoring Sun Yu's words, Song Shihuan swiftly forced a pill into Sun Hu's mouth. What are you doing? Sun Hu's face was a mask of terror. Poison, Song Shihuan uttered softly. The audacity to poison in the presence of Emperor Yuanyu made even Wu Qi step back in shock. The princess's courage was indeed remarkable. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Song Yu's mind raced frantically, contemplating how to extricate Song Shihuan from his predicament. Sun Hu, If you reveal the truth to our grandfather within the span of a single incense stick, I shall provide you with the antidote. Otherwise, even if I must meet my end by crashing into the pillars of this Zicken Hall today, I shall ensure you accompany me to the grave." The moment these words escaped his lips, the air within the hall became palpably stagnant. Emperor Yuanyu observed the diminutive figure before him, then glanced at the dazed Song Yu. Grasping the situation, he could not help but let out a quiet sigh. "Very well, let these two indulge this once." Indulgence. The crown prince pointed at Song Shihuan, his defiance unmistakable. It was indeed fitting for her to repent at Huangjua Temple. Why not hasten to hand over the antidote? Having dared to storm the Sun residence today, he had no intention of letting this matter rest. Song Shihuan emanated a fierce determination, her gaze locked on his son Hu. "Do you feel an overwhelming pain coursing through your body now, particularly in your abdomen, as if your very organs are being twisted in agony?" Sun Hu's complexion shifted, the pain excruciating. There remained but half an incense stick's time. In that moment, Song Shihuan appeared to Sun Hu as a harbinger of doom. He could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground. It was the two princes who first suggested this. The young lady was merely following Shun Qingping to learn the lute, and in the future, she shall surely produce melodies worthy of Mishmaeresh graceful dance. Upon hearing Sun Hu's confession, Sun Yu's expression darkened abruptly, unaware that such underlying truths existed. Emperor Yuanyu chuckled softly, yet the Prince of Chu and the Prince of Qi trembled even more violently. Not even the crown prince dared to utter another word. "Grandfather, my third and fourth uncles mockingly suggest that I am destined to be naught but a renowned courtesan playing the lute. My father has endured this for far too long, and he can bear it no longer." Song Shihuan's palms were slick with perspiration. The reason she struck Sun Hu was that he had instigated this entire affair. "Fourth uncle, am I not speaking the truth?" Indeed. The Prince of Qi, sensing the dire situation, hastily interjected. It was Sun Hu who claimed to have seen Shun Qingping carrying a lute to the Qin prince's residence, leading him to speculate that Shihuan was learning the lute from Shun Qingping. The Prince of Chu, whose wife hailed from the Sun family, had been holding back from speaking out. What a Sun family, what a Sun Hu! Emperor Yuanyu, consumed by rage, laughed ironically. "Guards, take Sun Hu to the imperial prison. Sun Yu, while I have no desire to implicate the entire Sun family, you had best remove yourself quickly." Sun Yu departed with notable swiftness. Within the hall, the princes of Chu and Qi dared not utter a word, and the crown prince's countenance was exceedingly grim. "Ayuan, it seems you did not provide Sun Hu with the antidote. Instead, he was given a sugar pill. I struck his abdomen several times. How could he not be in pain?" Song Shihuan's voice trembled as she employed such desperate measures to compel Sun Hu to divulge the truth, wagering nearly all she possessed. Should Sun Hu choose to remain silent unto death, the unwarranted trespass into an official's residence would constitute a grave offense. Yet, failing to act would merely leave her branded with the label of unfilial and ungrateful, leaving her father and the Qin prince's residence with no hope of redemption. Song Shihuan pouted, unable to restrain herself any longer, and collapsed into Song Yu's embrace, her voice laced with profound grievance. "My third and fourth uncles merely spoke a few words against me. My father need not resort to violence on my behalf. Anyone who belittles the daughter of Song Yu, regardless of who they are, I shall drag them down with me, even in death." Speaking with the same fierce words as Song Shihuan, Song Yu fixed his gaze directly upon Emperor Yuanyu. His eyes bore a hint of defiance, as if silently rebelling against the emperor, asserting that he had committed no wrongdoing. In an instant, the emperor seemed to age several years, drained of all strength, and turned his attention to the king of Chu and the king of Qi. "What do you two have to say?" Chapter 39. Song Shihuan takes control at this moment. Mei Jilin arrived at the Zicken Hall. "Mei Tai, please examine my father." Mei Jilin surveyed the room and, with a resigned expression, took Song Yu's pulse. Moments later, a frown creased Mei Jilin's brow as he pressed on several points of Song Yu's body, eliciting involuntary cries of pain from him with each touch. Mei Jilin then proceeded to check the pulses of Prince Chu and Prince Qi before slowly speaking. "Your Majesty, Prince Chu and Prince Qi have sustained superficial injuries. while Prince Qin bears wounds to his abdomen and back, affecting his internal organs. Upon hearing Mei Jilin's words, Song Shihuan felt both a pang of anguish and a sense of relief. From Lu Shi's description, she had deduced that her father's injuries were more severe, which emboldened her to seek the aid of her grandfather, the emperor. The expression of Emperor Yuanyu darkened further. Father, we had a bit to drink, so our minds weren't entirely clear. Prince Chu's back was already drenched in cold sweat. He had initially thought this scheme would only cost Song Yu a little skin, yet here they were, bested by a mere girl. I see you're quite lucid, Emperor Yuanyu remarked sharply. You even had the presence of mind to frame Prince Qin. Is this what you call being unclear of thought? At his words, both Prince Chu and Prince Qi collapsed to the ground. Have I ever treated you poorly? You plotted against your elder brother in public, disgracing the royal family, only to turn around and accuse him. Such cunning. I was unaware my sons possessed such talents. Father, we truly did not mean to. We beseech your forgiveness. Both princes hurriedly bowed to Emperor Yuanyu, while Song Yu paid them no mind, focusing solely on Song Shihuan. Bring them here, 30 strikes each, a month of house arrest, and a year's salary forfeiture. Emperor Yuanyu wearily waved his hand. Since I have failed to raise you properly, reflect on your actions in your respective residences. Father, spare us. As they were dragged away, Prince Chu and Prince Qi struggled desperately, having witnessed their younger brother endure punishment for years. Now, the tides of fate had turned against them. Gag them during the punishment, lest their voices irritate me further. Emperor Yuanyu scoffed. If anyone comes to plead for mercy, add 10 more strikes. Within the hall, seeing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Mei Jilin made a hasty exit. The crown prince noticed Emperor Yuanyu's gaze fixed on Song Shihuan and felt a shiver of apprehension. This is bad. Father must have recognized the wild girl's beauty. Instantly, the crown prince grew anxious. Huan, even if you trust Prince Qin, you cannot recklessly intrude into the residences of officials and assault son who like that. What will happen to your reputation if word gets out? Feigning concern for Song Shihuan's honor, the crown prince's words were laced with blame for her recklessness and impropriety. Grandfather, the servant by Father's side, rushed back to inform me of this incident. In my haste and worry that my father might be accused of being unfilial, I resorted to this desperate measure. Song Shihuan knelt down, pleading for her grandfather's punishment. Rise. Emperor Yuanyu stood and approached Song Shihuan, personally assisting her to her feet. I find myself quite pleased to witness a different side of Huan. An emperor like Yuanyu, who fought his way out single-handedly, emerged from a heap of corpses. Employing ruthless means that none could withstand. As his descendant, possessing a certain fierceness aligns perfectly with Emperor Yuanyu's intentions. Your willingness to risk everything to seek justice for your father reveals your profound filial piety. Emperor Yuanyu gently stroked Song Shihuan's hair, reflecting that if it were not for his little granddaughter before him, that scoundrel would indeed have faced dire consequences this time. Despite being the emperor, he could not dismiss the counsel of his ministers. Father, even if you do not hold Huan accountable, you must not encourage her in this manner. It may be permissible this once, but should it happen again, the child could truly become spoiled. The crown prince spoke again, his words laced with concern. Song Shihuan turned her gaze towards the crown prince, her dark eyes sending a chill down his spine. Were it not for my affection for grandfather and father, I would not wish to remain here at all. Although the dilapidated temple I once inhabited leaked, it was still far superior to this place. Yuan, how can you speak such words? Emperor Yuanyu could not help but exclaim. With her head bowed, tears soon welled in Song Shihuan's eyes. Grandfather, I am merely an unlikable child here. I trespassed into the Sun residence, yet His Highness the Crown Prince, fully aware of the circumstances, continues to scold me. Song Shihuan pointed towards the Crown Prince, asserting, His Highness does not favor me. The Crown Prince's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile, saying, Huan, how could I not like you? However, Song Shihuan was resolute in not letting the matter rest. She aimed to fully reveal her and her father's predicament to Emperor Yuanyu. The sorrow on her face deepened. On the day of my birthday banquet, I was scorned by the Eastern Palace. Fortunately, I had my father's protection, but later he faced punishment because of me. I took a blow for him and lay in bed for over a month. The servants of a Qin Wang residence bullied me for my youth. While wandering outside, I nearly had my appearance ruined by a concubine of the Su family wielding a whip. I sought to visit the shops of the Wang residence only to find them occupied by rogues. Furthermore, on my way to the palace for the flower banquet, I was almost thrown from a startled horse. To gain admission to the girls' academy, I diligently studied, yet my father insisted that besides reading, one must possess talents. Master Shin taught me to play the guqin, but I was mocked by my uncles, and my father nearly faced accusations of being unfilial because of me. And just a few hours ago, I discovered that there were soft needles hidden within the robe I received from the girls' academy. Had it not been for the maid's discovery, my hand would have been incapacitated for half a month. Tears streaming down her face. Song Shihuan gazed at Emperor Yuanyu, asking, "Grandfather, why do such misfortunes befall me and my father?" Soft needles. Emperor Yuanyu felt both heartache and fury, instantly realizing the dire circumstances surrounding the Qin Wang residence. Previously, Song Yu was merely brash in his demeanor, and in Yuanyu's eyes, he was a good-for-nothing who only sought pleasure. How could he have ever associated him with the concept of hardship? Song Shihuan sniffled. I was terrified of those soft needles in the residence, and upon hearing news of father striking someone, I truly did not know what to do. If Basya were present, she would surely have been unable to stifle her laughter. At that moment, the princess exhibited remarkable composure, swiftly resolving to lead her entourage directly to the Sun residence. Song Shihuan, upon meeting Emperor Yuanyu, displayed a profound sorrow in his eyes that seemed genuine. He administered a potent remedy to the emperor, confessing his transgression of unlawfully invading the Sun household. As Your Highness the Crown Prince has suggested, perhaps I should be confined within the imperial Jew temple. He mused, at least within the temple, there shall be no whips or harsh needles. The breath of Emperor Yuanyu quivered with emotion. Through Song Shihuan's visage, he appeared to glimpse Fun accusing him of neglecting their child for so many years. Chapter 40. Song Yu enters the court. Emperor Yuanyu tugged at the corners of his mouth and addressed Song Shihuan, saying, "Child, you have endured much hardship." As he spoke these words, his gaze shifted to the kneeling Song Yu, a pang of bitterness swelling within him. It turned out that this rascal was not always granted his desires. However, Song Yu paid no heed to the implications in the emperor's words. He slowly rose and said, "Ahuan, let us depart." The earlier remarks made by Ahuan had pricked at his heart with an unbearable sting. It is rather late. Why not rest in the side hall for the night? The emperor could not help but suggest. "No need. I shall escort Ahuan back to the manor." Song Yu replied, grasping Song Shihuan's hand as they exited the hall of purple splendor. Inside the hall, the crown prince felt the atmosphere grow somewhat awkward. "Father, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave," he said, eager to update his mother, as the turn of events starkly contradicted their initial expectations. "Crown Prince," Emperor Yuanyu began slowly, "do you know why I summoned you today?" The crown prince paused, momentarily at a loss for words, understanding that his father wished him to take this as a lesson on brotherly loyalty. Yet he inwardly scoffed, pondering the absence of genuine fraternal bonds within the royal family. The emperor nodded. "It is sufficient that you grasp my intent. As the crown prince, you must learn to embrace your brothers when you ascend the throne." At the mention of ascending the throne, a glimmer of fervor flickered in the crown prince's eyes. This was primarily due to the emperor's remarkable longevity, which cast an imposing shadow that stifled him. Now, with his mother already arranging a match for Yin Zheng, he feared that in a few years, he would find himself stifled as a mere crown prince while his son might be born. He dreamed incessantly of the day he would be crowned emperor. "I shall certainly treat my brothers with kindness," he declared. "You may return now." The emperor said no more, spending a restless night reflecting on the events of the evening. Meanwhile, Song Yu led Song Shihuan away from the palace, where Shen Qingping had been waiting at the gates for quite some time. "How'd it go?" Shen Qingping wiped the sweat from his brow. "Master Shen, we are fine. Grandfather is wise and mighty. He would not hold any grievances against me and father." Song Shihuan replied, only to be met with an unceremonious flick to the forehead from Song Yu. "Father, why do you bully me?" "Get into the carriage," Song Yu commanded. his expression darker than it had been in the hall of purple splendor. Inside the carriage, Song Shihuan tilted her head, observing her father's demeanor. "Ayuan, your actions today were exceedingly perilous," Song Yu admonished, meeting her gaze. "If there comes a day when I require you to safeguard yourself, you must heed my words." Zhang Bo's advice loomed over Song Yu like a haunting incantation. What does it matter to safeguard oneself? "Father, you acted for my sake today. I must help you clear your name." Seeing that neither father nor daughter was willing to yield, Shun Qingping sighed. "Today's events stemmed from my actions. My tarnished reputation has brought trouble upon the princess. Master, your musical talents are exceptional. Having you as a mentor brings me immense joy," Song Shihuan pouted. "My third and fourth uncles deserve their punishment for their lack of decorum." "They were punished?" Upon hearing these words, Shun Qingping's brows lifted in delight, for it was indeed a stroke of good fortune. What to hell with such fortune? Song Yu shot Shun Qingping a glare, recalling Huan's actions with a twinge of fear. "Father, the words I spoke in the Zikan Hall were meant for grandfather, not that I wish to be away from you," Song Shihuan said with a sly smile. "At the Prince of Qin's residence, I want for nothing, and with your love and the teachings of my esteemed teacher, I would not trade it for a fortune." However, Song Yu remained obstinate. Yet he acknowledged that Huan spoke the truth. The reality was that in just 2 months, Huan had faced numerous plots and grievances. It was indeed a fact that grandfather should be made aware of. Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled. In the past, grandfather only knew of father's carefree nature, oblivious to the fact that the Prince of Qin's household was ensnared in the schemes of others. Now that grandfather knew, if he were inclined, he would surely protect us, just as he had sent guards to the Prince of Qin's residence. Song Yu gazed at his precocious daughter before his resolve to reform hardened completely. Only by growing stronger could he safeguard Huan. "Tomorrow morning, I shall personally go to the Sun residence to apologize," Song Yu stated somewhat stiffly. "It was that son who's fault. Why should we apologize?" Song Shihuan muttered. "I will apologize on your behalf for your trespass into the Sun residence." Song Shihuan's eyes brightened as she exchanged a glance with Shun Qingping. This ploy was cunning indeed. It left no room for reproach and would also vex the Sun family. Could this really be a scheme devised by father? The following morning, Song Yu, adorned with bruises, prepared lavish gifts and set forth for the Sun residence. The events of the previous day had already spread like wildfire, and with Shun Qingping's encouragement, everyone was aware of the final decree from Emperor Yuanyu. Both the King of Chu and the King of Qi had received lashes. It was said that both their consorts had fainted from weeping. Consequently, a crowd spontaneously gathered behind Song Yu, curious to see if he would cause a ruckus at the Sun household. Lu Shi, witnessing this, had a sudden inspiration and slowed his pace slightly. "Our lord is going to the Sun residence to apologize. Although the princess acted out of a protective heart, she did trespass into their home. Today, the lord will offer an apology on her behalf." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The boisterous Prince of Qin being linked to the word apology was indeed a marvel. Lu Shi, with a look of concern, thought, "The emperor has uncovered the truth. My lord and the princess have been vindicated, yet the princess is merely a 10-year-old child. Last night, she returned home terrified and spent the night plagued by nightmares, weeping pitifully. Indeed, she was but a child of 10, who had mustered the courage to intrude into the Sun residence to save her father. Moreover, this incident had originated with Sun Hu, casting the Prince of Qin as the wrong party." Lu Shi's words left the crowd in stunned silence, and they began to feel sympathy for Song Shihuan. Meanwhile, during the morning court session, the diligent Inspector Geng, who had gone to bed early and was unaware of the unfolding events, stepped out of the ranks. He brushed his sleeves and proclaimed with clarity, "I beseech your majesty to impeach the Prince of Qin for his unfilial and disrespectful actions against the other 2 princes." Having spoken, the Inspector General Geng awaited the concurrence of others, but was met with a profound silence, no one daring to voice a response. Emperor Yuanyu, amused, remarked, "I too find the actions of Prince Qin to be inappropriate. After contemplating throughout the night, I have devised a course of action regarding Prince Qin. I have decided to assign him to the Ministry of Revenue for practical training, where he shall learn the responsibilities of the office under the guidance of Minister Sun Yu. Upon hearing this, the court officials exchanged hesitant glances, for such a lucrative position had been the subject of fierce rivalry among several princes for years, only to be granted to Prince Qin. Given the existing animosity between Prince Qin and Sun Yu, the emperor's arrangement seemed overtly supportive of Prince Qin, which could jeopardize Sun Yu's position as Minister of Revenue. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Inspector General Geng furrowed his brow and implored, "Your Majesty, this cannot be. Prince Qin is utterly devoid of talent and character, making him ill-suited for the court." At this, the emperor's demeanor shifted dramatically. Chapter 41. The Emperor of Yuan Yu's open defense who dares to assert that my son is unlearned and excessively dissipated. The Emperor of Yuan Yu cast a murderous glance towards Inspector Geng, causing the latter to tremble. What has come over His Majesty today? Many have previously criticized the Prince of Qin, yet the Emperor had never exhibited such fury. Some officials familiar with Inspector Geng desperately try to signal him, but perhaps due to his advanced age and failing eyesight, he entirely missed these hints. How could the Prince of Qin, having scarcely read a few books, possibly manage the affairs of the Ministry of Revenue? Otherwise, should I assign you to the ministry, Inspector Geng? The Emperor's smile held a sinister edge, suggesting that a mere nod from Geng could lead to his immediate demise. Geng swallowed hard, fearing to utter another word. "I see you are advanced in years, Inspector Geng. Perhaps it is time for you to retire and enjoy your twilight years." With a seemingly casual remark, the Emperor stripped Geng of his position. "Your Majesty, I..." Inspector Geng's face turned ashen. As an inspector, it is paramount to speak with substantiated evidence. You have carelessly wielded your power without discerning the truth of last night's events. Granting you resignation for your retirement is already an act of mercy. The Emperor surveyed the court, resolute in his decision. The audience is dismissed. He must find a way for that scoundrel to gain real power, so that the Prince of Qin and Huan would not be oppressed. The Emperor felt a pang of regret. He believed he had been vigilant concerning the Prince of Qin's affairs, yet yesterday revealed numerous plots against the prince that had occurred under his nose. It was evident that his position within the palace clouded his awareness. "Your Majesty, shall we return to the Hall of Purple Splendor?" Wu Qi inquired softly. "To Kuan-Ning Palace," the Emperor replied darkly, striding purposefully towards his destination. Sun Yu feigned illness today, attempting to evade the morning court. Within his residence, he was at table, while a group of female relatives wept uncontrollably beside him. "Master, you must save Huer. He is your legitimate heir." Sun's wife gasped between sobs. "In the past, Huer was closest to you. You cannot bear to see him languishing in the imperial prison. Grandfather, please save my father." His 5-year-old grandson tugged at Sun Yu's sleeve, pleading earnestly. Sun Yu set down his chopsticks, unable to suppress a sigh. "My dear wife, Huer is also my child. How can I not save him?" Yet, the Emperor was furious yesterday. "If I insist on pleading for Huer, I fear the entire Sun family will be in peril. What shall we do?" Sun's elderly mother wiped her tears. "Even the 2 princes have faced punishment, let alone Huer. If we can preserve a single life, we should be grateful." Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, his wife fainted. Amidst the chaos, a servant rushed in with urgent news. "Master, the Prince of Qin has arrived." Sun Yu sprang to his feet, alarmed. What brings this calamity here? Outside the estate, as he stepped out, he was confronted by a throng of people, his vision clouding with dread. Unaware of the prince's esteemed presence, "I offer my humble apologies for the lack of proper reception. There is no need for excessive formalities." Lord Sunday Song Yu instructed his aides to convey apologies. Yesterday, it was Huan's thoughtlessness that led to her unwarranted intrusion into the Sun residence. Today, I have come personally to extend my apologies on her behalf. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu immediately knelt down in reverence. Good heavens! Does the prince not feel that the emperor's dissatisfaction with the Sun family is already excessive? The events of yesterday were entirely due to my son's misconduct, which inadvertently implicated the prince and the princess. It is the Sun family that should be offering apologies. Trembling, Sun Yu spoke. Song Yu observed him for a moment. It was not Huan's fault, and his previous words were merely a formality. Given Lord Sun's discernment, I shall refrain from further comments. With that, Song Yu turned to leave, but paused, saying, "Lord Sun, it would be prudent to instruct your household to exercise caution in their words and actions." Although he presented himself under the guise of an apology, it was, in essence, a blatant threat. Anger surged within Sun Yu, causing him discomfort. Song Yu departed, leaving the onlookers to gossip about the Sun family. Liushi returned to the manor shortly to collect some reward money. "You were quite astute today," Song Yu remarked with satisfaction. "Thank you, Your Highness," Liushi replied, overjoyed. Upon returning to the royal residence, Song Yu received a conspicuous imperial edict. The young eunuch who delivered the edict feared that Song Yu might refuse to comply. Yet to everyone's surprise, Song Yu accepted it with alacrity. "Inform father that on the day Huan joins the girls' academy, I shall report to the Ministry of Revenue." After the eunuch departed, Song Yu scrutinized the imperial decree in his hands. The Ministry of Revenue is indeed a notable position. At last, the old man has shown some conscience. Upon learning of this, Song Shihuan personally brewed a cup of tea to congratulate her father. She was immensely pleased with Emperor Yuan Yu's decree. The Ministry of Revenue has historically been a coveted and influential department. I have no established connections in the court, and I am uncertain of what awaits me there. Song Yu consumed the tea in one gulp. "Yet I shall fulfill my duties diligently." Song Shihuan gazed at her father, noticing how different he was from the first time they met. Over the past 2 months, he had changed considerably, all for Huan's sake. Song Yu smiled. Having a weakness naturally rendered one less carefree than before. "Have you contemplated how to manage your responsibilities at the Ministry of Revenue?" Song Shihuan inquired, her chin resting on her hands, looking exceedingly adorable. "Will you be settling the accounts of the Great Qi?" "I have no idea," Song Yu admitted, lacking knowledge of governmental affairs. "Then allow me to devise a strategy for you," Song Shihuan suggested after a moment's thought. "After all, grandfather is surely aware of your unfamiliarity. It would be wise to have him oversee your tasks before you undertake them. This way, you are less likely to err. A fledgling bird, eager to soar independently, may not be favored by the seasoned ones." Song Yu clearly absorbed Song Shihuan's words. The responsibilities at the Ministry of Revenue are critical. Any mistakes could adversely affect the lives of the common folk. Thus, it is better to exercise caution than to make hasty judgments. Song Shihuan smiled brightly. Huan is indeed correct. Song Yu yet chuckled, only to be reminded of the injury on his face, causing him to sharply inhale. Huan is indeed the fortunate star of this prince. While the father and daughter were busy making plans for the future, the atmosphere in Confronting Palace was far less harmonious. "What?" Upon hearing Emperor Yuan Yu's words, the Empress could not suppress a gasp. "The Emperor intends to assign you to the Ministry of Revenue?" Observing her reaction, Emperor Yuan Yu smiled and nodded. "Currently, the Crown Prince is at the Ministry of War, and the Princes Chu and Qi occupy the Ministries of Works and Rights respectively, leaving the Ministry of Revenue without anyone at the helm. Coincidentally, that rascal is without a proper post. Furthermore, this is not merely a proposal. I have already announced this decision during today's South Morning Court Assembly. It is a fait accompli, and no one can alter it." The Empress, upon hearing this, tightly clutched the handkerchief in her grasp. Her Linger had fought for this position in the Ministry of Revenue for so many years, yet the Emperor had never yielded. Now, it seems that it has been unfairly bestowed upon Song Yu. Chapter 42. A stern warning. The Empress gazed at the rather unwell-looking face of the Yuan Yu Emperor, who feigned ignorance. "Wu Qi, please summon Mei Jilin." Upon hearing this, the Empress forced a smile, expressing gratitude to the Emperor for his concern, assuring him that she was fine. Since the joyous occasion last night had transitioned to profound sorrow, she felt as if she were floating. The Yuan Yu Emperor observed her demeanor and pressed his lips together. "I saw Huan yesterday. She seems transformed compared to the day of the birthday banquet." The Empress exhaled softly upon hearing the Emperor mention her greatest concern. "I recall that a few days ago, during the flower banquet, you summoned Huan to Confronting Palace. My Empress, did you not notice how Huan resembles Fan Er? After more than 30 years. The Empress heard the name Fan Er from the Yuan Yu Emperor's lips once more, igniting a tumult within her. Why must a deceased person still occupy a space in the Emperor's heart? I too perceive some similarities, though I dared not confirm them. Hence I have not mentioned it to your majesty. She maintained her composure. I fear your majesty might be misled. Not merely a resemblance. It is strikingly similar. The Yuanyu emperor remarked, casting a complex look at the empress. It appeared that with time, the empress had forgotten Fan Er's visage. The empress opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Would she have to admit her recognition while deliberately withholding it from the emperor? The Yuanyu emperor gazed towards the sky outside, reflecting, Huan has become Yu Er's daughter. Perhaps this is Fan Er's spirit guiding events from beyond. Indeed, sister must be watching from above, hoping Yu Er establishes a family. However, I cannot shake the feeling that someone in the palace is deliberately targeting the Qin Wangfu. The emperor's tone shifted, noting that since Huan's return, an inexplicable series of events had transpired, unprecedented in times past. He spoke with an unintentional tone, uttering words that filled the empress with dread. Just yesterday, Huan mentioned that a soft needle was found in the academic robe sent to her. It sent chills down my spine. The Yuanyu emperor glanced at the empress, reflecting that such treachery was more insidious than direct confrontation. Do you not agree, my empress? Indeed, the empress replied, her smile fading. I still have matters of state from the previous dynasty to attend to, which cannot compare to your keen insight. I trust you will keep a watchful eye on Huan. After delivering his reprimand, the Yuanyu emperor rose to depart. Once assured of his distance, the empress could no longer contain her fury and shattered every teacup on the table. Song Shihuan, I shall find an opportunity to rid myself of you swiftly. The palace attendants trembled in fear. Chun Chi's gaze darkened. The emperor had made it abundantly clear that the empress was to attend to Princess Fuan. If any misfortune were to arise henceforth, it would surely fall upon the empress's shoulders. In the Eastern Palace, upon receiving news from Kuan-Ning Palace, the crown princess was equally perturbed. Mother, grandfather has grown suspicious of grandmother. Song Yinjing's expression was grim. I had warned against placing a soft needle in that academic robe. The crown princess glanced at the silent Song Shihuan by her side. Shihuan, once you enter the girls' academy, you will have ample opportunity to surpass her. Must you contend over this fleeting moment of pride? Song Shihuan lowered her head, for it was she who had devised the method of using soft needles, tampering with her academic robe. Mother, I merely wish to vindicate you and grandmother. Song Shihuan's eyelashes fluttered, realizing her well-intentioned actions had backfired. At this point, further words are futile. Mother, now that grandfather knows the wild girl's appearance, it will be increasingly difficult to take action against her. A fierce glint flashed in Song Yinjing's eyes. Therefore, Shihuan, you must ensure that the wild girl enters the academy with her reputation tarnished from the very start. I implore you, mother, to give a heads up to the dean of the girls' academy, Yin Xing. The crown princess nodded. Shihuan, you must learn more from your elder brother in the future. Do you understand? Enduring the crown princess's reproachful tone, Song Shihuan clenched her teeth. Your Highness, the Princess of Chu and Miss Shieling have arrived. The announcement brought the crown princess back to composure. Please let them in. Upon seeing the crown princess, the Princess of Chu's eyes glistened with tears. Sister-in-law, I beseech you, save Sun Hu. The crown princess's heart soared with joy. After years of being sisters-in-law, it was the first time the Princess of Chu had sought her assistance, previously always wearing a facade of compliance while harboring discontent. With this thought, the crown princess's expression softened. Let us speak amicably. Maid, serve tea to the Princess of Chu. Shihuan, you take Shilling back to the courtyard to play. Observing this, Song Yinjing also excused himself, leaving the Princess of Chu in tears as she implored the crown princess for help. In the courtyard, Song Shihuan pushed Song Shilling, causing her to stumble. Your cousin has gotten into trouble outside, and grandfather is currently in a furious rage. You come to the Eastern Palace, seeking my mother's assistance to clean up after you? At this remark, Song Shilling felt a twinge of embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity, Song Shihuan became even more unabashed. You have always been such a reserved child. If I hadn't been there to guide you, grandfather and grandmother would have likely forgotten you existed. With her words laced with sarcasm, Song Shihuan sought amusement in mocking Song Shilling. Second sister, will my cousin be executed? Of course, Song Shihuan replied with a cold smirk. However, if my mother intercedes, there may still be a chance for leniency. I would be immensely grateful to my aunt. Not so fast, Song Shihuan said, a sly smile curling her lips. Assistance does not come without a price. Tomorrow, Song Shihuan will enter the girls' academy, and I want her to be infamous from her very first day. But my brother said I should avoid provoking the Qin Wangfa lately. Upon hearing Song Shiling's words, Song Shihuan's expression darkened instantly. If you are unwilling, I shall promptly request grandmother to punish son who severely. With an evil smile, Song Shihuan watched as Song Shiling suppressed her fear and nodded reluctantly. Mother says that uncle's family is their only support, and father will only ever have my elder brother, the legitimate heir, in his heart. Hence, she must plead for uncle's family. Satisfied, Song Shihuan regarded Song Shiling with a hint of disdain. Just a coward. The next morning, Song Shihuan had donned her academic robe early and meticulously prepared the necessary coursework before arriving at the entrance of the girls' academy in a carriage. There, she observed Yin Qing awaiting with a group of female students, among whom was also Song Shihuan. Upon seeing them, Song Shihuan promptly disembarked from the carriage and performed a proper student-esque bow to Yin Qing. I greet Princess Fuan and kindly request the princess to enter and wait for a moment. We shall soon commence the class placement examination. The mention of a placement examination left Song Shihuan momentarily bewildered, as traditionally, new students were automatically assigned to Class C without such an assessment. A furtive glance at the scheming Song Shihuan clarified her suspicions. Chapter 43. A grand stage as Song Shihuan surveyed her surroundings. She realized that all the students from the female academy had indeed been summoned. They had constructed quite an impressive stage for her. Given this, it would be a pity if she did not perform a few lines. Dean, I have never heard of a class division examination before, Song Shihuan remarked, casting a glance at Yin Qing. We have heard that the princess has diligently studied for some time before her arrival. So today we have specially arranged a class division examination for her. Yin Qing replied with a benevolent demeanor, which elicited a cold laugh from Song Shihuan. She had initially believed that a place as sacred as the female academy would be overseen by individuals of integrity, only to discover that they were in league with the Eastern Palace. Disappointment flickered in Song Shihuan's gaze as she regarded Yin Qing. Yin Qing smiled and continued. We will select 3 representatives from classes A, B, and C, and the princess will compete with them to determine the outcome. Compete in what? Song Shihuan inquired. But before she could finish her question, Song Shihuan chuckled lightly. The arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are not mastered in a day. Dean, you cannot put my sister in a difficult position. Let's instead compete in the 4 books and 5 classics. Princess Fuyun speaks wisely. We shall proceed as she suggests. Yin Qing agreed, summoning several scholars from the academy. Each of you will pose a question. Although it was Song Shihuan's first visit to the female academy, her reputation had long been known among the students. Some watched with eager anticipation, while others voiced their concerns for her. Dean, this is utterly unfair. The 4 books and 5 classics are also not grasped overnight, protested Gu Mingzhu, whose father held the rank of a 3rd-grade general. Gu Mingzhu, why do you interrupt when the princess has not objected? Song Shihuan's henchman retorted. Are you suggesting that you are more capable than the princess? With tensions rising, Song Shihuan's eyes glimmered as she taunted, Sister, are you perhaps afraid? At that moment, all eyes turned towards Song Shihuan. Very well, let us compete then, she replied nonchalantly. But who from each class will be my opponents? When Song Shihuan saw Song Shiling approach her, she could not help but internally curse. Big sister, I shall represent Class B in this competition, Song Shiling declared. Song Shihuan's lips twitched. She had never encountered anyone as foolish as Song Shiling. If it were anyone else, regardless of the outcome, it would merely be fodder for conversation within the academy. However, if 2 princesses were to compete, the result would reflect poorly on the royal family and become a topic of public gossip. Are you certain, 3rd sister? Song Shihuan could not resist asking. Certain, came the firm reply. With a long sigh, Song Shihuan acquiesced. Then let us begin. There are 9 scholars in total, each corresponding to one of the 4 books and 5 classics. Song Shihuan and the other 3 students, including Song Shiling, sat at the table, quietly awaiting the questions posed by the scholars. After the incense had burned for a while, The examination commenced. Song Shihuan quickly skimmed through the questions, feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that the scholars had not taken this competition too seriously, as they had posed only fundamental questions. Fortunately, she was able to answer them all. Fortune smiled upon her as Song Shihuan, with a flourish of her pen, completed her work in one breath, inscribing her name at the top of the scroll. In the crowd, Song Shihuan could not suppress a triumphant smile. She had long confided in her elder brother that should Song Shihuan falter here, word would swiftly spread, tarnishing the reputation of the illiterate girl throughout the city. I have finished. Song Shihuan's voice interrupted Song Shihuan's reverie, causing her expression to falter momentarily. The other three had also completed their responses, submitting their papers simultaneously into Yan Qing's hands. As Yan Qing perused each one, her demeanor gradually shifted, and she could not help but cast a glance at Song Shihuan. Did we not agree to review the papers before everyone? Now it seems the dean and several scholars have retreated to the study to evaluate them, each offering their own excuses. Gu Mingzhu grumbled, suspecting that someone might be up to mischief. She, being honorable and straightforward, found such underhanded tactics intolerable. Miss Gu? Song Shihuan's voice startled Gu Mingzhu, causing her to jump. Your Highness, I am Gu Mingzhu. You may call me Mingzhu, she replied, pursing her lips. Oh, right. I am in Class C, the lowest class. Feeling an immediate kinship with the poised Gu Mingzhu, Song Shihuan beamed a sweet smile. I am Song Shihuan. What a lovely name you have, Your Highness. Gu Mingzhu, with her loquacious nature, quickly struck up a conversation with Song Shihuan. Before long, Gu Mingzhu regarded Song Shihuan as a confidant. The dean shares a close relationship with your second sister. Do be wary of their scheming, Gu Mingzhu cautioned kindly, warming Song Shihuan's heart as she nodded in acknowledgement. After a full half hour, the group emerged from the study. Yan Qing held the papers in her hands and spoke slowly. Your Highness is indeed gifted, correctly answering several questions. However, your foundation is lacking, resulting in your placement in Class C. The best performer among them was Princess Qin, who, upon hearing this, cast a grateful glance towards Song Shihuan. Gaining entry into Class A would surely earn her greater favor from the king. No one was surprised by this outcome. Yan Qing approached Song Shihuan with a smile, saying, Your Highness, I shall personally escort you to Class C. Song Shihuan's eyes grew cold as she regarded the seemingly virtuous woman before her. Wait, Song Shihuan said, a hint of derision on her face. Dean Yin, might I have the honor of examining the examination papers of the other three students? It would greatly aid me in identifying my shortcomings. At this, Yan Qing's expression soured immediately, and the scholars behind her bowed their heads in silence. Your Highness, the scholars are already aware of your foundation. They will address your deficiencies in subsequent lessons without requiring your direct involvement, Yan Qing replied. But what if I insist on seeing the papers? Song Shihuan's demeanor turned frostier. The questions posed by the scholars were elementary. I have answered them all. So why am I placed at the bottom? Her words elicited a stir among those present. Gu Mingzhu was the first to react, swiftly darting into the study to retrieve the 4 examination papers. The Princess of Fuan has indeed provided all the answers, clearly inscribed in black and white. Gu Mingzhu passed the examination paper to the student beside her, prompting everyone to glance towards the test sheet. Indeed, the Princess of Fuan had indeed answered them all. Yan Qing's steps began to falter, while Song Shihuan's expression twisted into a grimace, and her companion, Song Shiling, remained silent. Dean Yan, today marks my first day at the girls' school. First, I was told I must compete before everyone, and then I was deliberately placed in the lowest rank. Is this truly the manner of the girls' school? Song Shihuan stood tall, demanding an explanation from the institution. Chapter 44. I just want to stay in Class C. Yan Qing furrowed her brows. Having presided over the Women's Academy for decades, she held considerable respect even in the presence of the Empress Dowager. Yet now, she found herself questioned by a recently restored princess who had been cast out. Yan Qing's expression darkened. Your Highness, she spoke in a solemn tone, the mere act of answering questions does not equate to excellence. One must also consider the legibility and method of response. The current results reflect a consensus between myself and the other instructors. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan smiled. to carry on the teachings of the ancients. That was the impression I held of the dean and the esteemed instructors before my enrollment at the academy. Dean Yin, as you mentioned, the legibility and method of response are to be evaluated. Yet, you are well aware that this is my first time at the academy, and I have not attended any lectures. Why then must I compete before so many witnesses? Song Shihuan pressed on, undeterred by Yin Qing's words. Am I to understand that you are deliberately targeting me? A mocking smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. For the academy had never before required a newcomer to partake in such a competition. Yin Qing was exasperated, but found herself at a loss for words. If the dean cannot provide this princess with a satisfactory explanation, I shall take the examination paper to seek justice for my grandmother, Song Shihuan declared coldly. If I am outmatched, so be it. However, I shall not accept such humiliation. With that, she turned to leave the academy. Wait. Yin Qing could not help but call out, fully aware that allowing Song Shihuan to exit would jeopardize her own future. Sister, why must the atmosphere be so grave? It is merely an ordinary competition that should not have such significant repercussions. Song Shihuan interjected, feigning innocence, chastising Song Shihuan for being overly serious. Dear sister, you are mistaken. Without earnestness in one's studies, would one not merely possess a shallow understanding? Song Shihuan stood resolutely in the midst of the crowd, placing Yin Qing in a difficult position. At last, Yin Qing spoke in a conciliatory tone. We have acted thoughtlessly. We shall reevaluate the papers. All 4 candidates have received the same score. As she spoke, Yin Qing began to applaud, declaring, the princess possesses exceptional talent, and today she may choose her class freely. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Shihuan approached Gu Mingzhu. I choose Class C. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had assumed that Song Shihuan would eagerly select Class A, preparing to have Princess Fuyun instruct Princess Fuan. Your Highness may also select Class A, Yin Qing added. Dean Yin, I question the necessity of this competition. Song Shihuan's words were laced with disdain, offering no respect to Yin Qing. Understanding that Yin Qing was affiliated with the Eastern Palace, she felt that peace between them was unattainable. I do not acknowledge the validity of this competition. Thus, I shall adhere to the true regulations of the academy, whereby new students are assigned to Class C. Yin Qing was rendered speechless. As the crowd dispersed, Gu Mingzhu gazed at Song Shihuan with starry eyes. Your Highness, you were truly amazing just now. Hearing this, Song Shihuan smiled faintly. They intended to intimidate me, but that will not do. Indeed, Gu Mingzhu was in high spirits. Unaware of the number of students in the girls' academy who had been bullied, once provoked, their fate was exceedingly grim. As she spoke, Gu Mingzhu gestured towards Song Shihuan. After venting her frustrations, she could not help but sigh. However, within the academy, the hierarchy was rigid. Students from Class A would bully those from Classes B and C, and the teachers would remain silent. Our Class C was, after all, the lowest tier. Song Shihuan cast a sideways glance, astonished to discover the chaos and filth within the girls' academy. Had it always been this way, and did no one dare to resist? Naturally, no one did. Dean Yin had even sipped tea with the Empress Dowager. Who would dare to confront her? As she spoke, Gu Mingzhu looked at Song Shihuan, remarking that it was only today that she had shown such audacity. She once retorted against Yin Qing and was chased by her father with a whip for an entire afternoon. But it's all right. Change will come gradually, Song Shihuan declared, striding purposefully towards Class C. In such a den of danger, she felt compelled to venture forth. Meanwhile, on another front, Song Yu sat in the Ministry of Revenue, while the others remained silent, huddled in a corner. After waiting for a considerable time without sight of Sun Yu, Song Yu scratched his ear, wondering why Sun Yu had not arrived. Your Highness, Lord Sun has taken leave these past few days, came the reply. How can a court official take leave at will? It is utterly inappropriate. Sanshi, go to Sun's residence immediately. With a cold huff, Song Yu insisted that as long as Sun Yu still breathed, he should be brought to fulfill his duties. He then turned his attention to the cowering individuals around him. I do not bite. Come forth and enlighten me on the matters that require attention in the Ministry of Revenue. Throughout the morning, Song Yu listened to their incessant chatter. So, the treasury is devoid of silver? Upon hearing this, he straightened in his seat, recalling that there had been no wars for over a decade, and the people lived in peace. How could the treasury possibly be lacking? In his view, the treasury should be so abundant that they could generously distribute silver to the refugees. Your Highness, that is indeed the current situation. At this, Song Yu abruptly stood, slamming his palm on the table. There must be someone embezzling the funds of the Qi, just as those shameless individuals had usurped his business. I shall confront my father. Without waiting for Sun Yu to arrive, he hurried toward the Zikan Hall. Father, we are in grave trouble. His voice preceded him, prompting the Yuan Yu Emperor to exhale a sigh in advance. What is it? If I recall correctly, you should be at the Ministry of Revenue at this hour. Song Yu nodded. Father, I suspect someone has stolen from the treasury. Stolen? The Yuan Yu Emperor's tone escalated several octaves. No, it is that someone has embezzled the treasury silver. After hearing Song Yu's reasoning, the emperor found it quite plausible. The treasury had not been prosperous for years, and he had entertained similar suspicions. Yet, whenever this matter was brought up, the crown prince, the Prince of Chu, and the Prince of Qi would deftly change the subject. Unwilling to investigate further, I shall entrust this matter to you to investigate, the Yuan Yu Emperor decided. Moreover, I will allocate some imperial guards for your command. Rest assured, Father Emperor, since I can reclaim my shop, I shall also be able to restore the treasury's silver. Song Yu strode confidently out of the palace, and upon returning to the royal residence, he conferred with Shun Qingping regarding their strategy. My lord, you are truly audacious. Daring to wade into such murky waters upon entering the Ministry of Revenue, Shun remarked. Song Yu smirked slightly. I have contemplated this in the current court. No one supports me, and this presents a splendid opportunity to establish my foothold. Besides, it is unlikely they will trace it back to my own people. At this, Shun Qingping paused, remarking, how insidiously clever. Chapter 45. Shattering the sign of the Women's Academy outside the Women's Academy. Song Yu gazed longingly at the academy's entrance. Shun Qingping observed Song Yu, whose neck seemed to stretch for miles, unable to suppress a sigh. Your Highness, as soon as the princess emerges, she will undoubtedly recognize the carriage, adorned with the emblem of the Qin Wangfu. The princess is hardly blind, unlike someone in your solitary position. Song Yu cast Shun Qingping a disdainful glance. His worry for Huan on her first day at the academy stemmed from concerns about Song Shihuan, that troublemaker, concocting some nefarious scheme against her. But when he caught sight of Song Shihuan, his eyes sparkled with delight. Shun Qingping squinted. What was Director Yin doing out as well? It seemed an incident had transpired. Jumping down from the carriage, Song Yu approached Song Shihuan. Huan, I have come to escort you home. How was your day? Father, Director Yin has asked me to compete with students from 3 classes, and my class placement will be determined by the results, Song Shihuan replied, feigning distress. But they misjudged my performance, and in my anger, I questioned Director Yin. She said she wanted to see you. Have I caused you trouble? Upon hearing this, the smile on Song Yu's face gradually faded. He had sent a lively child to the academy, and within a day, she had been reduced to this bullied state. Who could endure such a thing? Director Yin, I have never heard of new students being required to compete. Song Yu's voice turned icy. Is this competition specifically arranged for Huan? Yin Qing, who had accompanied Song Shihuan, originally intended to admonish her in front of Song Yu, hoping to temper her behavior. However, upon hearing Song Yu's protective words, Yin Qing could only force a smile. Your Highness, we merely wish to assess the princess's abilities. Song Yu, considering this, nodded thoughtfully and circled Yin Qing. To evaluate my Huan's abilities? At that moment, Song Yu's expression shifted to one of fierce anger. My Huan has been lost for a decade, and I have only just managed to bring her back to the academy. You come here seeking to assess her abilities. What exactly are your intentions? Song Yu's unrestrained fury instantly attracted the attention of those around them. Reflecting on Song Yu's past conduct, many began to retreat. Your Highness, you may have misunderstood. Yin Qing stammered, pale as he attempted to explain. We intend to teach according to the talents of the students, for the princess's benefit. Were it anyone else, they might have been mindful of Yin Qing's face. But not Song Yu. He was a man even the emperor found difficult to handle. With a light laugh, Song Yu approached the plaque at the entrance of the academy. Grasping a stone, he hurled it at the plaque, shattering it in an instant. Fragments tumbled to Yin Qing's feet, leaving him dumbfounded. If this occurs again, I shall dismantle this women's academy, Song Yu proclaimed, his voice laced with menace, leaving Yin Qing trembling in fear, nodding rigidly in response. Among the crowd, Gu Mingzhu gazed enviously at the commotion nearby, casting a glance at the elderly man with a bushy beard beside her. Father, when will you protect me like His Highness Qin Wang protects the princess? She lamented. The princess may have been wronged, but you are barely able to refrain from bullying others. General Gu retorted gruffly, instructing the carriage driver to proceed. Murmuring under her breath, Gu Mingzhu replied, the princess hasn't been bullied at all. Today, she nearly drove the dean and the scholars to madness. I heard the dean even called for a doctor, creating quite the uproar. And now, with His Highness smashing the plaque, I am genuinely delighted. Father, I wish to have an extra bowl of rice tonight. Inside the carriage, Song Yu expressed his frustration that Yin Qing is truly insufferable. If it weren't for Ah Huan's cleverness, she would have surely fallen into their trap today. Father, I made her so angry that she had to call for a doctor, Song Shihuan chimed in, her eyes sparkling with mischief, showing no trace of the earlier grievance. They attempted to bully me, but I exposed them right then and there, even threatening to report them to the palace. Reporting them is indeed a viable strategy. Song Yu mused, stroking his chin. I shall pay a visit to that old fellow tomorrow to give him a piece of my mind. Unable to suppress her laughter, Song Shihuan inquired, how did you fare in your official duties today, father? At the mention of his responsibilities, Song Yu brightened up. Yuan, today I received an exceedingly important assignment. What assignment? Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, sensing it must be something significant. To collect debts for your grandfather. In an instant, Song Shihuan's expression froze. What? Collect debts for grandfather? Who would dare owe him money? The national treasury has inexplicably run dry, and I suspect someone has embezzled funds. I already have a few suspects in mind, so starting tomorrow, I shall begin the task of debt collection for your grandfather, Song Yu declared with determination. Regaining her composure, Song Shihuan couldn't help but ask, who are your suspected individuals, father? The ones who encroached upon our shop are the prime suspects. After all, a dog cannot change its nature. Listening to Song Yu, Song Shihuan found his reasoning quite sound. Rest assured, Ah Huan, he continued, pulling out the accounts he had long deliberated with Shun Qingping. I have experience in collecting debts, and your grandfather even assigned me the Jinyui for assistance. As they perused the accounts, Song Shihuan felt a jolt of surprise. Compared to these matters, the profits from the Qin Wang Fu shop seemed negligible. Upon seeing the name of the Chong family, a thought occurred to her. Which family does father plan to collect from first? She inquired, her eyes darting with curiosity. With the Jinyui at his disposal, it appeared that her grandfather was indeed in dire need of funds. Noticing her father deep in thought, Song Shihuan flashed a cunning smile. Father, perhaps you should consider the Chong family. After all, they were the first we sought debts from previously. As the saying goes, misfortune does not come alone. Pointing at the Chong family's name, she noted, it seems they have not fully settled their debts from the last incident with our shop. The Chong family is a vital treasury for the Eastern Palace. It must be thoroughly emptied. Indeed, Ah Huan's words carry profound insight. Song Yu burst into laughter, akin to his previous attempts at collecting debts, first teasing the Chong family, thereby instilling a sense of trepidation in those who followed, ensuring they would not dare withhold their silver. Shun Qingping regarded Song Yu and Song Shihuan, mentally lighting 3 candles for the Chong family. One had made the dean of the Women's Academy suffer on her very first day, while the other had shattered a plaque that had stood for over a century. Offending this father-daughter duo truly seemed to bring calamity upon the Chong family. And let us not forget that the father must remember to bring a physician along. Song Shihuan's lips curled into a smile. Madame Chang's health was frail, and it would be unfortunate if she were to faint again. Indeed, it seems that Madame Chang's constitution is quite poor. Song Yu furrowed his brow, frequently succumbing to faintness, indicative of a short life. At this remark, Shun Qingping's lips twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 46. The onset of conflict in the Eastern Palace, The crown prince and the crown princess wore expressions of deep concern. Your Highness, do you not think we made a grave mistake from the outset by allowing that child to go to the Qin Wang Fu? The crown princess grasped the crown prince's hand. Had it not been for this, our father would surely regard the Eastern Palace with greater esteem. Li Xian, it is futile to dwell on the past, replied the crown prince, his eyes sharp with intensity. How could father permit Song Yu to enter the Ministry of Revenue? This is an affront I cannot tolerate, especially after Yin Zheng's prolonged entreaties fell on deaf ears. Yet, Your Highness, do you not find it strange that for over 2 months, all our schemes have come to naught? Not only has the Qin Wang Fu remained unscathed, but we have also incurred a significant loss, the crown princess interjected. You are correct. The fortunes of the Qin Wang Fu seem almost excessively favorable, the crown prince sighed. Even mother has suffered consecutive defeats. Recalling the request from Princess Chu, the crown princess spoke again. My sister-in-law sought me out, asking if you might intercede for Sun Hu. Sun Hu. The mention of Sun Hu stirred memories in the crown prince, recalling Song Shihuan's willingness to sacrifice everything to save Song Yu. He remembered vividly how, on that day in Kunning Palace, Song Shihuan had unhesitatingly taken a blow for Song Yu. That was her child. If he were ever in peril, would she not also risk everything to save him? The crown prince's heart trembled at the thought. Indeed, Xian would undoubtedly do the same. The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt. Standing abruptly, he declared, I shall find an opportunity to speak to father about Sun Hu. The Sun family need not fret. Furthermore, we must refrain from any further actions for now and instead cultivate our relationships with the 3rd and 4th princes. The crown prince gazed into the distance, aware that Yin Ming and Yin Zhao would soon return from their travels, at which point their father's attention would not be solely fixated on Song Shihuan. Watching the crown prince depart, the crown princess pressed her lips together in contemplation. Your Highness, do not worry, the attendant beside her offered in consolation. Attendant, I cannot shake the feeling that the Qin Wang Fu's fortunate fate is somehow linked to that child. The crown princess replied, her brow furrowed. Even someone as iron-willed as mother has faced repeated setbacks. Could it be that the fortune of the Eastern Palace, as foretold by the master years ago, extends beyond just Xian? Mother, I have returned. Song Shihuan's voice rang out, prompting the crown princess to quickly compose her expression. Xian was back. Observing her daughter's despondent demeanor, the crown princess's hard-won smile faded. What troubles you? Song Shihuan recounted the day's events at the girls' academy, embellishing her tale. The crown princess's countenance grew distant. Xian, are you saying that Song Shihuan answered every question? She murmured. How can that be possible? Mother, who knows if she merely got lucky? Song Shihuan replied. The crown princess shook her head. The master selects questions at random. This only indicates that Song Shihuan has established a solid foundation in the 4 books and 5 classics in a remarkably short time. She is truly a child of great talent. Such a scoundrel. My uncle even went so far as to destroy the Academy's plaque. Song Shihuan clenched her fists. I truly wish to report this to grandmother. Reporting grievances. Are we attempting to expose the matter of deliberately prompting Director Yin to arrange a competition? For the first time, the crown princess realizes that her once-cherished daughter is, in fact, remarkably naive and uninformed. Today, that wild girl has truly stolen the spotlight. Had I known, I would have included the arts as part of the competition. The crown princess can no longer heed Song Shihuan's words, regardless of the prince's sentiments. She is now filled with regret. The empress often insists that the child must not be allowed to remain, yet eliminating her is no simple task. For now, she can only watch helplessly as the Qin Wang Fu enjoys this stroke of fortune. The following morning, as Song Yu and Song Shihuan exited the royal residence, they encountered the long-awaited Song Yinzheng. Uncle, he greeted them with apparent warmth and courtesy, yet Song Yu grew increasingly wary. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. What good intentions could that imply? I have a rather inconvenient request, Song Yinzheng continued, bowing slightly. Might you allow me to accompany you and learn a few things? You currently have no capable assistance while attending to affairs in the Ministry of Revenue. You can make use of me. Song Shihuan's eyes widened in astonishment at this unexpected target. This cannot be allowed, Song Yu replied, shaking his head. Without your great-grandfather's decree, I cannot permit you to follow me. Uncle, I can assist you with anything, Song Yinjing insisted earnestly, though a venomous ambition brewed within him. He had long coveted a position within the Ministry of Revenue. His father had been nearly named Crown Prince at his age, while he wielded no power whatsoever. Song Yu was about to decline once more when Song Shihuan tugged at his sleeve. Father, do you not have important matters to attend to? The royal grandson possesses a noble identity. It would be fitting to bring him along. Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Collecting debts is a task fraught with offense, and having Song Yinjing to share the burden. This is indeed a fortuitous arrangement. Realizing the benefit, Song Yu feigned reluctance a few more times before finally acquiescing. Yinjing, let me state this clearly. I have pressing duties at hand. Should you choose to accompany me, you must not abandon the task midway. His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Song Yinjing. You must agree to this beforehand. Thank you, uncle. Song Yinjing exhaled in relief. Merely gaining access to the ministry's affairs was a step towards his ambitions. Little did he know, Song Yu had prepared a monumental surprise for him. Uncle, why are we not heading to the Ministry of Revenue? Song Yinjing inquired, following closely behind as they veered away from the palace. Who said I was going to the ministry? Song Yu glanced back at the genie Wei, nodding in satisfaction. I am headed to the Chong family residence. The Chong family? An unsettling premonition flickered in Song Yinjing's mind. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Chong residence. Song Yu had specifically instructed his men to bring him a stool, and there he sat, nonchalantly at the entrance of the Chong family estate. Come forth. Summon Lord Chong and Lady Chong, commanded the figure. The two members of the Chong family, trembling with trepidation, hurriedly emerged from their residence. Initially, upon noticing Song Yinjing's presence, they felt a modicum of reassurance, only to be abruptly unsettled by Song Yu's sudden pronouncement. Lord Chong, I have taken the liberty of reviewing the accounts, and it appears that the expenditures of the Chong household do not align with the income. It seems the Chong family has misappropriated a considerable amount of the treasury's funds. At these words, both Lord Chong and Lady Chang's expressions sharpened in alarm, and even Song Yinjing was momentarily taken aback. Let's examine the accounts together, Song Yu suggested, reclining with an air of casual confidence, a radiant smile adorning his face. Chapter 47. Do not faint. I have brought the court physician, the prince jested. How could the Chong family be guilty of embezzlement? Chong Qing maintained a rigid expression, while Madame Chong desperately gestured towards Song Yinjing. Yet, Song Yu positioned himself as a formidable barrier between Madame Chong and Song Yinjing. Am I the type to spew blood and indignation? Song Yu cast a knowing glance at Chong Qing, asserting, I have laid out the accounts for you. Is there perhaps some income of the Chong family that I am unaware of? Have you struck gold or engaged in the illicit salt trade? With each utterance, the anxiety of both Chong Qing and Madame Chong escalated. As they felt their throats constrict, Madame Chong rolled her eyes on the verge of fainting. In a sudden movement, Song Yu leapt back and called out, Doctor, come quickly. Do not let Madame Chong faint. The physician rushed in, leaving Madame Chong in a state of indecision, neither fully fainting nor recovering. I told you Madame Chong was in delicate health. She requires a physician, Song Yu remarked pointedly, causing Madame Chang's face to flush with embarrassment. Noticing this, Chong Qing's expression darkened as he turned to Song Yinjing, saying, Your Highness, you must be well aware of the Chong family's loyalty to the emperor. The heavens bear witness to our fidelity. Song Yinjing, eager to defend the Chong family, found himself interrupted by Song Yu's stern words. Chong Qing, have I not granted you enough respect? This matter falls under my purview, and I am the one who reconciles the accounts. Are you questioning my authority? Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Chong Qing felt as though the world around him was collapsing. If it were any other prince, it might be manageable. But this was the unpredictable Qin Wang. In the realm of Deqi, the Qin Wang was an enigma, noble as the firstborn of the empress, yet possessed of a temperament that could turn lethal at a whim. Who would dare to confront such an unyielding force? I give the Chong family 3 days to return the embezzled silver. Otherwise, I shall summon the genie Wei to dismantle your household. With a dismissive pat to his nearly dust-free attire, Song Yu added, I have my own affairs to attend to. Do not delay me." With that, he departed with Song Yinzheng, leaving behind a furious Chong Qing and a flustered Madame Chong. "Uncle, where do we go from here?" Song Yinzheng muttered through clenched teeth. Regretting his involvement in this contentious affair, urgently, he contemplated how to inform his father to intervene in this matter. "Let me think. There are also the Sun family, the Qin family, the Lu family. Too many to consider." As he spoke, Song Yu regarded him with an odd expression. "Yinzheng, you are not considering fleeing, are you? I brought you along to assist me, yet you remain as silent as a stone, offering no help whatsoever." His tone dripped with disdain. "The former crown prince always claimed you were exceptionally capable. Yet today, such talents remain unmanifested." As Song Yu's words sank in and the thought of the Chong family being compelled to return a substantial sum crossed his mind, Song Yinzheng felt as though his heart was bleeding. The Chong family, they were the treasury for both himself and his father. "Uncle, you worry too much. I shall accompany you to the next household." Song Yinzheng clenched his fists beneath his sleeves. Upon witnessing the situation, Song Yu paid no heed to Song Yinzheng's feelings, his mind solely preoccupied with the urgency of completing his task. Once the matter was resolved, he could proceed to the girls' school to fetch Ah Huan after classes. That was the priority. At the girls' school, upon her arrival, Song Shihuan was informed that the day's lessons would revolve around the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, necessitating the selection of appropriate instructors for each discipline. Students from 3 classes gathered together, with the 4 masters stationed in each corner. The master of music attracting the largest crowd. "Sister, allow me to guide you to the music master," Song Shihuan offered, her demeanor exuding warmth. "Certainly," Song Shihuan readily agreed. As they moved through the throng, all present instinctively parted to create a path for them. In a brief moment, Song Shihuan led Song Shihuan to the music master. Upon seeing Song Shihuan, the master smiled, but his expression softened somewhat when addressing Song Shihuan. "Princess Fuan, I shall be your instructor in the art of music henceforth." "Thank you, master," Song Shihuan said with a slight bow. "Why not have the 2 princesses engage in a friendly competition? Let us witness the esteemed musical prowess of the royal princess." A voice rang out, eliciting laughter from the crowd, all of whom were well aware of Song Shihuan's background. As for the intentions behind this competition, none present were foolish enough to be oblivious. The Princess Fuan has never practiced the guqin before. Such a contest would be unfair. Gu Mingzhu exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. "I happen to know that my sister has been practicing recently," Song Xin gently interjected. "However, a competition would indeed be inappropriate. Instead, I shall play a piece to entertain everyone, and my sister may join as she pleases. How does that sound?" Before Song Shihuan could respond, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Today, we are fortunate to hear Princess Xian play. She seldom performs before others," they murmured. Hearing this, Song Shihuan cast a sidelong glance at Song Xian. She had long heard of her sister's exceptional musical talent. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips. It seemed today would be a feast for the ears. Song Xian's pride was almost palpable as she summoned the specially crafted guqin from the crown prince. Dressed in a flowing azure dress, she seated herself beside the instrument, the gentle breeze lifting her hair, giving her an ethereal quality. All eyes were fixed upon her. With her fingers delicately caressing the strings, Song Shihuan's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "Sister, your hair is disheveled. Allow me to assist you." As she stepped forward, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind Song Shihuan's ear, whispering in a tone only the two could hear. "Today, my father has received an imperial decree to investigate families, starting with the Chong family." Song Shihuan's expression froze, her fingers trembling involuntarily, producing a jarring note from the guqin. "Do not fear, sister. It is not the sort of investigation you envision." At that moment, Song Shihuan resembled a malevolent spirit, merely demanding the Chong family to return the embezzled silver. In that instant, Song Shihuan discerned an endless turmoil reflected in Song Shihuan's eyes. In her previous life, Song Shihuan found amusement in witnessing the panic reflected in others' eyes. Today, however, the tables have turned. A smirk graced Song Shihuan's lips, a feeling of sheer exhilaration washing over her. Did she truly believe she could overshadow her? Such a notion was utterly fanciful. Gradually stepping back, Song Shihuan proclaimed with a clear voice, "Sister, you may begin your performance." Yet at that moment, Song Shiyin was far too preoccupied with the implications of Song Shihuan's words to even contemplate playing the piano. Her mind was consumed with the knowledge of the Chong family's significance to the Eastern Palace, leaving her both startled and apprehensive. "Sister, why have you ceased playing?" Song Shihuan's voice, laced with mirth, chimed in, "We are all eagerly awaiting your celestial melody." Chapter 48. To sever the master-disciple relationship? At this moment, Song Shiyin found herself in a predicament, unable to retreat. She hastily concluded a performance, marred by several mistakes, and the overall essence of the piece was nearly absent. Even the face of the master musician darkened, questioning whether the princess was unwell today. This inquiry was clearly a means to provide Song Shiyin with an escape. After all, she had exhibited no signs of discomfort when she initially declared her intention to play. "Indeed, I suddenly feel a bit unwell." Song Shiyin's voice trembled, her gaze towards Song Shihuan imbued with resentment. It was evident that Song Shihuan had deliberately distracted her. Meeting Song Shiyin's stare directly, Song Shihuan provocatively initiated applause, declaring, "Sister, your performance was truly remarkable." The applause thundered around them, but Song Shiyin's eyes burned with fury. Given that her sister was a disciple of Master Shun, she surely could perform a piece as well. Why not give it a try? In her anger, Song Shiyin completely forgot the reason behind Sun Hu's imprisonment. Master Shun? The master musician's expression changed dramatically at the mention of the name. Shun Qingping? Indeed, she confirmed. Song Shiyin's gaze towards Song Shihuan was filled with ill intent. The name Shun Qingping was regarded with disdain by those proficient in the art of music. "Your Highness, I cannot instruct you in music." The master musician nearly leapt to his feet, his demeanor icy. To associate with someone as disreputable as Shun Qingping is not the path we tread. "Master, my sister was unaware of Shun Qingping's reputation," Song Shiyin interjected, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. "She has come to the Women's Academy. You cannot refuse to teach her music." The master's expression shifted repeatedly. "If the princess can publicly sever her ties with Shun Qingping before me, I shall continue to teach you music." Upon hearing Shun Qingping's name, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. However, Song Shihuan remained unfazed. "In that case, I shall refrain from seeking your guidance on music in the future." Her nonchalant words made the master musician feel insignificant in her eyes. She would rather choose the debauched Shun Qingping than him. "You." The master's chest heaved, visibly agitated. "Once I have taken a master, how could a disciple disdain their teacher?" Song Shihuan smiled sweetly. "My sister's performance has reached an extraordinary level. As her instructor, you should be even more skilled. It is I who lacks the fortune." In an instant, the master musician felt as though he were being mocked for his and Princess Fuyun's lack of expertise. "Your Highness, the cross-class examinations will also test music. Chess, calligraphy, and painting," he said, his expression grim. "I am aware," Song Shihuan replied, looking at the master. "You need not concern yourself with my musical abilities. To sever the master-disciple relationship? A mere fantasy. In the Ziqing Hall, Your Majesty, this is the recent movement of Prince Qin." The leader of the Jin Wei, Shun Xiao, presented several pieces of correspondence to Emperor Yuanyu, who, upon hearing this, set down his red brush and quickly perused the letters. He possesses quite the audacity, daring to act directly against these families without regard for the intricate web behind them. A fleeting shadow flickered in the eyes of Emperor Yuanyu as he set the letter ablaze upon the candlelight. Shun Xiao knelt in silence within the grand hall, awaiting the emperor's command. As the leader of the Jinyui, he was the sharpest blade in the hands of the sovereign. After an extended silence, the emperor finally spoke, emphasizing the necessity of safeguarding the safety of Prince Qin and Princess Fuyun, commanding the Jinyui to ensure the matter was resolved should any clandestine interference arise. Understood. Beside him, Wu Qi felt a tempest brewing within, realizing that the emperor intended to bestow the credit unwaveringly upon Prince Qin. Just this single act would allow Prince Qin to swiftly establish his foothold within the court of the Qi. The implications of this thought left Wu Qi hesitant to ponder further. I have waited long for someone bold enough to undertake this task, the emperor declared, his hawk-like gaze sharp and regal. Thus, I shall lend my assistance. He was well aware that the Eastern Palace coveted the affairs of the Ministry of Revenue. Yet their timid demeanor left him reluctant to entrust such responsibilities to them. Wu Qi, today marks the second day since Huan attended the girls' academy, does it not? The emperor's tone shifted. Startled, Wu Qi quickly responded, "Yes, your majesty." As the emperor thought of his granddaughter, his stern expression softened. "Have them prepare my casual attire. I wish to visit the girls' academy. It has indeed been some time since my last visit." Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Some time? The emperor had not visited the academy in decades. The emperor specifically commanded that no one should be disturbed, bringing only Wu Qi and Shun Xiao to the girls' academy, leaving even Yan Qing and her companions unaware of their presence. At the academy, Yan Qing frowned as she observed the impassive Song Shihuan. "Princess, this institution is a place of elegance and cannot be associated with Shun Xingping." In response, Song Shihuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Is Director Yin here to demand that I sever my ties with Master Shun? If it were to be known that the students of the academy still recognized a debauched and vulgar individual as their teacher, what would become of the academy's century-old reputation?" Yan Qing continued her admonition. "I cannot bear to see your reputation sullied, nor the academy's prestige tarnished." She intended to seize this opportunity to instill some discipline in this unruly princess. Observing the exchange between Yan Qing and Song Shihuan, Song Shihuan understood the underlying dynamics. "What if I refuse to sever my relationship with Master Shun? Then I shall have no choice but to expel you from the academy." Although aware that Yan Qing was merely trying to intimidate her, Song Shihuan felt a flicker of relief at these words. If Song Shihuan were truly expelled from the academy, it would not be entirely unwelcome. Does Director Yin possess such authority? Song Shihuan's eyes reflected no fear. Can she bear the consequences of expelling a royal princess? Feeling a tremor of apprehension, Yan Qing noted that Song Shihuan did not react with the expected dread, nor did she obediently agree to sever her ties with Shun Qingping. Rather, she exhibited a defiance that was unexpected. "If that is the case, I shall not return to the academy tomorrow." Song Shihuan let out a cold laugh. "Your Highness, even with your esteemed status, once you enter the girls' academy, you are but one among many students. As the dean, your insolent remarks are quite unbecoming." Yan Qing's brows furrowed with growing ire. In the presence of her students, she was accustomed to commanding respect. Within the academy, aside from Princess Xian, even Princess Xiling had to heed her authority. Before Song Shihuan could speak again, a voice filled with authority resounded. "The dean of the girls' academy? How audacious! To dare expel my granddaughter." Chapter 49. The Emperor's Unconcealed Favor Grandfather. Song Shiyan's eyes widened in astonishment. As realization dawned upon the others, they hastily knelt, chanting "Long live the Emperor." Yet Emperor Yuanyu beckoned Song Shihuan forward. "Huan, come forth." Amidst the kneeling crowd, only Emperor Yuanyu and Song Shihuan remained standing. Gazing at his lively and clever granddaughter, the emperor affectionately ruffled her hair, inquiring, "Tell your grandfather, how have they wronged you?" Yan Qing, prostrated on the ground, felt a wave of darkness wash over her. The emperor's demeanor mirrored that of Prince Qin's from the previous night, without so much as a question regarding the circumstances. He was directly offering support to Princess Fuan. The crown princess had never mentioned to her the extent of Princess Fuan's favor with the emperor. In an instant, Yan Qing's back began to perspire. Song Shihuan looked up at Emperor Yuanyu, stating, "It seems the girls' academy no longer wants me." The weight of this statement far surpassed any direct complaint about her mistreatment. "Nonsense. Huan is exceptionally gifted and diligent. How could the academy possibly dismiss you?" The emperor's tone was gentle, yet to Yan Qing and several scholars, it resonated like an incantation. Song Shihuan pointed toward Yan Qing. "Director Yan said that if I do not sever my ties with Master Shun, I shall be expelled from the academy." "No, Your Highness, you misunderstand." Yan Qing's face turned pale, and before she could finish, she was silenced by Shun Zhao's restraint. "Those of insufficient virtue should serve as a maid in the East Palace," declared Emperor Yuanyu, and in that moment, Yanqing was stripped of her esteemed position as the Academy's director, reduced to a mere maid in the East Palace. A clear reprimand. Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I did not intend to expel the princess. Yanqing, now drenched in sweat, wished to defend herself but found her voice stifled, looking utterly disheveled. Anxiety spread among the gathered crowd. Song Shihuan pointed to Master Qin. Master Qin stated that if I do not sever ties with Master Shun, he would cease to teach me the art of music. Master Qin trembled. I was merely acting on Princess Fuyun's suggestion. Grandfather, let Master Qin remain. After all, he is my sister's teacher. Emperor Yuanyu nodded, acquiescing to Ah Huan's request. My dear, Ah Huan is truly a kind-hearted and magnanimous child. Master Qin, upon hearing this, collapsed in relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Grandfather, you have yet to allow everyone to rise. Song Shihuan said with satisfaction, tugging at Emperor Yuanyu's sleeve, her eyes bright with joy. Emperor Yuanyu surveyed the surroundings, acknowledging, Princess Fuyun's life has been fraught with hardships. I feel great sympathy. Should I ever discover her facing unjust treatment at the Academy again, I shall establish a new institution. The Emperor's favoritism was unmistakably evident in that moment. Grandfather, if the Academy lacks a director, Song Shihuan could not restrain herself, hoping to capture Emperor Yuanyu's attention. I shall discuss this matter with the Empress, he replied, furrowing his brow. Shihuan, upon my arrival, I noticed a missing plaque at the Academy. What is the reason for this? The Emperor's inquiry rendered Song Shihuan's face ashen, and she hesitated, daunted into silence. It was the previous day that my uncle struck. The Yuanyu Emperor cast a meaningful glance at Song Shihuan. Ultimately, he refrained from saying much in front of the crowd. As she observed the Yuanyu Emperor leading Song Shihuan away, Song Shihuan felt a dull buzzing in her ears. Princess, quickly call for the doctor. The princess has fainted. The subsequent words became indistinct to Song Shihuan. That evening, Song Shihuan was retained in the Zikin Palace for dinner, and it was not until Song Yu came to claim her that the Yuanyu Emperor reluctantly allowed her to leave. Your daughter has been bullied at the Girls' Academy, and yet you, as her father, seem utterly unconcerned. The Yuanyu Emperor immediately found fault with Song Yu. How can you say I am unconcerned? Just last night, I smashed the plaque of the Academy. Upon hearing this, Song Yu grew anxious. Ah Huan, have they bullied you again today? Song Shihuan glanced at the Yuanyu Emperor and then at Song Yu, her eyes twinkling with a smile. Grandfather has sent Yanqing to the Eastern Palace to serve as a maid. Even being a maid is a privilege for her. Song Yu, in a fit of anger, produced a document from his sleeve. For years, she has committed numerous misdeeds and ruled the Girls' Academy with an iron fist. This is all evidence. Song Shihuan stood on her tiptoes to peer at the document in the Yuanyu Emperor's hands, unable to suppress a glance at Song Yu. Father, did you write this? It doesn't seem like your style. It was penned by Shun Qingping, Song Yu replied, scratching his nose. Today, I have been collecting debts. After he finished collecting from the Chong family, he went to investigate Yanqing. The Yuanyu Emperor studied the document, deep in thought. The handwriting is quite commendable. Very well. Summon Shun Qingping to the palace to see me tomorrow. Upon hearing the Yuanyu Emperor's words, Song Yu and Song Shihuan exchanged astonished glances. As they departed, the Yuanyu Emperor's expression darkened. Summon the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. A moment later, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess hurriedly arrived at the Zikin Palace. Father, you summoned your son in haste. Is there urgent business? The Yuanyu Emperor tossed the document written by Shun Qingping before the Crown Prince, speaking in a calm tone. That Yanqing is far too unruly. Find an opportunity to execute her. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed at the words. The head of the Academy had managed the Girls' Academy for decades, and though she had no merits, she certainly had her share of hardships. Father, the Yuanyu Emperor cast a glance at the Crown Prince, and with just that look, the Crown Prince dared not continue. I am aware of the close relationship between the Eastern Palace and her. The Yuanyu Emperor turned his gaze toward the Crown Prince. In the 2 days since Ah Huan entered the Girls' Academy, she has been troubled for 2 days. Today, I have already shown sufficient regard for the Eastern Palace in front of everyone. Father, the Eastern Palace harbors no ill intentions toward Ah Huan. The Crown Princess knelt upon the ground, her voice trembling as she spoke. The Yuanyu Emperor slowly rose and stepped before the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. I merely wish to remind you both that what I cannot tolerate in my lifetime is blood kin turning against one another. Your son will heed your teachings, father. The Crown Prince's heart raced at the Yuanyu Emperor's blunt words. And as for Xian, she must be guided with care to avoid straying down a wrong path that could corrupt her character. The Yuanyu Emperor's gaze darkened slightly. You two have the most children, and thus you should take greater interest in their upbringing. The imperial son understood. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Yuanyu gestured with his hand and said, "All right, return to the Eastern Palace." He had conveyed all necessary admonitions. As she was about to depart, the Crown Princess, emboldened by thoughts of the Chong family, ventured to speak. "Father Emperor, the Chong family has demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the Qi, as evident as the sun and moon. How could they possibly engage in corrupt practices? I implore you to discern the truth." Upon hearing her words, Emperor Yuanyu furrowed his brows and remarked, "Chong, you are now the Crown Princess. Do you not comprehend the distinction between what is of greater significance and what is not? The matter concerning Prince Qin is not to be interfered with by the Eastern Palace." Since her marriage into the Eastern Palace, the Crown Princess had never before faced such reprimand from Emperor Yuanyu. For a moment, she stood there, rendered speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Chapter 50. Elevated by my disciple on the other side. What? The Emperor wishes to summon me tomorrow? Shen Qingping anxiously paced in circles, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I have never been summoned by the Emperor. Has he revealed the reason? Surely, it is not to punish me, is it? How would I know?" Song replied, curtly, "Stop your pacing. If you continue, I shall become dizzy. You resemble a headless fly." Song Shihuan observed Shen Qingping thoughtfully. "Perhaps tomorrow's meeting will bring good fortune." "Good fortune for me?" Shen Qingping lamented. "Never mind. I must return and inform the old man. If I am to be punished tomorrow, let him plead for mercy on my behalf." Thus, Shen Qingping spent a sleepless night. The next day, he stood before Emperor Yuanyu with dark circles under his eyes. Appearing dazed, the emperor squinted at him for a long moment, pondering how a Huan could have chosen such a person to be a teacher. "Commoner pays his respects to your majesty." Shen Qingping began, "I have heard that you have been indulging in frivolous pursuits since childhood, frequenting brothels and entangling with various women." The emperor's words sent a shiver through Shen Qingping, even causing his esteemed mentor to fall gravely ill. Were these rumors true? Shen Qingping lamented, realizing that being summoned could not yield anything good. "I confess my transgressions. I beseech your majesty to punish me." Unable to refute the allegations, he bowed his head, feeling as if the executioner's blade was poised at his throat. "Punish you?" The emperor displayed an enigmatic smile. "Yesterday, a Huan suffered humiliation due to your reputation. If we were to discuss punishment, I could have you executed on spot." A chill ran down Shen Qingping's spine. "I demand that you distance yourself from my granddaughter and the Prince of Qin." Listening to the emperor's decree, the usually prudent Shen Qingping's mind clouded with heat. "Your majesty, it would be better to execute me." "What did you say?" "To defy me is a capital offense." The emperor's gaze shifted slightly, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. "The commoner and the prince are close friends," Shen Qingping stammered. "I am but a humble musician, and the princess is a cherished disciple of mine. I implore your majesty to punish only me and spare my family from repercussions." With that, Shen Qingping trembled all over. He had thought his visit to the palace would merely result in a beating, never imagining he might lose his life. However, if it meant forsaking his dear friend and gifted student, he could not comply. In such a case, let death come. Shen Qingping took a deep breath, awaiting the emperor's judgment. "Rise, Wu Qi, take your seat." The emperor's words made Shen Qingping's eyes widen in disbelief. Only when Wu Qi approached with a smile to assist him did Shen Qingping realize his legs had grown weak, unable to support him. "Since you are Ah Huan's master, you deserve more than mere titles. At the very least, you should hold a respectable position." The Emperor Yuanyu retracted the pressure he had deliberately placed upon Shen Qingping. "You possess exquisite calligraphy. Why not serve as an editor in the Hamlin Academy and take the opportunity to read more?" Shen Qingping stood transfixed, utterly unaware of the passage of time. Lord Shun, do not delay in expressing your gratitude, Wu Qi reminded him with a smile. Coming in, oh. I humbly thank His Majesty for his gracious favor. Shun Qingping felt as though he had traversed realms. Just moments ago, he was concerned for his very life. And now, he found himself elevated to the rank of a 7th-grade official? Shun Qing, should you be well-versed in knowledge. Even if you were a renowned courtesan playing the zither, you would merely be celebrated as a charming talent. However, if you were a wastrel without ability, none will regard your musical skills. The Emperor Yuanyu cast a profound glance at Shun Qingping, saying, I do not wish for a day to come when a Huan plays the zither and others think only of your absurdity. It is a great folly for a master to be safeguarded by his disciple. Even after leaving the palace, the emperor's words echoed in Shun Qingping's mind. Third master, if the master were to learn of your new position, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. However, as he listened to the servant's cheerful words, Shun Qingping's expression darkened considerably. He recognized the truth in the emperor's statement. Jiu'er, I shall not be visiting the Yingshun Tower any longer. Jiu'er turned to look at Shun Qingping in shock, wondering why her third master had suddenly changed his demeanor. Since being summoned by the Emperor Yuanyu, Shun Qingping seemed like a transformed individual, akin to the previous version of Song Yu. Previously, their discussions revolved around cricket fights, fine wines, and beautiful women. Now, they engaged in debates about state affairs. Song Shihuan found this development delightful. A wayward son returning to the fold is indeed priceless, and to have 2 such sons is even more remarkable. On this particular day, the girls' academy had a rare day off, and Shun Qingping arrived early at the Prince of Qin's residence to teach Song Shihuan how to play the zither, while Song Yu occupied himself with reading in the study. Your Highness, the Crown Princess has arrived. Lu Shi's words interrupted Song Yu's thoughts. His expression grew impatient. Is she alone? Lu Shi nodded, replying, the Crown Princess has brought gifts. Once again, seeking trouble for me. Song Yu murmured as he rose and made his way toward the entrance of the residence. Outside the gates, the Crown Princess smiled gently. Elder brother, I wish to see Ya Huan and also to apologize to her on behalf of Shi Yan. Song Yu glanced at the Crown Princess. Were it not for the fear of being scolded by his father, he would have barred the Eastern Palace's entrance, finding it distasteful. He strode forward, while the Crown Princess hurried after him, nearly jogging to keep pace. However, thinking of her purpose for today, she suppressed her discontent, as her father had proven unyielding. She had no choice but to implore the Prince of Qin to spare the Chong family. Song Yu valued Song Shihuan. If she could persuade her to intercede on behalf of the Chong family, they might escape this calamity. Just as the Crown Princess contemplated how to sway Song Shihuan, a melodious zither sound resonated through the air. The notes were bright and pure, akin to heavenly music. The Crown Princess could not help but breath softly, wondering if a celestial being had taken residence in the Prince of Qin's manor. Master, am I playing correctly? Song Shihuan looked up at Shun Qingping, offering him a radiant smile. Upon realizing the source of the enchanting melody, the Crown Princess's gaze abruptly narrowed, and the delicacies she held slipped from her grasp, cascading to the ground as she succumbed to a trance-like state. The performer, astonishingly, was Song Shihuan. The county princess was the most gifted individual I have ever encountered in my life, praised Shun Qingping without reservation. Such a piece ought to exist only in the heavens. I am truly fortunate to hear it today. Upon hearing Shun Qingping's commendation, Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, when she turned to behold the Crown Princess, her smile vanished entirely. What brings Her Royal Highness here? The tone conveyed an unmistakable sense of estrangement and coldness. Chapter 51. I do not need a mother in light of the changing demeanor of Song Shihuan. The Crown Princess, who harbored unspoken desires, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Huan, may I have a moment of your time? She asked, seemingly fearful of rejection. I brought some almond milk that I made myself. Upon hearing almond milk, Song Shihuan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a smile that the Crown Princess could not comprehend. Very well. In her previous life, Song Shiyan had boasted about the Crown Princess's homemade almond milk on more than one occasion, leading her to dream of tasting it for herself. Inside the room, the Crown Princess surveyed her surroundings. The space was filled with an array of peculiar items, indicating the exceptional regard in which Song Yu held Song Shihuan. Chun presented the almond milk to Song Shihuan, who took a tentative sip before quickly spitting it out, fixing her gaze on the crown princess. This almond milk is bitter. Upon hearing this, the crown princess immediately rose to taste it herself, insisting, "But it's sweet. It is bitter." Song Shihuan indicated to Chun to set the almond milk aside. This beverage reminded her all too much of the bitterness that had pervaded her previous life. The crown princess's smile faltered slightly as she responded, "No matter this almond milk was taught to me by my mother, your maternal grandmother. Your 3 older brothers and Xian adore it, so I assumed you would too. It seems I am destined not to be a child of the Eastern Palace." Upon hearing Song Shihuan's words, the crown princess could not help but grasp her hand. "You are my child, born after 10 months of carrying you. During that time, we were the only 2 souls bound in this world." With tears welling in her eyes, she continued, "Hearing you say such things breaks my heart." Song Shihuan stared at the hand held by the crown princess. Had she been able to experience such a gesture in her past life, it would have filled her with uncontainable joy. Alas, times have changed. Gently withdrawing her hands, a hint of sarcasm crossed her features. "If I recall correctly, on the day of my birthday banquet, your highness did not wish to keep me. You called me a calamity, unworthy of touching Song Shihuan's garments. That day, I was confused and spoke foolishly." The crown princess, eager to explain, felt compelled to defend herself. She had always valued her reputation, and upon first seeing the disheveled Song Shihuan, she regarded her as a blemish upon the Eastern Palace. Who could have imagined that she was a child of such brilliance, favored by the emperor? Is there a mother in this world who does not cherish her own offspring? With her eyes shimmering with emotion, the crown princess continued, "You share my love for historical texts. During my pregnancy with you, I delighted in listening to music, and now you possess remarkable talent in that art. The bond of blood between us cannot simply be dismissed, but I do not need a mother." Song Shihuan met the crown princess's gaze firmly. "I am now protected by my grandfather and my father. Your highness, there exists no affection between us, only the enmity of a past life." The crown princess trembled at her words. "Yet you are, after all, flesh of my flesh. That does not prevent you from harboring malice towards me, does it?" Song Shihuan replied. Upon hearing the words, the expression of the crown princess suddenly turned pale. However, Song Shihuan smiled. "If my guess is correct, your highness has come today to implore me on behalf of the Chong family." The crown princess gasped in surprise, and noticing her reaction, the mockery on Song Shihuan's face became more pronounced. "The Chong family, in their audacity, has brought this calamity upon themselves. Your visit to the Qin Wangfu today has been in vain." The blatant refusal made the crown princess anxious. If the Qin Wang were to marry and have children in the future, you would become an outsider in the Qin Wangfu. The crown princess looked at Song Shihuan. "The Chong family is my maternal kin, and yours as well. They are your support. After bearing 3 sons and a daughter, do you still feel so vulnerable?" Song Shihuan's words caused a change in the crown princess's complexion. "I am unlike you. The entire Qin Wangfu is my support. If there is nothing else, please take your leave, your highness." The crown princess clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, her voice tinged with urgency. "What must I do to convince Song Yu to spare the Chong family? I can give you anything you desire. Spare the Chong family?" Song Shihuan appeared to have heard the most absurd joke. "The Chong family has taken my business in the Qin Wangfu and attempted to tarnish my reputation." She met the crown princess's gaze directly. "What I seek is for the Chong family to pay the price. Can you afford it, your highness?" In that moment, the crown princess felt a chill sweep over her. The look in Song Shihuan's eyes instilled an inexplicable fear within her. "Since you once scorned me in my misfortune, do not expect me to grant you favors now that I have found my footing. I am one who harbors grudges, and I delight in vengeance." Song Shihuan smirked. "In this lifetime, I shall ensure that the Eastern Palace pays for its blood debts." Terrified, the crown princess fled in haste. Meanwhile, Song Shihuan gazed at the almond milk on the table and slowly spoke. "Chun, pour this out and feed it to the dogs." Upon hearing the crown princess's words, Madame Chong let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Your highness, such a large sum of silver. This will ruin the Chong family. Chong Qing stood by with a sullen face. Your Highness, is there truly no room for negotiation? The crown princess recalled Song Shihuan's icy gaze, and her heart trembled. Brother, I have done all I can. The emperor is resolutely supporting the Qin Wang in his duties, and Huan is unwilling to plead for the Chong family. In my opinion, the Chong family should have never heeded the empress's advice and taken action against the princess. Chong Qing lamented, regretting having offended the Qin Wangfu, which now regarded the Chong family as a thorn in its side, always making them the first target of ridicule. Madame Chong, upon hearing this, dared not speak further. The crown princess, already burdened with frustration, decided to stand up. At this point, we can only gather funds. Gather funds? How can the Chong family manage with such great expenses? Chong Qing's face flushed with urgency as he looked at Madame Chong. Starting tomorrow, halt all your charitable endeavors. My lord, those are my life's work. Madame Chong felt a wave of darkness wash over her. No matter your life's work, we must first patch this hole. Upon hearing Chong Qing's words, Madame Chong rolled her eyes and finally fainted. Upon learning that the Chong family had ceased their charitable endeavors, Song Shihuan could not help but burst into laughter. The porridge stalls and granaries must remain plentiful, for His Highness is currently most abundant in silver. Speaking with the authority of a benevolent elder, Song insisted that the porridge be transformed into meat porridge and that only the finest grains be provided, ensuring that the citizens of the Qi would not suffer from hunger. Song Shihuan and Shun Qingping exchanged glances, recognizing the emergence of the future great benefactor, Song. Chapter 52, A Crisis. Song Yu faces censure from the officials of the Chong family. What? The Qin Wang's residence is constructing granaries and setting up porridge stalls outside? The expression of Madame Chong, lying on her bed, was malevolent and contorted, causing even the nearby nurse to involuntarily take a step back in fear. Indeed, the nurse trembled as she spoke. The Qin Wang's residence has even replaced our plain porridge with meat porridge. Now, everyone outside says. They say that the Qin Wang is the true virtuous person. They even exalt him at the expense of the Chong family. Upon hearing this, Madame Chang's voice rose sharply. How can that debauched Qin Wang be worthy of such a title? The theft of her most cherished reputation felt akin to a death sentence for Madame Chong. A murderous intent gradually took root within her heart. I have toiled for so long to cultivate my reputation, only to have it become a garment for others. Madame Chang's gaze darkened. Nurse, if I tolerate this indignity, I shall never lift my head in all of the Qi again. Assist me in going to the front courtyard to meet the master. In the front courtyard, Chong Qing was preoccupied with the embezzled funds, and upon seeing the sickly Madame Chong, his brows furrowed as if he could crush a fly. Why are you out here instead of resting properly? Madame Chong knelt before Chong Qing. My lord, I have a plan that can alleviate the pressing crisis of the Chong family. What plan? Eliminate the Qin Wang. At her words, Chong Qing instinctively moved to cover Madame Chang's mouth, anxiously glancing around. Are you seeking death? How can you speak such nonsense in broad daylight? My lord, you know as well as I do that once the Qin Wang establishes a firm foothold in the court, the Chong family will be doomed to a fate worse than death. As Chong Qing's principal wife, Madame Chong understood his thoughts all too well, rather than wait for death. It was better to fight desperately. With His Highness the Crown Prince here, the Chong family is not yet in the dire straits you describe. Madame Chong laughed at this. My lord, the last time with the shop, the Eastern Palace could still assist the Chong family with some funds. But look at this time. The Crown Prince has deliberately avoided you, and the imperial grandson himself accompanied the Qin Wang to deal with the Chong family. My lord, the Chong family can no longer provide the Eastern Palace with substantial finances. Can it still be our support? Chong Qing remained silent for a long time before finally releasing a long sigh. Speak your plan. In just a month, Song Yu had multiplied the treasury's silver several times over. Emperor Yuan was exceedingly pleased and praised Song Yu multiple times during morning assemblies, even intending to allow him to cultivate his own influence within the court. Outside the palace, thanks to Song Yu's generous contributions, his previously disreputable image began to reverse. In the Qin Wang's residence, the common folk now say that this king is a sage. Song Yu boastfully declared, his large face suddenly appearing before Song Shihuan, startling her so that her brush trembled and a drop of ink fell onto the paper. "Father, you have said this no less than 800 times." Initially, she could respond with enthusiasm, but now she was too fatigued to engage. "Alwan, I believe my words lack sufficient impact." Song Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Why not accompany me to the porridge stall and hear firsthand how the common folk speak of me?" With that, he attempted to pull Song Shihuan along. Reluctantly shaking her head, Song Shihuan decided to indulge her father's joy in his newfound reputation. At the porridge stall, a line of people eagerly awaited a steaming bowl of meat porridge, their faces lit with hopeful anticipation. Those who received their porridge praised the wisdom of King Qin. Song Yu's smile nearly reached his ears, yet he feigned an air of composure. "Ahwan, seeing is believing, and hearing is but a mirage. Everyone is extolling your father." In a spirit of flattery, Song Shihuan chimed in, "Surely, it won't be long before your reputation surpasses even that of the Eastern Palace." This compliment evidently struck a chord with Song Yu, who was so elated that he felt like spinning in place, thanking the heavens for such fortune. However, just as Song Yu reveled in the glory of his esteemed title, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A ragged little boy rushed forward, shouting, "Do not consume this porridge." Wang Wu died after eating it. Upon hearing this, the crowd abruptly halted their consumption. "Who is this child, spouting such nonsense?" a man rebuked. "I've been eating it for days without issue." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than he doubled over, clutching his stomach, and collapsed to the ground, lifeless within moments. In an instant, bowls shattered across the floor as the porridge stall was reduced to chaos by the enraged crowd. The attendants sent by the Qin royal household to distribute porridge suffered grievous injuries. Song Yu's expression turned grave as he glanced at Song Shihuan. "Awan, return to the palace. I must ascertain what has transpired. How could there be death from the porridge in my stall?" "Father," Song Shihuan grasped his sleeve. "This matter is suspicious. Please allow Qi Shi to enter the palace and summon physician Mei to examine the porridge. You must exercise caution as well." Upon returning to the palace, Song Shihuan awaited Song Yu's return, but the gates remained closed until dawn. During the morning court session, the atmosphere was peculiarly tense. Everyone present was aware of the tragedy that had occurred at the porridge stall. After physician Mei inspected the site, he concluded that the meat in the porridge was tainted with diseased horse meat, capable of causing death. Emperor Yuanyu sat upon the dragon throne, his expression inscrutable. "If there are matters to present, do so. If not, depart." Wu Qi raised his voice. "Your Majesty, I have a report." An official stepped forward declaring, "I wish to impeach King Qin for his lack of virtue, for he has mixed diseased horse meat into the porridge, endangering the lives of the people. I accuse him of seeking fame at the cost of his subjects' lives. I call for the impeachment of King Qin for his lax governance." One after another, officials stood to voice similar charges against the same individual, King Song Yu of Qin. A closer examination would reveal that most of these officials were those from whom Song Yu had previously sought debts, along with their allies. The court erupted in a chorus of accusations. Beside him, Wu Qi was profoundly shaken. Such a scene of official impeachment had not been witnessed since the grand establishment of the Qi-Jian dynasty. Today marked the very first occurrence. The Emperor Yuanyu, twirling the jade ring on his thumb, accelerated the motion. As a courtier serving the sovereign, Wu Qi recognized this as a harbinger of the emperor's wrath. "We beseech your majesty to immediately confine Prince Qin to the imperial prison for severe punishment. We implore you to adjudicate justly." The Emperor Yuanyu cast a cold glance at the sea of kneeling ministers, emitting a few disdainful chuckles. "I ask you, how did the tainted horse meat find its way into the kanji? Who among you has investigated this matter?" Instantly, the entire court fell into a hushed silence, with none daring to respond to the emperor's inquiry. In a fit of rage, the emperor lamented, "You demand that I take action without even clarifying the circumstances? Who should I punish? This assembly of idle gluttons?" Chapter 53. Thorough Investigation. Your Majesty, I firmly believe that the Qin Wang, with his noble character, would never stoop to the heinous act of contaminating the kanji with tainted horse meat. A voice resonated through the hall. As Gu Zheng stood tall, his tone resolute. In my humble opinion, the Qin Wang may well be a victim of foul play. Emperor Yuanyu regarded Gu Zheng with a glimmer of profound understanding in his eyes. Have you conducted an investigation into this matter, Minister Gu? A wave of apprehension washed over Chong Qing, realizing that it was once again the unyielding Gu Zheng. It seemed he had not observed Gu Zheng leaving the military camp the previous day. Gu Zheng, a third-rank general renowned for his courage, was also the father of Gu Mingzhu. Has Minister Chong conducted his own inquiries? Gu Zheng glared at Chong Qing, asserting, the Qin Wang is the legitimate son of the empress, possessing a righteous and kind disposition. He would never engage in such self-destructive behavior. It is evident that he has been wronged by treacherous individuals. Minister Gu remained steadfast in his self-righteousness, prompting Chong Qing's supporters to join in the mockery. Gu Zheng then turned his gaze toward the emperor. Your Majesty, I humbly request a thorough investigation into this affair. Father, the uproar outside the palace has escalated, and the public's resentment towards my elder brother has now extended to the entire royal family. The crown prince's expression grew troubled. If we do not address this swiftly, it may very well impact the people's sentiment. The people's sentiment has always been of paramount importance to emperors throughout history. Emperor Yuanyu turned his obscure gaze toward the crown prince. What sage advice do you propose? Perhaps we should allow my elder brother to remain in the imperial prison for a time, so that the people may witness your majesty's stance. The crown prince resolved to confine Song Yu in the imperial prison, confident that once Minister Gu uncovered the truth, justice would be restored. Once he is incarcerated, it would be exceedingly simple to orchestrate an end to Song Yu's life. That is unacceptable. Gu Zheng's voice rang out once more, eliciting a barely perceptible frown from the crown prince. What was the matter with Gu Zheng today? Why was he so intent on shielding Song Yu? Your Majesty, grant me 7 days. If I fail to uncover the truth, I am willing to share the same fate as the Qin Wang in the imperial prison. Gu Zheng, exuding righteousness, implored the emperor for his favor. Granted. Emperor Yuanyu slowly rose, having lost interest in lingering with this assembly of court officials, and strode purposefully toward the Zicheng Hall. At Zicheng Hall, upon hearing the commotion, Song Yu sprang to his feet. Father, what news do you bring? Emperor Yuanyu, his expression devoid of warmth, delivered a sharp kick to Song Yu's rear. You have only just settled in, yet you have created such a monumental mess. Could you not exercise a bit more caution and avoid falling into their traps? Listening to the emperor's reproachful words, Wu Qi felt a pang of realization. It appeared that the emperor had never doubted the prince from the outset. Did that mean the crown prince and the officials who had spoken against him were? With this thought, Wu Qi bowed even lower. Is there anyone else in trouble? Song Yu's eyes brimmed with urgency. It is all my fault. My good intentions have led to dire consequences. 2 people have already perished because of this. Seeing Song Yu in such distress, the emperor's tone softened. Do not fret excessively. Remain in Zicheng Hall for the next few days. Gu Zheng will seek the truth on your behalf. But Ahuan is still waiting for me at home. As Song Yu insisted on returning to the residence, Emperor Yuanyu's gaze darkened. Wu Qi, recount the events of this morning's court session to Prince Qin in their entirety. After the burning of a stick of incense, Song Yu appeared dazed, his mouth agape, uncertain of what to articulate. For the first time, he acutely perceived the treacherous nature of the court, where a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Outside the Prince Qin's residence, the streets were congested with citizens clamoring for an explanation, while the guards staunchly defended the entrance, safeguarding Song Shihuan within. My lady, please do not fret. Our Lord is favored by the heavens and will surely be unharmed, Bao Xiao implored, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow as she observed Song Shihuan, who had not slept throughout the night. Yet, Song Shihuan sat at her writing desk, swiftly scribbling on paper, seemingly unaffected by the commotion outside. Calculating the time, she surmised that the court session must have concluded at least an hour ago. With this thought, her pen moved even more swiftly. After another hour had passed, a cacophony erupted outside. Upon hearing this, Ingchun rushed out to investigate, only to return immediately. My lady, Miss Gu has arrived. Miss Gu? Song Shihuan's mind raced. The only Miss Gu she knew was Gu Mingzhu. When she beheld Gu Mingzhu, disguised as a servant, she was momentarily taken aback. Mingzhu, what brings you here? Gu Mingzhu discarded the rotten vegetable leaves from her head. My lady, my father entrusted me with a message. The emperor has assigned him to thoroughly investigate this matter, and he will certainly vindicate our lord. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, General Gu. She then folded the paper she had just written and handed it to Gu Mingzhu. Mingzhu, all those who might frame my father are listed here, especially the Chong family. They require close scrutiny. After a night of contemplation, she believed the Chong family to be the most likely culprits. Gu Mingzhu nodded, assuring my lady, do not worry. I will ensure my father receives this. Noticing the shadows under Song Shihuan's eyes, Gu Mingzhu clasped her hand. My lady, my grandfather fought alongside the emperor in battles and has received kindness from Empress Yuan. The Gu family will spare no effort to protect Prince Qin. Her father had stated that if Prince Qin were to encounter misfortune, they would kneel before their grandfather to beg for forgiveness. Song Shihuan's eyelashes fluttered. She realized there were such old ties. In her previous life, when her father was executed, the crown prince had already ascended the throne. The fate of the Gu family had been, she imagined, quite tragic. Now that the prince resided in the Zikin Palace, under the emperor's protection, he should be safe. Gu Mingzhu recounted the occurrences of the court session to Song Shihuan, who then grasped her hands in return. Mingzhu, I must meet General Gu in person. 7 days was too brief. She needed to convey certain matters directly to General Gu. My lady? Gu Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. I will disguise myself as a servant and accompany you to the Gu residence. Song Shihuan fixed her gaze firmly on Gu Mingzhu. Since you were able to enter, I can surely exit. Thus, following Gu Mingzhu's plan, Song Shihuan successfully departed the royal mansion. Gu Zheng gazed at Song Shihuan, who was no larger than his own young daughter, and felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The safety of the princess must take precedence at this juncture. Upon hearing his words, Song Shihuan shook her head. If General Gu is willing to risk his own safety to secure an additional 7 days for my father, I cannot remain idle. Song Shihuan gestured for Gu Mingzhu to produce the document. General Gu, I have come to elucidate the recent events occurring at the Qin Wangfu directly to you. Half an hour later, Gu Zheng's gaze towards Song Shihuan shifted. If the general trusts me, I implore you to commence your investigation with the Chong family. Perhaps due to the unwavering conviction in Song Shihuan's expression, Gu Zheng nodded, affirming, I believe in the princess. At that moment, the sun shone brilliantly, casting a sacred and dazzling light upon Song Shihuan. Chapter 54. No destrucción, no establishment. Song Shihuan personally distributes porridge 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the Qin Wangfu, the princess, Qi Shi, hurriedly arrived, reporting that 6 more individuals had perished after consuming the meat porridge. The Shun and Gu families were now besieged. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan rose, inquiring if there were any updates from the palace. Qi Shi shook her head, noting that the number of memorials accusing the prince had increased significantly in recent days. Yet the emperor, under immense pressure, had retained the prince within the Zikin Hall. At this moment, the emperor could not send anyone to disperse the crowd, as doing so would further jeopardize her father's position. With a piercing gaze, Song Shihuan realized that the forces behind this situation were determined to prevent General Gu from uncovering the truth within 7 days. She could not allow their schemes to succeed. An aura of chill surrounded her, her eyes swirling like ink clouds before settling into calmness. Ingchun, prepare several pots of thick white porridge. I shall personally distribute it at the entrance of the Wangfu. Your Highness, Ingchun spoke anxiously, you must not. If you appear, the people may vent their anger upon you. Meeting Song Shihuan's gaze, Ingchun's eyes brimmed with tears. Without needing further persuasion, she hurriedly exited the room. 2 hours later, the gates of the Wangfu, tightly shut for days, slowly creaked open, bringing a brief silence to the raucous crowd. The servants emerged, carrying 5 large barrels of white porridge. Veiled, Song Shihuan stepped through the main entrance, naturally approaching the porridge barrels to take a ladle. Your porridge has caused deaths. Who dares to consume it now? Does the Qin Wangfu intend to continue harming us? The crowd's emotions flared once more, and had it not been for the guards restraining them, Song Shihuan might have been overwhelmed. The Qin Wangfu has no interest in such insidious deeds, Song Shihuan declared. General Gu is currently conducting a thorough investigation into this matter. To assuage your concerns, I have prepared rice porridge without any meat. Saying this, she took a sip of the porridge herself. The restless crowd gradually quieted, gazing at the young princess before them. Song Shihuan turned to a frail child, asking, "Are you hungry?" "Very," the child replied, patting his stomach, having not had a proper meal since the incident with the meat porridge. "Come here, I shall serve you a large bowl." With a smile, Song Shihuan watched as the child devoured the porridge eagerly, then addressed the crowd. "Regardless of the circumstances, please line up and fill your stomachs first." Thus, the cacophony outside the Qin Wangfu faded, replaced by a serene line of individuals awaiting a steaming bowl of porridge. Seizing a moment while serving, Song Shihuan winked at the child, instructing him to inform those gathered outside the Shun and Gu families to come here for porridge. The child swiftly dashed away, disappearing in no time. The distribution of porridge continued for a full 4 hours, and Song Shihuan felt her hands grow numb. The individuals encircling the Shun and Gu families gradually made their way to the exterior of the Qin Wangfu. Observing the visibly calmed crowd, Song Shihuan maintained a serious demeanor. "I am more eager than any of you to understand the cause of the porridge mishap. However, I assure you that the Qin Wangfu has no intention of endangering anyone's life. For those who have tragically perished due to the porridge, the Qin Wangfu will ensure a proper burial. If there are any relatives, they may come to the Qin Wangfu to receive compensation. Please remain calm. There are still 5 days remaining until the 7-day period concludes, and we will provide a satisfactory explanation." Those hidden observers, hearing Song Shihuan's words, felt a chill run down their spines. How could a mere 10-year-old princess possess such cunning and boldness? "Please, everyone, return home to rest, and come back to the Qin Wangfu tomorrow at this time to queue for porridge, shall we?" A gentle breeze lifted Song Shihuan's veil, revealing her ethereal beauty. A quarter of an hour later, the crowd dispersed. Shun Qingping hurried to Song Shihuan, his eyes swollen. "Princess, are you all right?" Song Shihuan shook her head. "Has anything happened in the Shen residence?" "Do not worry. My father firmly believes in the prince, so once the crowd dispersed, he urged me to come out and assist." Shun Qingping gazed at Song Shihuan, his lips moving slightly, pondering what deeds the prince might have performed in a past life to be blessed with a daughter like her in this one. Song Shihuan smiled, spreading her arms. "Teacher, let us hurry inside. My arms are completely exhausted." "In the Eastern Palace." "What? The crowd has dispersed?" The crown prince seemed unable to believe his ears, the smile vanishing from his face entirely. How could this be? Those people would have relished the chance to kill Song Yu. It was the Fuan princess herself who distributed the porridge outside the gates, and thus the crowd dispersed, the servant cautiously replied, equally incredulous. Yet, the reality was undeniable. A situation that seemed insurmountable had been effortlessly resolved by the Fuan princess. The crown prince fell silent, glancing at the crown princess beside him. This child is astoundingly clever. The crown princess, comprehending the crown prince's gaze, shook her head. That child harbors deep resentment towards the Eastern Palace. She would not willingly return. Such a pity, the crown prince replied, his expression darkening. This opportunity was rare and must not be squandered by allowing Song Yu to extricate himself unscathed. I have heard that Gu Zheng intends to leave the capital tomorrow to investigate this matter. The servant nodded in response. Arrange for some assassins to lay an ambush along the route. The crown prince instructed slowly. If the opportunity arises, we may eliminate Gu Zheng directly. Those who are not aligned with us pose a potential threat. The servant hurried away, leaving the crown prince in a contemplative state. Li Xian, does this truly have no connection to the Chong family? If it does, given the magnitude of the current turmoil, it may not end well. The crown princess shook her head. I inquired with my brother and sister-in-law yesterday. They claim to be completely unaware of the situation. The crown prince then felt a sense of relief, leading Song Zheng toward the study. He needed to devise a plan to reclaim control over the Ministry of Revenue. Meanwhile, at the Qin Wangfu, with General Gu's imminent departure from the capital for investigation tomorrow, preparations had been meticulously arranged. Shen Qingping's face bore a trace of worry. Yet my heart remained restless. Song Shihuan reclined languidly in an armchair, while Chun gently massaged her arms. Before General Gu's departure, I wished to enter the palace for a brief audience with my grandfather, the emperor. Song Shihuan's words elicited a sigh from Shen Qingping, who remarked, "My lady, the eyes of all the court officials are fixed upon the Wang residence. We cannot recklessly venture into the palace." Song Shihuan's expression darkened slightly. "What if we possess a compelling reason to enter the palace?" Shen Qingping was taken aback. That very night, a sudden flood occurred in one of the courtyards of the Qin Wang residence. Overcome with fear, Song Shihuan began to babble incoherently. The members of the Wang residence, at their wits' end, could only prepare horses and hasten towards the Imperial Medical Institute in the palace with Song Shihuan. Chapter 55. Investigating the Chong family. In the palace, Mei Zhiling resignedly escorted Song Shihuan to the Zicheng Hall. Upon seeing Song Shihuan, Song Yu rushed over and circled around her. Only after confirming that she was unharmed did he finally ease his anxious heart. "Father, I am fine," Song Shihuan reassured him, her eyes filled with concern. She had been worried about him during their separation. "Why is it that Huan does not seem to miss me?" Emperor Yuanyo's voice echoed. Song Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, did not dare to speak back to the emperor as he usually would. The emperor cast a glance at him. For the past few days, he had been fuming over this rascal, enduring a bellyful of frustration during morning court sessions, only to be pursued with incessant questions afterward. He was nearly at the end of his tether. Finally seeing his granddaughter, he noticed her singular focus on this rascal. The emperor grew impatient. "I miss father half as much as I miss grandfather," Song Shihuan said as she sprinted to the emperor's side. "Grandfather has grown thin lately, and it is all because of father's negligence, which has caused you worry." The emperor's aged face instantly broke into a smile. "See, this is the treasure of our Song family." He reached out and pinched Song Shihuan's arm, noticing her change in expression. His voice was both affectionate and tender. "I truly do not know how to chide you. Could you not have the servants in a manner assist you with the porridge?" He was evidently well aware of the happenings outside. "Grandfather, as a royal princess, I must have the courage to stand up in the face of adversity," Song Shihuan replied, her eyes bright. "Only then will the people trust the Qin Wangfu." "What a remarkable spirit," the emperor praised inwardly. "This evening, my granddaughter enters the palace to request that grandfather discreetly assign Master Xin Shao to protect General Gu tomorrow." Song Shihuan knelt before him. "General Gu is willing to risk his life for father, and I fear for his safety." The emperor regarded her with a softened gaze. "Rise, I grant your request." Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan's face radiated joy. With Shun Zhao's presence, not only would General Gu be safe, but any potential assailants would be met with the emperor's suspicion once discovered, an advantageous twofold outcome. "Good child, your father is quite the scatterbrain." The emperor ruffled Song Shihuan's hair. "This time, you have truly suffered." Song Yu stood by, opening his mouth but unable to articulate his thoughts. He could see that it was not his father who had truly lost weight, but rather Huan. Yet Song Shihuan shook her head. "Father's charitable acts are commendable. The fault lies with those with ulterior motives. Grandfather, if we can uncover the individuals behind this, you must mete out severe punishment. I shall certainly administer harsh penalties." At the Chong residence, tomorrow, Gu Zheng will leave the capital. Have all loose ends been tied up? Chong Qing, for some unknown reason, found himself unable to sleep and opted to sit up instead. "Yes, everything has been taken care of," replied Madame Chong, her eyes cast downward. "There are more places in Qi afflicted by the plague than just Pingzhou, and a thorough investigation will take no less than 10 days. Moreover, there are hundreds of infected horses in Pingzhou, their bodies buried underground. We only used 2 of them, and even went so far as to kill 2 excellent horses to bury in their place." Upon hearing this, Chong Qing felt slightly reassured. "And what are the individuals carrying out the tasks?" "The matter is being handled by my family servant. Rest assured, my lord." Observing Chong Qing's agitated demeanor and Madame Chang's somber expression, "I have provided a contingency plan for the Chong family, should the worst occur." "What contingency plan?" "The second and third princes of the Eastern Palace have recently been traveling in Pingzhou and have even visited my family's home for a few days. Upon hearing Madame Chang's words, Chong Qing's eyes flickered. Her implication was clear. If, by any chance, the investigation leads back to the Chong family, we shall assert a connection to the two royal princes, and naturally, the Eastern Palace would exert all efforts to assist the Chong family in their predicament. You are truly astute, my lady. Chong Qing chuckled as he embraced Madame Chong, and soon the room was enveloped in darkness. The following morning, Shun Xingping departed the capital alongside Gu Zheng, while Shun Xiao stealthily trailed behind, leaving no one to suspect that the leader of the Jinyui had distanced himself from Emperor Yuanyu. General Gu, although many regions of the Qi are afflicted by the plague of horses, the princess has instructed us to conduct a thorough investigation in Pingzhou without delay. Shun Xingping held unwavering faith in Song Shihuan's words and insisted on meticulously examining Madame Chang's maternal family, the Chu family. Gu Zheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the princess's directive. He too deemed the Chong family suspicion to be the most significant. Thus, the group set their sights on Pingzhou. After exhausting 2 horses, they finally arrived in Pingzhou before nightfall, having endured a harrowing assassination attempt along the way. General Gu, you investigate the plague-stricken horses while I look into the Chu family. Shun Xingping hastily consumed a few bites of food before departing, neglecting any rest. Gu Zheng mirrored his urgency, bowing to the concealed Shun Xiao as he left, expressing gratitude for Shun's assistance today. There is no need for thanks, General Gu. It is merely my duty. In his hand, Shun Xiao grasped an arrow retrieved from one of the assassins, determined to uncover the mastermind behind the attack to report to the emperor. With Song Shihuan's admonition in mind, both Shun Xingping and Gu Zheng delved into their investigations. Shun Xingping took a seat at a tea house opposite the Chu family, gathering extensive information about them, while Gu Zheng requested the local magistrate of Pingzhou to mobilize resources to unearth all registered corpses of plague-stricken horses. Little did Chong Qing and Madame Chong anticipate that the investigation would lead directly to Pingzhou, completely abandoning other locations afflicted by the plague. A day later, Gu Zheng pointed to 2 of the corpses, stating, "These horses appear robust and do not resemble those afflicted by the plague. We should summon the coroner for an examination." Upon inspection, it was revealed that the 2 horses were indeed healthy and free from disease. What delighted Gu Zheng further was the discovery of a well-crafted shovel in the grave. Observing this, Shun Qingping smiled and remarked, "General Gu, this shovel is of exceptional quality, not something an ordinary household could afford. I happen to know that several young servants from the Chu family have recently come into unexpected wealth. Shall we inquire further together?" The 2 departed side by side, while in the capital, Song Shihuan was personally distributing porridge. The carriage of the Chong family slowly came to a halt as Madame Chong alighted. Hearing that the princess was personally serving porridge inspired admiration. Madame Chong smiled gently. "I shall assist the princess in serving porridge. It will alleviate some of her burdens." At that moment, Madame Chong resembled a benevolent noblewoman. While the murmurs of the surrounding populace reached the ears of the 2, Madame Chong, renowned for her benevolence in the capital, graciously offered her assistance to the Qinwang mansion at this moment. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled with delight. "How wonderful! The journey to Pingzhou is fraught with peril, and I have been quite unsettled, concerned for General Gu." However, upon the mention of Pingzhou, Madame Chang's expression abruptly darkened. "What do you mean by Pingzhou?" Her countenance transformed, revealing a profound distress. "Isn't your maternal family, the Chu clan, located in Pingzhou?" Song Shihuan inquired with a smile. Yet, Madame Chong appeared as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 56. Into the narrow alley. Dragging the East Palace down Anchan, please assist Madame Chong. Song Shihuan's large, expressive eyes brimmed with concern as she observed Madame Chong struggling to maintain her balance. To anyone's eyes, it was impossible to find fault with Song Shihuan. With a cheerful smile, Ying Chun stepped forward, but the moment she touched Madame Chong, the latter recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. "No, I suddenly recall there are matters at the estate. I shall return another day." As she turned to leave, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Madame Chong felt a wave of darkness wash over her, her breath quickening and her vision blurred. How could this be? Gu Zheng and the others were heading straight for Pingzhou, targeting the Chu family. Madame Chong's heart trembled violently. She attempted to rise several times, only to collapse back to the ground, ultimately breaking down in tears. Ing Chun quickly summoned a doctor to attend to Madame Chong. At that moment, Song Shihuan's voice echoed in Madame Chang's ears like a demonic chant. Madame Chong shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattled drum. Take me back to the Chong residence. She needed to return to inform the master, without a moment's delay. However, Song Shihuan personally stepped forward to support Madame Chong. Baoxia, lend a hand and help Madame Chong into the Wang residence to rest. Thus, Madame Chong was brought into the Wang residence, her eyes filled with urgency and fear. I said I want to return home. Baoxia trembled in fright at Madame Chong's fierce countenance, involuntarily pouting. It was surprising to see the usually amiable Madame Chong in such a state. Madam, our princess has stated that you collapsed outside the Wang residence and must see a doctor. You cannot return until it is confirmed you are unharmed. Baoxia's expression turned cold. You shall remain here at the Wang residence. The doctor is already on the way. The princess specifically instructed to summon the farthest doctor from the southern city. Thus, Madame Chong endured each moment in the Wang residence like an eternity, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It's over. Everything is coming to an end. Pingzhou. Shun Qingping effortlessly located a young man named Chu Shun, who appeared to be an ne'er-do-well, recently displaying extravagant spending habits. Shun Qingping pointed at Chu Shun, who was engrossed in a cockfight, noting that he had exhausted every trick in the book and considered him a fool for his approach. Shun Qingping exchanged glances with Gu Zheng and made his way into the crowd, tapping Chu Shun on the shoulder. I see your chicken is not well. It seems to have caught some disease. The crowd fell silent at Shun Qingping's words. Where did you spring from? Chu Shun, caught up in his excitement, glared with displeasure. Do you think a chicken can catch a disease as easily as a horse? Shun Qingping chuckled. I can tell your chicken is indeed diseased. Observing Shun Qingping's confidence, a man with a face full of freckles spoke up. Chu Shun, weren't you recently involved with a sick horse? Perhaps your chicken has been infected. Wang Matzi, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever encounter a sick horse? Chu Shin retorted angrily. Gu Shin, I distinctly heard you cursing the sick horse just a while ago. Wang Matzi began to shout. Quickly take your plague-ridden chicken away. Do not infect our birds. As words were exchanged, the two were on the verge of a scuffle. Observing the commotion, Gu Zheng stepped forward and grasped Chu Shun's wrist, rendering him unable to break free despite his vigorous efforts. Chu Shun's countenance darkened as he demanded, Who are you? Gu Zheng, came a reply. A hint of mirth softened Gu Zheng's typically stern visage as he struck Chu Shun on the nape of his neck, then turned his attention to the dazed Shun Qingping. My lord Shun, let us proceed. Shun Qingping stood transfixed, watching Gu Zheng effortlessly carry Chu Shin away. Was General Gu always this decisive? Gu Shin, a slothful and greedy individual, had secured this position through his father, the steward of the Chu family, receiving a substantial fortune as a result. After enduring only a few interrogations, Chu Shun divulged everything. The princess was indeed correct. It was unmistakably the Chong family. Shun Qingping declared with malice. Now the Chong family can no longer escape. Gu Zheng exhaled in relief. My lord Shun, we shall set off for the capital tomorrow. The emperor and the prince are awaiting our return. The investigation in Pingzhou proceeded with unexpected ease. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Chong residence, Madame Chong, in a state of despair, rushed to the front courtyard. Master, dire news. Chong Qing, who was preoccupied gathering fallen chess pieces, abruptly looked up, striking his head against the table corner and drawing blood. Enduring the pain, Chong Qing inquired, What has caused such alarm? Gu Zheng and his party. They have gone straight to Pingzhou, focusing on the Chu family. Madame Chong, in a disoriented state, clutched Chong Qing's sleeve. Master, we must go to the Eastern Palace to beseech His Highness the Crown Prince. While Gu Zheng has yet to uncover the truth, there is still time. Chong Qing, both anxious and furious, retorted, Did you not assure me that it was foolproof? Hearing this, Madame Chang's tears flowed uncontrollably. Master, they were never merely suspicious of the Chong family. They are certain it is the Chong family they are investigating for evidence. Our only recourse now is to seek help from the Eastern Palace. Chong Qing's complexion paled significantly, aging him by more than a decade. Prepare the horses. We are heading to the Eastern Palace. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince and his consort gazed at the distressed Chong Qing, a foreboding sensation creeping into their hearts. Your Highness, only you can save the Chong family now. Chong Qing began slowly. Guzheng has gone to Pingzhou to investigate the Chu family. If we do not intervene, the Chong family is doomed. I have repeatedly inquired whether the Chong family is involved in this matter. The Crown Prince replied, his gaze narrowing. Indeed, brother. I have also questioned you several times. The Crown Princess chimed in, becoming increasingly anxious. Chong Qing bowed his head in silence. The Crown Prince, contemplating the situation, realized that the Chong family had no chance of salvation and that their involvement would only tarnish the reputation of the Eastern Palace. With this in mind, the Crown Prince spoke, this matter bears no relation to the Eastern Palace. I cannot assist you. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's unyielding rejection, Chong Qing lifted his head, letting out a chilling laugh. Your Highness, the reason the Chong family has taken such actions is due to the recent hints dropped by the second and third princes while passing through Pingzhou during their brief stay at the Chu residence, suggesting a desire to punish the Qin Wang manor. With a reckless determination, Chong Qing has declared that if your Highness cannot assist the Chong family, they will directly expose the two princes. Chong Qing, you are speaking slander. Burst in Song Yinjing from outside, seizing Chong Qing by the collar. They have no knowledge of the upheaval at the Qin Wang manor. How could they possibly indicate a desire to punish it? Chong Qing's face flushed with indignation, yet a smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of the circumstances, the Chong family and the Eastern Palace are intertwined. If the Chong family were to perish, the Eastern Palace could not emerge unscathed from this farce. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in fury. Chapter 57. Turning against each other. The Eastern Palace exposed elder brother. How could you deceive me? The Crown Princess exclaimed in a fit of despair. Had you and your wife not concealed the truth from us from the very beginning? How could matters have deteriorated to this extent? Keeping the Eastern Palace in the dark, while simultaneously stoking the flames of conflict, only exacerbated the situation. Chong Qing chuckled vacantly, pondering. Had the Eastern Palace been willing to assist the Chong family initially, would I have resorted to such perilous tactics? Now that events had unfolded in this manner, we could only devise a plan together. Upon hearing Chong Qing's words, the Crown Prince, consumed by rage, struck Chong Qing across the face, leaving his ears ringing. Remember this slap, Chong Qing. It is a blow from this prince on behalf of my two children. The Crown Prince's hands trembled. They were innocently ensnared in your schemes. And they are your own nephews. Chong Qing pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, acknowledging that the second and third royal grandsons were hardly innocent either. No one was blameless. Bring forth men to Pingzhou at once. We must suppress this matter there, the Crown Prince declared, his expression grim. Also, inform the ministers that there is no need to attend tomorrow's morning court session regarding Songyu. Thank you, Your Highness, Chong Qing replied calmly. The Crown Prince shot a fierce glare at Chong Qing, warning, do not rejoice too soon. There are surely powerful figures shadowing Guzheng. Not a single one of the assassins I previously dispatched returned. Prepare to gather your belongings and be ever ready to flee. Disheartened, Chong Qing departed from the Eastern Palace, only to falter upon returning to the Chong residence. Master, what news? At this moment, Madame Chong's eyes were already swollen from weeping. The Crown Prince has sent men to Pingzhou to deal with Guzheng, Chong Qing responded. Upon hearing this, Madame Chong exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. It was then that she noticed the pronounced swelling on Chong Qing's face and instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. The Eastern Palace actually dared to strike the master. You are correct. The Eastern Palace shall never be a reliable ally for the Chong family, especially when the Chong family cannot provide evident benefits to the Eastern Palace. Chong Qing's gaze darkened. Fleeing would only lead to our demise. We shall await news from the Eastern Palace here in the Chong residence. Should they choose to escape the capital, the Crown Prince may very well be the first to send assassins after them. However, as long as we remain in the capital, the Crown Prince will be compelled to do everything in his power to protect the Chong family for the sake of the two royal grandsons. Yet, Chong underestimated the wrath of Emperor Yuanyu. The following morning at court, Emperor Yuanyu observed the ministers, who were conspicuously quieter than before, with a glimmer of suspicion in his eyes. "Why has no one brought forth an indictment against Prince Qin today?" he inquired, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. After all, the court had been bustling with activity for several days, and this sudden stillness is rather unsettling for me. "Minister Chong, do enlighten us," he beckoned. Hearing his name, Chongqing's heart trembled, and he hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Princess Fuan has shown her sincere heart by distributing porridge daily outside the royal residence. The common people have begun to perceive that His Highness, Prince Qin, is unjustly wronged." Emperor Yuanyu let out a cold laugh, casting a sidelong glance at the silent crown prince beside him. This incident had revealed just how much influence his son wielded in the court. After Gu Zheng and Shun Qingping meticulously organized all the evidence, they embarked on their journey back to the capital with Chu Shun. Meanwhile, Shun Xiao was evidently facing significant challenges. The assassins were all elite warriors, and discerning the mastermind behind the attacks solely from the arrows proved difficult. Just as Shun Xiao was at a loss, a new batch of assassins dispatched from the Eastern Palace presented themselves at his doorstep. Unlike the previously well-trained assassins, this cohort consisted of formidable bodyguards. Nevertheless, even the most skilled among them was subdued by Shun Xiao in a matter of moments. The entire skirmish lasted no longer than the burning of a stick of incense. Even Gu Zheng's gaze towards Shun Xiao shifted. The commander had evidently honed his martial skills further. Bearing the weight of the emperor's safety, he could not afford to neglect his training. After making his statement, Shun Xiao proceeded to examine the bodies one by one, ultimately discovering a jade pendant tied to one corpse's waist. Such pendants were plentiful in the capital, rendering the task of identifying its owner akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Shun Qingping muttered, "With so many individuals involved, one could surmise it's either the Eastern Palace or the Chong family." Upon hearing Shun Qingping's words, Shun Zhao's expression darkened, and he continued his search. He soon uncovered a specially minted silver coin from the palace within another corpse's purse. "Ah, this complicates matters," Shun Qingping remarked with a gleeful demeanor. Now the Jinyui have their work cut out for them. Shun Xiao remained silent, carefully storing the jade pendant and silver coin before pressing onward. By the time they returned to the capital, it was already the 6th day of the 7-day deadline. Pressed for time, they made their way directly to the palace to meet the emperor. After bidding farewell to Shun Xiao, Gu Zheng took Shun Qingping toward the palace, only to encounter the waiting crown prince at the gates. "General Gu, why not join me for a moment at the Eastern Palace?" The crown prince's smile appeared somewhat rigid upon closer inspection. "I have prepared refreshments upon hearing of your return." Gu Zheng maintained a composed expression, observing the crown prince's unwavering demeanor, and ultimately nodded, "I am honored by your highness's attention. I shall humbly comply." The crown prince then turned his gaze to Shun Qingping. "Master Shun, you may return first." Shun Qingping's eyes widened in disbelief at the crown prince's condescension. Noticing the exchange, Gu Zheng spoke gently. "I kindly ask Master Shun to return to the residence and await my return." As Shun Qingping watched the retreating figures of the crown prince and Gu Zheng, he couldn't help but glare at the former. At this juncture, urgency prevailed, but alas, urgency bore little fruit. In the Eastern Palace, Gu Zheng sat upright, only sipping delicately at his tea. Observing this, the crown prince paused with his cup in hand. "General Gu, did you find any leads during your trip to Pingzhou?" "Your Highness, this matter pertains to Prince Qin. I beg your pardon for my inability to divulge further." Gu Zheng's impenetrable demeanor caused the crown prince's expression to darken. He was indeed a tough nut to crack. General Gu is a perceptive individual, so I shall speak plainly. The crown prince set down his cup. The Chong family is the maternal family of the crown princess. I do not wish for them to encounter misfortune. If you agree to assist me, I assure you that you will be esteemed as the foremost military general, with a temple of merit constructed in your honor. To be recognized as the foremost military general and to have a temple of merit built. Such aspirations are the dreams of every martial artist. However, Gu Zheng rose to his feet, his expression grim. "Your Highness, The achievements of military generals are earned through genuine blood and sweat. None are fabricated through mere words. If I, Gu Zheng, were to covet such ambiguous accolades, my late father would surely rise from his grave to seek retribution. Gu Zheng, do not be so foolish as to misunderstand your standing. The crown prince, incensed at being publicly slighted, seethed with anger. I have no further words. I shall take my leave. As Gu Zheng bowed to the crown prince and turned to exit, he was suddenly intercepted from behind. The crown prince's chilling voice pierced the air. Gu Zheng, do you believe you can easily walk out of this chamber today? Chapter 58. The Truth Revealed. Brother's Confrontation, Your Highness. Should the Emperor learn of your actions? Before Gu Zheng could finish his words, a glimmer of madness flashed in the crown prince's eyes. Yet, one must first ensure that Father Emperor is informed. Dozens of men drew their swords towards Gu Zheng, who instantly met them in combat. A fierce struggle ensued. Father, once Gu Zheng is slain, I shall feign being attacked. Song Shihuan stepped forth from behind the screen. And you may inform Grandfather Emperor that Gu Zheng attempted to assassinate the royal grandson and was executed on the spot. There was no trace of compassion in Song Shihuan's gaze. The crown prince nodded. This was a method chosen out of desperation. He was well aware that Father Emperor would harbor suspicions, yet the crime of attempting to assassinate the heir was a capital offense, leaving no room for legal misjudgment. If Father Emperor remains concerned, I shall wound myself with a blade. A sinister smile curled on Song Shihuan's lips. Enduring this injury would be worth it to protect the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing these words, the crown prince's eyes shifted slightly. Shihuan, I know you are the most considerate child of the Eastern Palace. Gu Zheng, despite his formidable skills, was ultimately unarmed and outnumbered. After a stick of incense burned, he bore multiple injuries and collapsed to the ground. Gu Zheng, were it not for your obstinacy, you would not have found yourself in such dire straits. The crown prince's countenance darkened. Blame it on the early demise of General Gu, for your family no longer holds the same glory. Proceed with the assault. With that, the crown prince turned his back. Behind him, dozens of blades lunged towards Gu Zheng, but were suddenly deflected by a figure that shielded him. It was Sun Xiao, standing before Gu Zheng, his voice calm and unwavering. Your Highness, I have been commanded to ensure General Gu's safety. Sun Xiao, who granted you the audacity to intrude upon the Eastern Palace? The crown prince's expression twisted with rage, veins bulging on the back of his hand. It was I who bestowed that courage upon him. A melodious voice resonated, as Song Shihuan stood defiantly before the crown prince. This was their first confrontation since the birthday banquet. Song Shihuan, it is you again. The crown prince spoke through clenched teeth, realizing that had he known this would occur, he should have extinguished her life at birth. Leader Shun was specifically requested by me to the palace to safeguard General Gu. Song Shihuan met the crown prince's gaze unflinchingly. With General Gu in peril, there was no question of trespassing into the Eastern Palace. The crown prince trembled at her words, suddenly understanding why those he had sent to assassinate Gu Zheng had failed. It was because Father Emperor had dispatched Sun Xiao to protect him. Father Emperor is indeed biased towards the Qin Wangfu. Song Shihuan personally assisted Gu Zheng to his feet and instructed Ying Shun to examine his wounds. Sharp-tongued as ever, Song Yinjing's eyes brimmed with disdain. Song Shihuan, this is not a place for you to be. Song Shihuan found his words amusing, a smile breaking through her anger. General Gu is investigating matters concerning my father, yet the crown prince claims I should not be present here. Her voice turned icy. I am curious to know why the Eastern Palace invited General Gu for a visit, yet seeks his life. You need not explain it to me, Leader Shun. Let us proceed into the palace. Upon concluding his words, several individuals assisted Gu Zheng into the palace. Outside the Eastern Palace, Shun Qingping, upon noticing Gu Zheng still had breath left in him, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had realized the urgency and had sprinted to the Prince of Qin's residence to notify the princess. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that had he delayed even a moment longer, Gu Zheng's life would have been forfeit. In the Zicheng Hall, Emperor Yuanyu regarded the injured Gu Zheng. After hearing Sun Xiao recount the events at the Eastern Palace, his countenance darkened. Gu Zheng, have you uncovered the truth regarding the porridge incident? Gu Zheng upon hearing this, promptly presented all the evidence to Emperor Yuanyu. Your Majesty, I have ascertained that the orchestrators behind this are the Chu family of Pingzhou, which is the maternal family of Lady Chong. Hearing Gu Zheng's words, Emperor Yuanyu's heart stirred not in the slightest. He had already suspected the Chong family, along with the Eastern Palace. Summoned Chong Qing into the palace, Emperor Yuanyu spoke slowly. Shun Xiao, dispatch men to surround the Chong residence. No one is to leave. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan felt a jolt of anxiety. The Chong family was about to face a calamity of monumental proportions. Half an hour later, Chong Qing trembled as he knelt before Emperor Yuanyu. However, the emperor directed his gaze towards Song Yu, who had remained silent thus far. This is your case. You shall handle it. At these words, Song Yu smirked slightly and flexed his wrists. Approaching Chong Qing, Song Yu delivered a punch directly to his face. How dare you conspire against me? What delusion led you to believe I am weak and easily deceived? He had endured 6 arduous days, only able to glean information about Ah Huan's whereabouts from Wu Qi, silently lamenting his lack of caution that had subjected Ah Huan to such suffering. All of Song Yu's emotions coalesced into fury, which he unleashed upon Chong Qing. As Chong Qing, on the verge of losing consciousness, gasped for breath, Song Yu stepped on his fingers. Aside from the Chong family, who else is involved in this matter? By this point, Chong Qing was pouring blood from his mouth, stammering. The Eastern Palace, the second prince, and third prince. Chong Qing harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Eastern Palace. He had articulated his knowledge clearly. Yet the Eastern Palace allowed Gu Zheng to unveil the truth, thus sealing the fate of the Chong family. If that is the case, then let us all perish together. Upon hearing Chong Qing's words, Song Yu looked to the elevated Emperor Yuanyu. I beseech you, father, to summon the Crown Prince. When the Crown Prince arrived, he was visibly anxious. He had never anticipated that Song Shihuan would storm the Eastern Palace with Shun Xiao, inadvertently interrupting his plot to eliminate Gu Zheng. Father, I am guilty, the Crown Prince knelt on the ground. I should not have attempted to shield the Chong family simply because the Crown Princess hails from their lineage. I have erred and seek your punishment. Song Shihuan, standing aside, revealed a cold smile. What a clever maneuver to feign contrition, muddy the waters, and mitigate the Eastern Palace's culpability. However, before Emperor Yuanyu could respond, Song Yu stepped forward to confront the Crown Prince. After this incident, Song Yu's gaze bore a deeper intensity. To shield the Chong family, he had turned against loyal subjects and concealed the truth, allowing me to suffer wrongful accusations. At this moment, Song Yu instilled a sense of fear in the Crown Prince. Therefore, in your heart, the Chong family holds more significance than General Gu, more than this prince, and perhaps even more than the emperor himself, does it not? With a single statement, he cast a shadow of disrespect upon the Eastern Palace. Elder brother, I have never uttered such words, yet your actions speak otherwise. Song Yu scoffed, questioning whether a dignified crown prince could be so petty as to engage in such insinuations. Song Shihuan gazed at the articulate and relentless Song Yu, her mouth agape in astonishment. Could this eloquent and assertive person before her truly be her father? Chapter 59. Chong Qing's tragic demise. The emperor's doubts arise faced with Song Yu's inquiries. The crown prince found himself utterly speechless. Brother, do not cast baseless accusations, he implored. Song Yu, hearing this, let out a derisive laugh, directly addressing the crown prince by name. Song Ling, it was I who nearly faced imprisonment, yet you accuse me of slander? What an absurdity! With that, Song Yu knelt before Emperor Yuanyu, beseeching, Your Majesty, I implore you to impose strict punishment upon the guilty. At that moment, Emperor Yuanyu's heart trembled. This was the first time this scoundrel had referred to himself as son. The Chong family conspired against the heir. Their crime is deserving of death, declared Emperor Yuanyu. His gaze fixed upon the ashen-faced Chong Qing. Shen Xiao, seize all assets of the Chong family. Execute all within 3 generations without mercy. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, Chong Qing's heart sank, realizing this meant the annihilation of his family's lineage. Your Majesty, I beg you to spare the children of the guilty. I shall willingly accept any punishment, Chong Qing pleaded, his eyes reddening. If the Chong family were to perish by his hand, how could he face his parents in the afterlife? The Prince of Qin is also my child. Emperor Yuan Yu's anger flared. Chong Qing, you plotted against my child, yet you wish for leniency? You are a fool. In desperation, Chong Qing crawled to the crown prince, clutching his leg. Your Highness, please intercede for the Chong family. Grant us at least one surviving heir. The crown prince, already overwhelmed by his own predicament, kicked Chong Qing away, unwilling to be associated with the Chong family. Seeing this, Chong Qing suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. My family has held noble status for generations, destined for a life of wealth and tranquility. Yet you came to my family, seeking to marry my sister, promising to treat us kindly once you ascended the throne. Upon hearing Chong Qing's words, the crown prince glared furiously. Chong Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Thus, the Chong family aided you in becoming the crown prince, and my sister bore your heirs. Chong Qing, now utterly deranged, continued, while the crown prince's apprehension towards the Chong family grew ever stronger, feeling betrayed. Father, everything he says is slander against me. The crown prince exclaimed anxiously to Emperor Yuan Yu, who responded with an inscrutable gaze. Chong Qing, witnessing this, allowed his smile to broaden as he crawled towards Song Yu. Looking down at the disheveled Chong Qing, Song Yu heard him utter, "My lord, had it not been for your illicit affair with that palace maid, the one chosen by my family would have been you." A tempest of shock surged in Song Yu's eyes, and even Emperor Yuan Yu's fingers trembled involuntarily. With that, Chong Qing dashed himself against a pillar within the hall, his breath extinguished on the spot. He was filled with hatred, regretting that he had not heeded his father's counsel, allowing the Chong family to become embroiled in the struggle for the throne. Years ago, his father had chosen the Prince of Qin, believing him destined to be a noble and leisurely prince. A daughter of the Chong family marrying the Prince of Qin would ensure their descendants bore royal blood, securing the family's prosperity for a century. Yet he had wed his sister to the crown prince. He was the center of the Chong family. After Sun Xiao dealt with Chong Qing's corpse, he led his men towards the Chong family residence. Inside the hall, the crown prince's breath became shallow, fearing to provoke Emperor Yuan Yu. Yin Ming and Yin Zhao had been traveling for a year. It was time to summon them back. As soon as Emperor Yuan Yu spoke, the crown prince's heart raced. His father still harbored doubts about the Eastern Palace. The crown prince's expression stiffened. He would write to Yin Ming and Yin Zhao upon their return. Noticing the crown prince's demeanor, Song Yu smirked slightly, thinking it wise to call them back to pay their respects to their maternal grandfather, as the troubles befalling the Chong family were indeed linked to them. Song Yu was determined to place the blame for the recent equine plague squarely on the shoulders of Song Yinming and Song Yinzhao. Elder brother, Yin Ming and Yin Zhao would never commit such acts. The crown prince's face darkened. It was the Chong family that sought to drag the Eastern Palace into disrepute. Thus they spoke ill of him. The crown prince immediately rose and knelt before Emperor Yuan Yu with a thud. The sound sent a shiver through Wu Qi, who wondered if he could excuse himself from such a grand occasion, fearing that his knowledge might lead to his demise at the hands of the crown prince. The crown prince tugged at Emperor Yuan Yu's sleeve, exclaiming that his misguided attempts to shield the Chong family stemmed from Chong Qing's threats to shift the blame onto Yin Ming and Yin Zhao, who were merely 15 and incapable of such malice. What motive did the Chong family have to tarnish the Eastern Palace? Emperor Yuan Yu gazed at the crown prince before him and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He could hardly recall the appearance of the child he had once enfeoffed as crown prince. The Chong family merely wanted the crown prince to assist in mending matters. Seeing that Emperor Yuan Yu did not believe him, the crown prince, in a moment of desperation, blurted out, "I may have inadvertently aided an elder brother's affairs. But had I known it was the Chong family's scheme, would I not be a fool to act thus?" Upon realizing his words, the crown prince stiffened. Emperor Yuan Yu's gaze darkened. Fool. At that moment, Song Shihuan was nearly applauding in admiration. She had been troubled about how to establish the Eastern Palace's involvement, only to have the crown prince inadvertently confess. "Your Majesty, I encountered assassination attempts on my way to Pingzhou and back to the capital. Might this also be connected to the Eastern Palace?" Gu Zheng interjected at the opportune moment, stating that Chief Shun had already found clues and the truth would soon emerge. The crown prince's complexion turned ashen. The crown prince has acted improperly. From today, fourth Emperor Yuanyu began slowly, and the crown prince's eyes turned a shade of crimson. Just then, a small eunuch's voice called from outside. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The atmosphere in the hall froze for a moment. The Empress Dowager hurried in, and upon seeing the disheveled crown prince, tightened her grip on her handkerchief. I pay my respects to your majesty. I heard there was bloodshed in the Zechen Hall, and I was concerned for your health. Hence I came to check. Rise. Emperor Yuanyu's tone was neither pleased nor angry. Upon seeing the Empress Dowager, Song Yu was enveloped in a chill, stepping slowly to her side. Your Majesty, just moments ago, Consort Chong mentioned that the Chong family initially intended to wed their daughter to me, rather than to my younger brother. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the smile on the Empress's face diminished somewhat. Moreover, he remarked that had it not been for the scandal concerning my supposed liaison with a palace maid, the Chong family would not have considered marrying their daughter to my younger brother. Such clandestine matters were indeed at play. The Empress feigned surprise. Song Yu curled his lips into a smirk, his gaze fixed intently upon the Empress. Indeed, it seems remarkably coincidental that the timing of my affair with that maid was so fortuitous and that she happened to serve in your Majesty's court. What do you think, Mother? I fail to comprehend what you are implying, the Empress replied. Chapter 60. 1 month of confinement. Song Yu officially enters the court. The Empress Dowager, renowned for her exceptional wisdom, found herself in a rare moment of confusion. With a smirk on his face, Song Yu declared, in that case, I shall uncover the truth before having a thorough discussion with the Empress Dowager. The handkerchief of the concubine had been twisted beyond recognition. As she averted her gaze from Song Yu's piercing stare, Your Majesty, has there been a conclusion regarding the porridge incident? Emperor Yuanyu turned his attention to the concubine. I have already issued an edict for the execution of the Chong family. Yet according to Chong Qing's account, this matter is closely linked to the Eastern Palace. After speaking, Emperor Yuanyu delivered a sudden kick towards the crown prince. This unexpected action took everyone present by surprise. Unlike the playful nudges he had given Song Yu in the past, this kick knocked the crown prince down, causing sweat to bead on his forehead from the pain. Song Ling, I recently spoke with you and the crown princess about my utmost disdain for fratricide. The emperor's fury was palpable, and both Gu Zheng and Wu Qi instinctively knelt, but Song Yu halted Song Shihuan, who also wished to bow. Huan, we are the victims. There is no need for us to kneel. Observing Song Yu's cold profile, Song Shihuan nodded in understanding. She began to realize that the repercussions of this porridge incident on her father were incalculable. Father, the crown prince stammered, hesitant to say more. The concubine could no longer restrain herself and interjected on behalf of the crown prince. Your Majesty, how could Linger commit such an act against his own kin? It must be the Chong family's slander against him. Empress, Emperor Yuanyu's voice was filled with rage. It was this fool who confessed. In an instant, the concubine was left bewildered. Was Linger truly confused? How could he admit to such a thing? Father, I was wrong. The crown prince groaned through the pain. In the future, I will never again act so foolishly. How am I to trust you? Emperor Yuanyu pointed to the mountain of memorials piled high beside him. These memorials criticizing your elder brother tower over you. How many of these are your creations? Tell me. The emperor was genuinely enraged. For as long as he lived, he could not tolerate fratricide among his sons. What would become of his 3 brothers if the crown prince ascended the throne one day? Your Majesty, the concubine cried out, all the blame lies with me. It is my failure as a mentor that has led Linger astray. In their youth, she often recited the importance of familial bonds, teaching that it was a blessing to support one's siblings with unity and strength. Mentioning the late empress, Song Yu's expression darkened. I have failed to honor my sister's advice by not guiding Linger properly. Upon hearing this, the crown prince hastily bowed his head. Father, I shall abide by my legitimate mother's teachings and rectify my conduct. I will never again act so foolishly. The moment the crown prince referred to the late empress as legitimate mother, the concubine's heart ached. Indeed, in the presence of the late empress and Song Yu, she was merely a secondary consort, and Linger was a legitimate son born of her. The mention of the late empress ignited a fire of fury within Emperor Yuanyu. At that moment, Song Shihuan suddenly burst into tears. Huan, what troubles you? Song Yu immediately grasped her wrist. Are you unwell or injured? Only then did Song Shihuan shake her head, tears welling in her eyes, expressing her profound sorrow. When her grandmother passed away, her father was scarcely 2 years old. Thus he could only hear of his mother's legacy through the words of others. The depths of Song Shihuan's grief were palpable. After all, her father was the sole child of her grandmother. Had she still been alive to witness the disgraceful accusations hurled at her son by the officials, she would have surely shared the restless sleeplessness of her granddaughter. The desire to plead for the crown prince's case in the presence of the Yuan Wangfu hinged on whether they would grant such a request. As Song Shihuan's words reached the ears of Emperor Yuanyu, he promptly delivered a swift kick to the crown prince. Ignoring the pleas of the empress, he declared, "The crown prince has acted inappropriately. Henceforth, he is confined to the East Palace for 1 month. Summon Song Yinming and Song Yinzhao back to the capital immediately, and they shall spend 1 hour daily in the study reciting the classic of filial piety for a month." The empress felt her vision darken upon hearing this decree. At such a critical juncture for the Chong family, with Ling also under house arrest for a month, how would the realm perceive the East Palace? Furthermore, Yinming and Yinzhao were to be subjected to the recitation of the classic, nearly branded as unfilial. In the Qi, such a label could be fatal. This punishment was exceedingly harsh for the East Palace. "Your Majesty," the Empress attempted a final protest. "My mind is made up." Emperor Yuan's voice was resolute and unyielding. "As for the crown princess, I leave her affairs to you. I wish not to see a crown princess whose heart strays from the imperial family." The emperor's intentions toward the crown princess were equally ominous. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. The crown princess understands the gravity of the situation. I shall manage it well," the empress replied, trembling. This time, the East Palace had indeed suffered a grave setback. Song Ling was escorted back to the East Palace, and those who had assaulted Gu Zheng met with execution. The stench of blood lingered in the East Palace for several days. The following day, during the morning court session, which coincided with the final day of the 7-day period, the courtiers awaited Emperor Yuan's arrival. Upon the sight of the familiar bright yellow figure, they were astonished to find another individual at his side, Song Yu, clad in the dragon robe of a prince, with striking brows and bright eyes, accompanying the emperor. This marked Song Yu's inaugural entrance into the court. The scandal regarding the tainted horse meat in the kanji had been thoroughly investigated. The Prince of Qin was exonerated. "Wu Qi, share the truth with everyone," commanded Emperor Yuanyu, his voice resonating in every corner of the court. The courtiers turned their gazes towards Song Yu. Wu Qi raised his voice to reveal the truth, sending chills through the assembly as they learned of the immense Chong family's downfall, all due to their scheming against the Prince of Qin. Emperor Yuanyu scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Song Yu. "From this day forth, this shall be your place in morning court." Although slightly to the side of the crown prince, due to the latter's confinement, Song Yu distinctly stood before the Duke of Chu and the Duke of Qi. "I shall comply with your command. I will exert my utmost efforts henceforth to be worthy of this honorable attire." Song Yu's response took everyone by surprise. The courtiers exchanged bewildered glances. Had the Prince of Qin truly undergone a transformation? How could he now speak with such poise? At the back of the crowd, Shun Qingping hastily lowered his head, concealing the grin that threatened to stretch from ear to ear. One ascends to greatness, and even the lowly fowl may find itself elevated. Today, he too may attend the morning court. The prince has declared that henceforth, the Qinwang mansion shall claim its share of this realm of governance. Shun Qingping's eyes sparkled with anticipation, envisioning the future scenes of grandeur and authority. Indeed, this is the demeanor befitting the rightful heir to the throne. With a single utterance from Emperor Yuanyu, the minds of all the officials began to whirl with newfound possibilities. The rightful heir. Indeed, the Prince of Qin is the legitimate son born of Empress Yuan, the most esteemed prince of the Qi. Chapter 61. The crown princess becomes an abandoned child at the Qinwang residence. Song Yu, observing that Song Shihuan had fallen asleep, strode into the study where Shun Qingping had been waiting for some time. "Is the princess asleep?" Shun Qingping inquired immediately, setting down the book in his hands. Song Yu nodded, noting that Shihuan had been restless for days, utterly exhausted, now that matters had reached a conclusion. She had succumbed to slumber as soon as she lay down. This sight filled Song Yu with profound sympathy. It is good that she is asleep. Shen Qingping exhaled in relief. What are your plans regarding the porridge stall? Upon mentioning the porridge stall, Song Yu's expression turned obscure. Previously, I acted thoughtlessly, hastily replacing the plain porridge with meat porridge, a well-intentioned deed that brought about unfortunate consequences. Not only have I spent money, but I have also incurred blame. I intend to revert to plain porridge and reduce the supply, serving it at designated intervals every 5 days. I have come to realize that kindness must be tempered. Excessive benevolence can breed malevolence. A flicker of harshness crossed Shen Qingping's eyes at these words. If it were up to me, I would cease the porridge distribution altogether. Spending silver to sustain a pack of biting dogs that turn on the Wang residents at the slightest provocation is folly. I do not consider myself a paragon of virtue. Were it not for the princess personally distributing porridge each day, would those people have temporarily spared the Qin Wang residents? I have witnessed her arms grow too weak to lift, tears streaming down her face in pain. Before falling asleep, Huan mentioned that there are always those who genuinely need a bowl of porridge. We cannot condemn all for the actions of a few, Sonya murmured. Reluctant to ponder the hardships Huan had faced in the past decade. Thus, he was willing to perform these acts to accumulate merit for her. Seeing this, Shen Qingping refrained from further comments and continued to discuss matters of state with Song Yu until the moon hung high in the sky, at which point he departed from the Wang residence. As night deepened, Liuxi's voice echoed, "Your Highness, it is time to retire." Song Yu adjusted his robe. "Liuxi, recount the recent happenings within the Wang residence to me in detail, sparing no aspect." And so, Song Yu remained in the study until dawn broke. Meanwhile, the crown princess stood outside the imperial prison, clutching her handkerchief tightly. "Your Highness, you may only remain inside for a quarter of an hour," the sentinel announced as he opened the heavy doors of the prison. An immediate wave of cold, tinged with the scent of blood, surged forth, provoking an urge to retch within the crown princess. The interior was damp and frigid, punctuated by intermittent cries of anguish. As the crown princess stood before Lady Chong, she was drenched in cold sweat. "Brother-in-law," she spoke softly. At that moment, Lady Chong was clad in prison garb, her hair disheveled, and her hands and feet shackled. Upon hearing the commotion, she lifted her eyes to the crown princess. "Your Highness has arrived. Why do you wish to harm me and my children?" The crown princess's eyes reddened, feeling tremors of fear regarding the Chong family before the empress. Her 2 sons had yet to return to the capital and were already subjects of suspicion from the emperor. Lady Chong smiled. "Your Highness, if we delve into the matter, who truly has brought harm to the Chong family?" Her words were simple, yet pierced the crown princess's heart. "In what way have we in the Eastern Palace wronged the Chong family?" The crown princess became agitated. After all these years, how could her brothers and sisters-in-law be unaware of how much the Eastern Palace had resolved for the Chong family? Hearing this, Chang's expression shifted, and she shook her head at the crown princess. Her younger sister-in-law had been raised in such simplicity and caprice, oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. From the very beginning, she was ill-suited to marry into the Eastern Palace. Was the crown princess unaware of how much silver the Chong family had provided and how many officials they had eliminated for the Eastern Palace? Listening to Chang's retort, the crown princess's breath hitched. At this point, debating who was right or wrong held no significance. It was more prudent for her to contemplate her own self-preservation. Noticing that the crown princess seemed to misunderstand her words, a flicker of complexity crossed Chang's eyes. "Your Highness, with the fall of the Chong family, how will you establish yourself in the Eastern Palace in the days to come? I have 3 sons and 1 daughter. I need not worry about such matters." Upon hearing this, Chong lowered her head, choosing not to engage further with the crown princess. There was no benefit in prolonging the conversation. The crown princess returned to the Eastern Palace in a daze. Where was the eldest grandson? She desperately wished to see Song Yinzheng, for in her heart, he was her greatest source of strength as the legitimate grandson of Deqi. Responding to her inquiry, a servant informed her that the eldest grandson was in the study discussing matters with the crown prince. Upon hearing this, the crown princess hurried towards the study. Outside the study, just as she was about to knock, voices from within reached her ears. Father, with the Chong family now gone, the position of the Eastern Palace is even more perilous. Song Yinzheng's tone was laced with resentment. During the morning court session yesterday, the Prince of Qin had certainly made a grand spectacle. The Crown Prince, too, was filled with jealousy, saying that after the autumn execution, they would dispose of the Chong family's corpses in a mass grave, for nothing could quell the resentment in his heart. Upon hearing this, the Crown Princess's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that her husband harbored such deep-seated hatred for the Chong family? Father, now that Mother cannot provide support for the Eastern Palace, we must seek another capable ally. At that moment, Song Yinzheng was consumed by his yearning for the throne. Your mother bore you all for a reason. There exists a bond between us. Just as the Crown Princess outside was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the Crown Prince's voice continued. I am considering taking in 2 concubines. Their family backgrounds need not be of high standing, but they should be of use to the Eastern Palace. As for genuine support, Yinzheng, you too should take a wife. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yinzheng replied that he would follow his father's arrangements. Do not disclose these matters to your mother just yet. I will find an appropriate time to speak to her. At that time, you all should comfort her. The Crown Princess had always been gentle and attentive towards the Crown Prince, so surely she would not object. Outside, the Crown Princess's tears had already dampened her makeup. She could not fathom that her husband and son would conspire on such decisions without regard for her feelings. Stumbling away from the study, the commotion was heard by the Crown Prince and Song Yinzheng inside. Who is outside? Your Highness. It was the Crown Princess who lingered at the door for a long while. After hearing this, both the Crown Prince and Song Yinzheng fell silent for a moment. Since she is aware, so be it. The Crown Prince patted Song Yinzheng's shoulder and instructed him to seek out his imperial grandmother to select a suitable bride for him. The son understood. As he departed the study, Song Yinzheng cast a glance at the azure sky. It was truly bewildering that the Chong family had caused such turmoil in the Eastern Palace, yet his mother still attempted to intercede on their behalf. He and his father were acting for her benefit. Only when his father ascended the throne would his mother become the Empress of the Qi, revered by all. In due time, she would come to comprehend the noble intentions behind the actions of both him and his father. With this thought in mind, Song Yinzheng strode purposefully towards Confronting Palace, leaving no comforting words for the Crown Princess behind. Chapter 62. The enemies of the past gathered. In the Confronting Palace. Grandmother, I beseech you to assist me in selecting a suitable consort for your grandson. As Song Yinzheng tenderly administered medicine to the Empress Dowager, he spoke slowly. The Empress Dowager, her complexion pale and frail, nodded in response to his words. I have already scrutinized potential candidates and narrowed it down to 5 noble young ladies. We shall summon them to the palace an opportune time for you to meet. As long as it brings strength to the Eastern Palace, I will heed your counsel. Grandmother, in his eyes, the hunger for power was palpable. Numerous upheavals had recently befallen the Eastern Palace. He must marry swiftly to secure its position. If we are to speak of the most advantageous alliance, the Empress Dowager gestured for Chun Shi to bring forth a booklet. Pointing to a beautiful young woman within, Gu Minglu, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Song Yinzheng furrowed his brow at once. The eldest daughter of Gu Zheng? The recent turmoil in the Eastern Palace is intricately linked to Gu Zheng, and my disdain for him is profound. Even my father harbors murderous intent towards Gu Zheng. Why then should I wed his daughter? Seeing his confusion, the Empress Dowager smiled faintly. Your grandfather is sentimental. The Gu family boasts an old general who has contributed greatly to the Temple of Merit. In the future, Gu Zheng will undoubtedly rise beyond merely being a third-rank general. If you encounter difficulties later on, Gu Zheng can leverage the old general's connections to plead your case. Listening to her words, Song Yinzheng fell silent. By marrying Gu Minglu, you effectively ally yourself with the Gu family's military prestige. In times of war, their accomplishments will also be yours. I am willing, he replied. At this, a smile brightened the Empress Dowager's face as she clasped Song Yinzheng's hand. You are my cherished grandson. Naturally, I wish to provide you with the best. Grandmother, my father suggests that the Eastern Palace may also welcome 2 secondary consorts. As he spoke, Song Yinzheng lowered his gaze, concealing the brilliance of his ambition. For so many years, there's only been your mother in the Eastern Palace. Your father has done quite enough. The Empress Dowager's gaze flickered, however. The selection of secondary consorts should be made by your mother. Mother's temperament is gentle. It will be better for you to choose suitable candidates. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's smile deepened. Linger has been reluctant to take concubines for many years. Had she not borne several children, she would have expressed her dissatisfaction long ago. With the Chong family now in decline, perhaps Linger has finally come to her senses. Recently, my uncle's influence has surged. Your father is anxious. After all, he is merely a prince devoid of talent. The Empress Dowager scoffed, were it not for Song Yu's tarnished reputation. Respectable families in the capital would hesitate to marry their daughters to him. We could easily arrange for a consort from the Qin family. Thank you for your concern, grandmother. After conversing with the Empress Dowager for a while longer, Song Yinjing finally departed from Kuanning Palace. Your Highness, shall we visit the Crown Princess? Inquired a young eunuch hesitantly. Song Yinjing frowned at the suggestion. Let Xian go. I shall not accompany her. He had more pressing matters to attend to. 3 days later, outside the city gates. Elder brother, third brother. Song Shihuan fluttered towards Song Yinming and Song Yinzhao like a delicate butterfly. At last, you have returned. I can only imagine how anxious you both must have been, she exclaimed. Upon seeing her, Song Yinming and Song Yinzhao promptly dismounted from their carriage. The two bore an almost uncanny resemblance, the only notable distinction being a black mole by Song Yinming's left ear. Gulme, let us behold how our beloved princess of Fuyun has blossomed. They cooed, treating Song Shihuan as though she were a rare treasure. However, as the conversation unfolded, a frown creased Song Shihuan's lips. Recently, we have been dreadfully bullied by my uncle and his daughter. Father has been confined, and mother is in a state of disarray. Even my elder brother is too busy to be seen. What do you mean? When did my uncle have a daughter? Song Yinming and Song Yinzhao's expressions darkened. The letter from their father had only urged their swift return, omitting all other matters. Tears streamed down Song Shihuan's face as she exaggeratedly recounted the incident involving Song Shihuan. Before she could finish, Song Yinming and Song Yinzhao's eyes turned crimson with anger. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's that calamity from years past. Song Yinming clenched his iron sword tightly. Shihuan, wait for us to seek justice from the Eastern Palace. Second brother. Song Shihuan sniffled. That wild girl has won the Emperor's favor, and I fear. Fear what? Song Yinzhao interjected. Shihuan, you are the Eastern Palace's lucky star. How could we allow our star to be wronged? Return to the Eastern Palace and await our good news. With that, the two set off towards the Qin Wangfu. At the Qin Wangfu, Song Yu clutched a hefty stack of books as he went to the Shun residence to seek counsel from Shun Mingwen. Meanwhile, Song Shihuan practiced her martial arts beneath a tree, each move executed with fierce precision. Princess, the second and third imperial grandsons have arrived, a maid announced. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan's punch veered off course and struck the tree root. Princess, the maid rushed in to fetch medicinal ointment. How did you hurt yourself? Does it hurt? But Song Shihuan merely smiled. I'm fine, my dear. Please invite the two grandsons in. Now that Song Yinming and Song Yinzhao had returned to the capital, the adversaries of the past had converged. The two had expected to encounter a ragged, emaciated wild girl, but when Song Shihuan appeared before them, they were momentarily taken aback. Second imperial grandson, third imperial grandson, she addressed them coolly, igniting a spark of fury within Song Yinming and Song Yinzhao. Song Shihuan, is it you who has been so ungrateful as to bully Shihuan? Song Yinming charged first. Shihuan has been raised with care, unlike you, who grew up eating from 100 families. The difference is like that between heaven and earth. You plot against the Eastern Palace. Do you intend for us to beg you to return? Song Yinzhao scoffed. You are deluding yourself. Why are your words so foul? Song Shihuan smirked, her retort enraging them further. In a fit of rage, Song Yinzhao raised his hand to strike her, but before his slap could land, Song Shihuan swiftly evaded, retaliating with a powerful punch to his eye. A cry of pain erupted from Song Yinzhao. Song Shihuan fixed her gaze upon Song Yinming. Should the second prince give it a try as well? Upon hearing these words, Song Yinming instinctively reached for the iron sword at his waist. only to be thwarted by Song Shihuan's firm grip on his wrist. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a wretched scream from Song Yinming, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Bao Xia, fetch me a handkerchief to wipe my hands. They're filthy, Song Shihuan spoke languidly. And have someone escort the two princes back to the Eastern Palace. As for our encounter today, let me first collect a modest interest. Bao Xia was rendered speechless. Had the martial arts she taught the princess truly been this formidable? Chapter 63. Disturbance at the Zikan Hall. Why provoke this father-daughter duo? Song Shihuan, you seek death. Song Yinchao's lips trembled as he spoke. Having been the favored son of the Eastern Palace all his life, he had never endured such humiliation. As he spoke, he charged once more at Song Shihuan, his murderous intent unmistakable. Truly, he knew nothing of decorum and propriety. No wonder his father and mother viewed her as a disgrace upon first sight. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan's gaze shifted dramatically, discarding the handkerchief in her grasp. What did you say? Her voice was so icy that it made Song Yinchao shudder involuntarily. Yet he persisted. Everyone in our Eastern Palace regards you with shame. Memories from her past life flooded Song Shihuan's mind, and her eyes began to redden. Just as Song Yinchao's fist was a mere inch from her nose, it was halted. Feeling the force of her grip, he was taken aback. I too feel shame. For my blood flows as yours does. Her voice resonated, each word piercing through to Song Yinchao's ears. A chilling smile crept upon her lips. In her previous life, Song Yinchao and Song Yinzheng delighted in tormenting her, reveling in her struggles. With this thought, Song Shihuan's hand slowly moved towards Song Yinchao's neck. Before she could exert force, the voice of Song Yu rang out from outside the courtyard. Ahuan. The darkness in Song Shihuan's eyes dissipated instantly. Song Yu rushed to her side, panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. Are you unharmed? Cixi informed me that those two rascals from the Eastern Palace were causing trouble. Song Shihuan shook her head. Father, I am fine. In truth, she was not merely fine. Had her father arrived any later, she might have already grasped Song Yinchao by the throat. However, upon noticing the redness on her hand, Song Yu's fury ignited. He seized Song Yinchao by the ear with one hand and Song Yinzheng by the ear with the other. Have you both lost your minds? How dare you lay a hand on my daughter? Both were already nursing their injuries, and now, with their ears in his grasp, tears welled up in their eyes from the pain. It was Song Shihuan who struck us. We did not touch a single hair on her head, Song Yinzheng protested, unable to contain himself. My wrist is dislocated. In all honesty, the marks on her hand were not inflicted by them. Did their uncle not have eyes to see that their injuries were far worse than her unbroken skin? I know my daughter well. She would not strike without provocation. You must have bullied her first. His little Ahuan was but 10 years old. How could she possibly bully Song Yinchao and Song Yinzheng? Song Yu then grasped the back of their necks. Prepare the horses. I shall take these two rascals to the palace to seek justice. Inside the carriage, Song Shihuan sat quietly. Song Yu's eyes were nearly glued to her hand. Such a severe injury, and yet they had neglected to bandage it before entering the palace. What if it left a scar? Meanwhile, Song Yinchao and Song Yinzheng seethed with frustration at the absurdity of it all. There is not even a scratch. Where would a scar come from? An hour later, a cacophony of noise erupted outside the Zicheng Hall. Upon hearing the commotion, Emperor Yuanyu hastily set aside the documents in his hand. Wu Qi, what is happening outside? Your Majesty, the Prince of Qin has arrived with Princess Fuan. Wu Qi's complexion turned pale. Ahuan is here. Quickly let her in. Upon hearing that Song Shihuan had arrived, the emperor's spirits lifted instantly, pondering whether her little arms had healed after enduring such a grueling treatment for so many days. Moreover, the second and third imperial grandsons. The joy on Emperor Yuanyo's face vanished in an instant. Let them in, he commanded, his voice growing somber. However, how could Ahuan have entered the palace alongside Yin Chao and Yin Ming? Was it merely a coincidence? The emperor's mind raced, but the next moment, he was rendered speechless. Song Yin Chao and Song Yin Ming were unceremoniously kicked in by Song Yu, each propelled forward to bow before the emperor. Grandson pays respects to his majesty, pleading for your grace on our behalf. Their voices brimmed with grievance. As they looked up, the emperor was nearly jolted from his dragon throne. Yin Chao, what has happened to your face? And Yin Ming, what has happened to your hand? Who did this? Anger welled up within the emperor. After all, they were his grandsons. No matter their transgressions, it was intolerable for outsiders to bully them. Before they could respond, Song Yu interjected sternly, "It was I who did it." The emperor's face stiffened immediately. They bullied Huan, and she has been injured. Upon hearing of his beloved granddaughter's injury, the emperor disregarded the kneeling Song Yin Chao and Song Yin Ming, swiftly approaching Song Shihuan. "How did you come to sustain such grievous wounds? They're nearly breaking the skin." The expressions of Song Yin Chao and Song Yin Ming contorted in an instant, making their wounds feel all the more painful. "You must inquire with your two grandsons," Song Yu retorted with a cold snort, positioning himself protectively between the emperor and Song Shihuan. "Wu Qi, summon the crown prince and the crown princess." "No, forget it. The crown prince is under house arrest and cannot come, whether intentional or not." The mention of the crown prince's confinement caused Song Yin Chao and Song Yin Ming to hunch slightly. The crown princess arrived in a swift manner. Upon seeing her, Song Yin Chao and Song Yin Ming could no longer contain their grievances. "Mother, you must intercede for us. It was Song Shihuan who caused our injuries." "Nonsense." Song Yu's voice boomed, startling the already dazed crown princess. "It was clearly you two who took advantage of my absence to bully Huan at the Prince of Qin's residence." Song Yu's anger was palpable, his hair almost standing on end. "With my sister-in-law present, I shall speak plainly. Your dispositions are too flawed, and you will struggle to bear significant responsibilities in the future." "Brother, is it necessary to speak so harshly?" The crown princess regained her composure, her expression composed. "After all, this is merely a matter of children's playful antics. It is indeed excessive for you to say that Yin Chao and Yin Ming are unworthy of responsibility. If we were to accept such accusations today, how can Yin Chao and Yin Ming ever capture the favor of our sovereign father again? The innocent frolics of children?" Song Yu could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Before he could further express his frustration, the typically reticent Song Shihuan slowly spoke. "They accuse me of harboring treacherous intentions, branding me as a disgrace to the Eastern Palace, even threatening to strike me. The burden of such a reputation. It is imperative that we solidify this for Song Yin Chao and Song Yin Ming." With these few words, the atmosphere in the Zichin Hall became palpably tense. Veins bulged on Song Yu's forehead as he glared fiercely at Emperor Yuanyu. "Today, the Eastern Palace must provide an explanation for both me and Huan. If not, we shall take to the drums of grievance and voice our plight." Chapter 64. Is Song Yinjing a good prince? Nonsense. The act of striking the drum of denunciation is a desperate measure employed by those who have suffered immense injustice. Now, as these words escape Song Yu's lips, the crowd is momentarily taken aback. Song Shihuan bows her head, concealing the darkness in her eyes. Her father treats her like a precious jewel. But what merit does she possess to deserve such affection? Yet, this demeanor only serves to deepen the Emperor Yuanyu's sorrow. "How could you both treat your younger sister in such a manner?" With a heavy sigh, the Emperor expresses his profound disappointment. "Grandfather, we did not. We merely wished to visit the Prince of Qin's residence along the way." Song Yinming lies through his teeth, unaware that upon seeing us, she struck out and left both me and my elder brother in this state. "You wretched fool." Upon hearing this, the Emperor, enraged, seizes a cup from the table and hurls it at Song Yinming, infuriated that he continues to deceive him at such a critical juncture. Song Yinming is taken aback. He cannot comprehend why his grandfather would so resolutely believe the words of a wild girl. His teeth chattering, he is overwhelmed with fear of being utterly rejected by the Emperor. Just as the Emperor's disappointed gaze lingers on Song Yinming and Song Yinchao, Wu Qi's voice resonates. "Your Majesty, the eldest grandson has arrived." Upon entering the hall, Song Yinzheng scans the room before his gaze settles on Song Shihuan. "Ayuan, your elder brother has brought you some medicinal plasters." He takes her hand, and in that instant, Song Shihuan feels as though a venomous serpent is poised to strike. "Look at you, all flushed. Soon, the palace servants will administer some medicine to hasten your recovery." His gaze toward her is exceedingly gentle. prompting admiration from anyone who witnesses this display of brotherly affection. As for Yin Chao and Yin Ming, I shall deal with them later. Song Shihuan, expressionless, retracts her hand. When will you turn back? How does the eldest grandson intend to advocate for me? Brother, it is clearly she. Song Yin Chao begins, unwilling to relent. Yet he falls silent under the weight of Song Yinjing's piercing gaze. Apologize to Huan. Song Yinjing tightens his grip on Song Yin Chao's shoulder, adding, You must also apologize to our uncle. And finally, seek the emperor's forgiveness. Otherwise, I shall not summon a physician for you. Let Yinming's hand be rendered useless. A cold laugh escapes from Song Shihuan. Indeed, Song Yinjing's every word hints that the Prince of Qin's residence will not provide timely medical attention for Song Yin Chao and Song Yinming. Very well. I demand an explanation from your Eastern Palace. You think you can simply brush this aside with a few light words? Song Yu glares furiously at Song Yinjing. I'm not a fool. Uncle, perhaps we should first allow a physician to attend to their injuries. Song Yinjing implores earnestly, particularly regarding Yinming. Or I fear he may suffer from lasting ailments. Oh, my poor child. The crown princess weeps as she throws herself upon Song Yinming, lamenting the grievous suffering he has endured upon his return. Father, my brother's daughter is injured, but the severity of Yin Chao and Yinming's injuries is clearly far worse. Both Song Yin Chao and Song Yinming join in the weeping. In that moment, Emperor Yuan Yu feels as though the very roof of his chamber might be lifted by the cacophony of cries. Grandfather, there is one matter that confounds me. Song Shihuan spoke softly, expressing her bewilderment at the palpable disdain exhibited by the two imperial grandsons during their first encounter. Was it possible that they had been incited by nefarious individuals? The emperor's gaze shifted, growing more profound as he reflected upon the morning's events, recalling that it was Shi Yin who had welcomed visitors at the city gates. Song Yin Chao and Song Yinming's expressions shifted dramatically. Your Majesty, Shi Yin has never uttered a word to defame Song Shihuan. This unintentional admission was met with internal chagrin, even prompting Song Yinjing to mentally chastise his siblings for their foolishness. The emperor swiftly grasped the source of the discord, casting a disapproving look toward the crown princess. You have failed to properly educate your own children. A lack of parental guidance is indeed a grave transgression for any woman. The crown princess's tears halted, her countenance fraught with anxiety. Your Majesty, I am unaware of any wrongdoing that has led to such disgrace. Her tears fell like pearls, each drop striking the emperor's heart. Observing the scene, Song Yinjing clenched his teeth and delivered a slap to each of his brothers, compelling them to apologize to Song Shihuan, while also offering prolonged apologies to Song Yu, whose face had turned black as coal. Ultimately, the emperor decreed that Song Yin Chao, Song Yinming, and the oblivious Song Shiyan will be confined to their quarters for a month, bringing the matter to a close. This time, I shall let it pass, but should there be a next time, my wrath will be unrestrained, Song Yu warned ominously. Meanwhile, Song Shihuan exchanged glances with Song Yinjing, a subtle smile playing upon her lips. The Chong family had sought to tarnish the reputations of Song Yin Chao and Song Yinming, and their immediate confinement upon returning only solidified the suspicions surrounding them. As for Song Shiyan, she had likely become a figure of intrigue in the emperor's eyes, a source of discord. Truly, it was a moment of poetic justice. Outside the palace, upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Song Yinjing once more slapped his brothers, demanding, Who permitted you to speak ill of Shiyan? Brother, I merely wish to defend her, they stammered. Shiyan is a blessing to the Eastern Palace. If she is despised by the emperor, how can we sustain our glory? Song Yinjing radiated an icy aura. Return to your quarters and reflect on your actions. As Song Yin Chao and Song Yinming staggered away, the crown princess attempted to smile, only to find herself rendered speechless before her eldest son, allowing her silence. Song Yinjing clenched his fist beneath his sleeves. The master's words rang true. Shiyan's recent misfortunes had cast shadows over the Eastern Palace. She must be nurtured with care. Meanwhile, within the Zicheng Hall, Song Yu fervently denounced the misdeeds of the Eastern Palace, while the emperor tended to Song Shihuan, wholly disinterested in Song Yu's grievances. In the course of his tirade, Song Yu recounted how Chong Qing had condemned Song Yin Chao and Song Yinming even in his dying moments. It seemed evident that those two were not of good character. Song Yu, filled with indignation, could hardly contain his urge to rush to the Eastern Palace and confront the two individuals in a furious altercation. "Father, what does illicit affair mean?" Song Shihuan blinked innocently, causing the Emperor Yuanyu to freeze momentarily, and even Song Yu fell silent. "If you had an illicit affair with a palace made in grandmother's court, doesn't that imply you have a fondness for her?" Song Shihuan tilted her head, recalling how Chongqing had once explained it. Was that maid exceptionally beautiful? Or did she come from a family with boundless wealth? How could father forsake noble ladies for her? Noticing Song Yu's expression darkening, Song Shihuan pressed on. "Can you draw her for me? I would like to see what she looks like." "Ah Huan, the events of that year are shrouded in deeper circumstances." Song Yu gritted his teeth as he turned to Emperor Yuanyu. "Father, I request permission to personally investigate the matter from that year." He could not fathom how a dignified prince could be captivated by a maid from the Kunning Palace. He would not permit Ah Huan to perceive him in a diminished light. Chapter 65. The Women's Academy. A Cycle of Fortune, Your Highness. Are you planning to investigate the events of the past once again? Shun Qingping could not help but widen his eyes. They had indeed looked into those matters before, yet found no trace whatsoever. Thus, they were left to bear the weight of this unjust blame. Song Yu nodded. "I cannot allow Ah Huan to think that my judgment is so profoundly lacking." "What?" Shun Qingping was momentarily taken aback. He had considered many reasons, but never imagined it would be so unadorned. Just yesterday, when Ah Huan asked whether that woman was beautiful or possessed mountains of gold and silver, he felt utterly humiliated. Song Yu's expression grew serious. He had never felt ashamed despite being labeled a wastrel for so many years. But yesterday, he wished he could proclaim to the world that his discernment was far superior. "How do you intend to investigate, Your Highness?" Shun Qingping expressed his deep sympathy. With so many enchanting maidens in the Yingchun Tower, it was hard to believe the prince would find interest in the cold-faced heart of the empress, who seemed perpetually displeased. "I plan to visit the prison," Song Yu replied, his eyes flickering. "While the Chong family still has some breath left, perhaps I can extract some information. After all, on the day of Chongqing's accident, he did not appear to be completely ignorant of the situation. I shall accompany you." As they were about to step outside, they opened the door to encounter a jubilant face. Despite having mentally prepared himself numerous times, Shun Qingping's expression twisted slightly. "Your Highness, do you think the princess's doubts about your judgment might not be unfounded? After all, the young attendants you personally selected are rather difficult to describe." "What do you know?" Song Yu shot Shun Qingping a glare, cleared his throat, and ordered, "Prepare the carriage. I intend to go out." He feared that Ah Huan might be captivated by those handsome young men in the storybooks. "Your Highness, you still have half of the book you planned to read today." Ishi, ever straightforward, interjected. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression froze. He had nearly forgotten about that matter. With a stoic face, he returned to his desk, resignedly picking up the heavily annotated book, and looked at Shun Qingping, saying, "Had I known it would come to this, I would have read more in my youth." At the Women's Academy, in Class C, Song Shihuan occupied the most conspicuous seat, while the instructor on stage dared not teach as freely as before, now adopting a more serious approach. During the brief intermission, the students of Class C surged out like a swarm. Song Shihuan was left bewildered. Previously, everyone would stay within the classroom, hastily departing only when lessons concluded. What had changed today? "Princess, they're going out to show off," Gu Mingzhu remarked leisurely, their relationship having grown increasingly intimate. "Show off?" Seeing the confusion on Song Shihuan's face, Gu Mingzhu mysteriously led her out of the classroom. In the past, they had been accustomed to being bullied by the students of classes A and B, but now the tides had turned. Just look at them. Their chins are nearly touching the sky. The students of Class C strutted proudly, each lifting their chins high, brimming with confidence. Understanding the circumstances, Song Shihuan could not help but laugh aloud, particularly since that person was also grounded. The students of Class and now walked with their heads down, fearful of encountering those from their class. Gu Mingzhu felt a sense of exhilaration. "Princess, you are indeed the fortunate star of Class C." Fortunate star? It was the first time anyone had referred to her as such, and Song Shihuan found it rather intriguing. Indeed, Gu Mingzhu said, linking her arm with Song Shihuan's. I have also made it clear to them that while it is fine to vent their frustrations, they must not take advantage of the princess's influence to bully others. Had they not relied on their strength to oppress Class C in the past, they would not be feeling so insecure now. Song Shihuan chuckled. Now that the teacher was willing to provide proper instruction, everyone could truly acquire valuable skills. It is more than just proper instruction. Gu Mingzhu smirked. The new dean is highly esteemed. Upon arrival, he has dismissed a significant number of morally questionable teachers. The atmosphere in this women's academy has become much sweeter. Elder sister. Song Shiling's voice broke in as she slowly approached Song Shihuan. You have finally come today. We haven't seen you in several days. There have been matters at home. Faced with Song Shiling, Song Shihuan found it difficult to smile. Father and mother have been quite worried about you. They even mentioned taking you to the Chu Wangfu for a visit. Recalling the repeated admonitions from the Chu Wangfei, Song Shiling pressed her lips together. There is no time like the present. How about today? Song Shihuan scrutinized Song Shiling before her. Although she too was a royal princess, she had been raised to possess such a timid disposition. She had been scheming behind Song Shiyan's back. I'm afraid that today won't work. Song Shihuan surveyed her surroundings. Many were already watching her and Song Shiling. It would be inappropriate to visit her third uncle and aunt empty-handed. I will personally select a few gifts to bring when I visit another day. Her refusal was impeccable. Elder sister, the break is almost over. The teacher will soon be displeased. Song Shihuan turned to leave, leaving Song Shiling clutching the handkerchief in her grasp. Her cousin had not yet been released from the imperial prison. If their mother knew she had failed to bring Song Shihuan to the Chu Wangfu, she would surely be upset again. Moreover, her uncle and aunt would regard her with disappointment. Thinking of this, Song Shiling summoned her courage to catch up with Song Shihuan's pace. Elder sister, we are family. There is no need for such formality. How about we return to the Chu Wangfu together after school tonight? Song Shihuan was nearly amused to the point of frustration. Sister Shiling, are you certain you want me to go to the Chu Wangfu tonight? Song Shiling's heart trembled, and she nodded anxiously. Seeing this, Song Shihuan's expression turned icy. Very well, wait for me after school. To invite her to the Chu Wangfu? Then she would teach Song Shiling the lesson that inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is not. Meanwhile, at the Chu Wangfu, Your Highness, will the princess be able to bring the Fuan princess with her? Mrs. Sun was so anxious that her lips had blistered. Sun, who had been confined in the imperial prison for nearly a month, yet the emperor remained unwilling to release him. Recently, Mrs. Sun had been in a daze, unable to sleep peacefully. Shiling will do her utmost. The princess of Chu sighed deeply. The Eastern Palace had also interceded on their behalf, yet the emperor remained steadfast in his silence. Now, they could only rely on Song Shihuan to plead with the emperor. The esteemed Princess Fuan enjoyed the emperor's favor immensely and would surely be able to persuade him to release Ahu. Madame Sun silently recited a Buddhist mantra. When I meet the Princess Fuan later, I shall kneel and implore her until she concedes. Madame Sun steeled her resolve, given her reputation. She would not be averse to such a plea. Indeed, dear sister-in-law, you are of noble lineage, and if even you are reluctant to kneel before her, it would only invite whispers of her arrogance and disdain for others. The Princess of Chu exhaled, acknowledging that this would necessitate a sacrifice on her sister-in-law's part. Chapter 66. The debate at the Prince of Chu's residence. Song Yu stared blankly at the entrance of the girls' academy, having forced himself to read for several hours, leaving his mind cluttered with ancient sayings. Beside him, Shun Qingping was in no better state until he spotted a flash of pale yellow. The princess had emerged. He felt she had become even more beautiful. Could it be that the master sees a celestial disciple in her? Regaining his composure, Song Yu strode towards Song Shihuan, drawing the attention of everyone present. Among the many students in the academy, only Princess Fuan was greeted daily by the prince himself. The others were typically accompanied by servants from their households. Father, today Sister Shiling has invited me to dine at the Prince of Chu's residence, Song Shihuan remarked, glancing back at Song Shiling, who was closely following her. Upon hearing this, Song Shiling forced a smile, feeling an inexplicable fear towards her audacious uncle. Yes, Father and mother mentioned that sister and I are of similar age, encouraging us to spend more time together, Song Shihuan said, nervously swallowing her anxiety at the thought of you possibly joining them. Song Yu frowned, having specially arranged for Huan to bring back a dish of 8 treasure chicken for tonight. Huan, perhaps it would be better to visit another day. He held an unfavorable impression of the Prince of Chu's residence, especially in light of the Sun family's affairs, causing him to view Song Shihuan with increasing disfavor. Father, I have already promised Sister Shihuan, Song Shihuan replied with a bright smile. You and Master Shun can enjoy your meal together. I shall return to the manor after I finish. She had important matters to attend to. At the Prince of Chu's residence, as the carriage arrived at the entrance, the princess greeted them with a smile, followed by the resplendent Madame Sunday. Huan has arrived. Tonight, your third aunt has prepared an extravagant feast for you. The princess said with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Come in and rest for a moment. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Shihuan assessed Madame Sun before stepping into the Prince of Chu's residence with casual indifference. Ah, you were instrumental in resolving your father's matters, the princess said, gazing affectionately at Song Shihuan. Shiling, you must learn from your sister. It is essential to stand up in critical moments. If I had not been forced to a dead end with no one willing to extend a helping hand, I too would wish to be as carefree as Sister Shiling. Song Shihuan's insinuation caused the princess to freeze in her smile. I have heard much about Princess Fuan's intelligence and grace. Seeing her today, she is indeed extraordinary. Madame Sun chimed in cheerfully. Are you Madame Sun? Song Shihuan inquired, lifting her gaze. The woman's features bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Hu. Madame Sun nodded, and Song Shihuan feigned surprise. I cannot believe I struck your child last time. Sun Hu is rather reckless. You must teach him well to prevent further misfortune for the Sun family. Madame Sun, rendered speechless and red-faced, felt the sting of being chastised. Madame Sun is, after all, an elder, the princess interjected, naturally siding with her maternal family. Your third aunt knows you are a straightforward child, but you must still show respect to your elders. Elder? Upon seeing Madame Sun for the first time, Song Shihuan had no intention of maintaining cordiality with the princess tonight. Dear aunt, I am a royal princess, and only my esteemed grandfather, grandmother, father, and a few uncles and aunts can be considered my elders. With a twinkle in her eyes, Song Shihuan's words were laced with an unsettling audacity. Madame Sun is merely your brother's wife. It's acceptable for my sister, Shiling, to regard her as an elder, but what connection does that hold for me? The servants in the room seemed to hold their breath. The Princess of Chu harbored deep affection for the Sun family, hence their utmost reverence whenever the Suns visited. This was the first time the Sun family had been slighted at the Chu royal residence. Let us dine first. Sensing the tension, Song Shiling softly attempted to diffuse the situation. Yet, Madame Sun unexpectedly began to dab at her tears with a handkerchief. The princess is correct. However, I must first see my dear Huer to guide him. He is currently confined in the Zhao prison, and it is difficult even to catch a glimpse of him, let alone provide guidance. The mention of her suffering nephew in the prison brought tears to the eyes of the Princess of Chu as well. Song Shihuan appeared genuinely astonished, gazing at Madame Sunday. How can I guide a child when I am still but a child myself? Her words nearly caused Madame Sun to burst with indignation. The prince has returned, announced a young servant, alleviating the suffocating atmosphere within the room for the moment. At the dining table, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Yet only Song Shihuan savored her meal with delight. This is my first encounter with Sister Huan, remarked Song Yanhong with a smile. Upon seeing you today, I find you to resemble an ethereal being. The Emperor Yuan, you had 4 grandsons, 3 from the Eastern Palace, and 1, Song Yanhong, from the Chu royal residence. Ranking 4th, Song Shihuan knew little of Song Yanhong and merely offered a faint greeting before returning to her meal. Madame Sun frequently cast glances at the Princess of Chu, who then gently tugged on the sleeve of the Chu prince. Upon noticing, the prince's gaze flickered slightly. Huan, regarding the previous matter, it was indeed inappropriate for your 3rd and 4th uncles. This presents an opportunity for your 3rd uncle to extend his apologies, and let us consider this matter resolved. Shall we? The Chu prince spoke kindly. Song Shihuan nodded. If my 3rd uncle had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. How absurd. She kept meticulous note of it all, even recalling distinctly that she had struck Sun Hu several times. Upon hearing this, the prince's smile deepened, and since the matter was now behind them, it would be best to release that rascal Sun Hu, who had endured enough time in the Zhao prison. Song Shihuan continued to nod. Under the weight of several expectant gazes, she slowly spoke, her expression one of astonishment. Has Sun Hu committed yet another transgression? While saying this, she sighed with an air of maturity beyond her years. Grandfather is the most benevolent. It must be so. Otherwise, he would have been released long ago. Madame Sun's expression twisted in anguish. What further troubles could a 10-year-old face while confined in the Zhao prison? One could not discern whether this child was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. With this thought, Madame Sun steeled herself. Princess, please beseech His Majesty to release her. He has never endured such hardships in his youth. Observing Madame Sun's tear-streaked visage, Song Shihuan paused, her chopsticks suspended in midair. Me? She inquired. Song Shihuan set down her chopsticks, leisurely dabbing at the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Lady Sun, are you perhaps in a state of confusion? The last time, Sun Hu Pan tarnished my reputation, and I was the aggrieved party. How could you come seeking my assistance? Surely, your mind must be unhinged. Seeing that Song Shihuan remained impervious to her pleas, Lady Sun fell to her knees, her appearance utterly disheveled. Your Highness, I beseech you, I implore you to show mercy to Hu and persuade the Emperor to release him. Sister, please spare my cousin, Song Shiling added, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. If you release him, it will bring joy to all. The House of Chu had firmly resolved to subject Song Shihuan to relentless torment. Yet, her countenance betrayed no hint of distress as she turned to the Prince of Chu. Third uncle, as a royal princess, I believe I can withstand Lady Sun's supplications. Can I not? With a feigned air of grievance, she sniffed delicately. Should I refuse your request today, will you not spread tales of my arrogance and disdain? Lady Sun felt a surge of blood rise in her throat. If such were the case, she could hardly afford to decline and would be left with no choice but to remain in the prince's residence indefinitely. Chapter 67. The 6 joys and 3 visits to the Prince of Chu's residence. The expression on the face of the Prince of Chu darkened. Just as he intended to reprimand Song Shihuan in the same manner as he had done with Song Shiling, the voice of a servant from outside the room interrupted. Your Highness, someone from the Prince of Qin's residence has arrived, inquiring whether the princess has finished her meal, as His Highness is awaiting her return. In an instant, the prince's ire dissipated. If he were to provoke this little ancestor, his boisterous elder brother would undoubtedly come knocking. After all, only a few days prior, there had been a commotion at the Zicken Hall, resulting in the 3 children of the Eastern Palace being confined to their quarters. A rather terrifying affair. Go and inform them that I have yet to finish my meal, and ask father to wait a little longer, Song Shihuan sniffled, picking up her chopsticks once more, as if she genuinely intended to linger at the prince's residence. Alon, we are all family. Why must we make our relationships so tense? The princess consort interjected, attempting to mediate. Everyone knows that your royal grandfather dotes on you the most. A simple word from you could resolve this matter, and we would all feel more at ease. But I am not at ease, Song Shihuan replied earnestly, fixing her gaze upon the princess consort. Aunt, had it not been for Sun Hu being compelled to admit the truth, my father would have been burdened with the disgrace of being unfilial. At that time, Uncle was present as well. If I recall correctly, you also participated in tarnishing my reputation. Veins throbbed on the prince's forehead. The others had never anticipated Song Shihuan would adopt such a stance. Uncle just apologized to me. Has Sun Hu offered his apologies? Why should I plead on his behalf? Seeing the others speechless, Song Shihuan turned directly to Song Shiling. Sister Shiling, as a lady, if one day someone were to sully your name, would you plead for that person? Song Shiling opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Madame Sun's current demeanor leaves me hesitant to refuse, yet I do not wish to acquiesce, Song Shihuan continued. In that case, I shall remain in the palace. The atmosphere within the room grew palpably tense. Madame Sun remained kneeling on the ground, and no one urged her to rise, tears streaming down her face. The others continued to eat in silence, their meals tasteless. Your Highness, if you are unwilling to plead for Hu, he may very well perish in the imperial prison. Madame Sun nearly broke down. I have only this one child without son who, Madame Sun could easily bear another obedient and clever child, which would indeed be a cause for celebration. As Song Shihuan's words fell, a few stifled chuckles could be heard. It was Song Yanhong. Song Shihuan's gaze darkened, now laced with scrutiny. The Prince of Chu shot a severe glare at Song Yanhong and said in a low voice to Madame Sun, "All right, you may rise first." If the hard approach was ineffective, perhaps a gentler method could be attempted. Meanwhile, only a mere incense stick's worth of time had passed since the servant's announcement. "Your Highness, someone from the Prince of Qin's residence has come again," the servant said with a troubled expression. "What do they say?" The Prince of Chu could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. "How long has it been?" "They are sending someone again." "Does the Prince of Chu's residence look like a place where they could devour my daughter?" The cuisine of the Chu Wangfu has always been rather mediocre, prompting the princess to refrain from excessive consumption. The Qin Wang has prepared a late-night meal for her at the residence. A subtle smile crept upon Song Shihuan's lips, yet her expression grew increasingly troubled. I fear I shall not be able to dine for a while. Please inform my father not to wait for me." The servant departed quietly, and beads of sweat began to form in the palm of the Chu Wang's hand. He understood that their time was fleeting. "Ayuan, your third uncle is aware that you harbor grievances." The Chu Wang's voice softened deliberately. "How about this? If you agree to plead for Sun Hu, all the precious items from the Sun family will be yours to choose from, and furthermore, half of their shops will be granted to you." Historically, wealth has swayed hearts, and the Chu Wang seemed convinced that Song Shihuan would acquiesce to such compensation. Indeed, Lady Sun eagerly chimed in. "The Sun family is willing to offer all this to the princess." Song Shihuan appeared to ponder for a moment, then revealed a guileless smile. "Are the Sun family's shops more numerous than those of the Qin Wangfu? My father has said that the Qin Wangfu is never lacking in shops." She gazed at the thick stack of contracts in the Wangfu, her head swirling. "As for the precious items, they abound in my room." A glimmer of mirth began to fill Song Shihuan's eyes. "What I desire, my father will certainly assist me in obtaining. If I were to compromise my dignity for such possessions, it would surely sadden him. Unlike her previous life, in this existence, she is a cherished child." Lady Sun's vision darkened, and she began to wobble, while even the Chu Wang found himself at a loss for words. He had entertained thoughts regarding the Qin Wangfu shops as well. Seeing that Song Shihuan remained resolute, the Chu Wang glanced at the Chu Wangfei. Given the circumstances, he had no other recourse. Remembering his nephew still suffering in prison, the Chu Wangfei, undeterred, grasped Song Shihuan's hand. Before she could speak, a servant's voice resounded from outside once more. It was the third time. "My lord, the people from the Qin Wangfu have come again. If the princess is not seen within half an hour, His Highness will personally come to tear the roof off the Chu Wangfu." "My brother is truly outrageous." The Chu Wang sprang to his feet, yet almost immediately distanced himself from Lady Sunday. "Ayuan, I invited you to dine today so that you might grow closer to Shilin. As for the rest, consider it as if nothing has transpired. Heaven forbid. Should my brother arrive, today's matter cannot possibly end well. Who knows, he may even be confined." Meanwhile, outside the Chu Wangfu, Lu Shi raised his eyes to the sky, realizing that 3 times was enough. If the princess were not released soon, the Lord truly may come to wreak havoc. Inside, Lady Sun gazed pleadingly at the Chu Wangfei, but the latter averted her gaze, no longer meeting Lady Sun's eyes. "Consider it as if nothing has happened?" Song Shihuan protested. "Lady Sun clearly knelt to compel me to plead for Sun Hu. Third uncle, how can you pretend that nothing occurred? Dear sister, what do you think would permit us to act as if nothing has happened?" The previously silent Song Yanhong spoke up, winking at Song Shihuan. Song Shihuan seamlessly took over the conversation, preparing to make a bold demand. "If I may select any of the precious items belonging to the Sun family, and if half of the establishment could be granted to me, I shall regard this day as a gesture of apology from Madame Sun on behalf of Sun Hu." In that fleeting moment, King Chu felt an absurdity wash over him. How could one who was cherished by Song Yu possess virtues that exceeded his own? "You, this is extortion." Madame Sun's voice trembled as she spoke. Since Madame Sun is unwilling, I shall simply return and convey the truth to my father, Song Shihuan remarked with an expression of helplessness. As for what would follow, uncle, you are well aware of my father's temperament. It is unpredictable. I shall speak on behalf of the Sun family. King Chu replied with unwavering decisiveness. At his words, Madame Sun swayed unsteadily before succumbing to complete unconsciousness. Chapter 68. The disruption of Song Yinjing's fortunes in the residence of the Prince of Chu. A palpable darkness enveloped the room following Song Shihuan's departure, rendering the atmosphere nearly suffocating. Madame Sun was carried away, while the Princess of Chu and Song Shiling sat in solemn silence. The Prince of Chu cast a furious glance at Song Shiling. You claim that you and she are merely a year apart in age, yet how can the disparity be so vast? Startled by the prince's remark, Song Shiling instinctively shrank behind the princess. When faced with adversity, you choose to hide. No wonder you fail to earn your grandfather's affection. The prince rose, his frustration evident. You are even inferior to your half-sister and half-brother. What can I possibly expect from you? With tears welling in her eyes, Song Shiling watched helplessly as the prince departed with Song Yanhong. Mother, today I have not done well enough. The Princess of Chu, upon hearing this, wept openly and embraced Song Shiling. Do not heed your father's words. You are still young and have much room to grow. In a daze, Song Shiling inhaled the familiar scent of the princess. Mother, she has the support of her uncle, whereas I do not. The princess's tears flowed freely, for within the inner chambers of the prince's residence, there were countless beauties. Had she not given birth to Yanhong, her and Shiling's circumstances would have been far more dire. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Yanhong always kept a distance from both her and Shiling, causing the prince to view them with increasing disdain. With this troubling thought, the princess tightened her embrace around Song Shiling. Her brother was indeed correct. Only the Sun family could serve as a pillar of support for both her and Shiling. She would need to devise a plan regarding her nephew's affairs. Meanwhile, at the residence of the King of Qin, Song Shihuan recounted every detail of the events at the Prince of Chu's residence. Upon hearing this, Song Yu immediately prepared to confront the prince. As I suspected, the third brother's temperament is bound to yield nothing of merit. Father, let's put this matter to rest. Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to the Sun family to retrieve items. This venture has proved immensely profitable. After all, who would ever claim to have too little silver? Humph. Song Yu snorted derisively. For me, your well-being is worth far more than those trinkets. I cannot allow you to suffer in vain. Father, I have not suffered at all. Song Shihuan replied, rising gracefully and twirling in front of Song Yu, resembling a lovely butterfly. If you are troubled, the scholar mentioned that you are to visit the prison in a few days. Perhaps you might also pay a visit to Sun Hu. As their eyes met, Song Yu understood immediately, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, I must share this delightful news with Sun Hu and allow him to experience a touch of my concern. With a mischievous grin, Song Shihuan thought to herself that the Sun family dared to plot against her. A mere trickle of blood would not suffice. The following day, upon arriving at the girls' academy, Song Shihuan noticed Gu Mingzhu winking at her. Princess, how did you find your visit to the Prince of Chu yesterday? Quite acceptable, Song Shihuan replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. What, does Miss Gu wish to invite me to dine at the Gu residence? What was meant as a jest took Gu Mingzhu by surprise, her eyes widening. Princess, how did you guess? Yesterday, upon returning to her residence, she grew increasingly agitated, despite having the closest relationship with the princess among all the young ladies. The princess had chosen to visit the residence of the Prince of Chu first. Why was that? Thus, she persisted in engaging her father for an entire hour, ultimately securing the invitation at this moment. Would the princess graciously accept an invitation to visit the Gu family tomorrow during her day off? Observing Gu Mingzhu's rare display of nervousness, Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Since Miss Gu was so earnest, it would be more courteous to acquiesce. How splendid! Gu Mingzhu was nearly on the verge of leaping with joy. After school, I shall have my father speak to the prince. And by the way, what does the princess enjoy eating? I will instruct the kitchen to prepare it in advance. I shall not disclose that. I wish to see what Mingzhu enjoys. The two exchanged smiles, with Gu Mingzhu nearly pressing herself against Song Shihuan. Princess, then we shall meet at the Gu residence tomorrow. Ingchun, remember to bring along the osmanthus cake for Mingzhu to sample later. And do not forget the blooming pots of flowers. Observing Song Shihuan's demeanor, Song Yu couldn't help but smirk. Was it truly necessary to bring so many items merely for a meal at the Gu family? Song Yu purposely elongated his tone, lamenting, "Pity me, I shall dine alone on leftovers today." Song Shihuan raised an eyebrow. Who would dare serve the illustrious Prince of Qin leftovers? Or perhaps, "Father, would you accompany me?" Song Shihuan casually suggested. However, Song Yu immediately straightened his posture and commanded, "Prepare the horses. I shall accompany Huan." It seemed he feared Song Shihuan might reconsider. By the time she registered his response, Song Yu was already seated in the carriage. At the Gu residence, when Gu Mingzhu spotted Song Yu, her broad smile failed to dissipate. "Prince Qin," Song Yu feigned composure and nodded, "You may play with Huan. I shall speak with General Gu regarding matters of state." Gu Mingzhu scratched her head, puzzled. "For some reason, the Crown Prince has also arrived today and is currently in my father's study. Song Yinzheng is here too." Both Song Yu and Song Shihuan's expression shifted. Song Shihuan's demeanor grew serious. In that case, father should hurry and see him. Song Yinzheng is not one to make unsolicited visits. Watching Song Yu's retreating figure, Song Shihuan felt a wave of unease wash over her. "Greetings, Princess Fuan." A soft, melodious voice resonated as Song Shihuan turned her gaze toward the approaching young lady. With delicate eyebrows and apricot-shaped eyes, she donned a light purple skirt, her waist cinched gracefully, adorned only with a hairpin set with a pearl, exuding an air of noble elegance. "Princess, this is my elder sister. I have often heard my younger sister speak of you, and indeed, meeting you today is a revelation." Ming Lu pays her respects to the princess. The young lady performed a curtsy, her movements crisp and elegant. "Please rise, Miss Gu." Observing the poised Gu Minglu, Song Shihuan felt a stir of curiosity. "May I inquire, how old are you now, dear sister?" "I am 5 years older than Mingzhu. I am 17 this year." In an instant, Song Shihuan's gaze narrowed sharply. The thought struck her. Was Song Yinzheng visiting the Gu family with intentions of forming a matrimonial alliance? Yet in her past life, Song Yinzheng had wed the second young lady of the Chong family. Meanwhile, before Song Yu could even step into the study, he overheard Gu Zheng's somewhat cold voice. "My wife passed away long ago, and Ming Lu has yet to reach the age of 18. I intend to keep her by my side for a few more years." Upon hearing this, Song Yu immediately realized that the little rascal, Song Yinzheng, had set his sights on the Gu family. With a sudden crash, the study door swung open, revealing Song Yu's enlarged face before the two inside. "What are you discussing? Can this king listen in?" Song Yinzheng's heart trembled. How could his uncle appear at the Gu family at such a coincidental moment? Chapter 69. Yin and Yang. Song Yinzheng felt a subtle relief upon seeing Gu Zheng. "Uncle, I have come today to seek General Gu's counsel on military matters." Song Yinzheng quickly softened his demeanor. "What a coincidence that you are here, uncle." Song Yu took a seat, his gaze imbued with profound meaning. "The second Miss Gu has invited Huan to visit the Gu residence, and I have accompanied her." "Military matters? I too must lend an ear," he declared. Observing that Song Yu showed no inclination to depart, Song Yinzheng reluctantly swallowed the words he had intended to voice. Gu Zheng then embarked on a discussion regarding the art of warfare. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, perhaps due to the fervent gaze of Song Shihuan, Gu Minglu could not help but speak up. "Your Highness, is there something amiss on my face?" Song Shihuan shook her head. "I simply find that Sister Gu's beauty surpasses all in the capital, and I wish to behold it a little longer." Gu Mingliu's cheeks immediately flushed with color. Such a splendid woman must not be sullied by that scoundrel Song Yinzheng. With this thought, Song Shihuan formed a resolution in her heart. At the dining table, Gu Minglu attentively catered to Song Shihuan's preferences, ensuring her plate was never empty. Song Yu observed this entire scene, remarking, "General Gu, your daughter is both gentle and virtuous. You must be cautious not to let her fall prey to those with ulterior motives." Song Yinzheng paused at this remark, feeling as though he was being chastised. Your Highness, Mingliu's mother passed away early, and I often lead troops away from home. She has been managing the household affairs, and I feel guilty towards her. He then added, if anyone dares to bully her, the Gu family will mobilize all its resources to seek justice. Exactly. Song Yu clapped his thigh, feeling a kinship with him. If anyone dares to harm a Huan, I would risk my life to ensure they pay dearly. All of them were cherished daughters. Who would wish to see them manipulated by others? Song Yu cast a sidelong glance at Song Yinzheng. Yinzheng, do you not agree? Indeed, Song. Yinzheng forced a smile. Miss Gu is the jewel of the capital. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to wed such a woman in the future. On the other side of the screen, Gu Mingliu's smile faded somewhat. Father, are you not sending your daughter away from the house? She spoke slowly. You promised me that matters of marriage will be decided by myself, and that you would only arrange a match when I wish to marry. Well, have I ever deceived you? Gu Zhang's face creased with laughter as he raised his wine cup toward Song Yinzheng. My daughter is unruly. I beg your Highness's pardon for her behavior. After downing the fine wine, Song Yinzheng felt that this matter was more complicated than he had anticipated. Arranged marriages? Song Shihuan tilted her head. I heard my grandfather mention last time that he was arranging a match for the crown prince. Have suitable candidates been found? My father could assist in assessing them. She gazed toward the other side of the screen. Father, do you not agree? Indeed, Yinzheng. Do tell us which young lady your mother has chosen for you. Song Yu, holding onto the dignity of his elders, cast another glance at the silent Gu Zheng and sighed. General Gu, Her Majesty has discerning tastes, and Miss Gu, alas, being motherless, she may not meet Her Majesty's standards. The Gu family lacks such fortune. Gu Zheng appeared equally regretful, lamenting in silence. Before Song Yinzheng could mention that the chosen consort was Gu Minglu, he was interrupted by the harmonious duet of Song Yu and Song Shihuan. Just as Song Yinzheng attempted to salvage the situation, Song Shihuan grasped Gu Mingliu's hand, saying, Do not be disheartened, dear Sister Gu. You shall certainly find a more suitable partner, just as in the tales. Gu Minglu looked at the 10-year-old Song Shihuan with an ineffable astonishment. When the crown prince had broached the subject of courtship, she had felt a vague premonition. Yet, with just a few words from the princess and the prince, any potential connection with the crown prince had been deftly dismissed. Seeing Gu Minglu's silence, Song Shihuan winked at her. Thank you, princess, for your comfort. I am aware of my humble fortune and have never aspired to wed into a prominent family. I merely wish to find a kind-hearted companion for a lifetime. This was a clear and resounding rejection. Song Yinzheng's expression darkened, and after sitting for a while, he excused himself from the Gu residence, stating he had matters to discuss with the Empress Dowager. After his departure, Gu Zheng stood up and bowed deeply to Song Yu, saying, Thank you, Your Highness and Princess, for alleviating the Gu family's predicament today. The screen was drawn aside, and Gu Minglu also stepped forward to express her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Princess. Meanwhile, Gu Mingzhu looked around, still bewildered by the events that had unfolded. General Gu, considering the crown prince's temperament, this matter is unlikely to be settled so easily. Song Shihuan remarked, pursing her lips. We must prepare for the future. The Eastern Palace clearly has its eyes on the Gu family's influence and will not relent easily. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Song Yu's expression turned serious. As a father of daughters myself, I shall certainly assist. Gu Zheng was taken aback by these words, pulling Gu Minglu and Gu Mingzhu to kneel before Song Yu, declaring, Your Highness's great kindness can only be repaid with the entire Gu family's loyalty. We are forever devoted to Your Highness, with no disloyalty in our hearts. Song Yu stepped back in shock. He had merely disapproved of Song Yinzheng's scheming against the daughters of the Gu family. Why did Gu Zheng seem as if he were ready to sacrifice everything for him? Noticing this, Song Shihuan tugged at Song Yu's sleeve, asking, Father, does this mean I can often visit Mingzhu in the future? The Gu family is a significant ally. General Gu, please rise. I shall visit often in the future. Song Yu replied, swallowing hard as he personally helped Gu Zheng to his feet. The princess is exceptionally gifted. It is an honor for the Gu family to have her here. Gu Zheng sincerely expressed his gratitude. After their meal, Song Shihuan and Gu Mingzhu played in the training grounds for a full 2 hours, both drenched in sweat and with disheveled hair. Gu Minglu gently styled Song Shihuan's hair into a floral bun, her eyes brimming with warmth and affection. The princess strikes with remarkable strength. She possesses great talent in martial arts. In the study of the Gu family, numerous military treatises are housed. The princess intends to take some back for her perusal during her leisure moments. Initially, Song Shihuan's face radiated enjoyment, but it soon underwent a subtle change. It had been quite some time since she had encountered the term military treatises, especially considering her past life. Apart from her master and grandmother, no one in the vast realm of the Qin knew that she had once devoured these texts, mastering strategic theories. She was intimately familiar with the deployment and arrangement of troops in every major battle fought in Qi. However, following her master's mysterious disappearance and her grandmother's grave illness and subsequent death, she became a true wanderer, adrift like a floating weed. The sunlight outside was excessively bright, compelling Song Shihuan to squint. If she were to peruse the military treatises once more, would her master reappear before her? Chapter 70. Inquisition in the Prison. Song Yu thoroughly investigates the events of that year. In Kunning Palace, the Empress Dowager remarked, "Today my grandson has yet to speak candidly. Yet he has already been rebuffed by Gu Zheng." A shadow flickered in Song Yinjing's eyes. He had personally visited the Gu family, yet they remained ungrateful. It is essential to remember that his future consort, the imperial granddaughter-in-law, is destined to become the Empress of Qi, a position of immense wealth and power. The Gu family cannot be allowed to refuse such an alliance. The Empress Dowager's gaze deepened with meaning. "Yinzheng, your imperial grandfather had verbally agreed with General Gu to form a familial bond, as your father's consort was originally intended to be Gu Zheng's legitimate sister. However, your father required more than just new officials from the Gu family at that time, so I sought to change the arrangement and secured the Chong family, who are of long-standing prestige." At this point, her expression darkened. "I did not anticipate the Chong family to be so foolish, now burdening the Eastern Palace." The implication was clear. Since your father did not forge a connection with the Gu family, this engagement must now fall upon your shoulders. The Empress Dowager turned her gaze to Yinzheng, instructing him to display profound affection for Gu Minglu, assuring him that she would aid in the union. "Thank you, your imperial grandmother," Song Yinjing replied, a smile gracing his lips. With a family like Gu Zheng, how could he ever worry about lacking prestige in the military? "Are Yinming and Yinzhao well?" she inquired, a note of concern creeping into her voice. "Rest assured, grandmother, Yinming and Yinzhao are currently reflecting in the courtyard," he reassured her. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager snorted coldly. "Yinzheng, I understand your affection for Xian, yet if it were not for her thoughtless remarks before Yinming and Yinzhao, they would not have incurred your grandfather's reprimand. This displeasure is unwarranted, as they are your own brothers. If they suffer, will it not make your life even more difficult?" Song Yinjing parted his lips slightly, but ultimately conceded, "Your imperial grandmother speaks the truth. Your father has not informed me of the master's predictions. Hence I am unaware that Xian is the lucky star of the Eastern Palace. Yinzheng, once her confinement is lifted, allow Xian to reside in Kunning Palace for a while. I shall guide her." The Empress Dowager's eyes were profound. "If we do not temper Xian's behavior, she may invite further troubles upon the Eastern Palace." "Grandmother, my mother can also guide Xian," Song Yinjing slowly replied. "Your mother is presently preoccupied with her own matters, and you have no inclination to tend to the inner court. Xian is also my dear granddaughter. Do you think I would harm her? Let it be as you wish." Your imperial grandmother. In the Prince Qin's residence, Song Shihuan inquired while eating grapes, "Father, what did General Gu say to you before he departed?" She observed her father's expression, which bore the look of someone who had encountered something distasteful. "Gu Zheng mentioned that your father and General Gu had previously established a verbal engagement." Song Yu replied with a furrowed brow. "It turns out this engagement was meant for Song Ling, but alas, it never materialized. Gu Zheng fears that the Eastern Palace may use this to petition your father to arrange a marriage between Song Yinzheng and Gu Minglu. The original crown princess was to be from the Gu family?" Song Shihuan's expression shifted. Indeed, she was Gu Zheng's legitimate sister, who is now married off to the southern regions. "Father, do you not perceive that so many matters are intertwined with the grand wedding of the crown prince? As soon as Song Shihuan's words faded, Shun Qingping entered the room, pushing the door open. What wedding of the crown prince? He had merely been absent from the Qin Wangfu for a day, yet it felt as though he had missed something of great significance. Song Yu adjusted his demeanor and took up his pen, meticulously documenting all the events to weave them into a coherent narrative. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, realizing that after the agreement between the Kuan-Ning Palace and the Chong family to conspire against him, they subsequently annulled the engagement with the Gu family. Father, how astute you are. Damn it. Song Yu flared his nostrils in frustration, while Shun Qingping, having grasped the unfolding situation, exhibited a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. Your Highness, if that is the case, we shall visit the prison tomorrow to see Madame Chong. Shun Qingping's tone bore an unusual calmness. The youngest scion of the Chong family is but 3 years old and has been suffering from a persistent fever due to the prison's chill. We might leverage his life to compel the Chong family to speak. I have no desire to safeguard the life of that Chong boy. That is merely a message for the Chong family. As for whether to protect him, it ultimately depends on your Highness's will. Shun Qingping chuckled. Song Shihuan swallowed the grapes in her mouth, realizing that her father could only engage in such unscrupulous matters. The truly virtuous would have to come from the teacher. The following morning, Song Yu and Shun Qingping arrived outside the prison gates. Have you prepared your words, Your Highness? Shun Qingping glanced at the sky. After more than 20 years, the deities above should grant your Highness a measure of justice. Before visiting the Chong family, I must first pay a visit to Sun Hu. The trembling jailer cautiously opened the prison door for Song Yu. A slight smile graced Song Yu's lips. Take me to see Sun Hu. The previous incident was far from resolved. After a short while, Sun Hu's wails echoed through the air. Standing outside the cell, Shun Qingping could not help but cover his ears. It appeared that the prison's meals were quite nourishing, as they had managed to sustain Sun Hu's vitality remarkably well. Inside the cell, Song Yu exhaled forcefully and delivered a kick to Sun Hu. His face, already bruised, bore yet another mark. Quite the spectacle, he mused. As they prepared to leave, Shun Qingping added, I have heard it said that those convalescing should consume light meals. A daily serving of rice porridge ought to suffice. Indeed, as you say, my lord, the jailer replied, bowing eagerly. The further they ventured inside, the more pronounced the chill became. The silence so profound that even the sound of dripping water was distinctly audible. The Chong family, being guilty of grave offenses, was confined in the innermost depths of the prison. Upon encountering Madame Chong once more, she was a stark contrast to her former plump and prosperous self. The woman before him was emaciated, her eye sockets deep and haunting. Your Highness, what an unexpected visitor, Madame Chong feigned composure. I have come today to inquire about the extent of the Chong family's knowledge regarding the conspiracy that led to my wrongful accusation years ago, Song Yu stated forthrightly, causing Madame Chang's complexion to shift dramatically. I do not comprehend what your Highness is referring to. Song Yu smiled, directing his gaze toward the corner where a child lay unconscious. Your grandson suffers from a relentless fever. If he is not treated promptly, he may not survive to see the day of execution. As Lady Chang's gaze turned fierce, the smile on Song Yu's face broadened. If you're willing to divulge the information to me, I may consider allowing Mei Jilin to visit. The air grew heavy with silence. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, Lady Chong tugged at the corner of her mouth. I want the prince to promise me that he will safeguard my grandson's life, preserving a trace of the Chong family's lineage. Very well, Song Yu replied with remarkable ease. I require you to swear on the safety of Princess Fuan. Lady Chong fixed her gaze on Song Yu. Once you have sworn, I shall reveal everything that the Chong family knows. At the mention of Song Shihuan, a crimson hue stained Song Yu's eyes. Chong family, have I not shown you enough favor? You may choose to believe my words or not. Should you choose disbelief, that lad will not last many days, and soon enough, his body will be taken to the mass grave. Upon hearing this, Lady Chang's nails dug deeply into her palm beneath her sleeves. Chapter 71. The Chong Family Speaks. The grievance with the Eastern Palace Madame Chong smiled dreamily. Your Highness, the evidence from those years has long since vanished, and all involved have met their untimely ends. She spoke slowly. It is far too late for you to investigate now. I am well aware that the tangible proof has long been lost, Song Yu replied. his gaze shifting. What I seek to uncover today is who orchestrated this treachery against me and the manner in which I was framed. Huan mentioned that understanding the truth would provide a new avenue for resolution. Madame Chong glanced at her unconscious grandson. I trust in your highness, and I implore you to send for Physician Mei. She felt she had no standing to negotiate with the Prince of Qin any longer. As the legitimate son of the Empress Dowager, you are most despised by none other than the current Empress in Kunning Palace. Madame Chong chuckled self-deprecatingly, reminiscing about their past dreams of becoming the foremost relatives of De Qi. After her husband reached a private agreement with the Empress, she claimed she would resolve the engagement between the Crown Princess and you. As for how it would be resolved, the Chong family played no part. Are you mocking me? Song Yu's expression darkened. The Chong family reaped the benefits while offering no assistance. Would the Kunning Palace acquiesce to that? The outside world labeled him a reckless fool. Yet now, it appeared their judgment had been misguided. Seeing this, Shun Qingping commanded his men to open the prison cell and carried the unconscious child. Madame Chang's demeanor shifted instantly. Put him down. What are you planning to do? We have no time to indulge your tricks. If you do not speak, I shall cast this child into the water prison. Shun Qingping grinned maliciously to send him on his final journey. Noticing Shun Qingping's lack of pretense, Madame Chong cried out, "It is the illusion herb. Your Highness has been struck by both aphrodisiac and illusion herb. That child's body carries a specially crafted sachet that will lure you to perceive her as the antidote. I have thoroughly examined my wine and food. There were no traces of poison," Song Yu replied, his countenance betraying no surprise upon hearing this revelation. Indeed, it was his hypocritical stepmother. After hearing Song Yu's words, Madame Chong lowered her gaze. To my knowledge, the aphrodisiac and illusion herb were incorporated into the wedding cake. Your Highness must have consumed the tainted delicacy. At this, Song Yu felt his blood boil. The chef is dead, and all the palace servants involved have perished. Madame Chong shook her head. Your Highness, you cannot absolve yourself. Yet Song Yu's lips curved into a peculiar smile as he approached Madame Chong, his voice barely above a whisper. You are mistaken, Your Majesty, the Empress, the Crown Prince. Genki, none of them are dead. How could I possibly fail to clear my name? With that, Song Yu strode out of the imperial prison, disregarding Madame Chang's desperate calls. The Chong family, complicit in treachery, deserve their fate. Your Highness, the wedding cake. Shun Qingping observed Song Yu's ashen complexion, swallowing the words unspoken. The wedding cake from years past had been personally delivered to him by Song Ling, who claimed it was a prelude to good fortune, encouraging him to savor the taste of the wedding cake without a hint of suspicion. In those days, what this prince yearned for the most was a tranquil existence. It was Song Ling who shattered that dream with his own hands. With eyes clouded, Song Yu resolved to dismantle everything that Song Ling held dear, for otherwise, the resentment within this prince's heart would remain unquenched. Did Song Ling not aspire to be the crown prince? Then he must devise a way to unseat Song Ling from his position of power. Meanwhile, upon receiving a series of gifts from Song Yanjun, even Gu Mingzhu began to perceive the situation with clarity, her anger flushing her cheeks. Father, why should the Eastern Palace claim our Gu family's daughter as they please? Discarding her at will? Silence. Gu Zheng nearly covered Gu Mingzhu's mouth, for the heir to the throne resided within the Eastern Palace. Years ago, their aunt had languished for 5 or 6 years before finally marrying due to such circumstances. Gu Mingzhu, stubborn as she was, retorted, I have heard it said that after the crown prince and princess wed, the prominent families of the capital dare not take my aunt home. At the mention of that past, Gu Zheng trembled with unease. Father, these matters. Gu Minglu sighed. The favors granted by those in power cannot be easily declined. Moreover, I fear that rumors are already circulating in the capital. Just as the Gu family found themselves at a loss, Song Shihuan, with 2 floral hairpins adorning her head, arrived at the Gu residence. Mingzhu, Song Shihuan exclaimed as she rushed toward Gu Mingzhu. On my way here, I heard that the Grand Prince sent numerous gifts to the Gu residence, specifically for you, dear sister. Upon hearing Song Shihuan's words, the expressions of the Gu family members darkened significantly. The news had spread with alarming rapidity. Gu Mingzhu's lips turned pale. What shall we do now? What to do? Song Shihuan moved, causing the bells on her wrist to jingle. "Sister, may I see the gifts that were sent?" she inquired, her eyes gleaming with avarice. "If I find something to my liking, would you part with it for me?" "Of course, the princess is free to choose," Gu Minglu replied absently, lost in thought. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the three Gu family members, Song Shihuan boldly loaded all the items sent by Song Yinzheng into a carriage and swaggered away from the Gu residence. As she departed, she flashed a grin, revealing her small canines. "Next time such delightful gifts arrive, Mingzhu, remember to call me over." After this round trip, the rumors outside swiftly transformed, evolving into a tale that the Grand Prince had angered Princess Fuan, and to appease her, he had sent gifts through Miss Gu as an apology. It was clear that those items had ultimately fallen into the hands of Princess Fuan. At the Qin Wangfu, Shun Qingping laughed heartily, nearly shedding tears from his mirth. "Princess, if the Eastern Palace were to learn of the tale you spun, they might be so enraged they wouldn't be able to eat." Song Shihuan shook her head playfully, appearing utterly adorable. To win this princess's favor, one must indeed put in considerable effort. Even if Song Yinzheng sends gifts repeatedly, the common folk will simply consider it reasonable. However, this merely addressed the immediate crisis. With her hands propping up her chin, Song Shihuan pondered how to truly extricate her sister from this predicament, realizing that further ingenuity would be required. What difficulty could there possibly be? Suddenly, the previously silent Song Yu spoke up, asserting that as long as a method were devised to tarnish Song Yinzheng's reputation, the Eastern Palace would undoubtedly lose all face in their pursuit of marrying Miss Gu. There were indeed numerous ways to achieve this, such as insinuating that Song Yinzheng had engaged in an illicit affair with a palace maid, or even suggesting a clandestine engagement with some noblewoman. Song Yu's gaze was obscure, reminiscent of the way the Eastern Palace had once treated him. Chapter 72. To think someone would admire Song Yinzheng. In the Eastern Palace, upon receiving the news, Song Yinzheng nearly twisted his nose in indignation. "That's Song Shihuan. Time and again, sabotaging my endeavors. Elder brother, shall we still deliver gifts to the Gu family?" Song Yinzhao could not help but interject. The confinement had added a layer of agitation to his brow. He had not realized how cunning this wild girl was, proving to be quite a handful. "Of course, we must deliver them," Song Yinzheng replied, his expression darkening. "Not only shall we send them, but I shall personally oversee the delivery." If he did not present himself as someone concerned for Gu Minglu, his grandmother would be unable to intercede with his grandfather on his behalf. "Elder brother, the items in the storeroom are all favored by Xin." Song Yinzhao frowned, feeling it was unjust for them to end up in the hands of that wild girl without reason. "I could discern what is of greater importance." Song Yinzheng shot a glance at Song Yinzhao. Their grandmother had mentioned that once Xian's confinement was lifted, she would spend some time with her to provide proper guidance. Xian had always feared their grandmother. "Elder brother, if you do not go to Yinzhao, our grandmother would not harm Xian." After some contemplation, he acknowledged that given the current precarious situation in the Eastern Palace, Xian could no longer afford to act as she pleased. It was essential for her to cultivate a more tempered disposition to accrue greater fortune for the palace. Seeing Song Yinzheng's resolute determination, Song Yinzhao could only lower his head, pondering how Xian would react shortly. Meanwhile, at the Qin Wangfu, Song Shihuan was deeply engrossed in reflecting on Song Yu's words, feeling both astonished and recognizing it as a potentially clever idea. Yet, from where could they find a woman willing to cooperate with them? While Song Yu and Shun Qingping continued to deliberate on state affairs, Song Shihuan sat lost in thought. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She leapt up, startling both Song Yu and Shun Qingping. "Father, have you forgotten to summon a physician for that girl from the Chong family?" she exclaimed, her face looming large before Song Yu. "The Chong family was involved in the scheme against me. It would be unwise to extend them any courtesy." Song Yu scoffed, feeling that he had shown remarkable restraint by not dealing with the Chong family more severely. Song Shihuan tugged at Song Yu's sleeve, shaking it until his temper dissipated. "Father, are there any of the Chong family's legitimate daughters who have a closer relationship with Song Yinzheng?" With a bright smile, she proposed taking the Chong girl into the palace to seek out physician Mei. Perhaps they would chance upon Song Yinzheng along the way, especially the second Miss Chong. who in her previous life had been Song Yinjing's imperial consort. Shen Qingping's eyes lit up at this revelation. The second Miss Chong seems to have her heart set on marrying Song Yinjing. Perfect. Song Shihuan clapped her hands. The second Miss Chong is currently in the imperial prison, and it is only natural for her to feel distressed and fearful. When she encounters Song Yinjing, her emotions may well run high. Song Yu's gaze shifted as he looked at Song Shihuan with newfound admiration. Ah Huan, you are truly a blessing to me. Hearing this, Song Shihuan's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Why not have grandmother host a lotus viewing banquet in the imperial garden? The lotus blooms are at their peak now, exuding a delightful fragrance. The following day, Song Yu intentionally brought up the lotus flowers in front of Emperor Yuan Yu, which led the emperor to remark on the splendid blooms when he visited the Kuan-Ning Palace. The empress, who had already entertained thoughts of matchmaking Song Yinjing with Gu Minglu, seized the opportunity to respond. Your Majesty speaks truly. I was contemplating hosting a lotus viewing banquet in the imperial garden, inviting eligible young ladies from the capital to appreciate the flowers. It would also provide Yinjing a chance to see if there is a lady that captures his interest. The empress smiled gently, thinking that in a few years, the emperor would have great-grandchildren to look forward to. I am growing old. Let Yinjing choose for himself, as you suggest. With the emperor's endorsement, invitations to the lotus viewing banquet swiftly reached the Gu residence, leaving Gu Minglu in a quandary. Father, should I go or not? If I do not attend, I must feign illness. Perhaps I should consult with the princess? Gu Zheng, lacking confidence, sought advice from a 10-year-old girl. His embarrassment was palpable. Gu Minglu nodded and had Gu Mingzhu make a trip to the Qin Wangfu. Upon her return, Gu Mingzhu mimicked Song Shihuan, clearing her throat. Of course you should go. The lotus flowers in the imperial garden are stunning, and you might also witness some delightful performances. This made Gu Mingliu's eyes sparkle with joy. 3 days later, at the lotus viewing banquet, all the attendees were like exquisite blossoms, each more radiant than the last. Gu Minglu, dressed in a pale green skirt, appeared modest amid the crowd. The empress, observing her demeanor, felt even more pleased. A reserved and unassuming spirit, perfect for Yinjing. She signaled to Chun Chi, who promptly understood and headed towards the Eastern Palace. Meanwhile, a disheveled woman cradled an unconscious child in her arms as she staggered out of the prison. Having been confined in the dark, the sudden exposure to sunlight was almost blinding for Chong Linger. Her heart quivered as she pondered whether her cousin Yinjing had missed her during her absence. Miss Chong, please hurry. The young master cannot wait, urged Lu Shi, snapping her back to reality. Upon entering the palace, Song Shihuan was already waiting by Mei Jilin's side. Mei Jilin took the child inside, leaving only Song Shihuan and Chong Linger in the courtyard. Miss Chong, Dr. Mei is exceptionally skilled. He will surely heal the young master, Song Shihuan assured, albeit with a hint of shyness. Today, my elder brother is selecting a consort. I want to see the imperial garden, so I must take my leave. Elder brother? You mean the crown prince? Song Shihuan's eyes sparkled. There are so many beautiful sisters in the imperial garden. I want to see which one he favors most. With that, she dashed away. Left alone, Chong Linger felt a surge of anxiety and frustration, and without a second thought, she abandoned the unconscious young master inside and headed towards the imperial garden. Once it was confirmed that Chong Linger had gone to the garden, Song Shihuan leisurely emerged from behind a rockery. She must quickly seek a captivating performance. In the imperial garden, Song Yinjing's gaze seemed to linger on Gu Minglu. Noticing this, the empress smiled and beckoned Gu Minglu to approach, gently inquiring, "Are you the eldest daughter of the Gu family?" "Esteemed empress, I am Gu Minglu, here to pay my respects to your majesty and the esteemed prince." Observing her poise and beauty, the empress turned to Song Yinjing beside her, saying, "Yinjing, what do you think? Upon encountering Miss Gu today, I find her even more enchanting than flowers," he replied, exuding an air of gentlemanly decorum. The other noble ladies looked on with envy, lamenting why the empress had not called upon them. In that moment, all eyes converged upon Gu Minglu. Just then, a somewhat hoarse voice broke the silence, tinged with deep longing and a touch of grievance. "Cousin, have you truly forsaken me?" Chapter 73. Is it a bond or a rivalry? The imperial garden fell into an immediate silence. Chong Linger, why have you left the prison to come here? Song Yinjing's gaze narrowed, commanding, seize her and return her to the prison. At his words, the audience could almost hear the sound of Chong Linger's heart shattering. Cousin, why have you become like this? Chong Linger, with her arms restrained by the palace attendants, struggled helplessly. You once treated me so well, saying that in this world, I and Princess Fuyun were the most important to you. Silence her, the Empress Dowager interjected, sensing the situation escalating. Song Yinjing's expression darkened completely. The Chong family had once been the greatest support of the Eastern Palace, and he had naturally devoted some effort to Chong Linger. Now that the Chong family had fallen, she was of no significance to him. Chong Linger whimpered as she struggled, causing some timid noble women to gasp in fright. How incompetent are the jailers? How could they allow such an irredeemable criminal to escape? The Empress Dowager stood tall, declaring, Chong Linger, if you continue this folly, do not expect me to show any mercy. Grandmother, please calm your anger. A small figure darted from the crowd and approached Chong Ling, smoothly removing the cloth from her mouth. Grandmother, it's all a misunderstanding. Huan. Upon seeing Song Shihuan, the Empress Dowager's veins began to bulge. She truly did not wish to encounter this little troublemaker. The 3-year-old from the Chong family was suffering from a persistent fever, and the emperor, feeling pity, had allowed Miss Chong to bring the child into the palace to seek medical help from Physician Mei. Song Shihuan sighed. That child is still with Physician Mei. Turning to Chong Linger, her small face tense, she warned, Miss Chong, if you falsely accuse my brother, be wary of the consequences. I did not make false accusations. Chong Linger was already in tears. The paintings in my room are all personally crafted by my cousin, and the incense I burn was specially prepared by him, as it suits me best. Upon hearing Chong Linger's words, the noble women present could not help but widen their eyes. Chong Linger, you have lost your mind. Song Yinjing strode to her, his gaze as if it could consume her, speaking in a hushed tone that only they could hear. If you do not wish to meet your demise now, keep silent. If it were not for my cousin, I would rather die, Chong Linger cried in despair. Cousin, you clearly promised to find a way to rescue me, yet it seems you have deceived me. After all these years, was it all a lie? You explicitly stated that you would marry me in the future. Song Shihuan pinched her palm to stifle a laugh at the revelation of Chong Linger's infatuation, which had been influenced by numerous things Song Yinjing had done. What a grand spectacle it was. Utter nonsense. The Empress Dowager, realizing the situation was spiraling, stood up, intending to command that Chong Linger's mouth be silenced again and that she be returned to the prison. But Song Shihuan would not allow it. Just moments ago, the second miss of the Chong family made unfounded claims that the incense could not be substantiated, and her slander could very well be baseless. Song Shihuan turned her gaze towards Lu Shi and instructed, Lu Shi, please go to the Zicheng Hall and summon my father to the Chong residence to ascertain whether the paintings and calligraphy in the second Mrs. Boudoir are indeed crafted by my elder brother. After speaking, Song Shihuan did not forget to glance at Song Yinjing, assuring him, Elder brother, rest assured, I will prove your innocence. The term elder brother made Song Yinjing feel a wave of nausea wash over him. Lu Shi, swift of foot, vanished from sight before anyone could react. Noticing Song Yinjing's dazed expression, the Empress Dowager inwardly lamented the situation. I apologize for the embarrassment caused today, she said, adjusting her demeanor. Perhaps we shall invite everyone to the palace for flower viewing on another day. The noble ladies discerned the underlying implication in her words and began to depart the imperial garden one after another, each harboring new judgments about Song Yinjing. An hour later, Emperor Yuan Yu and Song Yu appeared in the imperial garden. Yinjing, these paintings and calligraphy are unmistakably your work, declared Song Yu, flashing a broad grin that filled Song Yinjing with contempt. Could it be Yinjing that you truly have made a lifelong commitment with the second miss of the Chong family? Song Yu feigned a heartbroken demeanor, adding, this is so troubling. I feel sorrow for your grandfather. As anticipated, the emperor's voice erupted with fury the next moment. Yinjing, I once thought you to be composed. Yet it appears you are capable of such absurdities. Your Majesty, I assure you, I regard her merely as a sister, much like Xian, Song Yinjing pleaded. You claim to regard her as a sister, yet you speak of marrying her? The emperor's voice rose. If this matter were to spread, which noble family would dare to marry their daughter to you? Grandson, the emperor's peripheral vision caught sight of Chong, prompting him to gesture to Wu Qi, who promptly escorted her away from the imperial garden. Though Chong is the daughter of a convicted traitor and her status is currently incompatible with yours, the emperor sighed. You should not sever all ties. Yinzheng, a man without integrity cannot stand. Those words struck Song Yinzheng like a thunderbolt. Grandson, I shall remember your teachings. Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. The absence of integrity could be interpreted as a lack of moral character. Your Majesty, those noble ladies are all exceptionally beautiful. She quickly shifted the conversation. Among them, the eldest daughter of General Gu Minglu, appears wise and composed. And Yinzheng also thinks highly of her. The daughter of Gu Zheng? The emperor furrowed his brow. Indeed, I was just reminded of the verbal engagement you had with old General Gu back in the day. The Empress Dowager, oblivious to the dark glimmer in Song Yu's eyes, continued, if Yinzheng could wed a daughter from the Gu family, it would indeed be a splendid match. A splendid match? The emperor looked at the Empress Dowager, feeling that her advancing years might have dulled her senses. After Chong made such a scene before so many people, you wish for me to bestow the daughter of the Gu family upon Yinzheng at this moment? Your imperial grandfather, the grandson, truly harbors affection for Miss Gu, and I humbly beseech you to grant your blessing. Song Yinzheng, in a moment of earnestness, knelt down directly, his words filled with sincerity. Emperor Yuanyu felt a tightening in his scalp, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Song Yinzheng. Do you seek an alliance or enmity? Are you unaware of Gu Zheng's temperament? Indeed, just moments ago, under the watchful eyes of all, Yinzheng's ambiguous interaction with Chong would surely not be accepted by General Gu, given his character. Song Yu, reveling in the spectacle, shook his head and sighed. Father Emperor, should you bestow this union, I fear General Gu may invade your dreams by night. Rascal! Emperor Yuanyu exclaimed, his vision momentarily darkening with fury. Chapter 74. I have no face to arrange this marriage. The Emperor Yuanyu was exasperated, given the bad temper of the old man Gu. If he truly bestowed Gu Minglu in marriage to Yinzheng, he might well appear in his dreams, pointing a finger and berating him. Grandfather, please assist your grandson. If I am able to marry Miss Gu, I shall undoubtedly treat her well, ensuring that she suffers not the slightest grievance. Song Yinzheng implored. As for the matter with Chong it was a moment of folly on my part. I couldn't bear to disappoint her, which led me to utter those words. I have never harbored any romantic feelings for Chong During the last visit to the Gu residence, Sister Gu had clearly stated that she had never considered marrying into a prestigious family. She only desired to find a kindred spirit to grow old with. Song Shihuan turned to Emperor Yuanyu. Grandfather, if you truly care, it should align with Sister Gu's wishes. Don't you agree? Song Shihuan's words nearly sent Song Yinzheng into a frenzy. He felt a surge of resentment. At the Gu residence, Emperor Yuanyu's gaze momentarily faltered. Indeed, when I visited the Gu residence to play with Mingzhu, my elder brother happened to be there as well. Song Shihuan chuckled like a cunning fox. At that time, my father also remarked that Sister Gu, having lost her mother at a young age, might not be suitable to become a royal consort. Yet, my elder brother did not refute him, which indicates he does not hold her in such high regard. Shihuan, will you, a mere 10-year-old child, understand? Song Yinzheng could no longer suppress himself and shouted at Song Shihuan. I understand plenty. Song Shihuan retorted, hands on hips. My father dotes on me and would not permit me to suffer even the slightest injustice. If you truly admire Sister Gu, why did you not speak for her on that day, allowing her to belittle herself instead? Huan is correct, Song Yu chimed in. I believe Yinzheng is merely a child at heart, captivated by novelty. I'm no longer a child. Song Yinzheng feared most that Emperor Yuanyu would continue to regard him as such. He was eager to establish his footing in the court. Look at the way you speak, so childishly. Finally, Song Yinzheng was incensed, his chest heaving with frustration. Enough. I have no face to orchestrate this marriage. Emperor Yuanyu glanced at the Empress Dowager. If you're not willing to let go, Go and speak to Gu Zheng yourselves. What a disgrace for a banquet to be so ill-fated. The verbal engagement from years past was easily dissolved. Song Shihuan laughed heartily, gleefully observing the lotus flowers in the pond. As the saying goes, it is better to ruin a temple than a marriage. After Emperor Yuan Yu departed, the Empress Dowager glared at Song Yu. You err. A Huan is merely young. How could you also indulge in such nonsense? Yin Zheng is your own nephew. Indeed. Song Yu smirked. What you say is absolutely right, mother. My marriage was also ruined years ago, and I wonder who the scoundrel was. Yet after all these years, there has been no retribution, proving that breaking off a marriage is not a significant matter. The Empress Dowager paused, her expression stiffening at his words. You err. You jest again. In Kunning Palace, grandmother, what should we do now? Song Yin Zheng paced anxiously, while the Empress Dowager appeared lost in thought and turned to Qin beside her. Investigate how the Prince of Qin has become entangled with the Chong family. She certainly does not perceive Song Yu as a benevolent individual, capable of willingly allowing Chong Linger to escort the Chong family child into the palace to seek out Mei Jilin. Today's occurrences are imbued with peculiarity. The Empress Dowager must have orchestrated this confusion regarding her grandson's marriage. A sudden epiphany struck Song Yanzheng. Only days ago, he had delivered items to Miss Gu, which ultimately ended up in Song Shihuan's possession. They must be apprehensive about the military power of the Gu family falling into the Eastern Palace, hence their relentless obstruction. Thus, they deliberately provided Chong Linger with the opportunity to come and speak nonsense. Truly a shrewd calculation. The Empress Dowager's gaze darkened. The former Qin Wangfu never exhibited such cunning. Could it be that there are hidden masters behind the scenes in the Qin Wangfu? No matter how hard the Empress Dowager and the Eastern Palace ponder, they could never fathom that the one directing affairs within the Qin Wangfu is merely a 10-year-old child. Empress Dowager, I must marry into the Gu family. Song Yanzheng clenched his fists. No matter the means, he is determined to bring her home. If the overt approach proves futile, he shall resort to covert methods. The Empress Dowager appeared somewhat dazed. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the years when she and Ling Er plotted against Song Yu, stirring a sense of inexplicable anxiety within her. Yanzheng, I shall undoubtedly assist you, just as I once aided Ling Er in securing a match with the Chong family daughter. I can similarly help you win the heart of Gu Minglu. Next month's birthday banquet presents a splendid opportunity. What caught the Empress Dowager and the Eastern Palace off guard was how swiftly Chong Linger's words spread like wildfire among the circle of noble women in the capital. Now, not only the Gu family, but other influential families began to hesitate. In the Shun family, Master, are we truly considering marrying our daughter into the Eastern Palace? Mrs. Shun expressed her concerns. Our daughter has no lack of suitors. Perhaps I should go to the palace tomorrow and speak with concubine Mei, urging her to reconsider. The Shun family is the maternal family of concubine Mei, with the Qin Wang's rising prominence. Among the princes, our Qi Wang is the least favored, and the concubine's interest is born out of necessity. Shun Pu's expression was equally grim. Aligning with the Eastern Palace could offer a brighter future for both Qi Wang and the Shun family. Yet, this crown prince is clearly not a worthy match. Mrs. Shun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Now that the concubine has taken War into the palace, it is evident that our daughter's marriage is beyond our control. A flicker of resentment crossed her gaze as she began to sob softly. Meanwhile, in the Jinjia Palace, today, I observe that the crown prince has taken a fancy to a daughter of the Gu family. Concubine Mei's eyes were profound as she looked at the graceful Shun War beside her. War, did you manage to speak with the crown prince today? The young woman, her brows slightly furrowed, shook her head, and, the moment the crown prince arrived, he fixated solely on Gu Minglu. I had no opportunity. Observing this, concubine Mei tightened her grip on the jade ruby in her hand. Thankfully, the Qin Wang has stirred up the Lotus Appreciation Banquet. With the commotion brought forth by Chong Linga, given Gu Zheng's temperament, he would surely be reluctant to marry his daughter to the crown prince. War, your chance has arrived. And as for the crown prince and Miss Chang'er, Huar, all you need to do is become the crown prince's consort. The other women vying for his affection will merely be concubines, posing no threat to you. Consort Mei is resolute. Next month marks the Empress's birthday, and there will undoubtedly be a grand banquet in the palace. I shall make the necessary arrangements. The Qin Wang Fu. Next month is grandmother's birthday? Song Shihuan's heart stirred. Father, does that mean we shall invite numerous officials and their families to the palace to celebrate grandmother's birthday? Song Yu nodded, stating that all officials of the fourth rank and above are required to attend. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan lowered her eyes, fearing that yet another lively event was on the horizon. Chapter 75. Song Shihuan provokes royal wrath a few days later. Song Yu mysteriously led Song Shihuan out of the royal residence. Inside the carriage, Song Shihuan was utterly bewildered. Father, where are we going? She inquired. Observing the excited expression on Song Yu's face, her left eyelid twitching. It seemed that something delightful was about to unfold. The palace of Kuan-Ning had dispatched someone to escort Song Shihuan for a short stay. Song Yu's smile stretched from ear to ear. He had already visited once yesterday, but for some unknown reason, he had not taken her away. Today, however, Chun-Chi from Kuan-Ning Palace was personally coming to the East Palace to fetch her. Is this truly the case? Song Shihuan's eyebrows arched in curiosity. How did father come to know? Last night, the Empress Dowager made a special visit to the Zicheng Hall, and by chance, I was dozing behind the screen, Song Yu replied with a knowing wink. Previously, Song Shihuan has attempted to bully you on several occasions. Today, I shall take you into the palace to confront her. Upon arriving at the East Palace, Song Yu and Song Shihuan found the place in disarray. Master Chun, Shihuan has suddenly developed a high fever today and cannot be moved. The crown princess interjected, standing protectively in front of Song Shihuan. Please inform Her Majesty that once Shihuan has recovered, we will personally escort her to Kuan-Ning Palace. Naturally, the noble lady was concerned for the health of Princess Fuyun and had specifically instructed physician Mei to visit Kuan-Ning Palace daily to check on her pulse. The princess would undoubtedly recuperate better there. Chun-Chi's expression shifted slightly, realizing that the East Palace had grown wary of the Empress due to a mere princess. This was precisely what troubled her in her heart. The crown princess's face darkened at the remark. Shihuan is my daughter, Master Chun. Unless there is a decree from His Majesty, you shall not take her away. What is happening here? Song Yu pulled Song Shihuan closer, both appearing astonished. I brought a Huan into the palace to see His Majesty and found this chaos, so I came to investigate. Turning to Chun-Chi, Song Yu asked, why must you insist on taking someone else's daughter away? Your Highness, it is simply that the Empress wishes to see the princess, which is why I was sent to escort her to Kuan-Ning Palace for a brief respite, Chun-Chi replied, a subtle frown forming on his brow upon seeing Song Yu. Shihuan is the most filial. She merely wishes to accompany Her Majesty. Surely, she would have gone willingly without the need for such a formal escort, Song Shihuan interjected, her mind racing to escalate the situation. Song Shihuan's sudden fever was likely a fabricated excuse to avoid going to Kuan-Ning Palace. Ah Huan, Shihuan is unwell, the crown princess said reluctantly, wishing to say no more in front of Song Yu and Song Shihuan. Is my sister unwell? Song Shihuan's eyes filled with concern. Ing Chun, please fetch physician Mei immediately. Chi-Shi, go to Zicheng Hall and inform Master Wu that my father and I may arrive a little late. In just a few moments, both Emperor Yuan Yu and physician Mei were drawn into the unfolding drama. Outside, the commotion reached Song Shihuan, who lay in bed, causing her to pause. Grasping her brother Song Yinjing's hand, with tearful eyes, she pleaded, brother, could you please tell grandmother about the prophecy from the master, and let her know that I am her blessed star? Recently, she has engaged in numerous endeavors, and she can distinctly sense her grandmother's dissatisfaction towards her. If she were to relocate to Kuan-Ning Palace, she cannot fathom what the ensuing days would hold. Shihuan, the master had once stated during the decree that revealing the secrets of heaven would bring about retribution. At that moment, only her father, her mother, and her second and third brothers were present. They have always believed that the master's passing was a consequence of such revelations. Therefore, for all these years, aside from Song Shihuan herself, none have dared to speak of this matter to others. Upon hearing this, a flicker of madness crossed Song Shihuan's face. Elder brother, let our mother speak. She is the one who raised me, and she would not suffer retribution. Listening to Song Shihuan's utterly unfounded reasoning, Song Yinjing's gaze grew obscure. Elder brother, grandmother favors the second and third brothers. Now that they are confined due to me, how could she possibly show me any goodwill? Tears fell from Song Shihuan onto Song Yinjing. If everything goes awry for me, how could the Eastern Palace be safeguarded? Song Yinjing's expression shifted slightly. Outside the room, upon seeing Mei Zhiling carrying a medicine box, the crown princess exhibited a fleeting sense of guilt. Dr. Mei, you have finally arrived. Please attend to my sister Xian. Song Shihuan tugged at Mei Zhiling's sleeve, eager to head inside, only to collide with Song Yinjing. Elder brother, you're also here? Dr. Mei, this morning Xian took her medicine. I checked her forehead earlier, and it is no longer so hot. Perhaps she is improving significantly. Song Yinjing glanced at the crown princess. Would you kindly go in and take a look? After Mei Zhiling examined Song Shihuan's pulse, he involuntarily twitched his lips. Still a high fever? She is clearly as robust as an ox. Meanwhile, Emperor Yuanyu arrived at the Eastern Palace with Wu Qi, immediately inquiring, "Where is Huan?" "Father, you have come as well?" Huan, upon hearing that Xian was unwell, hurriedly summoned Dr. Mei, who is currently in the room, taking her pulse. Song Yu, reveling in the unfolding drama, exchanged knowing glances with Emperor Yuanyu. The emperor surveyed the surroundings, his thoughts darkening. This Xian has truly been spoiled. Dr. Mei, how is Xian? Emperor Yuanyu's voice resonated, seeking clarity on whether she was truly unwell or in good health. Mei Zhiling, astute as always, hastily responded, "Perhaps my medical skills are lacking, as I have not discerned any ailment afflicting the princess. Rather, it seems to be a case of excessive anxiety." The air in the Eastern Palace grew heavy with silence. Nearby, Chen Shi recognized the gravity of the situation. The princess had merely intended to convey to the emperor her desire to bring the princess closer for guidance, hoping to restore her reputation in his eyes. Little did she know that today, she had inadvertently exposed the princess's feigned illness before the emperor. Song Shihuan. Emperor Yuanyu's fury ignited as he thundered. Song Shihuan hurried out, kneeling before Emperor Yuanyu. "Grandfather, I acknowledge my mistake. I was wrong. Your grandmother has always cherished you dearly. Just last night, she spoke to me, stating that you have merely been displaying a bit of temper lately, and that she would surely nurture you well." Emperor Yuanyu's eyes brimmed with disappointment. "I never imagined you would feign illness to evade responsibility. Has your filial piety been cast aside?" The granddaughter. The Emperor Yuanyu's anger intensified as he cast a glance at Song Shihuan. Look at Huan, not only endowed with remarkable intellect, but also embodying filial piety. You have spent a decade in the palace, yet have not managed to possess even a fraction of Huan's sincerity. Upon hearing the emperor's comparison, Song Shihuan's eyes grew even more swollen with tears. "Your Majesty, my sister Xian may just be momentarily confused." Song Shihuan, mimicking the demeanor of the previous empress, feigned a plea for mercy, all the while stoking the flames of discord. Momentarily confused? The Emperor Yuanyu pointed accusingly at Song Shihuan's nose. "Copy the classic of filial piety 3 times from beginning to end, and now depart to Confronting Palace at once." Chapter 76. The Revocation of Song Shihuan's Title. "Grandfather, I shall go to grandmother now. Please do not let your anger harm your health." Song Shihuan trembled with fear, her teeth chattering as she hurried towards the Confronting Palace without a backward glance. Emperor Yuanyu cast a lingering glance at the crown princess and Song Yinjing before taking Song Shihuan and departing from the East Palace. This left Song Yinjing with a forlorn expression, for the favor bestowed upon the Prince of Qin was increasingly evident. "Mother," Song Yinjing spoke in a low voice, "it is time to inform grandmother about Xian being the blessing of the East Palace. Otherwise, she remains in ignorance and cannot aid Xian." The crown princess, momentarily taken aback by Song Yinjing's words, merely nodded faintly. "Mother, please find an opportunity to mention the blessing to grandmother." Upon hearing Song Yinjing's statement, the crown princess lifted her gaze, and all her pent-up fury erupted in an instant. "Song Yinjing, the heavenly secrets cannot be divulged. But if Xian encounters misfortune, how can we protect the East Palace?" Song Yinjing boldly retorted, "Mother, why can you not consider your child for once? Why do you not speak of it yourself?" The crown princess's eyes reddened as she regarded her once proud eldest son. You know full well that revealing heavenly secrets invites retribution, yet you still urge me to speak. Song Yinzheng, I bore you for 10 months. I have given you life. Thinking of recent events involving Song Yinzheng's plans for marriage and his rejection of Linger, a frenzied look crossed the crown princess's face. Mother, should we then ask father to speak? Song Yinzheng replied with displeasure. It would be inappropriate for me and my 2 younger brothers, as imperial grandsons, to address such matters. How convenient, the crown princess mocked, her smile growing increasingly sinister. With the Chong family in decline, you believe I am of no use, hastily wishing for your father to take another concubine. And as for you, you are also eager to cast aside Linger, seeking new alliances through marriage. Song Yinzheng, I am your mother. Do you have any heart at all? Mother, where do these words stem from? Song Yinzheng met the crown princess's gaze directly. Once father ascends the throne, you will be empress, and eventually, you shall be the empress dowager of the Qi. I see you are blinded by power. The crown princess, pained, could not fathom how her once promising son had become this way. If you think thus, then so be it. Song Yinzheng scoffed coldly. I entrust the matter of Shiyan to you. After Song Yinzheng departed, the crown princess collapsed weakly to the ground. An attendant swiftly approached to support her, saying, Your Highness, the crown prince is merely momentarily obstinate. Attendant, is there any child in this world who treats their mother so callously? The crown princess clutched her aching chest. I raised him, desiring to present the finest things in the world before him. Yet now, simply due to the decline of the Chong family, he discards me as if I were nothing. What can I expect from him in the future? Gunning Belas. Upon learning of the events transpiring in the Eastern Palace, the Empress Dowager, filled with exasperation, pointed a finger at Song Shihuan, exclaiming, Do you truly believe that I would consume you, Shihuan? Grandmother, it is not that. Song Shihuan, utterly distraught, found herself at a loss. You should never feign illness. The Empress Dowager sighed deeply, just as her imperial consort arrived unexpectedly. Shihuan, the bonds between individuals can wither away entirely. In a state of panic, Song Shihuan lifted her gaze, pondering what her granddaughter should do. I shall accompany you to the Zichuan Hall to atone for our misdeeds. We must go at once. The Empress Dowager's eyes clouded with unease, for it seemed the Eastern Palace had inadvertently offended some deity, resulting in a string of unfortunate events. She feared that today's incident would further tarnish the Emperor's perception of the Eastern Palace, necessitating an immediate apology to avert future repercussions. Shihuan, when we stand before your grandfather, your demeanor must be sincere. Bow your head and admit your faults without offering any excuses. Do you understand? I understand, Song Shihuan replied meekly. After an incense stick's worth of time, the Empress Dowager arrived at the entrance of Zichuan Hall with Song Shihuan in tow. Master Wu, I have brought the princess to plead for forgiveness, the Empress Dowager declared, having removed her ornate hairpins and donned a simple green robe. Your Highness, please wait. I shall announce your arrival at once. Laughter from within the hall echoed, causing Song Shihuan to clench her fists beneath her sleeves. Why was her grandfather's favor not bestowed upon her? Yet, upon their entrance, the Emperor's smile dissipated entirely upon seeing the Empress Dowager and Song Shihuan. Your Majesty, your humble servant, have failed in my guidance. Please grant me your forgiveness. Song Shihuan knelt beside her, adding, Grandfather, I should not have feigned illness merely to remain in the Eastern Palace with my second and third brothers. They have been away from the capital for so long, and I miss them dearly. Upon hearing Song Shihuan mention Song Yinchao and Song Yinming, the Empress Dowager could not help but mentally chastise her for her foolishness. Had Shihuan truly become so dim-witted? Why would she willingly dredge up past grievances before the Emperor? As anticipated, the Emperor swiftly seized a paperweight from the table and hurled it towards Song Shihuan, declaring, Why have I confined you? It is precisely because you have slandered your brothers, weaving lies without remorse. And now I see that you harbor no intention of repentance, continuing to feign illness to deceive. Song Shihuan observed with a cold smirk. Wasn't Song Shihuan accustomed to spinning tales, instinctively seeking excuses for her actions? Yet this time, she had met her match. Thus, she decided to stoke the flames further. Sister Shihuan, I have yet to inquire about why you spoke so ill of me before our brothers. Song Shihuan approached Song Shiyan, her face a mask of feigned sorrow. You claim I bully you. How could I ever do such a thing? Under the pressure of Song Shihuan's relentless questioning, Song Shiyan abruptly lifted her head. When did I ever say that? Even at this juncture, her sister persisted in her deceit. Song Shihuan shook her head on that day in Zichuan Hall. Both our brothers acknowledged it. Had it been otherwise, would such a kind and wise grandfather as the emperor ever confine you? Song Shiyan's mouth moved, her eyes flaring with a hint of resentment. If a person is perpetually deceitful, they will inevitably be despised by all. Upon hearing Song Shihuan's insinuating remarks, the tightly wound strings in Song Shiyan's mind snapped completely, and she instinctively extended her nails, attempting to scratch Song Shihuan's face. Huan. Song Yufei interposed himself in front of Song Shiyan, raising his voice. Father, she dares to try to mar Huan's face right before your eyes. A cold sweat immediately drenched Song Shiyan's back. Outrageous! The Emperor Yuan Yu's countenance darkened with fury, his gaze towards Song Shiyan filled with wrath. Summon someone, strip Song Shiyan of her title, and confine her to the Kuan-Ning Palace for reflection. Chapter 77. Is Song Shiyan a blessing? Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Shiyan has acted thoughtlessly. I shall certainly impose suitable punishment upon her upon my return. The Empress Dowager spoke with a hint of trepidation. For the revocation of a title is a grave matter, and she implored the Emperor to reconsider. Her heart quivered slightly. Several individuals in the Eastern Palace are still under house arrest. If Shiyan were to lose her title as well, the ministers would undoubtedly perceive the Eastern Palace as having lost favor in the eyes of the divine. What shall we do? Upon hearing the phrase revocation of title, Song Shiyan was rendered speechless, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. In my time, I decreed that a princess or a county princess shall only be granted a title upon reaching the age of 15. Had it not been for the former crown prince's earnest pleas, I would not have bestowed upon Shiyan the title of Fuyun prematurely. Hence, Xiling and Xiao still remain untitled. The emperor's gaze sharpened, for he discerned that should he not deliver a punishment that struck at the very heart of the matter, it would be as ineffective as the prior house arrest. Song Yu, seizing this opportune moment, hastily interjected, Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. In my humble opinion, Shiyan has become this way solely because your Majesty has indulged her. Noting that this accusation of poor upbringing was directed at him, the emperor shot a glare at Song Yu. Unfazed, Song Yu returned the stare defiantly. His precious daughter had nearly suffered disgrace. What harm was there in uttering a few words? Clearing his throat, he continued, his expression devoid of any fear. Shiyan has plotted against Huan multiple times in the girls' academy and has sowed discord between cousins in front of Yin Chao and Yin Ming. If she remains uncorrected, it will surely lead to calamity. Your Majesty previously commanded her to transcribe the lessons for women and imposed house arrest upon her. Yet these measures have proven utterly ineffective. At this point, Song Yu could not help but roll his eyes internally. If mere copying of text were sufficient, would there still be unworthy individuals in the Great Qi? In my view, only the revocation of her title can prompt Shiyan to truly amend her ways. As Song Yu unreservedly exposed the deeds of Shiyan, she collapsed onto the ground, shaking her head in desperation. Grandfather, I beseech you to forgive your granddaughter one last time. I shall never err again. Familiar with the emperor's temperament, the Empress Dowager felt her heart sink. Just as she was about to plead once more, she was preempted by Song Shihuan. It is indeed appropriate that my younger sisters, Xiling and Xiao, remain untitled. Therefore, I humbly request that your Majesty also revoke my title, so that I may stand alongside my sisters. Observing Song Shihuan's understanding demeanor, the emperor felt a pang of sorrow. Look at Huan, what a splendid child. Huan, the title of Fuan was personally conceived by me. The royal family owes you a debt of 10 years, and this title is rightfully yours. How can there be such disparity among royal county princesses? With these thoughts in mind, the emperor spoke decisively. The matter of revoking the title is settled in my heart. We shall deliberate on titles once more when the time comes, upon reaching the age of 15. At these words, Wu Qi, who had been striving to diminish his presence, trembled at the thought. The once proud Fuyun County princess. How swiftly her title would be stripped away, seeing that all hope had vanished. Song Shihuan rolled her eyes back and lost consciousness entirely. As Song Yu and Song Shihuan exchanged knowing smiles, they both pondered how to celebrate the day. In the following days, Song Shihuan, confined within the Confronting palace, wept daily, her eyes swollen and red like walnuts. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager harbored a simmering frustration. Your Highness, today the princess only consumed a little porridge. Would like to check on her? Chun Chi spoke softly, fearful of inciting the Empress Dowager's ire. Let her be, the Empress Dowager retorted, lifting her gaze. I specifically instructed her to cease making excuses and simply admit her faults. If she cannot manage such trifles, what great accomplishments can we expect from the Eastern Palace? I had mistakenly believed she was a child full of spirit. If this continues, the Eastern Palace. She clenched her fists. I'm not dead yet. If she feels tormented in my Confronting palace, let the crown prince come to me himself. The Empress Dowager tossed the prayer beads onto the table, exasperated. Chun Chi lowered his head, fearing that the Eastern Palace might indeed dare to approach her. As expected, a few days later, Song Yinjing arrived at Confronting Palace with the crown princess. The crown princess appeared terribly haggard, having lost considerable weight. Upon seeing her, the Empress Dowager was startled into rising from her seat, summoned the imperial physician to examine the crown princess. Is she not afflicted by some grave illness? Do not worry, grandmother. Mother merely suffers from a heavy heart, Song Yinjing replied, his expression impassive. Today, my mother has something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, the crown princess smirked coldly, her wrist still throbbing with pain. In her desperate bid to extract information about the auspicious star, the person she had once revered and loved had turned into a frenzied beast. She had no doubt that if she remained silent, her life would be at stake. Taking a deep breath, the crown princess realized just how far she had fallen in the Eastern Palace without the Chong family. Mother? Song Yinjing's deep voice broke the silence, causing the crown princess's smile to take on an even more sinister quality. Mother, a master once prophesied that Shiyin is the auspicious star of the Eastern Palace, destined to ensure its prosperity. At this point, the crown princess suddenly burst into laughter, her expression mocking. However, it seems the master may have erred. With that, she turned to leave, offering no further words to the Empress Dowager or Song Yinjing. Inside the chamber, the Empress Dowager cast a complex glance at Song Yinjing. Yinjing, do you truly believe Shiyin is an auspicious star? The crown princess's final remark left the Empress Dowager's heart racing. Without hesitation, Song Yinjing nodded. Grandmother, when my mother was with child, there were 2 babies, and if not Shiyin, could it be that wild girl? Now that Shiyin's fortunes are faltering, the Eastern Palace follows suit. I implore you, grandmother, to assist Shiyin, for he is also aiding the Eastern Palace. After much contemplation, the Empress Dowager finally nodded. After all, the master who made the prophecy was indeed well regarded. In a side chamber, Song Shihuan stared vacantly out the window, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shiyin. Upon hearing the voice of the Empress Dowager, Song Shihuan was abruptly brought back to reality and leapt into the embrace of her grandmother. Grandmother, do you no longer like me? The Empress Dowager gazed tenderly at her granddaughter, recalling the prophecy of the blessed star, and let out a resigned sigh. You are my beloved granddaughter. How could I possibly dislike you? It is my fault. I have always sought to surpass Song Shihuan in every aspect, which led me to commit many foolish acts. Clutching the hem of the Empress Dowager's robe, Song Shihuan declared, I have come to understand everything over these past few days. It is not wrong to aspire to outshine her, but the mistake lies in the methods employed. The Empress Dowager gently patted Song Shihuan's head. For now, remain peacefully in Confronting Palace. As my birthday approaches, I shall intercede on your behalf with the Emperor to lift your house arrest. On the day of the birthday banquet, ensure you conduct yourself admirably to uphold the dignity of the Eastern Palace. With tears in her eyes, Song Shihuan nodded, her heart heavy with sorrow. She could not accept the title of second princess bestowed upon her by others. Chapter 78. The Crown Princess's Regret? Unforgiven. On the other side, at the Qin Wangfu. In just a few days, the news of Song Shihuan being stripped of her title had spread far and wide. Shen Qingping took a bite of an apple, his expression one of utter satisfaction. My lord, it appears that our princess is now the only one with a title. Shen Qingping's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Song Shihuan, for she was the sole object of imperial favor. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan smiled slightly. Regarding the matter of title revocation, the greatest contributor was undoubtedly Song Shihuan herself, knowing full well that her face resembled that of the late empress. She still dared to attempt to mar her beauty, thus provoking the ire of Emperor Yuanyu. The swift spread of this news indicated that the Eastern Palace had offended many in the past. Song Yu laughed heartily. I, after all, gave her a good push from behind. I too gave her a nudge. Shen Qingping winked at Song Shihuan. Leaning her head on her hands, Song Shihuan leisurely replied, there should still be the Chu Wangfu, the Qi Wangfu, and the Gu family involved, right? When one falls into misfortune, many will come to trample on them. Along, let us enter the palace to pay respects to your imperial grandfather, and also bring up the matter of the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War? Song Shihuan's eyes widened in realization. Gu Zheng has always followed my lead. I cannot bear to let him be controlled by that prince. Song Yu straightened his back, asserting that he too deserved to enjoy the luxuries of life. Song Shihuan's gaze towards Song Yu shifted. Her father seemed to adapt to court life even better than she had imagined. Your Highness, please slow down. The crown princess hurried along the palace path, surrounded by an aura of resentment, while her attendants struggled to keep pace behind her. Suddenly, the crown princess halted, her gaze fixed ahead where Song Yu was leading Song Shihuan toward the Zikan Hall. Your Highness, Song Shihuan distantly curtsied, showing no emotional response to the crown princess's transformation. Yet, the crown princess could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Ahuan, a soft whisper reached Song Shihuan's ears as the crown princess slowly approached her. Good child, you seem to have grown taller. Song Shihuan took a step back, her small face devoid of any smile. What is it, Your Highness? I wish to speak with you, Ahuan. Have you been eating well lately? Are your clothes to your liking? And are you comfortable at the girls' school? A string of questions flowed from the crown princess's lips. Song Shihuan frowned slightly. Your Highness has asked the wrong person. These questions should be directed to the children of the Eastern Palace. I, Song Shihuan, am not one of them. I know I was wrong before. I did not treat you well when I first saw you. The crown princess gazed at the exquisite Song Shihuan before her. Now, mother knows her mistake. Will you forgive me just this once? I swear to treat you like a treasure gem. At this moment, the crown princess seemed to be losing her sanity, as her once proud eldest son had now grown distant, and the affections of her second and third sons were entirely focused on Xian. Yet, Xian was not as docile as she had presumed. It was utterly absurd. She was left with but this one child before her. My daughter, there is no need for you to regard her as a treasure, Song Yu remarked abruptly, casting an unkind glance at the crown princess. Sister-in-law, do you not already have 3 sons and a daughter? Is that not sufficient? They are but a horde of blood-sucking fiends. The crown princess cried out with a heart-wrenching scream, yearning to embrace Song Shihuan, only to be evaded. Your Highness, I am not a magnanimous person. I cannot bring myself to forgive, Song Shihuan declared, clutching Song Yu's sleeve. The juxtaposition of their figures, one large and one small, struck the crown princess, who momentarily froze, as if seeing Song Yu's transformation with newfound clarity for the first time. Previously, Song Yu was excessively debauched, perpetually reeking of liquor. Yet now, he possessed a noble demeanor, his sharp brows and bright eyes hinting at a certain grandeur. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered within the crown princess. So it is. She gazed at Song Shihuan with an almost dazed expression, as if she had uncovered a profound secret. The true auspicious star, as decreed by the master, was not Xian at all, but this little one before her, the only princess of the Qi with a title. The intensity of the crown princess's gaze rendered Song Shihuan somewhat uneasy. Father, let us depart. Ayuan. The crown princess spoke once more, removing the jade pendant from her waist. This is a coming-of-age gift from my mother, bestowed upon me at my own initiation ceremony. Initially, she extended the pendant towards Song Shihuan. Wear it. Jade possesses a spirit that will safeguard you from all misfortune. Upon contact with the pendant, a chill coursed through Song Shihuan's being, prompting her to retract her hands immediately. The pendant fell to the ground, shattering into two pieces. It seems that fate has deemed it so. A broken mirror cannot be whole again. Song Yu spoke softly, then proceeded to lead Song Shihuan away. Nurse, it turns out the true auspicious star is a Huan. A fierce glint of madness flashed in the crown princess's eyes. Thus, ever since a Huan became a child of the Qin Wangfu, the Eastern Palace has been beset by calamities, everything fraught with misfortune. The nurse was momentarily struck dumb by the crown princess's words. Your Highness, how could this be possible? How can it not be possible? The crown princess inhaled deeply. For at that time, there were not just Xian's children in my womb. If Xian were indeed a fortunate star, why was she first confined and now stripped of her title? Wherein lies the semblance of good fortune? Your Highness, should we inform His Highness of this matter? No. The crown princess fixed her gaze upon the nurse, a resolute expression on her face. Without my permission, this must not be disclosed to anyone. They have treated me thus. I shall ensure they experience a taste of their own medicine. Your Highness, but you are still the crown princess. The nurse spoke sorrowfully. Should the Eastern Palace falter, you too will. The crown princess curled her lips into a derisive smile. Because I was unwilling to speak of the master's decree, His Highness nearly took my life. Her gaze was so profound that it was difficult to meet. If in the future, what good outcome can I expect? After so many years of affection, it appears to have all been in vain. The lifetime of devotion she envisioned, a union meant to last forever, was merely an illusion crafted by the prince with the aid of the Chong family. In light of this, she must now witness the downfall of the Eastern Palace with her own eyes. Chapter 79. Seizing Opportunities in Times of Weakness at the Purple Throne Hall. What? The Yuan Emperor gazed incredulously at Song Yu. You mean to say that not only do you wish to control the Ministry of Revenue, but also the Ministry of War? Indeed, Song Yu replied, his expression unwavering. With his younger brother still under house arrest, he felt no obligation to concern himself with military affairs. Moreover, he professed that his intentions were for his brother's benefit. Then enlighten me, what exactly is your reasoning? The Yuan Emperor merely wished to uncover what pearls of wisdom might emerge from this audacious mouth. At present, the utmost priority for my younger brother is to tidy his own quarters. Song Yu scratched his head, pondering, what was that saying again? Darn it, it slipped my mind. One cannot govern the world if one cannot even keep their own house in order, Song Shihuan interjected softly. Exactly. Song Yu clapped his hands in delight. If he cannot even raise his own children properly, how could he possibly manage the Ministry of War? Furthermore, should he be allowed to oversee it? I fear chaos would ensue. The mention of chaos caused the Yuan Emperor's eyes to narrow ever so slightly. Have you forgotten the incident when the Eastern Palace sought to take Gu Zheng's life? Song Yu shot a glance at the Yuan Emperor. As your son, I cannot believe that merely confining my younger brother will suffice to put this matter to rest. General Gu is a hero safeguarding our borders. A simple house arrest might lead to discontent among our loyal subjects. Listening to Song Yu's earnest reasoning, Song Shihuan swallowed hard. Who said her father was a debauched fool? It seemed that during the court selection event, he had indeed chosen wisely. This matter is not trivial. I shall ponder it further, the Yuan Emperor remarked, lowering his gaze to continue reviewing the memorials, unwilling to delve deeper into the subject. Please take your time. Song Yu waved dismissively. In any case, my interactions with Gu Zheng are quite frequent. If the Ministry of War is not entrusted to me with my younger brother's narrow-mindedness, Gu Zheng will undoubtedly struggle in the court. Should it be given to my third or fourth brothers, their lack of mettle would hardly suffice to command the unruly spirits of the ministry. As he spoke, Song Yu cast a meaningful glance at the Yuan Emperor, suggesting that his sons were rather disappointing. Get lost. The Yuan Emperor felt that conversing with this scoundrel was draining his very life force. I shall take my leave at once, father. Do take your time to contemplate, he said before swaggering out of the purple throne hall. Inside, the Yuan Emperor set down his vermilion brush and let out a heavy sigh. The nonsense spoken by this rascal was indeed what had kept him awake at night. The Ministry of War could no longer be entrusted to the Crown Prince. Outside the hall, Song Yu, observing the admiration in Song Shihuan's eyes, struggled to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Huan, did you see? Sometimes, speaking candidly is the most effective approach. Father is truly wise, Song Shihuan earnestly praised. Song Yu was so elated by her words that he felt like performing somersaults. Her compliments were as sweet as honey. Your great-grandfather has indicated he will consider it. In the end, the Ministry of War will undoubtedly be entrusted to me. Song Yu had a keen understanding of the Yuan Yu Emperor's mindset. While Song Ling remained under house arrest, he must seize the opportunity to gather benefits, take advantage of his weakness, and claim his life. Shen Qingping remarked that in order to remove Song Ling from the position of crown prince, one must first sever his connections within the court. The seizure of the Ministry of War is merely the beginning. Upon hearing this, Song Shihuan nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains like a chick. Indeed, it is a matter of life and death. At this moment, the Eastern Palace remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. In the Jinjiao Palace, Hua Er, you are to visit the Kuan-Ning Palace shortly and engage the second princess in conversation. The Mei Fei gazed at her niece, who had blossomed into a graceful beauty, and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Shen Hua Er obediently nodded, suggesting she would also take some pastries to comfort the second princess. Observing Shen Hua est sensible de miano, Mei Fei sighed. It is a pity that the Qi Wang has no grandsons, only the solitary Princess Xiao. This matter has always weighed heavily on Mei Fei's heart. Were it not for this, she would not have insisted on marrying Hua Er into the Eastern Palace. In the days to come, you should visit the Kuan-Ning Palace more frequently. One can never tell when you might encounter the eldest grandson, allowing you to exchange a few words. Mei Fei patted Shen Hua Er's hand, affirming, "You are a daughter of the Shun family, and becoming a grandson's consort is entirely within your reach." "Aunt, I understand," replied Shen Hua Er. After her departure, Mei Fei gazed out the window, lost in thought. Marrying Hua Er into the Eastern Palace would ensure that should the Qi Wang's household remain without a grandson, Hua Er's presence would still afford some consideration to the Qi Wang's lineage upon ascending to the throne. However, if the Qi Wang's family were to have a grandson, given the recent scandals plaguing the Eastern Palace, the Qi Wang's household might yet find an opportunity. At that time, they could adequately compensate Hua Er. With this thought, Mei Fei felt somewhat reassured. As Shen Hua Er walked along the path to the Kuan-Ning Palace, her heart raced with anxiety. She had been in the palace for some time, yet had only visited Kuan-Ning Palace once on her first day, and she had never interacted with the second princess. A quarter of an hour later, the concubine looked at Shen Hua Er with a scrutinizing gaze, finding her to be rather gentle. "Your Highness, my grand-aunt mentioned that the second princess might feel lonely in the Kuan-Ning Palace, thus sending me to keep her company." Shen Hua Er spoke in a soft, delicate voice to pass the time. The concubine nodded, indicating that Xiyin had been in the side hall recently, and suggested Hua Er go speak with her. "In the side hall, who are you?" Song Shiyin regarded Shen Hua Er with a hint of caution. "To the princess, I am Shen Hua Er, the granddaughter of Mei Fei. I have been residing in Jinjiao Palace, serving the Empress Dowager, and my grandaunt has sent me to entertain the second princess." After scanning Shen Hua Er from head to toe, Song Shiyin finally gestured for her to take a seat. "What talents do you possess? Can you play the zither? I have long heard that the second princess is a master of the zither. Might I be fortunate enough to hear you play a piece?" Shen Hua Er flattered her, and their conversation soon coaxed a smile from Song Shiyin. Upon hearing the sound of the zither emanating from the side hall, the concubine rarely relaxed her brow. This Shen family young lady is indeed quite admirable. Shen Hua Er remained in the Kuan-Ning Palace until the sun dipped low on the horizon, at which point she straightened and said, "Your Highness, it is getting late. I must return to attend to the Empress Dowager for dinner. I shall come again tomorrow to keep you company." Upon hearing this, Song Shiyin felt a lingering reluctance. For Shen Hua's words were far sweeter than those of anyone in the palace. She spoke as if she were a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. "Very well. Then this princess shall await Miss Shen's arrival on the morrow." Just as Shen Hua was about to turn and depart, a voice from outside announced, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Shen Hua's figure froze, and beads of perspiration began to form in the palm of her hand. Behind her, Song Shihuan had already dashed out of the room. "Is my elder brother here?" Song Yinjing engaged in conversation with Song Shihuan for a moment before finally noticing Shun War's presence, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "And who might this young lady be?" Chapter 80. The spices are problematic. This is Miss Shun, who has come to the palace to serve concubine Mei. Song Shihuan spoke on behalf of Shun War, saying that having sister Shun accompany her for a while today has lightened her spirits. Upon hearing Song Shihuan's words, Song Yinjing's expression softened once more, and he smiled at Shun War, thanking her for keeping Shihuan company. "The second princess possesses both beauty and intellect. I too wish to remain by her side." Shun War replied, her voice trembling slightly. Before her stood the handsome Song Yinjing, radiant and full of vigor, his smile reminiscent of a charming young man from a romantic tale. Yet, in the presence of Song Shihuan, he displayed a gentle demeanor, his voice imbued with a hint of coaxing. Shun War's heart fluttered. This was the man she would one day marry. Song Yinjing could not help but glance at Shun War again, noting her charm and wit, which made her deserving of Song Shihuan's advocacy. He patiently exchanged a few more words with Shun War before allowing her to depart from Kunning Palace. In the palace corridors, Shun War pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her heart race furiously. At the Jinjiao Palace, just as Shun War was about to request an audience with the matron, she overheard concubine Mei's voice from within. "Have you received your monthly visitor again?" Upon hearing concubine Mei's blunt inquiry, the Kawangfai's complexion paled. Noticing her reaction, concubine Mei shined heavily. "Have the women in the back courtyard shown any signs?" "Mother, I've already sought several suitable concubines for the prince. Yet there is still no good news," the Kawangfai lamented, her eyes reddening. "As a daughter-in-law, I too hope for a grandson to bring joy to his majesty and garner his favor for the prince." "At least you understand that much," concubine Mei replied, her gaze obscure. In a few days, she would send someone to procure remedies for the ladies of the Kawangfu to consume, hoping to hasten the arrival of her grandchild. As the Kawangfai exited the room, she cast a glance at the standing Shun War, offering a gentle smile. Yet this smile gradually faded after she left the palace and entered her carriage. "Your Highness, the Empress seems even more anxious than before," one attendant remarked. "Indeed," the Kawangfai replied with a mocking expression. "She only desires a grandson for the Kawangfu, yet has never considered my Xiao. The first grandson of the Kawangfu must be born from my womb. Otherwise, no one shall conceive." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the Kawangfai's eyes. After so many years in the prince's household, it would be a disgrace to lack even a modicum of strategy, thus failing to honor her family's teachings. A few days later, Song Yu was summoned to the palace. It was rare for the emperor to formally call the prince, indicating a significant matter at hand. Song Shihuan's eyes darted around. Why was I not summoned as well? What could be more important than the Ministry of War? Song Yu reached out to teasingly pinch Song Shihuan's prominent nose. "The old man surely knows I have no one to rely on, so he must have entrusted the Ministry of War to me. If I wish to visit the military camp in the future, it will surely be an easy task." Song Shihuan's eyes flickered momentarily. Although she was well-versed in military texts, she had never set foot in a genuine military camp nor witnessed the true visage of the Deqi army. That was only natural. Upon hearing the conversation, Song Shihuan smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. The Ministry of War was indeed a place of equal stature to the Ministry of Revenue. Should a day of battle arise, she might even assist her father in earning military accolades. The future appeared exceedingly bright. After Song Yu entered the palace, Song Shihuan sought refuge in her chamber to escape the heat. The day was growing increasingly sweltering. Unable to contain her discomfort, she muttered, "Bao Xia, your strength is formidable. Do help me fan a bit more. This evening, I shall send Sanchi to buy you your beloved apricot plums." Seeing Song Shihuan suffer under the summer heat, Ying Chun hesitated, then suggested, "Your Highness, how about I concoct some fragrant spices for you? While they may not dispel the heat, they can certainly bring a sense of tranquility. As the saying goes, a calm heart cools the body." Bao Xia, who was fanning nearby, paused at the mention of spices. Ever since the last incident with the intoxicating substances, The chamber had not been filled with fragrant spices. She wondered if the princess would even be accustomed to their sudden return. Spices. Listening to Chun and Bao Xia, a fleeting thought glimmered in Song Shihuan's mind. It slipped away too quickly to seize. Nevertheless, the use of spices required utmost caution. Chun's expression grew serious as she recalled the many instances where individuals had met their demise due to spices. Having been raised amidst such tales, she had heard numerous terrifying accounts. Suddenly, Song Shihuan sat up straight. Perish due to spices? Indeed, some can induce hallucinations, others can plunge one into deep slumber, and some can render one infertile. Song Yinzheng had been wary of the Chong family from the very beginning. Song Shihuan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The Eastern Palace had never considered the Chong family as a prospective lineage. Your Highness, Chun and Bao Xia were perplexed by Song Shihuan's abrupt words, their faces reflecting their confusion. Yet, Song Shihuan rose decisively. Chun, can you discern sense? Chun nodded affirmatively. Accompany me to the Chong residence, swiftly. The depth of her gaze was inscrutable. That day, in the Imperial Garden, Chong Linger had mentioned that the fragrances she used at her boudoir were specially made by Song Yinzheng. At that moment, Song Shihuan had found it peculiar, for even Song Shiyan had never requested such a personal concoction from him. Thus, only one possibility remained. Chong Linger had long been using problematic fragrances, coupled with the fact that in her previous life, Chong Linger had married Song Yinzheng. Song Shihuan's heart trembled with realization. It became clear that the Eastern Palace had always intended to exploit the power of the Chong family. The crown princess was merely a pawn in this elaborate game. As they approached the Chong residence, the guards of the Imperial Guards recognized Song Shihuan and swiftly granted passage. Lord Shun Xiao had previously instructed them that all matters concerning the Chong family were to be reported to the Prince of Qin's residence. This princess was indeed a minor sovereign of the Prince of Qin's household, and thus they were obliged to lead her. Song Shihuan and Chun rushed directly to Chong Linger's boudoir. Chun, examine these spices closely. Is there anything amiss? As Song Shihuan's breath became lighter, she pondered the implications of her thoughts. Chun inhaled the scent of the spices, her brow furrowing. The mixture contained an overpowering musk, which, when inhaled over time, would render a woman barren. Upon hearing Chun's words, Song Shihuan instinctively recoiled a few steps. A flicker of madness ignited in her eyes. Years ago, during a palace banquet, the Eastern Palace had poisoned her father, falsely accusing him of an illicit affair with a palace maid, tarnishing his reputation for years. Now, with the Empress's birthday celebration approaching, she wondered if the Eastern Palace would resort to such deceit once more. Rather than waiting for a retaliatory strike, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to bring the past to light, restoring her father's honor. If the crown princess could be swayed to their side, the endeavor would yield even greater results. These spices, even if presented as a grand gift from the Qin Wangfu to the crown princess, could serve as a weapon against the Eastern Palace. Song Shihuan smirked. Surely, if the crown princess possessed any humanity, she would retaliate fiercely against the Eastern Palace. Gulme, let's enter the palace. Chapter 81. In charge of the Ministry of War. A formal confrontation with the crown prince upon entering the palace. Song Shihuan fortuitously encountered Song Yu emerging from the Zicheng Hall. However, the direction of Song Yu's footsteps was not toward the palace gates. Father, where are you headed? At that moment, Song Yu was in remarkably high spirits. The emperor has entrusted me with the responsibilities of the Ministry of War. I intend to visit the Eastern Palace to seek guidance from the crown prince on how to effectively manage the ministry. Song Shihuan could not help but twitch his lips at the thought. Seeking guidance? Surely, you do not intend to provoke Song Ling to the point of fainting. Coincidentally, I too have matters to attend to in the Eastern Palace. Song Shihuan naturally grasped Song Yu's sleeve. I have a gift I wish to present to the crown princess. A gift for the crown princess? Song Yu's voice instantly escalated in pitch, his expression turning serious. What right does my daughter have to bestow gifts upon the crown princess? Father, it is as follows. Song Shihuan gestured for Song Yu to lean down and whispered fervently into his ear. Beside them, Lu Shi watched as Song Yu's countenance shifted from one of grave concern to one of delight. Indeed, this is quite a significant gift. After pondering for a few moments, Song Yu gestured to Lu Shi. Lu Shi discreetly summoned Old Man Mei. Inform him that I fear Song Ling may be so incensed that he might vomit blood. Father, your foresight is commendable. Half an hour later, the father and daughter arrived at the Eastern Palace. The palace attendants, upon seeing Song Yu and Song Shihuan, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Were it not for the constraints of decorum, they would have been tempted to shout for help. Why have these two formidable figures returned to the Eastern Palace? I demand to see Song Ling, declared Song Yu authoritatively, prompting an attendant to hasten away to relay the message. The Crown Prince, who had been attempting to immerse himself in his studies, dropped his book upon hearing of Song Yu's arrival. How dare they come again? First, they disrupted the grand lotus banquet prepared by the Empress for Yin Zheng, and now they had caused Shi Yin to lose her title. He felt an overwhelming urge to devour Song Yu alive. Oh, why does it seem that my younger brother has grown paler? Song Yu remarked with a mischievous grin. It seems that being cooped up indoors does indeed lead to a lighter complexion. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly touched his own face. Alas, unlike me, who has been fair since birth and cannot be darkened, regardless of the circumstances. The Crown Prince glared at Song Yu. You have come today merely to comment on my slight change in complexion? Unable to contain his laughter, Song Yu replied. I am here to inform you that Father has entrusted me with the responsibilities of the Ministry of War. Is that all? He is also a prince, after all, the Crown Prince retorted, his expression darkening. That is impossible. He had been the Crown Prince of Deqi for over a decade, overseeing the Ministry of War. How could the Emperor so easily transfer such authority without any prior indication? Why is it impossible? Song Yu sighed in disappointment. In the end, it is you who brought this upon yourself. Nearly killing Gu Zheng has garnered significant discontent among the military. Hearing this, Song Shihuan lowered her head, concealing her amusement. Significant discontent, indeed. Under the embellishments spread by Shen Fazizi, the majority of military leaders now tremble in fear, apprehensive of being executed by the Crown Prince at any moment. The incident that day, as I have stated, was an unfortunate accident. The Crown Prince clenched his fist beneath his sleeves, and furthermore, I have already been placed under house arrest. This matter should have reached its conclusion. My second brother, as the Crown Prince, remained so naive. Song Yu shook his head, realizing that his own negligence over the years had allowed you to act without restraint, devoid of any caution. What do you mean? The Crown Prince's pupils constricted sharply, and his breath became noticeably shallower. What I mean is that I am no longer the frivolous prince I once was. Song Yu slowly approached the Crown Prince, asserting that both the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War are firmly under his control. This is an undeniable fact, and tomorrow, during the morning court, our father will announce it to the world. The dark depths of Song Yu's eyes instilled profound anxiety within the Crown Prince. For many years, Song Yu, who held a status superior to his own, had squandered his potential, while the third and fourth brothers, being illegitimate, had led him to believe that his position in the Eastern Palace was secure. But now, you are not Song Yu. The Crown Prince spoke with conviction. The Song Yu he knew was certainly not the one before him now. His second brother was confused. Song Yu smirked slightly, recalling all past events in his heart. Yet today he primarily sought to inquire how to effectively manage the Ministry of War. The debts of the past could be settled slowly between the two brothers. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew tense, Song Shihuan's voice rang out. Father, I have no interest in political affairs. I shall seek the Crown Princess to learn the art of the Guqin. In the midst of this tension, the Crown Prince remained oblivious to Song Shihuan's true intentions. Watching as she exited the room, take me to find the Crown Princess. Song Shihuan's voice, laced with an icy tone, sent a shiver through the palace attendants, who hurriedly led her along. In the Liyuan, Song Shihuan gazed upon the gilded characters, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Is marital affection so profound? In her previous life, she had been confined to the Eastern Palace, never having set foot in Liyuan because the Crown Princess had never wished to see her. Yet in this life, everything had changed. Upon hearing of Song Shihuan's arrival, the Crown Princess rushed out, her attire hastily arranged, her expression betraying a tumult of emotions. Ahuan, you have come. I pay my respects to the crown princess. Song Shihuan curtsied gracefully to the crown princess. Come in and have a seat. The crown princess instructed the matron to prepare a bowl of warm milk for Song Shihuan and also ordered some pastries from the small kitchen. Song Shihuan observed the flustered crown princess with an indifferent gaze. Late affection is worth less than withered grass. She no longer needed it. My grandfather has entrusted the ministry of war to my father. Song Shihuan's words caused the crown princess to pause in her actions. My father is currently discussing the affairs of the ministry of war with the crown prince. It is well that it is handed to your father. The crown princess quickly regained her composure, acknowledging that the previous incident involving the Gu family was indeed a fault of the Eastern Palace. Noting that the crown princess's words contained no defense for the Eastern Palace, Song Shihuan felt a slight stir within her heart. Chun, bring out the items. Chun retrieved a meticulously wrapped pouch of spices and presented it to the crown princess. What is this? Strangely, upon her first glance at the spices, the crown princess felt an inexplicable chill coursing through her. These spices were acquired from the boudoir of Miss Chong. Surely, your highness is aware of who sent them. Song Shihuan smirked, fixing her gaze intently on the crown princess. The spices that Linger uses have always been personally delivered by Yin Zheng to the Chong residence. This particular blend contains a significant amount of musk. Should a woman frequently employ it, she would be rendered incapable of bearing children for life. Song Shihuan articulated each word with precision, and the crown princess felt her blood run cold. Musk. Chapter 82. The last straw for the crown princess. How could this be possible? The crown princess instinctively felt her eyes welling with tears. It was unimaginable. Had the Chong family not faced calamity, Linger would have been assuredly destined to be the imperial consort. Yin Zheng. How could Yin Zheng possibly desire a son from another? At this moment, the crown princess was enveloped in profound sorrow. She dared not contemplate the reasons behind this situation. If the empress did not believe her, Dr. Mei waited outside. What if Song Yinzheng had harbored suspicions of the Chong family from the very beginning, desiring his heir to be born of another? Song Shihuan smirked slightly. To the emperor, my father is a legitimate son, and so is the crown prince. Were it not for my father, the crown prince's status would be even more exalted. The Eastern Palace regarded the Qin prince's residence as a thorn in their side, thus rendering any possibility of Chong Linger bearing offspring utterly impossible. What does this make my Chong family? What does this make me? The crown princess murmured in despair, her expression a blend of joy and sorrow. If Miss Chong were to remain childless after marriage, bringing in a new imperial consort would be a far simpler matter. Observing the crown princess in such a state, Song Shihuan felt an unsettling satisfaction. Especially when standing in the Eastern Palace, memories of her past torments surged forth, igniting a fierce desire to exact 1,000-fold revenge upon these individuals. How could my Chong family have treated them with such kindness, only to be met with this betrayal? The crown princess grasped Song Shihuan's shoulders tightly, pleading, Huan, you wouldn't divulge this matter to me without reason, would you? I possess an opportunity for the empress to exact her revenge, but I wonder if she is willing. As soon as Song Shihuan's words fell, the crown princess responded decisively, I am willing. She was indeed willing. Beneath the locust tree that year, her elder brother approached with Song Ling, then still unrecognized as the crown prince, promising her that she would be the sole lady of the Chong family throughout his lifetime. With the support of the Chong family, Song Ling successfully entered the Eastern Palace. Years flew by, and the rear courtyard of the Eastern Palace had never housed another woman. She believed she had found true love. Little did she know, she had fallen into a web of deceit. What must I do? The light in the crown princess's eyes gradually dimmed, replaced by the familiar glint of hatred in Song Shihuan's gaze. Now, with the Qin prince's power surging, the outcome of future conflicts remained uncertain. Child, thank goodness you did not enter this den of wolves known as the Eastern Palace. Regaining her composure, Song Shihuan stated, I need to know all the plans between the Empress and Song Yinzheng during the birthday banquet, every detail. With that, she added fuel to the fire. Years ago, when my father was schemed against and involved with palace maids, it should have been you marrying him, my Empress. Thus, at this birthday banquet, we must ensure that those who plotted against us reveal their true selves. I will assist you without fail. The crown princess's nails dug deeply into her palms. Yet she paid no mind to the pain. The schemes of that year affected not just the Qin prince. As for the crown prince, he truly was, as Song Yu had predicted, so enraged that he spat blood. Song Yinjing hurried back, suppressing all resentment in the face of Song Yu. Your return is timely. Your father possesses an exceedingly fiery temperament, often resorting to threats of violence. You must counsel him diligently, he said. Song Yinjing gazed at the crown prince, who lay on the bed, gasping for breath, and mustered all his strength to force a smile. Thank you for the reminder, uncle. Well then, it is getting late, and I must take my leave, Song Yu replied, waving his hand with an air of utmost consideration. There is no need to see me off. With that, he departed, accompanied by Song Shihuan. Inside the room, Song Yinjing quickly grasped the crown prince's hand. Father, are you all right? The crown prince's right cheek twitched uncontrollably. The Ministry of War has fallen. Yinjing, I must seek out Father Emperor and demand an explanation. As the crown prince, how can I be incapable of managing even one of the 6 ministries? Father, do not be troubled. Even if grandfather has bestowed the Ministry of War upon the Qin prince, aside from those brutes, the rest are our allies. How could they possibly be swayed by him? Song Yinjing's gaze turned somber. Ultimately, the downfall of the Chong family had cast a heavy shadow over the Eastern Palace. Yinjing, do you think that had we protected the Chong family a little more, they would not have entertained thoughts of framing Song Yu? The crown prince's voice carried a hint of regret. The Chong family had supported the Eastern Palace for many years, leading him to mistakenly believe that the Eastern Palace could stand firm without them. Song Yu, I fear he has also begun to covet the throne. The crown prince's mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood. Song Yu had changed. Establishing the crown prince is a matter of utmost national importance. It cannot be treated lightly. Father need not worry, Song Yinjing reassured him. Soon, the Gu family will wholeheartedly support us in the Eastern Palace, and at that time, the Qin prince will find it even more difficult to maintain his position in the Ministry of War. Yet, as soon as the crown prince heard Song Yinjing's words, he realized his right cheek's twitching had not ceased. Terror flooded his expression. Yinjing, summoned physician Mei quickly. The Eastern Palace erupted into chaos. Song Yinjing stood beneath the eaves, the sounds of the crown prince's furious outbursts echoing in his ears. His brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that they had truly been excessively ruthless towards the Chong family? Yet, for the sake of marrying his mother, father had not taken a concubine in all these years. Not even a secondary wife had graced the Eastern Palace. If father ascended the throne, how could the ministers allow the imperial harem to consist of only the empress? If Chong Linger were to bear him a legitimate son, the Chong family's power would inevitably swell. How then could father control the Chong family and navigate the political landscape? In that case, it would be better to sever their paths from the outset. At the Qin prince's residence, the Ministry of War, this is indeed significant, Shun Xingping said, swallowing hard. However, the ministry is filled with the crown prince's minions. We must assert some dominance over those scoundrels from start. Otherwise, it will become difficult to establish ourselves later. What plan do you propose? Song Yu and Song Shihuan turned their gazes towards Shun Qingping. I have appointed you as my strategist. Do think of something. I will ponder it. Tasked with this weighty responsibility, Shun Qingping immediately immersed himself in thought. While Song Yu and Song Shihuan began to engage in casual conversation regarding matters of the Eastern Palace, the prince believes that the crown princess deserves her fate, having been an accomplice for so many years. Song Yu glared, vividly recalling how she treated you during the birthday banquet. This is a memory that shall remain etched in my mind. How could a mother treat her own child in such a manner? It is evident that her heart is far from kind. The king is right. Now that the Chong family has fallen, the crown princess and the Eastern Palace are bound to drift apart. Song Shihuan chuckled softly. Soon the king would have his grievances avenged. At that time, it will be necessary to ensure that the old man compensates the Qin Wangfu adequately. As father and daughter were engrossed in their conversation, Shun Qingping suddenly lifted his head. Eureka! Chapter 83. A battle of wits among officials the following morning during the Imperial Court Assembly. When Emperor Yuanyu officially announced his intention to transfer control of the Ministry of War to Song Yu, The entire court erupted in uproar. The Eastern Palace's supporters immediately sprang into action. Your Majesty, please reconsider. With His Highness the Prince of Qin already overseeing the Ministry of Revenue. If he were to also take charge of the Ministry of War, his energy might be insufficient. An elderly gentleman, his hair grayed halfway, spoke with fervor. Before Emperor Yuanyu could respond, Song Yu boldly stepped forward, displaying a mischievous grin. Lord Qin, my vigor is abundant, far beyond what someone like you, who is nearing the grave, can comprehend. Qin, the deputy minister, was momentarily taken aback by Song Yu's retort. However, the Ministry of War has always been under the prince's stewardship without a single mishap. As the deputy minister, Qin was naturally reluctant to witness the current situation. Is mere absence of error sufficient? Song Yu rolled his eyes. I have achieved notable accomplishments in the Ministry of Revenue. Furthermore, with the crown prince currently under house arrest, shall the Ministry of War simply await his return from the Eastern Palace? Your Majesty, the Prince of Qin lacks familiarity with the affairs of the Ministry of War. I believe it would be more appropriate for the crown prince to maintain control. Others echoed Qin's sentiments, stepping forward in agreement. Emperor Yuanyu observed the chaotic scene of his ministers arguing, with Song Yu single-handedly engaging them in verbal combat. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of admiration for his son. I support the Prince of Qin overseeing the Ministry of War, Gu Zheng declared loudly. The prince acts with both boldness and meticulousness. I am confident he will excel in this role, and I shall do my utmost to assist him. Song Yu instantly swelled with pride. Among the court officials, only General Gu possesses such keen insight. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingping at the back of the assembly froze, a smile faltering on his face. What did the prince mean? Had he forgotten that he existed in the court as well? Enough. A ruler's word is law. Emperor Yuanyu interjected once more. The ministers dared not continue their debate, while those from the Ministry of War appeared pale, as if facing imminent disaster. After the assembly, Emperor Yuanyu paused, unable to ignore the carefree demeanor of Song Yu following closely behind him. Song Yu nearly bumped into the back of his father's head. Father, why did you stop suddenly? You almost caused me to lose my nose. Emperor Yuanyu, exasperated, replied, Tell me, you have been in the Ministry of Revenue for some time now. Have any ministers been willing to befriend you? Yes, there's Gu Zheng. Seeing Song Yu grin broadly, Emperor Yuanyu, frustrated, pointed at him. Aside from the Gu family and the Shun family, I see that others would gladly see you devoured whole. What am I to do then? Song Yu feigned ignorance. Even your third and fourth brothers have allies who defend them in court. Yet you, if not for Gu Zheng's words today, what could Shun Qingping, with his trivial position, possibly say on your behalf? Then promote Shun Qingping, your Majesty. You, a rotten wood cannot be carved. Emperor Yuanyu, incensed by Song Yu's response, strode purposefully towards the Zicheng Hall. Song Yu, sensing his father's irritation, followed closely behind. Father, please do not be angry. I understand your intentions. The sole purpose of my entry into the court is to pledge my loyalty to the esteemed emperor and to serve the people of the Qi. Song Yu's eyes sparkled, for he held in disdain the notion of forming factions for personal gain. The Yuanyu emperor halted his steps, turning in disbelief to regard Song Yu. With a smile, Song Yu spoke, on that day when I was wrongfully accused over the meat porridge incident. Did not Father Emperor extend his hand to clear my name despite the remonstrations of the officials? Thus, I am willing to ally myself with you, Father Emperor. These seemingly light words stirred tumultuous waves within the heart of the Yuanyu emperor. After a moment's pause, the emperor slowly replied, Those in the Ministry of War are likely reluctant to accept you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak to me. As a dignified prince, how could I not handle a mere few insignificant officials? Song Yu adjusted his demeanor, stating that the plan was devised with the assistance of Shun Qingping, urging the emperor to remember to promote Shun's position at the appropriate time, as he currently held too junior a rank. Trailing behind Song Yu made him feel embarrassed. In the Ministry of War, a group of officials had already conspired several strategies to put Song Yu in his place, anxiously awaiting his arrival to vent their frustrations on behalf of the crown prince. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Song Yu's figure remained absent. Lord Qin, is the Prince of Qin already absent on his first day? Someone timidly ventured to inquire, prompting the expressions of several higher-ranking officials to darken immediately. Indeed, the Prince of Qin was excessively extravagant, incapable even of attending roll call. Qin Sheng's gaze dimmed as he instructed, "Find out the Prince of Qin's whereabouts. Has he gone to the Ministry of Revenue?" Thus, the officials lingered in the Ministry of War for another half an hour before receiving the latest news. Esteemed officials, the Prince of Qin has gone to the Girls' Academy to fetch Princess Fuan from school. Absurd. We shall return tomorrow to await the Prince of Qin, Qin Sheng exclaimed. Rising in exasperation, "Lord Qin, what are these memorials?" In the past, such memorials were sent to the Eastern Palace for the Crown Prince to select those suitable for presentation. Now, with the Ministry of War entrusted to the Prince of Qin, they were at a loss regarding how to handle these documents. Set them aside. We shall discuss them upon seeing the Prince of Qin tomorrow. Meanwhile, upon encountering Song Shihuan, Song Yu eagerly recounted their conversation with the Yuan Yu Emperor word for word. "Father, you have truly hit two birds with one stone," Song Shihuan praised, giving Song Yu a thumbs up, noting how he not only expressed loyalty to his grandfather, but also subtly highlighted the inadequacy of the Confucian official's position. Truly astute. "Just average," Song Yu replied, his eyebrows nearly soaring to the heavens. "Had it not been for Ahuan's reminder yesterday, I would not have realized it. Ahuan is indeed wise." As the father and daughter exchanged compliments, Shun Qingping recalled how Song Yu had indirectly pointed out his own lack of insight during the morning assembly. Biting into a pastry with frustration. What of holding a lower position? Promotion is not impossible, contrary to the expectations of Qian Sheng and others. Song Yu's absence persisted the following day in the Ministry of War. "Lord Qian, there are several urgent memorials." At this moment, half of the officials had ceased contemplating how to reprimand Song Yu and were instead eager for his appearance to review these memorials. Yet Qian Sheng remained steadfast, awaiting the arrival of the prince the following day. Day after day, the third dawn broke, and Song Yu was still nowhere to be seen. By the third day, anticipation for Song Yu's appearance had grown palpable, extinguishing any earlier thoughts of intimidating him. Again and again, hope waned. At this moment, Qianxing had fully grasped Song Yu's intentions. His countenance darkened, resembling the hue of charred iron. It seemed unlikely that the Prince of Qin would take the initiative to visit. Thus, we must personally summon him to the Prince's residence. "Sir Qian, the Prince of Qin is derelict in his duties. We could report this to the Emperor." 3 days had passed, and do you believe the Emperor remains unaware? A cold sweat broke out on Qianxing's brow. It appeared that the Emperor's indulgence towards the Prince of Qin far exceeded his previous assumptions. "Take these memorials with us. We shall go to the Prince of Qin's residence and request his presence at the Ministry of War." Chapter 84. The little minions seize the day. Outside the Qin Wang Palace, Qian Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he requested the steward to announce their urgent need to confer with the prince regarding a matter of state. Initially, their intention was to intimidate the Qin Wang, yet they found themselves covertly subdued by him, now reduced to beseeching the prince to address the affairs of the military department. "Please wait a moment," the steward replied with an air of composure, nodding slightly before turning to stride into the palace. Upon reaching the corner, he found a chair and sat down, displaying not a hint of urgency. Lord Shun had instructed him to let them stew for half an hour before proceeding. Inside the room, Shun Qingping mused that in half an hour, the visitors would likely have calmed down. He gazed at the roster in his hands, slowly speaking. "This is the military roster of the Qi. Over half of the veteran ministers who once fought alongside the emperor have been lured to the Eastern Palace, which presents the most formidable challenge. Previously, the prince had not shown much interest in court affairs, and with the current empress being the younger sister of the late empress, many former officials had shifted their allegiance to the Eastern Palace to thwart the ambitions of Wang Chu and Wang Qi. It appeared that if the prince wished to gain complete control over the military department, simply managing the external factions would not suffice. Suddenly, Song Yu stood up, brushing his hand across his handsome face. "Tell me, does my visage, which bears a resemblance to that of my mother, possess sufficient persuasive power?" Shun Qingping nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. "Your Highness, sometimes the biases in people's hearts are insurmountable mountains. Song Yu's expression twisted in displeasure. Is it merely because I was a dandy for a while that they deem me perpetually inept? Father, if that is the case, then it seems I could assist. Song Shihuan timidly raised her hand, her eyes blinking curiously at Song Yu. A fleeting look of guilt crossed her face. She hadn't yet informed her father of her resemblance to the late empress. Huan, I find myself somewhat puzzled, Song Yu remarked, clearly bewildered. Father, the story is rather long. If you wish to seek out those veteran ministers, you may take me along. Song Shihuan fidgeted with her handkerchief, contemplating how best to convey her thoughts to her father. Only Shun Qingping, observing from the side, seemed to have an epiphany. Half an hour later, Qian Sheng and his companions greeted Song Yu with expressions of fervent excitement, as if they were beholding their ancestors. Your Highness, there are numerous memorials from the military department awaiting your judgment on whether they should be submitted to the emperor. Upon seeing the two-person pile of memorials, Song Yu's expression changed drastically. Are you suggesting that I must review each of these memorials one by one? Indeed, Your Highness, Qian Sheng responded, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. As Song Yu casually flipped through one of the documents, his eyes widened at the dense handwriting. These memorials must be returned for rewriting. They need to be concise. Do you understand what concise means? For the first time, Song Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Emperor Yuanyu, who tirelessly reviewed memorials day in and day out in the Zikan Hall. With such an abundance of documents, were they attempting to exhaust him, or perhaps to strain his father's health? As soon as the hat was lowered, Qian Sheng and the others immediately knelt, exclaiming, Your Highness, we harbor no such intentions. Please take it away. Song Yu displayed extreme disdain, declaring that in the future, should any lengthy memorials be presented to the Ministry of War, he would personally instruct them on how to compose such documents. Qian Sheng and his companions left, feeling anxious. However, Song Yu fixed his gaze intently on Shun Qingping, causing the latter to feel uneasy. Your Highness, have I sprouted flowers on my face? Song Yu gravely stated. In the future, you shall review the memorials sent by the Ministry of War for me. Such meticulous tasks are beyond my capabilities. I do this for your benefit. By examining the memorials, you will gain insight into the significant matters of the court, enabling you to navigate promotions and titles with foresight. Shun Qingping. Days later, within the Zicheng Hall, Emperor Yuanyu gazed at the succinct and clear memorial, unable to restrain his tears of joy. This is the kind of memorial a good courtier should present. How did the Qin Wang manage this? He inquired, having previously issued several decrees urging courtiers to be concise in their submissions, yet they could not contain their emotional outpourings when writing. After Wu Qi recounted Song Yu's actions, a twitch appeared at the corner of the emperor's mouth. The prince has declared he will personally instruct them. None dare defy him, Wu Qi remarked. After all, the emperor, being the supreme ruler, must tread carefully when dealing with courtiers, as any arbitrary action could leave a significant blemish in the historical records. However, if it were Qin Wang, he would not concern himself with such matters, rolling up his sleeves and charging ahead. My eldest son possesses both courage and wisdom, daring to dream and act. This pleases me immensely. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Yuanyu finally managed to articulate this sentiment. Wu Qi, send all the other treasures from my private treasury to the Qin Wang's residence, and convey my decree that in the future, not only the memorials from the Ministry of War, but also all others must first pass through the eyes of the Qin Wang. Yes, Wu Qi replied, his eyes wide with shock. Every memorial. What does this differ from the Regency? Upon learning of this news, Song Yu responded cheerfully, promptly transferring the emperor's treasures to Song Shihuan's courtyard, selecting only 2 or 3 items that were less appealing to give to Shun Qingping. From now on, you shall review all these memorials for me. At that moment, Shun Qingping's expression transformed completely. No longer numb, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Highness, you truly wish for me to read them? Song Yu nodded, stating, I have no leisure for such tasks. If there are any issues, you must inform me. Unbeknownst to Song Yu, the rise of a future chancellor was officially commencing at this moment. After speaking with Shun Qingping, Song Yu began to verify the old officials he needed to visit, mumbling to himself, I wonder why Huan insists on accompanying me. Those old fellows all exude an aura of menace. I'm afraid I might frighten Ah Huan. Shun Qingping stifled a smile, suggesting, since the Marquis intends to go, why not bring the princess along? There may be even more delightful surprises in store. The following morning, Song Yu and Song Shihuan arrived at the Zhou residence. I have come to pay my respects to the old Master Zhou, accompanied by Ah Huan. Song Yu, rarely serious, approached the elderly Lord Zhou, who, having aged considerably, spent his days in the manor, enjoying his twilight years. The current head of the Zhou family was Lord Zhou's eldest son, a staunch supporter of the Eastern Palace. Under the guidance of a servant, Song Yu and Song Shihuan soon beheld an elderly gentleman with graying hair, seeking refuge from the heat beneath a grand tree. Uncle Zhou, I have brought Ah Huan to visit you, Song Yu announced, his demeanor somewhat restrained, for he knew that even a light tap from the elder's cane would be something he had to endure. Good day, Grandpa Zhou, chimed in Song Shihuan. The old man, who had been squinting, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and, trembling, inquired, Ah Huan, are you the little granddaughter the emperor recently acknowledged? How strikingly you resemble the late empress. Chapter 85. Song Yu discovers that Song Shihuan resembles Empress Yuan. Song Shihuan nodded obediently. Having often heard her father speak of grandfather Zhou, their first meeting confirmed that he was indeed the legendary hero who had single-handedly claimed the heads of enemy generals. Listening to her words, Song Yu felt a pang of guilt. Aside from a brief introduction to Ah Huan the previous night, he had never mentioned grandfather Zhou in her presence. Your Highness, I pay my respects to the princess, grandfather Zhou exclaimed, dropping his cane as if to kneel. Startled, Song Yu swiftly supported him, fearing that such an act might lead to unforeseen complications for which he could not bear the responsibility. Yet, it was curious that even in the presence of a prince, the elder had no intention of kneeling. Why then was he so agitated upon seeing Ah Huan? Seeing this, Song Shihuan stepped forward, gently supporting grandfather Zhou. Grandfather, how is your health lately? Very well, he replied, his eyes shimmering with tears. The emperor entrusted the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War to your father, who has changed significantly since then. Observing the lively expression on Song Shihuan's face as she spoke, grandfather Zhou wiped away a tear. It is fate. This is truly fate. Dear child, you are almost a replica of Empress Yuan, and you have become a child of the Qin Wangfu. He clasped her hand tightly. Empress Yuan has shown great kindness to us old ministers. To resemble the empress is indeed a blessing for Ah Huan. Song Yu, upon hearing this, felt as though struck by lightning, instinctively touching his own face. Ah Huan resembles the empress? Your Highness, the princess resembles the empress even more than you do. Grandfather Zhou remarked, continuing to hold Song Shihuan's hand. My dear child, you have suffered outside. Haven to you? Now that you are back in the palace. With the emperor present, no one shall cause you distress. Grandfather, I have not suffered. The emperor and my father have protected me well. Song Shihuan replied with a shy smile. However, now that my father oversees the Ministry of War, I fear concerning General Zhou. Let him dare. Grandfather Zhou's sharp gaze revealed the decisiveness he once wielded in battle. Bring my eldest here. Ignoring the now weathered Song Yu, Grandfather Zhou focused solely on Song Shihuan, anxious that she had endured any hardship. When Zhou Yin received the news and hurried over, he stiffened upon seeing Song Yu. Being part of the court, he was acutely aware of the current dynamics between the East Palace and the Qin Wangfu. Eldest from now on, the entire Zhou family must do everything in our power to protect the Qin Wang and the princess. Father? Zhou Yin was taken aback. His father had once insisted that a prince of the Su family bloodline must ascend the throne, yet had never explicitly mentioned the Qin Wang. Do you not understand my words? Grandfather Zhou lacked patience for anyone else. In any case, the Fuan princess must be safeguarded by the entire Zhou family. He tightened his grip on Song Shihuan's hand slightly. Had it not been for Empress Yuan's presence back then, those old men would have long lost their lives. A debt of immense gratitude, for which I am a loss to repay. Until he returned to the Qin Wangfu, Song Yu remained in a state of disbelief. Ah Huan, it was the matron who informed me. Song Shihuan's expression was somewhat anxious. I never knew how to tell you. The palace must be aware as well. Do they say she resembles me greatly? To Song Shihuan's astonishment, Song Yu was not at all preoccupied with when to inform him. Instead, he fixed a starry gaze unwaveringly upon Song Shihuan's youthful face. Indeed, she must bear a striking resemblance. Song Yu paused momentarily before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. I, Song Yu, have been blessed with such a daughter. The heavens have not treated me poorly. In the gaze of Song Shihuan, Song Yu gradually knelt down, adopting a single knee posture. Huan, it is evident that we share this destined bond of father and daughter. Song Shihuan nodded fervently. I bear no resemblance to the crown prince. I resemble grandmother and father. Song Yu gently tucked a strand of hair behind Song Shihuan's ear, his movements delicate as if handling a rare treasure. That night, Song Yu drank to excess. With no other choice, Shun Qingping carried his bundle to the Qin Wangfu. For his rise to power depended on the very ancestor before him. Observing the inebriated Song Yu, Shun Qingping seized the wine jug from his grasp. Enough of the drinking. If you continue, you shan't be able to see the princess off to her academy in the morning. At the mention of Song Shihuan, Song Yu chuckled merrily. Did you know, Huan surprisingly resembles the empress mother, as well as me, yet bears no likeness to that scoundrel Song Ling? The words flowed from him, imbued with the scent of wine. Just the thought of it brings me immense delight. Indeed, it was true. Shun Qingping silently marveled at his luck. Your fortune is truly remarkable. With just the princess's intervention, the old ministers can be dealt with effortlessly. Hiss, might the prince's fortune be a tad too generous? The following morning, after bidding farewell to Song Shihuan, Song Yu ventured alone to the imperial tomb, lingering before Empress Yuan's resting place for a considerable time. They say Huan resembles you, so I have begun to anticipate her appearance as she matures. As for that painting of yours, Father Emperor did not allow me to bring it back to the Qin Wangfu. How stingy. A radiant smile adorned Song Yu's face. It was indeed Huan who personally chose me that day. After conversing at length with Empress Yuan, Song Yu's expression suddenly shifted. Previously, Song Yinchao and Song Yinming had intended to strike Huan at the Qin Wangfu, and just days ago, Song Shian also saw Tamara Huan's beauty. How dare they bully Huan in such a manner? Song Yu fully grasped the situation and swiftly rose to his feet. I must confront them. He strode purposefully from the imperial tomb, as a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a fallen leaf that landed gracefully before the spirit tablet. In the Zicheng Hall, where's Father Emperor? I demand to see him. Upon hearing Song Yu's voice, Emperor Yuan Yu immediately realized that he had come to collect a debt. Moments later, as he gazed upon the furious Song Yu, he wondered who had provoked him. The East Palace. Who could possibly cause you distress there now? A fleeting glance at Song Yu revealed that the only one who could emerge from the East Palace was Yen Zheng. Surely, Father Emperor is aware that Huan bears a striking resemblance to Mother Empress. Noticing the Emperor's silence, Song Yu spoke again, questioning how to account for the grievances incurred when those two young scions from the East Palace assaulted Huan's face at the Prince of Qin's residence. And more recently, when Song Shiyan attempted to mar Huan's visage. Chapter 86. Bow before the Empress Dowager. What do you intend to do? The current Emperor Yuan Yu has gained considerable insight when confronting Song Yu. It is imperative to first ascertain the desires of this rogue. Otherwise, one may find oneself ensnared, relentlessly pursued until their objectives are achieved. Naturally, they must pay a price for their actions. Song Yu's face flushed with anger. He previously believed it was merely a disdain for Huan, but now he discovered such malicious intent lurking beneath. If Huan bore even a slight blemish, he would ensure that the face of the Eastern Palace would be bruised. Next month marks the anniversary of the late Empress's passing. Let them kneel before her spirit for an entire day, then take charge of the sacrificial preparations. Very well. The Emperor Yuan Yu acquiesced with remarkable swiftness, surprising Song Yu. Your late mother is their direct grandmother. Paying homage and honoring her memory is an obligation they must fulfill. The words of the Emperor left Song Yu momentarily stunned. Are you well today? He scrutinized the Emperor, noting that this old man had refrained from rebuking him throughout their exchange. Something felt amiss. Get out. You're allowed to be angry, but I am not. In Kuan Ning Palace, after hearing Song Yu's words, The smile on the stepmother's face could no longer be maintained. In half a month, it will be my birthday. Why not wait until after my celebration to arrange for the memorial of my sister? Her birthday and the anniversary of the deceased are over a month apart. There is no need for such early preparations. It was evident she was intentionally being made to feel uncomfortable. The stepmother nearly ground her teeth in frustration. If her birthday feast were to be entangled with the sacrificial rites, how would outsiders perceive her as empress? "Mother, you jest," Song replied, his face devoid of any mirth. "My mother is from the Yin clan. Yin Ming and Shi Yin are her direct ancestors. Their failure to pay daily respects is already disrespectful. Now, Father has graciously provided them an opportunity, yet you appear displeased. To suggest that her grandchildren should offer daily incense to the deceased?" The stepmother wished to tear apart Song Yu's vexing visage. "I'm not displeased," she insisted, her handkerchief nearly torn to shreds beneath her sleeve. "Then it is settled. Let them kneel tomorrow morning." Song Yu gazed directly at the stepmother without reservation, assigning them the responsibility of the sacrificial arrangements to ensure they fulfill their filial duties. Each of Song Yu's words pierced the stepmother's heart like arrows. After his departure, several precious teacups shattered within Confronting Palace. When news reached the Eastern Palace, Song Yin Zhao and Song Yin Ming hurried to the Crown Prince, weeping profusely. At that moment, the figure of the Crown Princess slowly emerged. "I have experience with sacrificial rites. I will assist Yin Zhao and Yin Ming in the preparations." Upon hearing the Crown Princess's words, both were filled with unexpected joy. "Thank you, Mother." Even the Crown Prince cast a few more glances at the Crown Princess. "Then it shall be a burden on Li Xian." The Crown Prince's expression softened slightly as he addressed Song Yin Zhao and Song Yin Ming. "If there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to ask your mother." The Crown Princess smiled gently in response. "Your Highness, is there anything regarding the Empress's birthday feast that I may assist you in overseeing?" At this moment, the Crown Princess appeared drastically altered from just a few days prior. The matter of the sacrificial rites would surely weigh heavily on the Empress's mind as well. "You shall visit Confronting Palace tomorrow and inquire if there is any way to assist her," she instructed. "I shall go tomorrow," the Crown Princess replied. Having achieved her objective, she gracefully exited the courtyard. Under the moonlight, a peculiar smile crept upon her lips. The birthday banquet coinciding with the sacrificial rites seemed to suggest that even the deceased would not spare the living. The following morning, Song Yin Chao, Song Yin Ming, and Song Shihuan found themselves kneeling before the tablet of the Empress Dowager. For the three young lords, this act of kneeling bore significance. Their spines had to be straight, their gazes lowered, and their expressions sincere. The matron, having emerged from the Zhichen Hall, commanded their silence, and the trio dared not utter a word in retort. "I shall remain outside, and you young masters must kneel until nightfall before you may leave," she declared before departing, leaving the three with resentful expressions. "Brother, how is it that you're also summoned to kneel?" Song Shihuan asked. Upon hearing her, Song Yin Chao and Song Yin Ming's expression stiffened. Their only offense since returning had been their protest on behalf of Shi Yin at the Prince of Qin's residence. Yet, they could not voice their grievances directly. "It is likely a deliberate targeting of our Eastern Palace," Song Yin Chao remarked solemnly. "This is excessive," Song Shihuan exclaimed, her eyes reddening with indignation. "Clearly, our grandmother's birthday approaches, yet we must prostrate ourselves before the tablet for an entire day. Kneeling requires sincerity." A melodious voice interjected as Song Shihuan appeared at the door. "If one's heart is insincere, beware of midnight knocks from the spirits." As she spoke, Song Shihuan knelt down, reverently bowing 3 times before the tablet and lighting 3 sticks of sandalwood incense. "Today, I wish to inform my grandfather that the new empress is not as close to you as a sister might be, and I beg for your understanding, dear grandmother." Song Shihuan, "Do not celebrate too soon," she continued, her dark eyes making the others hesitant to meet her gaze. "Do you know why you kneel here? It is because you wish to ruin my face." Song Shihuan's words left Song Shihuan momentarily breathless. "You speak falsely," she retorted. "I have divine protection. My beauty resembles that of our grandmother." Song Shihuan pressed on, and you have always sought to mar my visage, which is why you find yourselves kneeling here today. You must sincerely repent before our grandmother's spirit and reflect on why you wish to destroy a face that bears her likeness." Her voice lingered, deliberately slow, sending chills down their spines. "If you harbor no remorse, do you think our grandmother's spirit will grant you mercy?" A faint laugh escaped her lips as she pointed at Song Shihuan's posture. "Sister Shihuan, kneel properly, or our grandmother may perceive you as disrespectful." With that, Song Shihuan slowly departed, leaving the three trembling in their kneeling position. Outside, "Bao Xia, are all preparations complete?" "My lady, everything is ready. The candles in the room are specially prepared, just sufficient to burn until dust descends." Bao Xia spoke softly. The paper on the windows was so thin that one could see clearly outside when someone walked by. Song Shihuan nodded upon hearing this, raising her gaze to the sky. The night gradually descended, and the three individuals within the room had long since succumbed to exhaustion, their knees swollen and red, collapsing onto the floor. "Second brother, third brother, why isn't the time come yet?" Song Shihuan rubbed her aching knees, lamenting the futility of their situation. Just as her words fell, the candle flames within the room flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in darkness. A wild figure with disheveled hair darted past outside, prompting Song Shihuan to scream in terror. Song Yin and Song Yinming were equally startled, their hearts racing, as they cried out help. Their essay Ghost. Chapter 87. The Hypocrisy of Sisterly Affection. Preparations for the birthday banquet, a shadow, flitted past outside the room once more, causing Song Shihuan to be so frightened that she collapsed onto the ground. "Your Highness, I did not intend to show you any disrespect," she stammered, her hair in disarray, her voice tinged with tears. "It is the Empress Dowager who said that Song Shihuan resembles you too closely. She will surely steal away all of grandfather's affection, putting the Eastern Palace in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, Song Yinshao and Song Yinming hastily nodded in agreement. "Your Highness, we only wish to mar Song Shihuan's face. We meant no disrespect to you." Listening to the absurd pleas of the three within, a smirk crept upon Song Shihuan's lips. At that moment, she stood beside the Emperor Yuanyu and Song Yu. "Father, the Eastern Palace truly lacks proper upbringing," Song Yu remarked, his gaze darkening. It seemed that the Empress Mother, much like my own mother, did not genuinely possess the sisterly bond she professed. For many years, whenever the Kuan-Ning Palace faced difficulties, it would wield the pretense of sisterly affection as a shield to evade responsibility. Now that the veil of sisterhood had been torn away, what could Kuan-Ning Palace rely on as its final trump card? The Emperor Yuanyu's expression had darkened to an extreme. Just as he was about to kick the door open, Song Yu stopped him, saying, "Father, it suffices for you to be aware of these matters. Do not hold them against the children." The emperor furrowed his brow, retorting, "Have you gone mad with anger? According to propriety, it should be the scoundrel who kicks the door first." "I'm not foolish," Song Yu flashed a grin. "Please remember this debt for me today. When the birthday banquet arrives, we shall settle old scores, including the slander from years past about my supposed affair with a palace maid. That will be truly satisfying." "Very well." The Emperor Yuanyu gazed at Song Yu for a long while before finally striding toward the Zichuan Hall. As the day of the Empress's birthday banquet drew near, the capital began to bustle with excitement. Noble ladies in the city were racking their brains to prepare their talents, each hoping to make a stunning impression at the banquet. At the residence of the Prince of Chu, Song Shihuan practiced the zither earnestly. "You must perfect this dance," commanded the Princess of Chu, wielding a ruler in her hand, while Song Shiling danced with tear-filled eyes. "Mother is only looking out for your best interests. Now that Song Shihuan has lost her title, she is hardly more esteemed than you." The princess's gaze was sharp, adding, "And that Song Shihuan, just retrieved, undoubtedly knows nothing of the arts. This is a rare opportunity for you." "Mother, I truly cannot dance any longer." Since finishing breakfast, she had been dancing for 2 hours. "No, practice a few more times." The thought of the Prince of Chu spending the night with another woman tightened the princess's grip on her ruler. "Your movements must be graceful, and your expression must not remain stiff." Time passed, and eventually, Song Shiling collapsed, utterly exhausted. The Princess of Chu, with a cold expression. Order the servants to carry her back to the courtyard. As they left for the first time, Song Shihuan mustered her courage and asked, Mother, why must I excel in everything? Do I not possess any merits of my own? Take her away. The princess of Chu gazed at the figure of Song Shihuan being carried away, gently dabbling at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Is it wrong for me to wish for Shihuan to stand out a bit more? Beside her, the matron lowered her head, acknowledging that the princess was not at fault. Yet neither was the young lady. Meanwhile, at the Qin Wangfu, Shun Qingping's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze upon Song Shihuan. Would the young lady be willing to play the guqin at the birthday banquet? I can only imagine how magnificent the scene will be. Having received thorough guidance from her teacher, she had practiced for several months, and it was high time to showcase her skills. With a smile illuminating her features, Song Shihuan resolved to let everyone know that her teacher's musical prowess was indeed exceptional, contrary to the common perceptions. The world had long regarded her teacher as a dandy, believing that even with remarkable talents, he could only serve as an accompaniment to courtesans, while those who prided themselves on their refinement viewed him as a threat. Such ignorance. Shun Qingping was invigorated by her words, throwing a stack of documents onto the table before Song Yu, presenting his most treasured sheet music to Song Shihuan. Which piece would you like to play, my lady? Struggling to sit upright amidst the pile of documents, Song Yu bit his teeth and retorted, Shun Qingping, have I been too lenient with you lately? My lord, I must instruct the young lady in her guqin practice. In previous years, the second princess has always taken the lead at the birthday banquet. Do you not wish for our young lady to claim that honor this year? Seeing Shun Qingping's earnest demeanor, Song Yu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Very well, I shall await the moment when Ah Huan takes the crown. After all, the banquet is only a few days away. For Ah Huan's sake, I shall endure. Shun Qingping's gaze was fixed on Song Shihuan, akin to that of a master admiring a precious sword. The thought of his disciple dazzling at the birthday banquet filled him with exhilaration. Song Yu, witnessing this, twitched his lips. Liushi, do you see how unremarkable he appears? Liushi stifled a laugh, observing that the prince's demeanor before the young lady was not particularly impressive either. After a short while, Song Shihuan perused the sheet music until her gaze settled upon a particular page. This piece shall suffice. At almost the same moment, the crown princess arrived at Kuaning Palace. As she stepped through the grand entrance, the sound of Song Shihuan playing the guqin reached her ears. In the past, the crown princess would have felt a swell of pride at the enchanting melodies, given the considerable effort she had invested in Song Shihuan's musical education. Yet now, recalling the music she had heard at the Qin Wangfu, a smirk formed on her lips. What a stark contrast. Mother, I have already reviewed the culinary arrangements for the birthday banquet, the crown princess said with a gentle demeanor. Please take a look. The Empress Dowager glanced over the preparations. Nodding in approval, you handle matters well. I have complete trust in you. When the esteemed daughters of prominent families attend to celebrate your birthday, should any stand out, I hope you will help select a worthy match for Yanzheng. Hearing the crown princess's words, the Empress Dowager's gaze flickered momentarily. Given the recent upheaval in the Chong family, you still concern yourself with Yanzheng's marriage. You are quite diligent. The Chong family has fallen, and Yanzheng has become the reliance of his daughter-in-law. The crown princess, embodying a nurturing maternal figure, hopes that Yanzheng will possess a formidable maternal family. I previously took note of Gu Minglu from the Gu family. The Empress Dowager dismissed the others and grasped the hand of the crown princess, stating, as you are aware, there were certain complications between the Eastern Palace and Guzhong. Thus, if we do not employ some stratagems, this marriage may prove difficult to realize. Is there anything you require of me? The crown princess inquired softly. I am willing to do anything to assist Yanzheng. Upon hearing these words from the crown princess, the smile on the Empress Dowager's face gradually broadened. Chapter 88. In the Ministry of War, one must win to depart the women of the Gu family, undoubtedly possess a fierce spirit akin to Guzheng. When conventional methods prove futile, only one stratagem appears effective. The Empress Dowager's gaze flickered momentarily, and she declared, I have devised a plan. I am eager to hear the details, responded the daughter-in-law. An act of heroism to rescue a damsel in distress, the Empress Dowager continued. her smile casting an unsettling aura upon the crown princess. The Empress Dowager's voice resonated once more. I have dispatched individuals to investigate. Miss Gu harbors a fear of water. Should she inadvertently fall into the lake and fortuitously be rescued by Yin Zheng, it would indeed become a delightful tale. Your Majesty speaks with great insight. The crown princess replied, her smile devoid of genuine warmth. There are matters I cannot orchestrate directly, Li Xian. This time, I must trouble you. As they exited the chamber, the crown princess cast several glances at Shen War, who was accompanying Song Shihuan. Master Chun, has Miss Shen been visiting frequently? Chun Shi paused momentarily before responding. Your Highness, Miss Shen often comes to keep the second princess company. With her presence, the second princess's spirits have greatly improved. He then shifted the conversation, seemingly casually. Miss Shen has even crossed paths with the eldest imperial grandson a few times. I observed that he seems inclined to engage her in conversation. I see. The crown princess acknowledged with a nod before departing from Kuan-Ning Palace. Your Highness, regarding Master Qin's earlier remarks, the matron could not suppress her curiosity. Could it be that Miss Shen's intentions are not pure? She is still too naive, unable to conceal her thoughts, the crown princess replied slowly. The Empress Dowager is subtly reminding me, through Chun Shi, prompting me to address Shen War in advance, lest it disrupt the festivities of the birthday banquet. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, the crown princess meticulously recorded the Empress Dowager's plan onto several pages, folding them neatly and tucking them within the music score. Have Xiazi find an opportunity to present this personally to Prince Qin, explaining that I discovered this music score while searching for materials to assist the Princess of Fuan with her musical studies. After enduring 6 tedious days of waiting at the Ministry of War, Song Yu finally condescended to visit, persuaded by Shun Qingping, who was nearing his wit's end. Every memorial he submitted required repeated inquiries from Song Yu, significantly impeding his ability to instruct the princess in music. This is a waste of time. Within the ministry, the officials, assuming Song Yu would not appear, spoke freely without concern. Minister Qian, what do you think of Prince Qin's modus operandi? One official lamented. He merely instructs us to pen a few lines on the memorial. How can such brevity suffice to convey the matter at hand? Indeed, another chimed in. Most officials of the Deqi court are eloquent. Aside from what is inscribed on the memorial, how else can we ensure the emperor perceives our intentions? In an instant, a wave of resentment towards Song Yu washed over the room. Outside, Song Yu slowly withdrew his outstretched foot, a mischievous glimmer dancing in his eyes. I suspect it is Prince Qin who cannot comprehend. Minister Liu is correct. Who among us does not know that Prince Qin has been utterly uneducated since childhood? He has likely read but a handful of books, an animated official declared. If the memorial is not simplified, how could he possibly understand it? Every word challenges Song Yu's temper. This place does not seem fit for official duties. It resembles a bustling tea house filled with gossip. With a swift motion, Song Yu kicked open the door, startling the officials within. Your Highness, when did you arrive? Qiansheng cautiously inquired, eager to discern how much Song Yu had overheard. I have been privy to quite a lengthy criticism, Song Yu retorted, his gaze suddenly fierce. What, are you all dissatisfied with me? Do you think I only know how to fight crickets? We would not dare, the officials responded, trembling. Liushi, fetch me 20 crickets, Song Yu commanded, nonchalantly sitting down. Continue your discussion. I have not yet had my fill. With Song Yu present, the officials dared not breathe, each of them lamenting their predicament and wishing they could slap themselves for engaging in such trivial disputes. Your Highness, why do you wish to summon crickets? Lu Tong stammered, uncertain, for there seemed no need for crickets within the Ministry of War. Yet, Song Yu showed no inclination to answer, reclining in his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. After half an hour, Liushi returned with 20 crickets. Only then did Song Yu wave his hand, instructing each person to select one, declaring that the victor could leave, while those who continuously lost would be nailed to the Ministry of War that evening. Upon hearing this, the officials broke into a cold sweat. Your Highness, we do not even know how to fight crickets. Is it that you cannot manage such a simple task? Song Yu shot a sidelong glance at Qiansheng, a radiant smile gracing his face. Did you not say, I only know how to fight crickets? I can teach you. While it may sound easy, the reality of engaging in cricket fights proved to be a formidable challenge for these powerful officials. Song Yu had the doors of the ministry barred and took a moment to fetch Song Shihuan from school. Father, why are they not attending to their duties and instead fighting crickets? Observing the officials, each red-faced and fervently hoping for their crickets to triumph. Song Shihuan could not suppress a smirk. They insisted on having me teach them how to fight crickets, and I reluctantly acquiesced. Song Yu sighed dramatically. However, tomorrow, your grandfather may well reprimand me for being overly indulgent. Is it not their choice to engage in cricket battles? What does that have to do with you, father? Hearing Song Shihuan's words, Qian Sheng and the others felt darkness cloud their vision. Lord Qian, your cricket seems to be nearing its end. Song Shihuan suddenly leaned closer to Qian Sheng, noting the cricket's apparent old age. As soon as he spoke, Qian Sheng's cricket lay on its side, struggling for a few moments before falling utterly still. It appeared that Lord Qian would be spending the night in the Ministry of War. What a pity, Song Shihuan remarked, while Song Yu's grin widened. The remaining officials were drenched in sweat, knowing that even if granted tenfold courage, they would never dare to provoke the Duke and his daughter again. Your Highness, Princess, please wait. On the palace path, Song Yu gazed at the young eunuch before him, furrowing his brow. You are the little Shiazi of the Eastern Palace? Indeed, I am but a humble servant. The Crown Princess commanded me to present this music score to the esteemed princess. Song Shihuan accepted the score, sensing its peculiarity. She nodded. Please convey my gratitude to the Crown Princess. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Song Yu and Song Shihuan opened the letter penned by the Crown Princess. Does the Shun family lack discernment? How could they possibly favor Song Yanjun? However, it is fortuitous to eliminate the obstacle posed by Xinhua. Song Yu shook his head in disbelief. The Shun family is the in-laws of the fourth prince. What sort of affair is this, marrying into the Eastern Palace? At his words, Song Shihuan's gaze flickered. Years ago, the Empress Dowager schemed against the king, and to unearth the truths of that time. The Qin Wangfu would employ a similar strategy against Song Yanjun, an endless cycle of cause and effect. Alas, the dream of the Eastern Palace's hero rescuing the maiden was destined to shatter. Chapter 89, The Birthday Banquet. The show begins several days later, the Crown Princess, citing the need for Song Shihuan to concentrate on her piano practice, barred Xinhua from returning to Kunning Palace. Simultaneously, she directed Mei Fei to escort Xinhua back to the Shun family, under the pretext of the numerous affairs surrounding the concurrent birthday banquet and sacrificial rites, which rendered the palace bustling and chaotic. Mei Fei, unwilling to swallow this affront, immediately made her way to Kunning Palace to voice her grievances. She is my only niece. Having her by my side at least allows for some companionship, she lamented. Despite her advancing years, Mei Fei still possessed a hint of beauty in her features. Yet the Crown Princess insisted on removing War from the palace, arguing that her presence would not disrupt anything. Mei Fei, we are all growing old, the Empress Dowager interjected, halting Mei Fei's complaints. It is time for the younger generation to take charge of the inner palace. The Crown Princess is overwhelmed with responsibilities. We should show her some understanding. At these words, Mei Fei's expression twisted in dismay. If we were to be sent away, their plans would surely unravel. Your Highness, enough. I believe the Crown Princess's handling of the matter is quite appropriate, the Empress Dowager replied, her gaze piercing into Mei Fei's, her tone grave. This upcoming birthday banquet is also an opportunity for my son to select a consort for the Crown Prince. Hence caution is warranted. Mei Fei's breathing steadied as the Empress Dowager's words made her feel as though all their schemes had been laid bare. Where's a good child? She will surely find a suitable match in the future, the Empress Dowager remarked lightly. Remember, Mei Fei, a forced union bears no sweetness. With a dazed expression, Mei Fei departed Kunning Palace, a flicker of resentment in her eyes. For years, she had been overshadowed by the presence of the one in Kunning Palace. Had it not been for the deceased empress, how could the current Empress Dowager secure her position? Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, the Crown Princess was fatigued from scrutinizing the accounts. Mei Xian, please deliver a bowl of ginseng soup to the Grand Crown Prince, she instructed, rubbing her sore wrist. Your Highness, Mei Xian has gone to handle purchasing matters. Allow me to deliver it, a servant offered. Upon hearing this, the crown princess glanced at the eager Mei Xiang and bestowed a knowing smile. In that case, let us wait for Mei Xian to return before sending you. Mei Xiang, upon hearing this, lowered her head and reluctantly exited the room. Your Highness, I have noticed that Mei Xiang has become increasingly restless, frequently visiting the Grand Crown Prince's courtyard. An anxious matron remarked, perhaps it would be best to address this directly to avoid any trouble for us in Liyuan. I have greater plans for her. The Crown Princess replied, recalling Song Shihuan's words, her eyes glinting with determination. We must keep a closer watch on Mei Xiang, forbidding her any contact with Yanzheng. Suddenly, the Crown Princess's mind sparked with ideas, envisioning how to manipulate the events of the birthday banquet to her advantage. Yes, I understand, the matron replied. As the eve of the birthday banquet approached, an eerie calm enveloped the entire imperial palace. While Kuanning Palace remained on high alert, the Qin Wangfu basked in a leisurely atmosphere. Your Highness, how do you feel about the impending revelation of the truth? Shen Qingping inquired languidly, observing Song Yu as he reviewed official documents. He secretly hoped that the birthday banquet would be postponed for a few days, allowing the prince to deliberate on more matters. My sentiments are thus, if you find yourself at leisure, do assist me in reviewing these documents. Song Yu spoke with a stoic expression. The task of reviewing documents is indeed a torment. The princess is currently practicing the Guqin, and I must attend to her shortly. Shen Qingping hastily shook his head and exchanged knowing glances with Song Yu. Your Highness, surely you harbor a sense of delight within, do you not? For so many years, I have endured countless reprimands and borne much blame for this matter. The weight of this burden has been substantial, yet I have grown tall under the protection of my mother. Song Yu's words were as venomous as the most toxic of poisons. Shen Qingping could not help but bend with laughter. On the day of the birthday banquet, Song Shihuan was roused early by Ying Chun, who prepared her for the day's festivities before the copper mirror. The matron produced a red dress that had been prepared in advance, and soon the two had adorned Song Shihuan to resemble a celestial child beneath Guanyin, with her hair styled into two floral buns. Our princess is stunning. Today, she shall surely be the center of attention. Listening to Bao Xiao's praise, Song Shihuan smiled. Have you brought the Guqin? Rest assured, my lady. It has been placed in the carriage since morning. As the carriage rolled out from the Qin Wangfu and approached the palace, a number of carriages were already stationed at the palace gates. The banquet was set to take place in the Qingwu Hall. When Song Yu and the young Song Shihuan entered, a momentary hush fell over the hall as everyone discreetly scrutinized the favored father-daughter duo. The Empress Dowager was also dressed festively, resembling an ordinary matron celebrating a birthday. Huan is here. Please take your seat. Song Shihuan glanced at the prince, whose countenance was less than favorable, and then at the empty dragon throne. Why has grandfather not yet arrived? Your grandfather is in discussion with several important ministers. Let us enjoy the music and dance in the meantime. The Empress Dowager's affectionate demeanor made Song Shihuan feel quite uncomfortable. However, now that grandfather was in discussion, the prince was no longer called upon. It was a favorable omen. After about a stick of incense's worth of time, Emperor Yuanyu entered the Qingwu Hall, instantly igniting a lively atmosphere. A few cups of warm wine later, it was time for the noble ladies to showcase their talents. This year, with Song Yanzheng reaching the age of marriage, the noble ladies were determined to present their best performances. The Empress Dowager had intended for Song Shihuan to take the spotlight among the princesses, but upon witnessing the extraordinary performances of the noble ladies, Song Shihuan could not help but spring to her feet. I wish to perform a piece in honor of my grandmother's birthday. As soon as Song Shihuan settled beside the Guqin, Song Yu's teasing voice rang out. In previous years, it has always been Shihuan who claimed the top spot. However, last night I discerned the celestial signs, and this year's champion shall be someone else. Brother, must you be so harsh on a young girl? The prince, with a grim expression, spoke up for Song Shihuan. Oh, dear brother, are your ears failing you? Song Yu replied nonchalantly. I have made myself quite clear. My predictions are based on celestial observations. Since when did you learn to interpret the stars? The prince retorted bitterly. Since the second brother is skeptical, why not engage in a wager? if another emerges victorious this year. The second brother shall bring the prince's official seal to the Qin Wang's residence to serve as a prop for my table. What nonsense! The Emperor Yuan Yu glared at Song Yu with disapproval, for the prince's official seal could not be treated so frivolously. He bore no doubt regarding Song Yu's ambition for the throne. Meanwhile, the minds of those present began to stir with intrigue. Song Yu pursed his lips, for he had not spoken incorrectly. If Song Shihuan were to triumph this year, he would stand on his head and spin around the hall. The Emperor Yuan Yu glanced at Shihuan, instructing, "Shihuan, you may begin to play." At that moment, Song Shihuan was already flustered by Song Yu's words, her hands trembling slightly. Chapter 90, Playing the Zither. Under the guidance of Shun Qingping, as Song Shihuan played a piece, she faltered on at least 3 or 4 notes. The noble women and court ladies present were not oblivious. Their expressions shifted to one of perplexity, for the second princess had never performed in such a manner before. The Empress Dowager attempted to smooth over the situation for Song Shihuan, yet her eyes remained red-rimmed with distress. All this was due to Song Yu, she silently cursed. What talents could Xiling and Xiao possibly exhibit? A flicker of shadow crossed the Empress Dowager's gaze. In previous years, the skills of these two had been unremarkable, making them perfect to divert attention from Shiyan's earlier performance. Xiling, go forth and offer your birthday wishes to your royal grandmother. The Princess of Chu eagerly pushed Song Shiling forward. Softly, Song Shiling spoke, "Your granddaughter wishes to present a dance for the Empress Dowager." As the music began, she gracefully commenced her dance, her form captivating. Previously known only for her exceptional zither skills, few were aware of the third princess's astonishing dance. A noblewoman chuckled. The Empress Dowager is truly fortunate to have such exceptional granddaughters. Though the Empress Dowager wore a smile, her heart was heavy, constrained by circumstance. She had no choice but to remove her phoenix hairpin and bestow it upon Song Shiling. Song Xiao quickly followed suit, painting a peach of longevity, her cleverness bringing delight to the crowd, surpassing even Song Shihuan's